Chapter 1. My life, my mastery. Cold, cold, cold. Chun Xia suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, his heart pounding like a war drum. The sensation of being frozen was all too real. The feeling of his body shattering inch by inch while his mind remained acutely aware was an experience he never wished to endure again. Am I not dead? The place he found himself in was a cozy room, modestly furnished yet infinitely superior to the places he had inhabited during the apocalypse. Chun Xia lay calmly on the bed for 10 minutes, hoping fervently that everything that had transpired was merely a dream. However, the grisly scene was one he would never forget. After the apocalypse, Chun Xia had endured a year of hardship, but his body had unexpectedly produced an energy crystal due to radiation exposure. This remarkable substance could endow living beings with superpowers. Yet, it was this very energy crystal that revealed the true nature of his companions, leading to his brutal demise. It seems I've been reborn. He quickly checked the calendar. April 1st, 2035. Only 7 days remained until the outbreak of nuclear war. This meant that on April 8th, 2035, Blue Star would face an apocalyptic crisis, resulting in untold suffering, pain, an excruciating headache. Chun Xia pressed desperately against his head when a beam of white light suddenly appeared before him. He reached out to touch the pillar of light, and in an instant his consciousness was drawn into a luminous white space. The space was vast, though obscured by a veil of white mist. Even so, it was at least as large as dozens of football fields. He made a peculiar discovery. Above him, there was a gray bar resembling an energy gauge, with black occupying roughly 1/3 of its length. What is this? He attempted to bring a cup of instant noodles into the space and then back out. Is this the superpower conferred by the energy crystal? After several attempts, he began to understand. It was undoubtedly the energy crystal that had not only granted him rebirth before the apocalypse, but had also mutated his body, endowing him with the ability to manipulate an alternate space. Heaven has not forsaken me. Taking a deep breath, Chun Xia resolved that since fate had granted him a second chance, he would not die as pitifully as he had in his previous life. He intended to live better than anyone else. He would ensure that those who had wronged him would taste the bitterness of despair. With gritted teeth, Chun Xia grasped the bed rail tightly. Yi Tianming by Qi, Xiaolanyi. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Creak. The hollow iron railing was deformed by his grip. Chun Xia was elated to discover that his physical abilities had significantly improved. Even this gripping power far exceeded that of an ordinary person. He rose and moved about, feeling light and powerful. In this state, he felt confident he could contend with ordinary mutated creatures in the apocalypse. Mutated creatures were monsters stripped of intelligence, resembling zombies after being subjected to radiation. They posed the greatest threat to humanity during the apocalypse. At this moment, rather than fearing the impending cataclysm, Chun Xia felt a twinge of anticipation. Of course, to survive in the apocalypse, the most crucial factor remained the acquisition of various resources. Chun Xia had grown weary of days spent struggling to find enough food and warmth, constantly evading danger. Now, with the ability to access an alternate space, he could stockpile vast amounts of supplies and construct a refuge, living more comfortably than anyone else. After graduating from university, Chun Xia had remained in Jinghai for work, saving a modest sum of over 100,000 yuan through frugality. However, this amount was but a drop in the bucket for stockpiling resources. I can't be without money. As he paced the room, Chun Xia's evolved mind became notably more agile, and an ingenious idea struck him. He and Yi Tianming had once been classmates and had maintained a good relationship otherwise. He would not have risked his life to save Yi Tianming when radiation spread. Yi Tianming was a rich second-generation heir, known for his generosity and kindness during their school days, earning a stellar reputation among his peers. He owned a luxurious residence on the top floor of the Golden Summit building in the city, a spacious 300-square-meter flat. Chun Xia frequently assisted Yi Tianming in cleaning the apartment, possessing a key and knowledge of where the property deed was kept. What Chun Xia intended to do was utilize the days when Yi Tianming was away to take the property deed and secure a loan, even a high-interest one. The downside of high-interest loans was the exorbitant interest rates. But what did that matter to Chun Xia? After all, it was Yi Tianming's loan, right? Calculating against Yi Tianming, Chun Xia felt no guilt whatsoever. Of course, selling the property outright would yield even more money. Yet, The risk was too great. He could easily be discovered since it was not his property. Moreover, Chen Xia wished to use this property to construct a stronghold for the impending apocalypse. With a forged ID and the property deed in hand, Chen Xia arrived at the Qiangxing Microloan Company. The manager, a burly man adorned with tattoos, initially paid little attention to Chen Xia until he presented the property deed, at which point his demeanor took a dramatic turn. Whoa! A property in the Golden Summit building. Little brother, you must be quite wealthy. If you're so affluent, why resort to high-interest loans? Tang Long squinted, sizing up Chen Xia. The Golden Summit building was a renowned edifice in Jinghai, situated in the affluent Hongfu community, where residents were either rich or powerful, many of whom were billionaires and magnates. Chen Xia smiled. I've encountered some difficulties in business and need a loan for urgent expenses. Oh, how much do you wish to borrow? Tang Long tossed the property deed to a subordinate for verification, casually remarking, our Qiangxing group is financially robust. Borrowing any amount is not an issue. Chen Xia was eager to secure the funds quickly, based on the value of the collateral. Whatever you say goes. Well, Tang Long's eyes lit up as he licked his lips. Our interest rates are quite high. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Absolutely, Chen Xia replied resolutely. Heh. Tang Long's heart swelled with joy, convinced that this young man must be a wealthy heir who had lost a fortune gambling and was now secretly seeking a loan without informing his family. If he did not seize the opportunity to profit handsomely, what kind of businessman would he be? If it were to be secured as a loan, Tang Long's eyes darted as he raised a hand. You can borrow 50 million. Chen Xia frowned. 50 million was still insufficient, as the property's market value certainly exceeded 100 million. Brother, is that not enough? Noticing Chen Xia's hesitation, Tang Long quickly added, I can offer you 60 million, but the interest will be higher. Chen Xia took a deep breath. I want 80 million. You can set the interest. I only request immediate disbursement. This. Tang Long hesitated for a few seconds, but soon made up his mind. Even at 80 million, as long as the interest was sufficiently high, it would still be a lucrative deal. 8% interest, is that acceptable? This interest rate was 10 times higher than that of a bank. Yet, Chen Xia was unconcerned. After the apocalypse, money would become worthless. Agreed. Tang Long seemed taken aback by how quickly Chen Xia acquiesced, grinning malevolently. But let's be clear. Qiangxing Group is a significant player in Jinghai. You should be well aware of who Brother Chang is, so don't think about defaulting. Having struggled for a year in the apocalypse had endowed Chen Xia with formidable mental fortitude. In the face of Tang Long's threats, he merely smiled faintly. You might want to inquire about my reputation as Yi Tianming. Would I be someone who defaults? All right, that's refreshing. Tang Long was now convinced that this young man was a spoiled rich kid who had lost a bet and was too afraid to admit it to his family, thus resorting to mortgaging his property for a loan. In the end, this would net him tens of millions in profit. Excited, Tang Long immediately declared, take me to see the property. If everything checks out, we'll sign the contract right away. Chapter 2. A lavish expenditure. Without hesitation, Chen Xia led Tang Long and his entourage to view the property. Chen Xia was more familiar with this apartment than even Yi Tianming, naturally exuding an air of ownership that further alleviated Tang Long's suspicions. After inspecting the property, both parties signed the contract. At that moment, Chen Xia feigned a look of concern. By the way, if it's convenient, could you transfer the money to my friend Chen Xia's account? That would be fine, right? Tang Long nodded knowingly. No problem, we're all friends here. It's all about convenience, right? I understand. Tang Long was well aware that someone like Yi Tianming, a wealthy heir, would have his bank accounts monitored by his family, and any significant deposits would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, transferring the funds to a friend's account was the safest option. Pleasure working together. Tang Long, suppressing his excitement, shook hands with Chen Xia and then added ominously, Yi Xiao must remember that the repayment deadline is only 1 month. Don't make things difficult for us folks doing the work. Rest assured. Chen Xia patted his chest and declared, I, Yi Tianming, am a man of my word. If I am unable to repay by then, this house will belong to you. I, Yi Tianming, am certainly not one to breach a contract. If I cannot repay, then feel free to chop off one of my hands. No, both hands would be just fine. After all, it was Yi Tianming who would bear the consequences. Any fallout was of no concern to Chen Xia. Very well, Yi Xiao is indeed straightforward. Ah! Tang Long's laughter was rather insincere. Yet it did not impede the smooth progression of the loan process. Ding! A text notification on his phone revealed that the funds had been transferred. A pleasant collaboration. Chun Xia displayed a radiant smile. The Yi family held a distinguished position in Jinghai, and upon inquiring about Yi Tianming, it became apparent that the rumors were true, which seemed to put Tang Long at ease. Long Gu, although it appears there are no issues, this is nearly 100 million in capital. Are you certain you wish to release it just like that? Humph. What do you know? Tang Long scoffed. Do you really think I am foolish? Let us not forget how Changgu instructed us. His subordinates were left bewildered. Tang Long continued in a grave tone. Regardless of its authenticity, Changgu's objective has always been the Yi family. With the funds secured, Chun Xia's first order of business was to compile a list of supplies needed for stockpiling. In the apocalypse, the most vital resource is food. Survivors would go to any lengths for a morsel to eat. In the absence of food, even the horrific phenomenon of cannibalism could arise. In addition to an ample supply of food and resources, a sturdy refuge was also essential. Chun Xia had long been strategizing for this. Although the house had been mortgaged, it did not affect his ability to reside in or renovate it. Furthermore, he was unperturbed by the prospect of Tang Long causing trouble after all. In 7 days, the apocalypse would commence, and the survival of these individuals remained uncertain. Even if they were to survive by some stroke of luck, when faced with a fortified sanctuary and well-prepared Chun Xia, they would find themselves with no escape. Chun Xia searched online for a company specializing in the construction of safe houses, inquiring about the prices. To undertake renovations to the highest specifications would require approximately 20 million in total. This included an external defense system, a temperature control system, an air purification system, and an explosion-proof system. Except for the restrictions on weapon installations, it could be said to align perfectly with Chun Xia's vision. In his previous life, when the calamity first struck, Yi Tianming had led Chun Xia and his group to transform their dwelling using their substantial financial resources. However, by that time, resources had already become scarce, and the renovated stronghold was far from impregnable. This time, Chun Xia was determined to learn from past experiences, to fill in the gaps, and to construct a flawless bastion for the apocalypse. After a brief online conversation, Chun Xia arranged for the company to visit his home that evening at 8 o'clock for a more detailed discussion. Having finalized the safe house plan, Chun Xia promptly set out, activating the navigation on his phone to locate a nearby supermarket, as he intended to purchase a considerable quantity of daily necessities. Upon exiting the elevator, he unexpectedly encountered someone he was keen to avoid, Xia Lanyi. Xia Lanyi also resided in Jinding Building, having rented her apartment in pursuit of a wealthy partner in the affluent district. It must be said that Xia Lanyi was a true beauty, with ample curves, long legs, a graceful waist, and a captivating face accentuated by alluring eyes, drawing the gaze of any man who happened upon her. Chun Xia had met Xia Lanyi at a ball hosted by Yi Tianming, where he was immediately taken by her stunning looks and charm, leading to an uncontrollable infatuation. Initially, Xia Lanyi believed Chun Xia to be another wealthy heir and treated him with great enthusiasm. However, upon discovering that he was merely Yi Tianming's shadow, her interest quickly waned. Nonetheless, after 3 years of persistent pursuit, their relationship had become somewhat amicable, if not entirely familiar. At this time of day, Chun Xia would typically have sent her a caring message, yet today felt different. Thus, when the two crossed paths, Xia Lanyi, who typically disregarded Chun Xia, found herself unable to resist glancing at him. Had it been any other day, Chun Xia would have eagerly approached her, eager to ingratiate himself. But today, he merely cast her a cold glance before hastily making his exit. Accustomed to the humble adoration and flattery, Chun Xia's unusual demeanor triggered a sensitive reaction in Xia Lanyi, prompting her to call out sharply, "Stop right there." "What is it?" Chun Xia frowned. As he had no time to engage with Xia Lanyi with the impending apocalypse, he had countless means to ensure her suffering. "What are you up to? Does it concern you? Are you on some kind of medication?" Irritated, Chun Xia turned away. "I'm leaving." "You." Xia Lanyi was infuriated, ready to explode, only to realize that Chun Xia had already exited the lobby. "What a cocky jerk. If you dare send me another message, let's see if I even acknowledge you." Xia Lanyi fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. Yet after waiting for a considerable time, without receiving an apologetic text from Chun Xia, her anger only intensified. Meanwhile, Chen Xia rushed to Wumei's supermarket, heading straight for the duty manager. Manager Ma was a short, stout man, yet he spoke with a gentle demeanor. "Boss, just go in and buy whatever you need. What brings you to me?" With a calm facade, Chen Xia retrieved a list and spread it out before the manager. "I want all of these items." Manager Ma glanced casually at the list, instantly rendered speechless. 10,000 pounds each of beef, lamb, and pork, along with various seafood, instant food, rice, grains, oil, flour, vegetables, condiments, purified water, and so on. Chen Xia's list was a hodgepodge of necessities for daily life, encompassing everything an average household would require, and the quantities were staggering. All of this? Manager Ma stammered, bewildered, as the total would surpass the inventory of several supermarkets combined. "Do you have enough stock?" Chen Xia had done his research. Wumei Supermarket was a large chain with good quality goods and numerous branches in the city, indicating ample inventory to meet his demands. "Boss, you can't be joking, right? Are you here for wholesale? Is the stock insufficient?" Chen Xia raised an eyebrow. "It's not a matter of sufficiency. What exactly are you up to?" Manager Ma instinctively regarded Chen Xia as a rival attempting to create trouble and asked warily, "I advise you not to stir up trouble. This is no laughing matter." Amused yet exasperated, Chen Xia replied, "Manager, I am serious as long as you have the stock. Money is no object." Time was of the essence, and Chen Xia wished to avoid any delays. He promptly handed Manager Ma 10,000 yuan, whispering, "Please assist me." Manager Ma's eyes lit up, contemplating, "We do have the stock, but to release such a large quantity, we must receive half the payment up front." Chen Xia smiled slightly. "No problem, I can pay right now." Manager Ma, half convinced, provided a payment account, surprised when he received the funds mere seconds later. The generous deposit of 500,000 stunned Manager Ma into silence. Chen Xia politely inquired, "Is it possible now?" After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Manager Ma suddenly slammed his hand on the table. "No." Chapter 3. The beginning of stockpiling supplies. Chen Xia was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of the situation. "Oh dear." Manager Ma swiftly altered his demeanor, exuding a warmth akin to that of an enthusiastic host. "You are the esteemed boss. How could you address me with such formality? It is I who should be reprimanded for my lack of regard, is it not? When will these items be needed?" Chen Xia inquired. "Approximately 3 days." The color drained from Chen Xia's face. 3 days is too long. "I need it immediately. I'm willing to pay extra for expedited service." "Let me consider." Manager Ma hesitated. Chen Xia offered a faint smile, understanding the man's unspoken thoughts, and discreetly slid 2,000 yuan into his hand. "Please assist me, and there will be a bonus upon successful completion." "Very well." Manager Ma discreetly accepted the money. "That I will make the arrangements." "Where shall the goods be delivered?" Given the substantial volume of goods, a temporary storage location was essential, where they could be collected gradually. After all, his unique spatial abilities were a closely guarded secret that must not be exposed. It would be unwise to storm into a supermarket and gather supplies, as that would likely lead to being captured for experimentation before the apocalypse even commenced, until he possessed the means for self-defense. Chen Xia had to proceed with caution. Chen Xia planned to rent the underground parking lot of Jinding Building's 3rd floor as a temporary warehouse for his supplies. Thanks to his connection with Yi Tianming, he was quite familiar with the security chief of Jinding Building and believed that with a little financial incentive, securing the space for one night would pose no issue. Deliver it to the underground parking lot of Jinding Building. Understood. The goods will arrive in 2 hours. You can rest easy. By the way. Chen Xia pondered for a moment. "Do you have yogurt?" "I need 10,000 boxes," with the promise of money motivating him. Manager Ma's efficiency soared, and within an hour, he had arranged for the goods to be transported to the temporary warehouse. Chen Xia went directly to the security department of Jinding Building to seek out Zhang Dongqing. Zhang Dongqing was quite slick. Upon seeing Chen Xia, he stood up with a beaming smile, well aware that this young man was a follower of Yi Tianming, and thus deserving of some respect. "Young Master Chen, what brings you here today?" He offered a cigarette. Chen Xia, not in the mood for pleasantries, got straight to the point. "Brother Zhang, I need your help with something. Can we speak privately?" A few minutes later. "What? Absolutely not. This is out of the question. The 3rd underground level is reserved for the vehicles of important clients. You must be joking, Brother Zhang. Please, just for one night. This is for your smoking pleasure." Chen Xia produced a thick stack of cash, at least 30,000 yuan, and gently placed it on the table. "Well, Zhang Dongqing's eyes widened as he examined the crisp bills. That it's not impossible. We can negotiate. You are a friend of young Master Yi, after all, and I would be happy to assist. Then I am in your debt. Chen Xia smiled knowingly, realizing that money indeed spoke volumes, that I urgently need this. You can see the situation now. All right, I'll figure something out. Zhang Dongqing instructed the security personnel to clear the third underground level, citing temporary repairs as the reason, with the promise to reopen by 8 the following morning. With everything in place, Chen Xia accompanied Zhang Dongqing to inspect the third underground level. Upon descending the elevator, they heard voices raised in argument. Why can't I enter? Someone protested that I park here every day. Why can't I park now? Upon recognizing the voice, Chen Xia's expression darkened in disdain. The it was Xia Lanyi, once an exalted goddess in his eyes, now reduced to someone he couldn't even bear to acknowledge. Had she not deceived him into removing his protective gear, he would never have been ambushed and severely injured by Bai Qi and Yi Tianming. Chen Xia resolved that he would not allow Xia Lanyi an easy end. He would ensure her suffering was profound, that I end the underground parking lot. Xia Lanyi, still wearing sunglasses and exuding an air of superiority, confronted Zhang Dongqing with a tone of arrogance, having mingled with wealthy second-generation elites. She regarded herself as above him, looking down with disdain. That I'm sorry, Miss Xia, but the third underground level is currently under temporary repair. Please park on the second level for now. Absolutely not. Xia Lanyi's attitude was uncompromising. She was notorious for her beauty and her capriciousness. Zhang Dongqing felt cornered and discreetly glanced at Chen Xia that moment. Chen Xia leisurely stepped forward, producing another 2,000 yuan and deliberately handing it to Zhang Dongqing in front of Xia Lanyi. Brother Zhang, please expedite the removal of irrelevant individuals. My goods are on their way. Of course, of course. Zhang Dongqing's demeanor brightened. Xia Lanyi stared, momentarily dumbfounded by the sight of the 2,000 yuan. When had Chen Xia become so affluent? Chen Xia, what are you doing here? What does it have to do with you? Having encountered an unexpected situation with Chen Xia, she was seething with frustration. She had anticipated receiving an apologetic message from her sycophant shortly. Yet half an hour had passed with no response. Chen Xia, what are you up to? Xia Lanyi accused, her finger pointed at him, her expression a mix of suspicion and incredulity. Did you instruct Zhang Dongqing to block me? Chen Xia glanced at her, his tone indifferent. That I won't hesitate to inform you that I have temporarily rented the third underground level, that if you wish to park, you will have to wait until tomorrow. You rented it? Xia Lanyi was taken aback, incredulous. Where did you get the money? No one knew Chen Xia's situation better than Xia Lanyi. He was merely a lackey of Yi Tianming, earning a meager allowance running errands. She had never seen him so generous, casually parting with thousands of yuan. Could he possibly be a hidden wealthy individual? Why should I tell you? Chen Xia taunted, producing another 2,000 yuan with ostentatious ease. Handing it to Zhang Dongqing. Brother Zhang, please expedite the process. I'm in a hurry. Of course. Zhang Dongqing quickly pocketed the money, darting off to issue orders, ensuring the entrances were sealed and notifying vehicle owners to vacate the premises immediately. Xia Lanyi was utterly astonished, her attitude shifting drastically as she softened her tone. That if you have something to discuss, please let me know in advance. I was left in the dark about your situation. By the way, why are you renting the underground parking? That must cost quite a bit. Chen Xia regarded her with a bemused smile. Why should I explain my actions to you? And my money is mine to spend as I please. Humph. Xia Lanyi pouted. That if you have so much money, why deceive me? You are stingy with gifts. Chen Xia replied coolly. Do you know why? Why? Xia Lanyi cooed, adopting a faux innocent tone. Chen Xia felt a chill run down his spine. In the past, such a tone would have disarmed him, but now, after everything he had endured, his heart was as cold as stone, devoid of any warmth. Because you only deserve those gifts, no matter how extravagant. You are unworthy. What did you say? Xia Lanyi had expected that after her playful demeanor, Chen Xia would begin to flatter her like a sycophant. Yet she was met with a harsh rebuff. Her discomfort was palpable. The undertones of his words suggested a self-deprecating truth. Some people are truly strange. They relish being told they are worthless. That if you want to hear it, I can repeat it. Worthless. Worthless, worthless, Xia Lanyi, now livid, shouted. You bastard. Shut your mouth. The more agitated she became, the more exhilarated Chen Xia felt, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. You constantly present yourself as high and mighty, akin to a goddess. Yet I have heard whispers that not only do you have an affair with young Master Yi, but you also engage in questionable relations with numerous wealthy heirs. Then am I mistaken? Xia Lanyi fell silent. Stunned, she had been entangled with young Master Yi for quite some time. Yet to maintain her pristine image, she had never made it public. Her sycophants could never know. This allowed her to enjoy their adoration and reap the benefits. After the apocalypse, under Yi Tianming's orders, she had deliberately approached Qin Xia, ensnaring him in a web of confusion. Their every action was aimed at acquiring energy crystals, which could only be harvested after the host's demise. Since his rebirth, Qin Xia had suspected that everything was part of a grand conspiracy by these individuals that in that moment. Qin Xia's heart grew colder, that it was clear they were a duplicitous pair, having deceived him from the very beginning. With young Master Yi absent these past few days, which wealthy heir will you be serving now, dressed so beautifully? Shut your mouth, Qin Xia continued. You earn 5,000 or 6,000 a month. Yet you can afford to rent a place for 10,000. How do you manage to drive a car and wear designer brands? Where does the money come from? Be careful, or you might find yourself labeled a black market commodity. Xia Lanyi, struck at her weak point, erupted like a rabid dog. Shut the hell up. Who do you think you are, meddling in my affairs? Qin Xia shrugged, adopting an indifferent demeanor that I couldn't care less about the affairs of a worthless person. Do as you please. Xia Lanyi was on the verge of losing her composure, rendering her incapable of even crafting a retort, merely gasping for breath. The contrast between Qin Xia and his former self was striking. Xia Lanyi simply could not fathom how a sycophant could suddenly exude such an air of authority. At that moment, a car pulled up behind Xia Lanyi's, and two fashionably dressed young individuals stepped out. It was evident they recognized Xia Lanyi's vehicle and approached her directly. Lanyi, one of them was Wu Wei, a suitor of Xia Lanyi, whose eyes gleamed with a mix of greed and fervor, an expression Qin Xia was all too familiar with. Moreover, Qin Xia recognized this individual as one of the accomplices who had once pressured him to his demise under Yi Tianming's influence. That Wu Wei, Xia Lanyi, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly donned an expression of feigned grievance. Pouting, you arrived just in time. Someone is bullying me. What? Wu Wei, clearly a brash youth, widened his eyes in shock as he scanned the scene and pointed at Qin Xia, demanding, Is it him? That's right, Xia Lanyi whimpered. He blocked my way and wouldn't let me park, that he even suggested I be his girlfriend, which I could never agree to. Then he called me a shameless harlot. Qin Xia couldn't help but chuckle softly. This woman was indeed treacherous and vile, relishing in turning truths upside down. How had he not seen it before? You scoundrel! Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Wei rolled up his sleeves and lunged at Qin Xia, shouting, How dare you insult Lanyi? You must be looking for trouble. Bang! Wu Wei's fist collided with Qin Xia's face, and he seized Qin Xia by the collar, bellowing, Apologize to Miss Xia this instant. Qin Xia remained unmoved, feeling a stinging pain in his cheek, but internally, he was exhilarated. Though he felt pain, he also experienced the invigorating rush that came with newfound strength. During the apocalypse, Qin Xia had suffered from radiation, his health deteriorating while Yi Tianming had taken care of him, leaving him with a sense of gratitude, believing in the sincerity of humanity. However, today he realized he was merely a vessel for their energy crystals. The times had changed. He would no longer be a victim. Apologize to her. Qin Xia calmly grasped Wu Wei's hand and slowly pressed down, the sheer force rendering Wu Wei unable to escape. What exactly are you? Crack. The sound of bones snapping echoed through the air. Wu Wei's arm twisted grotesquely, his body contorting in agony as he cried out, It hurts! It hurts! Let go of me! Get lost! Qin Xia forcefully shoved Wu Wei aside, sending him crashing into Xia Lanyi. Bang! Ouch! The two tumbled in a disheveled heap that Wu Wei's companion, paralyzed by fear, dared not move, utterly intimidated by Qin Xia's imposing presence. Xia Lanyi could hardly believe her eyes. The Qin Xia she knew was a submissive sycophant, obedient to her every whim, never daring to defy her. Yet today, he seemed a completely different person, with no other recourse. Xia Lanyi resorted to invoking Yi Tianming's name, shrieking, Qin Xia, you wait. I will tell young Master Yi, and you will see how you will explain yourself to him. Suit yourself. Qin Xia had no time to entertain their antics, turning to leave as he received a call from Manager Ma of the supermarket. Hello. Manager Ma. So soon? All right. Xiaolani's eyes nearly ignited with fury. Beside her, Wu Wei glared at Chen Xia with hatred. Yet the excruciating pain he felt left him unable to think of anything else, soon being assisted away by his friend. What does this scoundrel intend by renting a garage? Xiaolani was unwilling to accept this, and, driven by curiosity, concealed herself to observe discreetly. The delivery trucks arrived. Manager Ma personally oversaw the unloading of an entire fleet of 10 trucks filled with supplies, continuously streaming into the underground garage. Boss Chun, why are you purchasing so many everyday essentials? Manager Ma casually inquired, half joking. Could it be you've been frightened by the news? Chen Xia remained silent. Manager Ma continued, those ugly foreign devils keep threatening nuclear war. Always stirring up chaos. They've been saying this for decades. When has it ever amounted to anything? Chen Xia sighed internally, lamenting that this time it was indeed serious. Those inhumane individuals had no idea of the devastation their actions could unleash. Initially, Chen Xia had intended to alert the authorities to prepare in advance, but such matters were exceedingly sensitive. A careless word could land him as a suspect. Even if he spoke out, he feared no one would believe him, ultimately leading to his own misfortune that a year of survival in the apocalypse had instilled in him a cautious mindset of avoiding unnecessary trouble. Ensuring his own safety was paramount before considering anything else. Noticing Manager Ma's genuine enthusiasm, Chen Xia clapped him on the shoulder and said meaningfully, better safe than sorry. After all, if these supplies are unnecessary, they can always be sold, right? Whether or not he understood was up to his own fortune. Chen Xia would not divulge any further information, having learned to trust no one easily. Chapter 5. Manipulation indeed. Indeed, a significant quantity of supplies was transported in, quickly filling the underground garage. Seizing the moment while the workers were unloading, Chen Xia silently sabotaged several surveillance cameras. Boss Chun, everything is in order. Manager Ma approached eagerly. Is there anything else you need? Thank you for your hard work. For now, that's all. I will contact you if I require anything. Understood. Call me if you need anything. Manager Ma left in high spirits. Xiaolani, hidden in the shadows, was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated Chen Xia to possess such wealth. Was everything in the past merely a facade? She understood that individuals like Yi Tianming were merely toying with her. There could never be any real outcome, and only Chen Xia had shown her genuine sincerity. Her previous disdain for Chen Xia stemmed from his poverty. What use was passion and sincerity without wealth? Would she truly wish to live a life of destitution alongside him? The supplies before her were worth at least several million. Chen Xia's lavish expenditure undoubtedly confirmed his affluence. The earlier displeasure quickly dissipated as she pondered the situation, promptly refreshing her makeup and casually stepping out. Chen Xia, I was wrong earlier. Who asked you to provoke me without apologizing? Can't I just vent my frustrations? Xiaolani wore a beaming smile, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Never before had such a thing occurred. It was always Chen Xia who took the initiative to apologize, playing the sycophant. Chen Xia suddenly wore an odd smile, gesturing toward the mountain of supplies. All right, I've just been too busy lately, feeling a bit irritable. Thus, I may have said some things I shouldn't have. How about this? Let me treat you to a lavish meal as an apology. Really? You're not angry anymore. Xiaolani's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her heart raced with trepidation. After all, the two had just quarreled so intensely. How could there be no lingering tension? Yet Chen Xia's demeanor instilled confidence in her. It was all just an act to garner her attention, that he was still that same sycophant. How could I be angry with you? I'm more afraid you might be upset with me. However, I am somewhat busy at the moment. Why don't you wait for me at Les Milas? I will join you as soon as I finish my tasks. Les Milas was the most luxurious revolving restaurant in Jinghai, with an average cost of several thousand per person. Xiaolani had long yearned to dine there, but had never had the opportunity. Chen Xia choosing to take her there confirmed his status as a wealthy individual. Great, I'll wait for you. Xiaolani exclaimed with excitement. Go ahead. Chen Xia said gently. Xiaolani obediently nodded and hurried off. Chen Xia smirked slightly, thinking, you foolish woman, just wait there patiently. The supplies in the supermarket had nearly been exhausted by Chen Xia. Yet he was still far from his ultimate goal that in addition to basic necessities, he required a substantial quantity of fuel and defensive weaponry, items that were quite sensitive and needed to be procured in batches. Knowing that Zhang Dongqing had some connections, he approached him, saying, Brother Zhang, I would like to ask for your assistance with something that young Master Chen, Just give the order. Why be so formal with me? I wish to purchase a batch of crossbows and compound bows, as well as stab-resistant clothing, cold-weather gear, and firefighting suits that I've heard you have a friend who specializes in these items. The trade of such items had always been sensitive, and Zhang Dongqing was taken aback by Qin Xia's request. However, he thought little of it and casually replied, I do have a friend who sells them, but you know these transactions are always under scrutiny. What do you need them for? I plan to go hunting in Africa with friends soon, so I want to prepare some tools and equipment in advance. Just for fun that I remember now, young Master Chen often accompanied young Master Yi to the shooting range. This hunting trip is also with him. Right? Exactly, just keep it to yourself. Understood. Qin Xia took out his phone. Let's add each other on WeChat. Sure. In the next moment, you have received a WeChat transfer of 100,000 yuan. Zhang Dongqing was left dumbfounded. This is too generous of you. This is a token of appreciation for Brother Zhang's efforts. There will be further rewards upon completion. All right, I'll contact him immediately. With money, things became much easier. Qin Xia finally experienced the straightforwardness of the wealthy. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Dongqing's friend sent a message, confirming that everything Qin Xia requested was in stock and of premium quality. Qin Xia promptly paid the deposit, and within half an hour, the items were delivered. 100 sets of professional-grade cold-weather gear, 100 sets of top-tier firefighting suits, and several hundred sets of radiation-resistant equipment. There were also various models of compound bows, metal crossbows, powerful gear capable of hunting large creatures, and a total of 10,000 arrows of various types. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, radiation had become the norm. Floods and fires persist incessantly. Without protective gear, one cannot even step outside. Furthermore, due to stringent gun control measures, very few individuals possess firearms for self-defense. The acquisition of this batch of weapons has significantly assuaged Qin Xia's anxieties. Time passes swiftly, and before he knows it, the appointed hour for the transformation of the safe house has arrived. The underground garage is bustling with activity, a throng of people creating a cacophony of sights and sounds. Qin Xia contemplates returning later in the night to collect the supplies. Upon returning home, he is surprised to find the owner of the safe house project, accompanied by his subordinates, has come to visit in person. In times of peace, endeavors such as constructing a safe house are quite niche, with few truly invested in such projects. Qin Xia's initial investment is of the highest caliber, naturally drawing significant attention from the owner, Mr. Chen. The owner, a portly man with a benevolent demeanor and an air of refinement, hands over a business card. Huai Security Company, Meng Hai. It turns out he is Mr. Meng. Qin Xia quickly invites him inside. Mr. Chen, is this the house you wish to transform? Indeed, please take a look. Meng Hai follows Qin Xia through the opulent residence, a spacious flat of over 280 square meters. Lavishly adorned, where even a single piece of furniture could be worth hundreds of thousands. The technician busily inspects the premises, measuring and photographing, and after a lengthy half-hour, finally concludes the assessment. Mr. Meng, our Plan B aligns perfectly with your requirements. Meng Hai exhales in relief. He had feared that the space would be unsuitable for modification, jeopardizing the deal. What do you think, Mr. Meng? Meng Hai produces a proposal, handing it to Qin Xia. Mr. Chen, please review this transformation plan for your residence. After perusing it, Qin Xia expresses his satisfaction. While the transformation poses no issues, he offers several suggestions. First, all the large floor-to-ceiling windows facing the sun must be replaced with double-sided blast-resistant glass, and they should be thickened. Second, a comprehensive buffering system should be installed throughout the house. A buffering system? Meng Hai pauses, taken aback. Qin Xia half-jokingly, half-seriously replies, in the event this building were to collapse, my home is situated so high that even the sturdiest structure would not save me from a fatal fall. Meng Hai blinks, internally pondering whether this fellow harbors some delusion of persecution, as if the apocalypse were imminent. Mr. Chen, you jest. The Golden Summit building could withstand even a magnitude 7 earthquake. Well, the truth is, I have an affinity for apocalyptic themes, so implementing this buffering system is merely fulfilling a personal wish that I see. Meng Hai nods slightly. We can certainly explore this, but regarding the costs, you need not worry about the finances. Mr. Meng, very well. Meng Hai concurs. I'll have our engineers assess the details. The total construction period will be approximately half a month. That won't do. Qin Xia interjects quickly. A maximum of 6 days. 6 days? Meng Hai's expression betrays his unease. The timeline is exceedingly tight. I'll pay more deal. After concluding their discussions, it is already past 11 o'clock at night. Xia Lanyi has been waiting at Les Malaises for a full 3 hours, from initial excitement to current fury. She seems to grasp the situation. Chun Xia is clearly mocking her. "Miss, may I ask if your friend has yet to arrive?" A server politely approaches to inquire. "We will soon be closing," with frustration bubbling over. Xia Lanyi snatches her bag and rises to leave. "Please bring the bill over here." "Bill for what?" Xia Lanyi retorts angrily. "I've merely consumed water all evening. Does that cost anything?" "I apologize, miss, but we have a table fee and service charge of 888 yuan per person." Infuriated, yet unable to escape under the watchful eyes of so many, she begrudgingly pays. "Chun Xia, you scoundrel, how dare you toy with me?" Once outside, Xia Lanyi immediately dials Chun Xia's number. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is not available." Furious, she seizes at his audacity to turn off his phone. She refuses to allow Chun Xia to mock her in such a brazen manner and resolves to make him regret his actions. Chapter 6. Life is a play. All about performance. Chun Xia, having switched off his phone, enjoys a restful slumber. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, he stealthily returns to the underground garage, transferring all supplies into the alternate dimension. The space is now brimming with resources, instilling Chun Xia with newfound confidence. Reflecting on his life before rebirth, filled with trepidation and uncertainty, he feels the stark contrast to his current circumstances. What else do I need? He casually opens his phone to search for items that should be prepared for the impending apocalypse that a flood of WeChat messages inundates his phone, all from Xia Lanyi, filled with expletives. Vile woman. Chun Xia dismisses her entirely, blocking her on WeChat. Gasoline, diesel, and propane. These are essential for heating. Additionally, I need to acquire some means of transportation. It would also be prudent to procure some ready-to-eat meals. I've long wished to savor the delicacies at Zexionlu. Tomorrow, I shall place an order for several hundred tables, and an ample supply of various medications is essential. The renovations at the mansion are already underway, and for the next few days, he must reside in his rental accommodation. Picking up a framed photo adorning the table, Chun Xia gently caresses it. The image features a delicate, sunny little girl, around 10 years old, with an innocent appearance and a radiant smile that he gazes at it for a long while before carefully stowing the frame into the alternate dimension. After a deep slumber until daybreak, Chun Xia is awakened by his phone vibrating. Glancing at the screen, he sees it is Xia Lanyi calling. After a moment of contemplation, he swipes to answer. Chun Xia. "You scoundrel, you deliberately toyed with me, didn't you?" Her agitated voice echoes from the other end. Chun Xia remains silent for a few seconds before responding, somewhat weakly. "It's you, Lanyi, that I truly apologize. Something came up yesterday, and I couldn't inform you in time. You blocked me on WeChat and expect me to believe you. Where are you, you scoundrel? I assure you I'm not deceiving you that I'm at the rental. If you don't believe me, come see for yourself that I intended to buy you a gift yesterday, but unfortunately, I encountered a robbery on the way and nearly lost my life." Upon hearing the word gift, Xia Lanyi's tone shifts immediately. "Are you okay? How badly are you hurt? What gift did you buy? You'll find out when you come. I can't say more right now that I need to rest." "Then you rest well. I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Chun Xia rolls out of bed, a smirk playing on his lips. What a simpleton. After blocking Xia Lanyi's number, he heads out to purchase supplies. His first stop is the culinary haven he has long admired. Zexionlu, renowned for its exquisite dishes. It is said that even foreign dignitaries come to sample its offerings. That, of course, dining here requires a fortune. One must possess tens of millions to even consider ordering. A single meal can easily cost tens of thousands. Basic living supplies have been adequately acquired, sufficient for personal consumption for several centuries. Once the apocalypse arrives, the culinary delights of Zexionlu will be forever out of reach. "Sir, how many in your party?" The host sizes Chun Xia up, somewhat puzzled by his shabby attire, yet refrains from displaying disdain. "Can your dishes be packaged to go?" No sooner had Chun Xia finished speaking than laughter erupted from nearby. A group of well-dressed young patrons, having arrived for a meal, found themselves blocked at the entrance by Chun Xia. One of them chuckled. "This is amusing. Does this kid think this is a dumpling shop? He wants to take food to go, like it's Matewan delivery?" Laughter erupted from his companions. Chun Xia stood frozen, his body stiffening. Hearing that voice ignited a fury within him. By Qi, this is the scoundrel who ambushed and severely injured Chun Xia. Delivering a potentially fatal blow, The atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Bai Qi stared incredulously at Xia. What did you say? I said you are a dog, only capable of barking. Xia aimed to provoke Bai Qi, hoping he would strike first, providing an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Should he take the initiative to kill Bai Qi, it would jeopardize his forthcoming plans, a risk not worth taking. When the apocalypse arrives, the entire world will be turned upside down, the rules reset, and chaos will ensue. He has a who once this delectable dish is lost to time, it shall never return, that I in a world on the brink of collapse. Even a mere loaf of bread or a packet of instant noodles can incite bloodshed, let alone such exquisite cuisine, which would undoubtedly unleash a tempest of carnage. Investing over 10 million now could very well yield a 100-fold or 1,000-fold return in the future. Sir, I kindly implore you to refrain from causing a disturbance and to respect the dining experience of other patrons. Please take your leave. The host's tone was already quite courteous, embodying the fundamental qualities expected of a host in an upscale establishment. Xia, with a smile, produced his mobile phone and declared, I will pay the full amount immediately. Where do I settle the payment? Are you serious? Do I strike you as one who jest? Xia strode confidently inside. Witnessing Xia make a payment exceeding 10 million left everyone in stunned silence. Chapter 7. I want 10 vehicles. Bai Qi, along with his companions who had mocked Xia, exchanged glances, their expressions revealing surprise. Bai Qi seemed to realize that Xia was not to be trifled with, and after some persuasion from his peers, he left with a huff. Xia cast a lingering glance at Bai Qi's retreating figure, silently vowing, Bai Qi, just a few more days of your antics, and then Xia was treated like a VIP, with a dozen waitstaff bustling about to cater to him, with 100 tables of flying dragon in the sky. It appeared that the ingredients were somewhat insufficient, leading to an agreement for delivery in the afternoon, that in addition to flying dragon in the sky, Xia also ordered 500 tables of exquisite set meals valued at over 10,000 each before departing with satisfaction. Adding up his expenses, including the advance payment, he had already spent over 60 million. Indeed, money flowed like water. But oh, what a thrill it was to spend. Next, Xia arrived at the automobile city and proceeded directly to the Ford dealership, stating without preamble, I want 10 of the latest Bronco off-road vehicles. The room fell silent. All eyes turned toward Xia. Initially, he had intended to save money for a helicopter, but upon reflection, the chaotic magnetic fields and adverse weather conditions in the post-apocalyptic world would likely render a helicopter useless. It was far more practical to reserve several off-road vehicles instead. The manager approached with purpose, scrutinizing Xia. Sir, what did you just say? Pointing to the new model in the center of the showroom. Xia reiterated, I want 10 of that model. The manager's brow furrowed slightly. He noted Xia's youthful appearance and the inconspicuous attire that suggested he was not a person of means capable of purchasing 10 off-road vehicles. Do you have any idea how much this vehicle costs? Of course, with taxes it surpasses 800,000. Xia had researched the Bronco S' exceptional performance prior to his arrival, deeming it the most suitable for tumultuous terrains. Not to be rude, my friend, but I'm rather busy today, that if you're here to joke, I would appreciate it if you could return another time. Unmoved, Xia inquired with a smile, what is your commission for selling a vehicle? What do you mean? If I purchase 10 vehicles, you would stand to earn at least several 100,000, correct? So, please do not underestimate me. The manager chuckled in disbelief, gesturing towards the lounge area. I harbor no disdain for you. But I truly am occupied today, that if you wish to view the vehicles, please wait a moment, all right? Zhang, the owner, tucked the bag under his arm and coldly remarked, in the future, refrain from attending to such impoverished individuals. It wastes your time and that of our esteemed guest of course. The manager nodded obsequiously. Right this way, please. This is Ford's new sports car. Xia approached a young woman who appeared somewhat shy, but, maintaining her professionalism, smiled, Sir, may I show you around? Implying that he might not be able to afford a vehicle, she nonetheless offered her assistance, granting Xia significant courtesy. What is your name? I am Gao Xiaolan. Very well. No need to look further. Let us sign the contract and proceed with payment. You shall handle it. Gao Xiaolan was taken aback. Having only been employed for less than a month, she had yet to make a single sale and faced pressure from colleagues and difficult expectations from her manager. As her probation period approached its end, her dismal performance threatened her job security. Xia's arrival ignited a flicker of hope within her. Regardless of the truth, hope was still hope. with years of experience in the workforce. Chun Xia recognized the innocence and sincerity reflected in the young woman's eyes. Both were laborers from the lower echelons of society, fully aware of life's hardships. Reflecting on his past struggles, he felt compelled to lend a helping hand. To his astonishment, once the contract was signed and payment made, the entire room erupted in disbelief. Gao Xiaolan excitedly introduced, "This off-road model is our newest release. We just received 10 units. May I test drive one?" "Absolutely, absolutely." Almost all the salespeople abandoned their customers to swarm around Chun Xia, eagerly showcasing other models. "Sir, this is Ford's newly launched sports car, equipped with a turbocharged 5.4-liter supercharged engine, delivering a staggering 550 horsepower. The manager approached with a beaming smile, completely disregarding the earlier awkwardness. "In this sedan, its performance, do not want." Chun Xia firmly rejected him. The manager's face turned red with embarrassment that I in a world ravaged by destruction. Where roads lay in ruin and debris scattered everywhere, sports cars were rendered useless. Only robust off-road vehicles could truly serve their purpose. This was precisely why Chun Xia sought to acquire 10 vehicles, as they would prove invaluable for future excursions to gather supplies or relocate. Chun Xia maneuvered through the throng and approached Gao Xiaolan. "Can you drive?" "Yes, yes," she eagerly nodded. "Please deliver the vehicles to this address." "Is that feasible?" Chun Xia handed her a note that, of course. "Good." Chun Xia turned to the manager, pointing at him with a sense of urgency. "Do not forget Gao's commission. Everyone is watching. Should you dare to withhold or complicate matters, be wary of my complaints." The manager felt utterly mortified, wishing for a hole to swallow him whole. Chun Xia then turned back to Gao Xiaolan. "Let us connect on WeChat. I will provide you with an additional service fee for the delivery." Thank you, big brother." Gao Xiaolan was nearly moved to tears. "Please remember to deliver the vehicles." That as Chun Xia exited the dealership, he was unexpectedly intercepted by Zhang. With a beaming smile, Zhang respectfully offered a cigarette. "Little brother, you are quite the enigma. What business are you in?" Chun Xia replied nonchalantly. "What does that concern you?" He brushed past Zhang, stating, "Apologies, but I am not selling." Zhang's brows knitted together as he scrutinized Chun Xia's departing figure, pondering the purpose behind his substantial purchase of off-road vehicles. He hardly appeared to be a mere middleman. Curious, Gao Xiaolan enlisted a few friends to help transport the vehicles to a secluded parking lot by the seaside park. With few people around and blind spots in the surveillance, they could covertly store the vehicles without drawing attention. Gazing at the endless ocean, Chun Xia was suddenly reminded of the apocalyptic visions of roaring waters submerging cities. Realizing that he needed watercraft for transportation, that he contemplated acquiring several speedboats and diving equipment. Yet his funds barely exceeded 3 million, that upon researching online, he discovered that a professional rescue speedboat cost over 4 million. And specialized diving gear would require an additional 2 million. Beyond watercraft, he also required a set of high-performance power generation equipment, which amounted to yet another hefty expense. All told, it would necessitate nearly 10 million in total. Money was vanishing at an alarming rate. The 3 million he possessed was woefully insufficient. Chun Xia began to devise strategies to procure more funds. Chapter 8. A Dream Shattered. Chapter 9. All set. Xia Lanyi had made several calls to Yi Tianming's subordinate, Wang Hu, only to find his phone switched off. Upon inquiry, she learned that Yi Tianming had taken his crew abroad for high-stakes gambling. Knowing Yi Tianming's character, she surmised he was likely indulging in thrills with wealthy heirs, making it improbable to reach Wang Hu anytime soon. Meanwhile, Chun Xia was persistently urging her, anxious not to miss a lucrative opportunity. She refrained from further verification. Xia Lanyi sought out another loan company, and after verification, it was confirmed that Xia Lanyi's property could secure a loan of 480 million, exceeding Chun Xia's expectations. Much to his surprise. "Rest assured, you needn't worry," Xia Lanyi rolled her eyes, seemingly embarrassed by the revelation of her intentions. Indeed. Naturally, before transferring the funds, Xia Lanyi signed an agreement with Chun Xia, stipulating that the profits from the project would heavily favor her. She believed herself quite astute, convinced she had maneuvered Chun Xia into a corner, unaware she had fallen into his trap. After dismissing Xia Lanyi, Chun Xia scoured the internet for a company selling speedboats and diving equipment, negotiating a price and placing a deposit, arranging to pick up the goods the following day. That evening, while lying in his rented room watching television, the news reported on the recent international climate. The United States continued to make enemies, engaging in conflicts with several nations simultaneously. Despite its threats of nuclear war, many experts remained skeptical, dismissing such claims as improbable. After all, ever since the rise of the Great Xia as the world's foremost power in 2035, the United States had persistently incited discord, igniting conflicts across the globe. For decades, they had issued frenzied declarations, crying wolf so often that no one truly listened anymore. Only Xia was acutely aware that in mere days, the world would plunge into its darkest era. After drifting into a heavy slumber, Xia dreamed of the little girl in the photograph stepping forth, smiling at him, and repeatedly calling out brother. Little sister, startled, Xia jolted awake. The sun had already risen high, and the shrill ring of his phone pierced the morning calm. Mr. Chen, the speedboat you ordered has arrived. Please proceed to Zone 2 at Dongguan Pier for collection. All right, I will be there shortly. Xia tenderly caressed the photograph, murmuring, little sister, your brother will surely find you. After a brief wash, he hastened to Dongguan Pier. Although he had ordered a speedboat, it was actually a specialized rescue vessel. Equipped with 50 horsepower of high-octane power, this vessel boasted sonar detection devices, lifeboat stations, diving rescue pods, decompression chambers, compressed air systems, and hydrogen-nitrogen-oxygen systems that as long as there was sufficient fuel, it could traverse the waters with ease. With this vessel, Xia no longer feared the surging waters that threatened to engulf the city. Mr. Chun, would you like me to introduce its main features? Certainly. Also, take me out to sea. I wish to learn how to operate it. No problem. Once the salesperson departed, seizing the opportunity of the quiet evening, Xia stored the speedboat and diving gear into his spatial dimension. After a hasty meal at a noodle shop, he returned to his rented apartment. However, upon ascending the stairs, he found a group of individuals blocking his doorway, their intentions clearly hostile. Wu Wei wore a grim expression, signaling to his accomplices. 4 or 5 young men who surrounded Xia with mocking grins. What do you want? Xia asked coldly. What do you think? Wu Wei lightly tapped his bandaged right hand. Do you think that incident is behind us? You really think I'm someone easy to provoke? What do you intend to do? What do I intend? I'm here to tell you to take a good look at yourself. Do you have the audacity to pursue Lan Yi, who gave you the confidence and courage? Someone like you doesn't even deserve to carry her shoes. Do you understand? Xia remained unfazed. It seems you don't want your other arm either. Today, I will show you what brutality truly means. Beat him. The group lunged at Xia, raining down punches and kicks. Initially, he felt a hint of panic, but soon realized that neither their movements nor the force of their blows posed any real threat. Wu Wei shouted, I have never encountered this lock before. It possesses over a dozen intricate mechanisms, and I find myself utterly incapable of unlocking it. What? Yi Tuming furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before he swiftly retreated and commanded his subordinates. Smash it! Break down the door! Yes, a throng of individuals surged forward, wielding tools of unknown origin, and began to relentlessly strike the door. Minutes passed, yet the security door remained unscathed, even emitting a faint sheen, as if mocking their futile efforts. Young Master Yi, Xia has been renovating his house recently. He clearly intends to claim it for himself, Xia Lanyi exclaimed, her voice laced with ulterior motives, eager to oppose you. At that moment, a subordinate brought forth a chainsaw. Young Master Yi, let me give it a try. Upon seeing the chainsaw, Xia's expression shifted slightly. He was uncertain if it could sever the alloy door. The subordinate commenced cutting with fervor. Yet surprisingly, the surface of the door proved to be extraordinarily hard, seemingly coated with a rare substance, making it exceedingly difficult to breach. Xia's eyes gleamed. Indeed, professionals are exceptional. It appeared that this alloy door could withstand any thermal weapon with ease, as long as this safe house could help Xia endure the perilous months ahead. Once the mutants emerged, he would venture forth to seek energy crystals, enabling him to grow ever stronger. Ding! Xia's alarm signaled. The domestic time read 7:15 in the evening, and the apocalypse was imminent. He gently stepped back, gesturing to Yi Timing and the others. Young Master Yi, take care. Yi Timing was momentarily taken aback, sensing something amiss. Xia retreated to the window, gazing toward the western sky, aware that in mere seconds, the entire world would plunge into darkness. It is coming. After a brief stillness, distant flashes of light erupted. Then, a tremor shook the ground. Boom. Yi Tunming and the others instinctively reacted, thinking it was an earthquake. "It's an earthquake! Everyone run!" someone shouted, and Yi Tianming had no choice but to lead his group in a reluctant escape. Chen Xiao's complexion also paled. After all, he had experienced such horrors before, and the memories of that time were akin to a hell on earth. It was said that the United States had launched thousands of nuclear warheads. Although many were intercepted, the world still suffered significant damage. The first consequence was the widespread earthquakes triggered by the damage to the Earth's crust. Given that Jinghai was coastal, the tsunami struck almost simultaneously with the tremors. The howling sea winds swept across the city, combined with earthquakes of at least magnitude 6, toppling all structures in their wake. Buildings by the shore vanished in an instant. Boom! Chen Xia clearly witnessed the moment of devastation. Over 40% of Jinghai's buildings began to tremble before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Confused citizens scattered in panic. Overwhelmed by fear. Gulp! Chen Xia drained the last sip of his Waha yogurt drink, exhaling a long breath of warmth, murmuring, "In the face of nature, humanity is truly insignificant." Chapter 11. The beginning of revenge boom. In an instant, 2 or 3 buildings in Jinding community collapsed, while the remaining 20 or so swayed precariously. Chen Xia's floor trembled slightly, but he felt no concern. The situation mirrored that of the past. Building 2 remained intact, with over 60% of the community's residents surviving. This was the advantage of a high-priced community. It could withstand earthquakes of magnitude 6 or 7. However, the real disaster would soon arrive in the form of a tsunami triggered by rising sea levels. Chen Xia procured a chair and reclined comfortably. In a matter of minutes, the entirety of Jinghai would be submerged. All structures below 10 stories would be inundated, and this state of affairs would persist for approximately 3 days. Once the waters receded, plagues and diseases would follow. Subsequently, due to severe damage to the atmosphere, ultraviolet rays would intensify, causing a rapid drop in air temperature, leading to heavy snowfall that would completely seal off humanity's living space. Then, a week later, radiation would begin to spread. A month later, the world would descend into an abyss, with over 80% of humanity extinguished. Once upon a time, Xia Lanyi, in collaboration with Yi Tianming, had Chen Xia ensnared in a web of deception. In pursuit of his energy crystal, they resorted to every conceivable means, exhibiting a level of treachery that was truly despicable. This enmity had etched itself deeply into Chen Xia's heart. He would not allow Xia Lanyi the luxury of an easy demise, for he harbored a far more malicious plan. Xia Lanyi, filled with indignation, clenched her teeth in a vow. "Chen Xia, that dog, would pay dearly. Once I find refuge in the sanctuary, I shall ensure your demise." Chapter 12. Cataclysm. At this moment, Yi Tianming resided in a modest apartment on the 10th floor of Building 2. The entire 10th floor, comprising 4 units, belonged to his family, though typically it lay unoccupied. With their luxurious residence overtaken, he had no choice but to retreat to this less desirable abode. Yet he remained oblivious to the dire straits he found himself in. Having fallen victim to Chen Xia's machinations, he seethed with unspent fury. This scoundrel dared to toy with him, and he vowed to make him pay. "Yi Xiao, this fellow has clearly come prepared, fortifying your home into a fortress. With the meager arsenal we possess, breaching it is utterly futile." One of his subordinates noted, "Yi Xiao, he won't dare emerge anytime soon. We needn't squander our time on him. Let him linger a few days longer." Another suggested, "Indeed, Yi Xiao, the situation outside is chaotic. What shall we do? Our priority must be survival." They lamented. Yi Tianming's eyes flared. "What is the hurry? With me, Yi Tianming, you shall never go hungry." Right. A dozen or so sycophants nodded in agreement. The Yi family was no trifling matter in Jinghai. With connections in both the underworld and legitimate spheres, Yi Tianming's father was known as the godfather of Jinghai, wielding considerable influence. Indeed, shortly thereafter, 2 off-road vehicles laden with supplies arrived. An elderly man resembling a steward hurried in, grasping Yi Tianming's hand, exclaiming, "Young master, the master insists you remain here and not wander about. He will devise a means to extract you." "Extract me? To where?" Yi Tianming was taken aback. The old steward replied solemnly, "The situation is tumultuous. The master is working on establishing a channel. Simply await his word." "Damn it, how long must we wait?" "Patience, I cannot say for certain. The circumstances are exceedingly complex. It is difficult for anyone to escape. Yi Tianming's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Even the Yi family cannot manage this. The steward internally sighed, recognizing that in the face of this calamity, the Yi family was insignificant. Just bide your time, young master. You will be notified as soon as there is news. Conserve these supplies. Make them last as long as you can. With that, the steward hurried away. Yi Tianming was fraught with agitation. Although the supplies were plentiful, dividing them among a dozen individuals would only sustain them for a month at best. That moment, the property management group began to buzz with activity. It's chaos, utter chaos. The streets are rife with looting. Supplies have been completely ravaged, and I saw old Dong from the third floor, bloodied and motionless in the street. He may not survive. The entire building was engulfed in panic. Everyone listen to me. Just then, the property manager, Old Wu, stepped forward to do not panic. The upper management will arrange everything as long as everyone follows the rules and remains calm at home. All will be well. Old Wu, do you have any insider information? What will happen? Indeed, with supplies running low, our food won't last more than a few days. Old Wu was equally alarmed, having received no directives himself that I will do my utmost to gather supplies from outside. We cannot let disarray take hold. At the very least, we are still alive. Have you seen how dire things are in Building 7? Half of them are dead. Old Wu's words alleviated some of the panic. Gradually restoring calm, as long as there was food and water, survival was still possible, wasn't it? Many residents peered out their windows toward Building 7, perhaps due to shoddy construction, the entire structure had collapsed in the quake, claiming hundreds of lives. Witnessing this, many felt a flicker of gratitude, and the atmosphere lightened. Thank goodness our building is sturdy. Indeed, thank heavens. Let us hope this disaster passes swiftly. I yearn to go shopping for clothes. Yet Old Wu harbored deeper concerns than anyone else that if this were merely an ordinary earthquake, the authorities would have dispatched military aid by now. The silence from them was the most terrifying aspect. As for his claims of gathering supplies, they were mere fabrications to quell potential unrest. Xia observed the chat logs quietly, aware that in a matter of days, this lively scene would fade into oblivion. Many would perish by drowning, freezing, or starvation, leaving a landscape strewn with corpses. Particularly when the first disaster entity emerged in Jinghai a month later, the true hell would commence. Of course, Xia would not offer them any warnings. These ungrateful wretches, upon learning of his physical mutation and the energy crystal, were consumed by greed and covetousness. In the apocalypse, trust was a luxury. One could only rely on oneself. At that moment, someone in the group suddenly exclaimed, "Wasn't there someone in our community who bought several truckloads of supplies a few days ago? Why not have him distribute some?" I recall now. He stored them in the underground garage on the third floor. But I'm not sure where they ended up. I saw a vast quantity. Enough for everyone to eat for years. Such a bounty. Is this fellow a wholesaler? Isn't it that person named Xiaji de Zhe? Tag him. Numerous individuals began to tag Xia. The incessant pinging of WeChat notifications irked Xia. What are you all clamoring about? No matter how much you plead, the supplies are mine. Why should I share them with you? His words incited outrage. What kind of talk is this? Shouldn't we unite in times of crisis? Youth, you must possess awareness. Your username is Xiaji. Surely, you are a person of reason? Tomorrow, bring forth the supplies to share with everyone. We are not unwilling to pay. Indeed, we can afford to pay. The crowd grew anxious, for the matter of supplies affected each person's survival. Without food or drink, few could endure for long. Meanwhile, Xia was gazing at the tumultuous waves of the sea in the distance. Perhaps you should first contemplate how to survive the coming days. Just as Xia sent the message, a scream erupted from downstairs. The sea. It's the sea. A tsunami is coming. With a deafening roar, colossal waves surged forth. Even with prior experience, Xia felt a tumult of fear. Towering waves, dozens to hundreds of meters high, surged forward, instantaneously engulfing half the city. Countless buildings were swept away, debris mingled with various refuse. Crashing into the heart of the city, a hellish scene unfolded below. Everyone witnessed the encroaching seawater and frantically scrambled to the upper floors, the stairwells becoming a bottleneck. In his previous life, Yi Tianming had resided on the top floor. Thus the water posed no threat to him. However, in this life, he occupied the 10th floor, and as the water surged, it nearly reached the 9th, ominously lapping at his window. This sight nearly terrified him to death. "Look!" One of Yi Tianming's subordinates, Wang Hu, suddenly cried out, his eyes wide with horror, pointing towards the window. Chapter 13. Fragmentation. Wang Hu's eyes were round as saucers as he vigorously gestured outside to show their astonishment. A colossal ocean liner was being swept towards them by the waves, tumbling and rolling, hurtling with an oppressive force directly towards Building 8 that the sight left everyone aghast. Such a massive vessel colliding with the building would surely topple it. With a thunderous crash, the ship collided with Building 8, producing a deafening roar. They watched in horror as the structure crumbled, countless lives swept away in the torrent, leaving no trace behind. The white Yi Tianming's face drained of color. He desperately dialed his father's number, but it persistently displayed no signal. "Damn it!" Yi Tianming barked orders to his subordinates. "You lot, find an escape route." "Yi Xiao, won't going out mean certain death? Where can we go?" Wang Hu replied gravely. "I suggest we move upwards. The higher the better," Wang Hu urged. "Yes. Let's ascend. The water level should not rise further. The higher we go, the safer we will be." Yi Tianming paced furiously, his mind racing with thoughts of how Great Xia had usurped his home, his anger boiling over. "That bastard Great Xia has taken my house. I will not let him off easily." That moment, Wu Wei stepped forward, speaking in a hushed tone. "Yi Xiao, your residence is on the 30th floor, correct?" "What of it?" "While Great Xia has fortified his place and installed alloy doors, the walls and floors likely remain unchanged. If we procure some tools, we can break through. Moreover, starting from the floor may be best. Xia Lanyi resides directly below you, and we can simply break through her ceiling." Yi Tianming's eyes lit up. "Right, you're quite clever. What are we waiting for? Grab your tools, and let us go." The stairwell was packed with people, all fleeing upward. Yet with Yi Tianming and his entourage forging a path, none dared obstruct them as they brazenly pushed through to the 29th floor. Arriving at Xia Lanyi's residence, she was hiding inside, filled with anxiety and uncertainty about what to do, when Yi Tianming and his crew arrived at Yi Xiao. "At long last, you have arrived. I was nearly frightened to death." Xia Lanyi, with tears streaming down her face, was about to burrow into Yi Tianming's embrace. However, Yi Tianming, preoccupied with more pressing matters, brusquely pushed her away. "Has there been any commotion from Great Xia upstairs?" he inquired. Xia Lanyi's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. Great Xia? I don't know." Yi Tianming shot a glance at Wu Wei. Wu Wei, understanding the unspoken command, promptly assembled a group of henchmen and fetched a ladder. Preparing to breach the ceiling, "I shall make this scoundrel Great Xia understand the consequences of crossing me. Smash it!" Bang, bang, bang. Wu Wei shouted with fervor, eager to impress Yi Tianming, as his comrades wielded a hefty hammer with all their might. "Brothers, strike with all your strength." Crash! The ceiling crumbled into disarray, a multitude of construction debris raining down, swiftly engulfing the room in a haze of dust. Xia Lanyi comprehended Yi Xiao's intentions, covering her mouth to shield against the dust. She asserted, "Yi Xiao is right. This ungrateful wretch Great Xia must suffer a dire fate." Were she to choose sides, she would undoubtedly ally with Yi Tianming, even though Great Xia currently possessed a relatively secure refuge. It paled in comparison to the formidable backing of Yi Tianming that a cold smirk played on Yi Tianming's lips, as if he could already envision the despair and regret reflected in Great Xia's eyes. Great Xia stood by the window, never having observed the catastrophic scene so clearly. A tinge of sorrow welled up within him that he couldn't help but take out a bottle of Waha to drink. Delightful! At that moment, the sound of destruction below was unmistakable. There was no doubt who was behind it. That unreliable woman, Xia Lanyi, had proven to be utterly dependable, but he felt no concern that the high-priced sanctuary he had fortified would be breached by this gang. Such a robust refuge could only be penetrated by missiles. Even conventional firearms would be futile. Indeed, when the ceiling was finally breached, revealing the cold, metallic floor beneath, Yi Tianming and his companions were left astonished. "What manner of flooring is this? Has it been replaced with alloy?" Yi Tianming was beside himself with frustration. What on earth was this fool trying to accomplish? The group felt disheartened, given the strength of the alloy. Not even a chainsaw, or a bomb, would be able to breach it. How chilling! The temperature had been tolerable moments before, but a gust of frigid air rushed in, prompting Xia Lanyi to instinctively hug her shoulders as she hurried to close the window. Yi Tianming surveyed the room. It was a spacious three-bedroom apartment, then turned to Wu Wei, saying, "Take your men and bring up the supplies." That Wu Wei hesitated, glancing at Xia Lanyi, before acquiescing. "All right." Just then, Yi Tianming narrowed his eyes. "Leave a portion of the supplies behind for my men on the 10th floor, that if anything arises, I will call for you." Wu Wei understood that Yi Tianming intended to stay in Xia Lanyi's residence, as the 29th floor was far safer than the 10th. At least the seawater wouldn't flood in. Wang Hu, Yi Tianming's most capable subordinate, frowned at Yi Xiao. "What about Qin Xia? Right now, we can't afford to concern ourselves with him. Survival is paramount." Yi Tianming replied. Wu Wei was indecisive. The 10th floor remained a precarious location, as the sea level could rise at any moment. "Are you not moving yet?" Yi Tianming barked. Yes. Wu Wei dared not defy him, knowing he relied on Yi Tianming for his own survival. Before long, Wu Wei had delivered 90% of the supplies upstairs, leaving a mere 10% behind, which was quite astute of them. Yi Tianming was satisfied. "Rest assured, as soon as I manage to contact my father, I will ensure your safety in a secure location." Yi Xiao, please remember us," Wu Wei implored with a pitiful tone. Although not closely acquainted with Yi Tianming, he understood the Yi families standing in Jinghai in such dire times. Clinging to a powerful ally was the best hope for survival. Of course. Do I ever speak in vain? Yi Tianming declared with conviction. "Don't worry, Yi Xiao. We will remain on the 10th floor, ready to respond to any orders." Once I have arranged things, I will call for you. But first, Qin Xia must be dealt with." "Understood." After dismissing Wu Wei, Yi Tianming quietly instructed Wang Hu to keep the team alert for any unforeseen events. He then locked the door, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. Xia Lanyi approached. "Yi Xiao, I shall be relying on you from now on." Yi Tianming softened, pulling her close and caressing her waist, leaving her breathless. "As long as you serve me well, you shall want for nothing." "Understood." She naturally understood. Xia Lanyi leaned in, her heated lips exuding an alluring charm. Chapter 14. The strong, offensive Yi Tianming had no inclination for such matters at present. After pushing Xia Lanyi away, he began dialing his father's number, but the line was constantly busy. What on earth was that old man up to? Yi Tianming felt agitated that he had contacted his father upon disembarking the plane. Yet the elder had been in a meeting, and now, still no response. The surging seawater gradually receded, but it would likely take another 10 days to fully withdraw. The surface was littered with countless corpses and debris. A harrowing sight. Within the community, those fortunate enough to survive were beginning to experience a sense of relief, probing for information in their group chat. "Everything in my home is gone. What should I do? Just an hour ago, everything was fine. How could it change so drastically?" The owners' group was filled with lamentations, anxiety palpable among the members. Most of those who had failed to evacuate in time had perished. As for the other buildings, it was unclear, but in Building 2, only a few hundred had survived, now crowded on the higher floors. Hallways, storage rooms, and electrical rooms were overflowing with people at this moment. Old Wu chimed in the chat. "Everyone, remain calm. First, take stock of your supplies at home, and report the figures back to me. I want to know how long we can last, and we must try to contact the authorities for additional supplies." Instantly, Old Wu became the lifeline for everyone, as praises for him flooded the chat. "Thank goodness Old Wu is managing our community. Otherwise, we would have no idea what to do. Old Wu, please think of something. There are 6 people in my family, and we only have enough food for 2 days. Old Wu, in our family of 4, we only have a bag of rice left and we don't know how long it will last. If supplies come in, don't forget to share with us." Everyone felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, grappling with the harsh reality. Soon, hundreds of messages flooded the chat, all requests for supplies. Qin Xia observed this with a cold smile. These individuals, who clearly had ample stores at home, feigned such pity to garner more for themselves. Qin Xia had long been aware of the darker aspects of human nature. Reliving this experience only deepened his disdain for these people. Unbeknownst to them, the true crisis was looming just ahead. They still held on to the hope that once the waters receded, aid would arrive. Many continued to tag Qin Xia, hoping he would provide some supplies. Qin Xia showed little interest in their pleas and sent a message to Xia Lanyi. "How are things? Is Yi Tianming still at your place?" At that moment, Xia Lanyi felt utterly lost, unsure of what to do. The fortitude of Qin Xia's residence exceeded her expectations. She had initially thought to leverage Yi Xiao's influence to break in, only to find her efforts in vain to elicit Qin Xia's trust and sympathy. She sent a pitiful emoji. Chen Xia, Yi Tianming is staying at my place and won't leave. He even wants me to sleep with him. Please come and save me. I don't want to stay here any longer. That's so. Chen Xia found it somewhat amusing that haven't you slept with him more than once? What are you afraid of? How can you say that about me? My heart belongs only to you. Chen Xia felt a wave of nausea and irritation, typing impatiently. Quickly tell me Yi Tianming's situation. How many men does he have? Does he possess firearms? Xia Lanyi covertly glanced at Yi Tianming, who stood by the window, anxiously staring outside. The bulge at his waist indicated he likely carried a handgun, that he has sent his men to the 10th floor. Currently, he is alone at home. However, it appears he does have a gun. Are you certain? It seems almost certain. Chen Xia, why is it getting colder? Xia Lanyi's hands trembled slightly as she gripped her phone. Chen Xia smirked coldly. The temperature is about to drop below zero, and in the following half-month, it will grow increasingly frigid, plummeting to -6 or 7 degrees after the first snowfall. Many will perish from the cold and hunger. My home is quite warm. We have a temperature control system, so I will never feel the cold, Chen Xia teased deliberately. When can I come to your place? Xia Lanyi retorted, her frustration evident. You promised I could go in. Why haven't you made good on that? Patience. Once I deal with Yi Tianming, I will let you in. Humph. You better not deceive me that I won't. Chen Xia frowned. If Yi Tianming was armed, things would become complicated. To confront him, a stealthy approach would be necessary. However, Yi Tianming was not his only adversary. There was also Bai Qi. The individuals responsible for his past demise included Yi Tianming, Bai Qi, Xia Lanyi, and dozens of accomplices, none of whom he intended to let escape unscathed. Bai Qi, that scoundrel, serves as Yi Tianming's right-hand man, yet the nature of his identity remains shrouded in mystery. Should Yi Tianming be eliminated now, it is likely that Bai Qi would vanish without a trace. Recalling past encounters, Bai Qi is no ordinary character. He has masterminded many victorious battles during the apocalypse. After much contemplation, Chen Xia ultimately resolved to spare Yi Tianming's life for the time being, intending to confront Bai Qi when he eventually appears, and let them face their doom together. However, while the death penalty might be postponed, living punishment would be inescapable. He drew forth his crossbow, stepped out from behind the alloy door, and cautiously opened the bulletproof glass of the balcony to peer outside. Indeed, he spotted Yi Tianming anxiously pacing by the window of Xia Lanyi's residence. Chen Xia aimed for Yi Tianming's thigh and unhesitatingly released an arrow. Crack! The glass of Xia Lanyi's home was not bulletproof. It shattered under the onslaught of the powerful crossbow, and the bolt pierced directly through Yi Tianming's thigh. Taken by surprise, Yi Tianming let out a pained scream, and upon raising his gaze met Chen Xia's mocking eyes. Enraged, he cried out, "Chen, you bastard!" Chen Xia waved dismissively. "Take care, Yi Xiao. Watch out for infections, damn it." Yi Tianming retreated while drawing his gun and began firing. Bang, bang, bang. Help! Someone, come here, get up here now. In a fit of rage, Yi Tianming summoned all his subordinates, shouting, "Whoever manages to kill Chen Xia will receive 10 million. Money, it seemed, still held considerable sway, as the mere mention of it sent everyone into a frenzy. Clamoring to confront Chen Xia, I have a plan. If we can't break in, we'll use fire to suffocate him. Wu Wei recalled the flamethrower from the security room and volunteered to act first. Let's do it. A throng of people set out with determination. Soon, they procured the flamethrower. Wu Wei instructed the others to hold up blast shields to protect themselves from Chen Xia's crossbow, while he commenced to ignite the alloy door. Chapter 15. Escape. Initially, it was believed that employing fire would raise the temperature indoors, thereby forcing Chen Xia to emerge. However, no matter how intensely they burned, Chen Xia remained unmoved, the temperature inside persisting at a comfortable 22 to 23 degrees. Chen Xia activated the visual phone, sipping on a bottle of Wu Wei. "You truly are a diligent dog, but even if you burn it all down, it will be futile." Chen Xia, Wu Wei, hiding behind the blast shield, boldly retorted, "You have crossed Yi Xiao. There is no favorable outcome awaiting you. Why not surrender the house now? Perhaps you might save your worthless life." Chen Xia deliberately extended his crossbow, bolt out through the shooting hole, causing the crowd to scatter in panic. Disorganized and defeated, Wu Wei, emboldened by the blast shield, pressed forward. "Chen Xia, don't push me. Do you believe I want to blow you to pieces with explosives?" Chen Xia frowned. He was curious about the blast resistance of the safe house, so he provocatively challenged, "Come on then, if you don't blow me up, you're no man. I await your arrival." "You bastard." Wu Wei seethed with frustration. This fellow was utterly unyielding. "Hurry, hurry. I'm waiting for you." With a swish, Chen Xia ended the call that Wu Wei realized that if he did not procure explosives, he would be the subject of ridicule. "Wu Wei, are we really going to blow it up? What if Yi Xiao is downstairs? What if the building collapses? What do you suggest? Just stand by and watch this brat run rampant. Besides, Yi Xiao promised 10 million for Chen Xia's head." Money was indeed a powerful motivator. Upon hearing the mention of cash, greed ignited in everyone's eyes. "Then let us do it." Wu Wei, accustomed to mining, had stashed away a considerable amount of explosives at home. Within a mere 10 minutes, he arranged for the delivery of the explosives and commenced laying the fuses outside the door. Chen Xia observed without interference, casually opening the visual phone and leisurely sipping on a bottle of cola. The air outside grew increasingly frigid, and by the time Wu Wei and his companions finished their preparations, their hands and feet had become numb from the cold. "Chen Xia, prepare to meet your demise." Wu Wei lit the fuse without hesitation and swiftly took cover. To prevent the ground from collapsing, Wu Wei positioned all the explosives directly above the alloy door, ensuring that even if the ceiling caved in, it would not affect Yi Tianming. Everyone anxiously watched the fuse burn, their minds already racing with thoughts of how to spend the 10 million after eliminating Chen Xia, with plans to purchase supplies in bulk. Chen Xia, too, began to retreat, feeling somewhat anxious. After all, explosives held tremendous power, and the durability of the alloy door remained uncertain. Boom! Mere seconds later, the sound of the explosion reverberated, and the once pristine white walls shattered into countless fragments. Smoke billowed into the air. Several individuals rushed forward, exhilarated, assuming such force must have blown a hole in the wall. However, once the plaster fell away, it revealed only slightly damaged alloy walls, standing resolute. This Wu Wei was left dumbfounded, even forgetting to raise his blast shield. Chen Xia, prepared for this moment, swiftly loosed an arrow from the shooting hole. Thud! The bolt struck Wu Wei squarely in the forehead, killing him instantly. The remaining onlookers were left gaping in shock. He killed someone. Run! The survivors scattered in panic, and soon the corridor fell silent. Upon hearing of Wu Wei's demise, Yi Tianming's face darkened to a shade as grim as a blackened pot bottom. "That scoundrel Chen Xia. Yi Xiao. Chen Xia has gone mad. He dares to kill. He never acted this way before. Indeed, Chen Xia has changed. His ruthlessness is frightening." Yi Tianming's expression soured further, convinced that this young man possessed secrets. Likely aware of the impending chaos, prompting his early preparations that Yi Xiao, should we continue to deal with Chen Xia? Several have already perished without much confrontation. This is becoming increasingly disadvantageous. Humph. Yi Tianming replied coldly. "Once my father has made arrangements, I will ensure Chen Xia meets a gruesome end to Yi Xiao. The temperature is plummeting." Suddenly, one of his subordinates pointed at the thermometer on the wall, exclaiming, "It's already below -7 or 8 degrees. How could the temperature drop so swiftly?" Clad in spring attire, they were ill-prepared for such a drastic drop, and soon they were shivering, red-nosed, and sniffling. "Turn on the air conditioning." Yi Tianming snapped impatiently. There's a power outage. Xia Lanyi had already checked and inquired in the group. Every floor was without power, and rumors suggested that the entire city was plunged into darkness. What? Yi Tianming, already weakened from blood loss, felt his head spinning further as the temperature continued to fall. At that moment, his phone rang. "Dad?" Spotting the number, Yi Tianming's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly answered. "Where are you? Hurry, come save me." Yi Wei, true to his reputation as a powerful figure in Jinghai City, had managed to carve out a temporary refuge in the face of impending disaster within a mere half-day. "All right, I'll be waiting." Hanging up, Yi Tianming's joy was palpable, yet as he surveyed the room, he gradually tempered his excitement, speaking with a grave tone. "You all, pack up the supplies immediately." Yes, before long, the sound of helicopter rotors echoed from outside the building. Yi Tianming and the others had bundled up the supplies and stealthily ascended to the rooftop. Xia Lanyi, linking arms with Yi Tianming, wore a radiant smile, relieved to finally escape this perilous locale, convinced that Yi Wei had arranged a safer haven. She sent Chen Xia a message. "What is so impressive about your dilapidated house?" I'll soon be heading to a better place that you've crossed, Yi Xiao, so brace yourself for misfortune. Chen Xia glanced outside, his brow furrowing slightly. At this moment, the only person capable of summoning a helicopter was undoubtedly Yi Tianming. If he allowed Yi Tianming to escape, it would become increasingly difficult to track him down. Initially intending to keep Yi Tianming alive until his rendezvous with Bai Qi, it now seemed imperative to act swiftly. Chen Xia swiftly retrieved a recurve bow with an 80-pound draw weight and equipped himself with several broadhead arrows capable of taking down an elephant that as the helicopter began its descent. Chen Xia stealthily opened the door and ghosted towards the rooftop terrace that on the rooftop. A dozen individuals wore expressions of elation as they awaited the helicopter's arrival. Yi Tianming, however, wore an uncertain expression. Due to the limited capacity of the helicopter and his father's instructions, he had never intended to evacuate these people. Yet, until the helicopter arrived, Yi Tianming exhibited no signs of his true intentions. Yi Xiao, where are we headed? That place must be luxurious, right? Xia Lanyi inquired sweetly. Once we arrive, I can't wait to enjoy a nice long bath. Yi Tianming replied absently. Let that scoundrel Chen Xia rot here. Humph. How dare he offend Yi Xiao, an ignorant fool unaware of his impending doom. The helicopter hovered in midair, swaying slightly due to the currents that a middle-aged man clad in tactical gear leaped down. Swiftly approaching Yi Tianming, young master. Time is of the essence. We must leave immediately. Chapter 16. The grudge of a son's death. Yi Tianming forcefully shoved Xia Lanyi aside and hurriedly followed the middle-aged man towards the helicopter. Yi Xiao? Xia Lanyi scrambled to her feet, shouting, What are you doing? Aren't you taking me with you? Yi Tianming had no time to respond to her. He and the middle-aged man quickly boarded the helicopter. His subordinates remained momentarily stunned, and by the time they regained their senses, Yi Tianming was already inside. Yi Xiao. Take me with you. A frenzied rush ensued as a group of people dashed forward. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. The first few in line collapsed into pools of blood, causing the others to cower in fear. The middle-aged man, wielding an Uzi, regarded them with cold indifference. Xia Lanyi, terrified, felt her legs weaken and sank helplessly to the ground. At this moment, she finally comprehended that Yi Tianming had no intention of taking her away. Listen up. Yi Tianming bellowed at his subordinates. As long as you eliminate Chen Xia, I shall naturally send someone to retrieve you, providing you with the most comfortable living conditions. Even at this juncture, Yi Tianming did not forget to undermine Chen Xia. He was certain that his subordinates would go to great lengths to ensure Chen Xia met his demise for the sake of their own survival. Xia Lanyi cried out pitifully, Yi Tianming, how could you be so ruthless? Yi Tianming gazed upon Xia Lanyi's face, which could drive men to distraction, feeling a twinge of remorse. Yet, reflecting on the current circumstances, he deemed women to be nothing more than a burden. Chen Xia, concealed in the shadows, cast a frigid glare at the self-satisfied Yi Ming seated at the hatch, swiftly knocking an arrow and taking aim. Chen Xia frequently accompanied Yi Tianming to the archery club. While his skills did not reach the level of a master, his accuracy was unrivaled among their cohort, coupled with his awakened abilities. His physical prowess was significantly enhanced, allowing him to draw back the 80-pound recurve bow with ease, thus greatly improving his precision. Yi Tianming. Chen Xia suddenly shouted. Huh? Yi Tianming's body trembled slightly. Whoosh! The arrow, faster than a bullet, sliced through the air, its tremendous force barely affected by the wind, and shot straight toward Yi Tianming. Thud! The arrow pierced his chest, pinning him to his seat. To ensure absolute certainty, Chen Xia continued to draw and release, launching another arrow that penetrated Yi Tianming's left chest. Ugh! Yi Tianming's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would fall to Chen Xia. Young master. A middle-aged man roared. It was only then that the man reacted, raising his gun to fire at Chen Xia. Bang, 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 bullets rained down. Yet Chen Xia had already hidden himself. The helicopter swayed precariously. The pilot exclaimed urgently, Fire, the instruments are malfunctioning. The magnetic field is fluctuating too severely. If we don't leave now, we will all be trapped here, damn it. Yi Ruhua fixed his gaze on the direction Chen Xia had vanished. Let us go. The helicopter hastily departed to AT that moment. Chen Xia leisurely stepped out. The individuals on the rooftop were thrown into disarray. They had not anticipated Yi Tianming fleeing alone. However, there was little they could do now. At least the supplies remained. Just as they began to gather their belongings to leave, a cold voice commanded, "Drop the supplies." "Big brother, this has nothing to do with us. It was Yi Tinming who sought to deal with you. It was all his idea. We were coerced." Chun Xia, disinterested in their excuses, figured that within a few days, these individuals would either freeze to death or starve. He pointed his arrow at the packed supplies and declared, "Leave the goods behind and get lost." "Damn it." Someone suddenly shouted. "He is all alone. What are we afraid of?" A glint of ferocity flashed in many eyes. "Kill him. If we seize his possessions, we can survive." Upon hearing this, their collective fears diminished considerably. In the current situation, supplies were paramount, and without food, survival was impossible. The most vociferous among them, however, quietly retreated, clearly intending to use the others as cannon fodder while he reaped the benefits. Chun Xia chuckled coldly, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow without warning. Thud! The arrow pierced the man's chest, spilling forth a splash of crimson blood. Ta-da! Xiaolanyi was nearly paralyzed with fear. Clutching her head and screaming, the others turned pale, suddenly recalling that the seemingly harmless individual before them was a harbinger of death. If he dared to kill Yi Tianming, what were they to him? Who else wishes to try? Chun Xia inquired with a sardonic smile, intending to let them go, but it appeared, as Chun Xia's murderous intent intensified, one man suddenly fell to his knees. "Big brother, I didn't intend any harm. I'll leave right away. I promise." The others, no longer daring to be bold, quickly followed suit and knelt, pleading with Chun Xia for mercy. Chun Xia formulated a plan, slowly retreating while sternly instructing, "Move the supplies to my doorstep. If anyone dares to play tricks, do not blame me for being merciless." "Yes, yes." Xiaolanyi stood before the shelter, bewildered and helpless, weakly calling out, "Chun Xia, please let me in. I'm so cold." Chun Xia felt no sympathy for her. Directly shutting off the video call, leaving behind an empty corridor, the Yi Wei, indeed wealthy and influential, had swiftly established the framework of a shelter in just half a day across 6 buildings from above. The 6 50-story towers formed a hexagonal encirclement, supported by the 6 sides, with a steel framework rapidly taking shape in the center as workers fervently constructed it. The corridors were filled with bodyguards clad in black, vigilantly guarding their master. Meanwhile, Yue stood silently in his room, observing the gradually forming steel refuge. "Big brother." Yi Ruo's face was ashen as he gently placed Yi Timing's lifeless body on the ground. "Who did this?" A roar reverberated throughout the building. "Big brother." "The vengeance for Tianming shall be exacted, but not at this moment," Yi Ruo urged. "The utmost priority now is to complete the shelter, that if we delay, it may be too late." Yi Wei was acutely aware of the severity of the impending calamity. He understood that if the construction was not completed within a week, the radiation and cold would render him worse than dead. "Order a speed up, spare no expense," he commanded. "Yes." Yi Ruo hastily departed. Yi Wei knelt, caressing Yi Tianming's face, his eyes seemingly ignited with a burning fury. "Whoever you are, I, Yi Wei, swear to rend you limb from limb." My son, Chapter 17. Robbery at my command. Nightfall enveloped the city in darkness, with only a few scattered lights flickering feebly. However, in stark contrast to the surrounding gloom, Chun Xia's home was ablaze with light. The room resonated with melodious songs, creating a striking juxtaposition against the brutality outside. Having toiled throughout the day, hunger gnawed at him, prompting him to retrieve delicacies from the Zhishin building, artfully arranging them on the table before indulging in the feast. Truly, it was a culinary delight. Chun Xia seized a greasy, specially prepared goose leg and stuffed it into his mouth, simultaneously raising a glass of expensive red wine worth thousands and downing it in one gulp. What a pleasure! It became evident why the affluent often exuded such charm. It was not that the wealthy possessed an innate taste, but rather that wealth cultivated a refined sensibility, that he then poured an entire jar of caviar into a bowl, took a spoonful to taste, and muttered, "This flavor is remarkable. Why is it so expensive?" Spitting out the caviar, Chun Xia opted for a bottle of Laogan Ma, savoring it with great delight. As the night deepened, the temperatures plummeted rapidly. Outside, it was already over 20 degrees below zero, a rarity in the south, where coastal dwellers had never experienced such cold. Someone in the homeowner group lamented. "Why is it so frigid? We lost power. The air conditioning 1T worked. We're gonna freeze to death. Indeed, it's just like winter in the north. Does anyone have charcoal? I'll pay for it. Yesterday, we barbecued on the balcony and had a bag of charcoal left over. It was truly warm. Someone shared a scene of their family huddled around a fire, evoking envy from all, though these individuals were still bundled in heavy coats by the fire. They were far better off than those shivering under blankets. Brother, share some with me. I'll pay a premium. I can't endure this cold any longer, and we don't have enough either. The charcoal that had previously been taken for granted now felt like an unattainable dream. Old Wu had been in contact with the authorities, but regrettably, all messages sent had vanished without a trace, yielding no response to the property management of the community. Old Wu had a dozen employees under him. Yet they had exhausted all means, and now each was merely focused on their own survival, neglecting the concerns of others. Everyone, calm down. I've already filed a report stating that supplies will arrive shortly. Just hold on a little longer. Old Wu could only resort to lies to stabilize the crowd's emotions, knowing full well that such words would not hold for long, and the truth would soon be revealed. What about the electricity? When will it return? It's pitch black in here. Exactly. No power, no water. How can we survive? We pay so much in property fees every year, and now you're abandoning us. Old Wu was at his wit's end. The property management office had already relocated to a temporary room on the 20th floor, where a dozen people sat huddled together, still shivering uncontrollably. This makeshift abode had once served as the security office. Lacking even beds, let alone food and drink, they were left to await their demise. Old Wu sighed. All right. Those of you who have solutions, feel free to leave. I'll hold down the fort here. Old Wu. Can you really manage so many homeowners alone? Look at the chaos outside. Think of yourself, if not for others. I understand, but it is our duty. Having accepted payment, we must fulfill our responsibilities. The crowd muttered curses, branding him an old fossil. Did he still insist on principles at a time like this? Quickly, they departed, leaving Old Wu alone. That he gazed outside, realizing that the immediate priority was to find a way to keep warm. Otherwise, at this rate, they would inevitably freeze to death. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the group grew increasingly tense. Old Wu, speak up. What is the plan? The property management needs to provide an explanation. Don't think we can't do anything just because you're silent. I know the property office has moved to the 20th floor. Beware, we might come down to reason with you, ding. At that moment, Great Xia unexpectedly shared a selfie in the group chat, dressed in shorts and bare-chested. Holding a Waha drink and surrounded by steaming dishes on the table, the scene was nothing short of a paradise on earth. Silence enveloped everyone. Soon after, a flurry of messages began to flood in. What the hell? How do you still have electricity at your place? Is that food from Xiaoxian Lu? The flying dragon in the sky set meal, right? Is Xiaoxian Lu still open? Your home looks so warm. What's going on? Bro, how do you have electricity? Did you buy a generator? Given the warmth of your home, it seems you've installed a temperature control system, which must have cost a pretty penny. Ding, ding, ding. A dozen people requested to add Great Xia as a friend, but he rejected them all without hesitation. Great Xia aimed to provoke them, to make these individuals green with envy, that he remembered all too well the indifference and cruelty they had shown him back then. Damn it. This guy is truly despicable. They've taken all the food. What are we supposed to do? I just checked, and all we have at home are some rice, flour, cooking oil, instant noodles, and ham. We can't last more than a few days with over 10 people. We can't just wait to die. One man, stout and burly, with a face full of flesh, had everyone's gaze fixed upon him. Hu go. Think of a way. This group, led by Wang Hu, always followed Yi Tianming, and they would heed his every command. With a sinister grin, Wang Hu, the individuals present were utterly overwhelmed with gratitude, incessantly expressing their thanks to Old Wu. After all, they were comrades. There was no need for formality. Suddenly, Old Wu let out a deep sigh, remarking, "The reason I allowed you to enter is because I have a request." "Old Wu," exclaimed a petite middle-aged man, thumping his chest, "speak freely. I will certainly assist you if I can." "Indeed, we cannot forget your kindness," another chimed in. Old Wu replied solemnly, "As you have witnessed, Wang Hu and his gang have resorted to burglary. It is only a matter of time before they target us. When that happens, we may not be able to safeguard this generator." The mere mention of Wang Hu sent a shiver through the group. However, one individual, casting a glance at the heat-emitting electric heater, summoned his courage and declared, Isn't Wang Hu merely relying on his numbers? If we band together, what have we to fear? Yes, in these trying times, we cannot remain passive. We must unite more people to confront Wang Hu. There are still plenty of people in the stairwell. We can seek their cooperation. Old Wu smiled, for that was precisely his intention, to unite those who had been cast aside and left with no options, thereby maximizing their collective advantage. Excellent. Old Wu nodded. However, I cannot accommodate too many here. 10 to 15 individuals will suffice. Gather anyone you trust, and let's consolidate our existing food supplies. He slowly articulated his plan, and the others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Chen Xia woke up refreshed after a night of deep slumber, only to find, to his astonishment, that the sea had receded significantly. More than half of it had vanished. I recall the sea usually recedes after about 10 days. How could it have gone down by more than half in just one day? Following the retreat of the sea, the temperature plummeted further, and the sky took on a gloomy, oppressive hue, reminiscent of an impending storm. Chen Xia, it's freezing. I feel like I'm about to freeze to death. Can I come over to your place? Xia Lanyi couldn't help but send another message. Oh, weren't you planning to leave with Yi Tianming? Now you remember me. Chen Xia relished the thought of watching her succumb to despair in this apocalyptic world. He held no compassion for such a woman. Why are you so petty? Given the circumstances, could I have gone with him? He forced my hand. Did I ask that so? Yet it seemed as though you were quite eager to leave with him. All right, Xia Lanyi. Sensing Chen Xia's lingering jealousy, quickly adopted a more conciliatory tone. From now on, I'll stick with you. Can I stay at your place for a few days? I'm really on the verge of freezing to death. You wouldn't want me to perish, would you? If you freeze to death, so be it. Chen Xia muted his phone. Xia Lanyi fumed. What a jerk. Back when you were pursuing me, you would have done anything to win me over. How did you become like this? I never blamed you for deceiving me into taking out a loan for your house, yet you turned around to blame me. Just then, Xia Lanyi received a text message. Where are you? Do you have any food at home? Can you spare some for me? He Chao, a friend Xia Lanyi had met while working at a bar, lived on the 21st floor, like Xia Lanyi. He Chao was solely focused on snagging a wealthy partner. Hence she rented a place in the Jinding community, frequenting lavish venues daily. However, her situation was dire. She had no food prepared at home and could barely survive a day. Thus, she thought of Xia Lanyi. Xia Lanyi was troubled by the lack of company. She readily agreed to share her food. Soon enough, He Chao arrived. You're such a lifesaver. I'm about to starve. While munching on the chocolate Xia Lanyi handed her, she casually inquired, by the way, are you close with that Xiaji Dej in the group? It seems like he's been pursuing you. Yes, He Chao perked up, probing further. He seems to have a lot of food. Doesn't he have power generation equipment at home? Why don't we go to his place? If we could go, I would have done so already. Why wait until now? Xia Lanyi retorted angrily. He is nothing but a loser. Forget him. Their spirits dampened. The two women huddled under a thick blanket, feeling the temperature drop even further. He Chao had initially aimed to get to know Chen Xia through Xia Lanyi, hoping to procure some food in the process. Now that plan was thwarted, her mind began to wander again. By the way, do you remember Luo Wei? Which Luo Wei? The guy who delivered milk tea to you every day last year. Him? Xia Lanyi scoffed. For Luo Wei didn't even qualify as a backup option. She had never given him a second glance. You might not know, but Luo Wei's family was relocated and received a few million. He bought a flat in this very community. Really? Xia Lanyi was taken aback. He Chao replied mysteriously. Of course. I know he lives on the 15th floor. So what? Are you silly? Why would he buy a place here? Isn't it so he can be closer to you? I overheard him telling someone he was going to work hard, save money, and confess to you once he had the means. Xia Lanyi muttered. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. He Chao rolled her eyes. I bet he has plenty of food at home. As long as you ask, we won't have to worry about starving. With that reminder, Xia Lanyi's eyes lit up. Her own supplies were dwindling, barely enough for 3 days for both of them. You're right. I'll call him. Xia Lanyi promptly dialed Luo Wei's number. The mere thought of a call from the goddess left Luo Wei ecstatic. Luo Wei, do you have any food at home? Xia Lanyi spoke with an authoritative tone, exuding an air of superiority. Yes. Are you home? What would you like to eat? I'll bring it over right away. Anything will do. Do you have hot water? Yes, I have some. Just wait for me. Luo Wei rushed over, carrying bags of food and a thermos of hot water, eager to deliver to Xia Lanyi's doorstep. Upon opening the door, Xiaolanyi blocked Luo Wei from entering, accepting the food with a thank you. Are you alone? It's cold in here. Take this coat. Luo Wei hurriedly pressed a men's leather coat into her hands, willing to freeze himself rather than let the goddess suffer from the cold. Bang. Xiaolanyi promptly shut the door. Luo Wei, wishing to sit for a while, found himself met with a cold shoulder. Yet he was still thrilled, pumping his fist in the air in excitement as he walked away. What a character, Xiaolanyi thought, pleased as she set down the bags and donned the leather coat. Feeling significantly warmer. You're amazing. That man is completely under your thumb, Xiao exclaimed. Naturally. Xiaolanyi beamed with pride, suddenly struck by an idea. She quickly snapped a selfie and posted it in the group. Many thanks to my brother Luo Wei for the leather coat and food. Moi. She intended for Chun Xia to see this. Knowing that the devoted admirer could hardly tolerate another man showering her with attention, his recent coldness toward her was merely a tactic to entice her. Once he caught wind of someone else caring for her, he would surely rush to admit his mistakes. Xiaolanyi was prepared with her retort for when Chun Xia came crawling back. Chapter 20. Forming alliances. Xiaolanyi's intention was clear. To provoke Chun Xia, signaling that if he ignored her, she had plenty of admirers willing to serve her, with little else to occupy himself. Chun Xia inevitably monitored the group chat. Upon witnessing the scene, he was nearly nauseated. As Chun Xia remained unresponsive, Xiaolanyi could no longer contain herself, sending a voice message. Chun Xia, what exactly do you mean by this? Chun Xia, keen to tease her, deliberately adopted a sardonic tone. What do you mean? Don't you have a boyfriend? Aren't you busy flaunting your love in the group? Why are you seeking me out? Look, Xiaolanyi pulled Xiao closer. This is what men are like. He's jealous. Quickly asked Chun Xia if we can stay at his place for a few days, that it's warm there, and there's a feast to be had. Xiaolanyi dismissively replied. Men must be kept on their toes. Let him stew in his jealousy, that's how they'll listen. Xiao, munching and sipping hot water, nodded in agreement. You're righty. Hey, slow down. I haven't eaten yet. There's so much. Why rush? Besides, with all the good food at Chun Xia's, it'll eventually all be yours. Xiaolanyi was unconcerned about Xiao eating her fill. She was confident that Chun Xia would soon come scrambling back to her. Men were predictable. She understood their nature all too well. Knock, knock, knock. A few minutes later, a series of knocks echoed through the door. Xiaolanyi's eyes sparkled with delight as she declared, See? Chun Xia has come looking for me. I knew he was jealous. Bang, bang, bang. Before she could finish her sentence, the knocking grew more forceful, accompanied by Wang Hu's impatient voice. Xiaolanyi, if you don't open the door, I'll break it down. The two women exchanged horrified glances. Wang Hu, it must be because of the picture you sent earlier, Xiao exclaimed, nearly in tears. He knows we have food. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking intensified. The sound of Wang Hu's underlings could be heard in the background. Xiaolanyi, I know you have plenty of food. Hand it over, and don't make me come in there to make things difficult for you. The lewd laughter of the group sent chills down Xiaolanyi's spine. Turning her face pale, that did not come in. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Hu began to kick the door, excitedly shouting, Xiaolanyi, open the door quickly. The brothers are in a hurry. Without any rules in place, these individuals acted with reckless abandon. Completely unrestrained, Xiao, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily called out in the group chat, Is there anyone who can help us? Wang Hu was about to break in. I'm with Xiaolanyi. Is no one willing to assist us? The group fell silent. Who would dare to offend Wang Hu? Even a group that included Old Wu remained silent. It was wiser to avoid trouble and prioritize their own safety. The once lively homeowners group instantly turned cold. Xiao tagged Luo Wei. What are you doing? Wang Hu is breaking in. Lanyi is in danger, and you pretend not to see. Luo Wei had already noticed and was sweating profusely, hesitating with an iron rod in hand. Staring intently at the doorway, that he understood that if he charged out, he would have to face Wang Hu and his band of ruthless men. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the door being battered grew increasingly intense. The door frame trembling precariously. Luo Wei, are you still a man? Xiao cursed in the group chat. Are there no men left? Are you going to let Wang Hu bully us two weak women? Boom! The door burst open. Wang Hu led the charge, grinning wickedly as he stepped inside. Xiaolanyi, terrified, kept retreating. Wang Hu, you could take the food? Of course we want it. Wang Hu signaled to his subordinates, and immediately, They began to ransack the room, confiscating every snack and miscellaneous item. The two women huddled together, hardly daring to breathe. "And I want the people too." Wang Hu's greedy expression revealed his intentions, despite the cold weather. He was eager to satisfy his primal urges that he had long coveted Xia, and with Yi Tunming dead, he felt it was now or never. "Help!" He Xiao cried out desperately. Someone slowly began to close the door, leisurely encircling the two women in the middle. Xia, terrified, trembled as she dialed Chen Xia. "Chen Xia." Wang Hu was broken in. "Please save me." Chen Xia had already seen the plea for help in the group and had been watching coldly from the sidelines. The more wretched Xia appeared, the more pleased Chen Xia became, for her past betrayal had instilled in him a deep loathing for her. Nevertheless, Chen Xia directly called Wang Hu through the group chat. "Wang Hu, let Xia go. Xia must die at Chen Xia's hands, for no one else had the right to touch her." "Chen Xia, this has nothing to do with you, right?" Wang Hu frowned. How could he let a prize slip away so easily? "I'll say it again. Let Xia go. Don't go too far." An increasing number of group members joined the voice chat, merely seeking entertainment. Wang Hu realized that Chen Xia was deliberately targeting him. Emboldened by the dozen or so lackeys behind him, he shouted, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Do you believe I won't kill you? Oh, give it a try." Wang Hu felt a flicker of hesitation. Chen Xia possessed a weapon, and the scene of Yi Tianming's shooting was still fresh in his mind. He did not wish to be the next victim. "Tiger brother, we can't let this kid intimidate us," one of his subordinates whispered. "There are so many of us watching. If we back down, who will fear us in the future?" Wang Hu's expression darkened tremendously. He gripped his machete tighter, veins bulging. "Chen Xia, I can choose not to disturb you, but you better not meddle in my affairs. Do you understand?" Suddenly, Chen Xia exited the voice chat. "Chen Xia?" Wang Hu was perplexed, wondering what this kid was up to. "Tiger brother, I think he's scared." His subordinate laughed. "He wouldn't dare confront so many of us, would he? What if he has a weapon? If he dares to come out, we will tear him apart together." "Exactly, Tiger brother, with so many of us, why should we fear him?" Wang Hu relaxed slightly, feeling a sense of pride. At least the kid knew his place. Meanwhile, Chen Xia had already dialed old Wu's phone. It was time for these people to take action. Why should he risk himself when he had expendable pawns in front? "Old Wu, gather your men and drive Wang Hu away. Rescue Xia." Old Wu had already assembled a dozen individuals and even equipped them with batons and riot shields from the security room. In terms of strength, they were not inferior to Wang Hu's gang. Wang Hu's rampant pillaging and brutish behavior had not gone unnoticed by Old Wu and his group. However, they were not a band of outlaws, and preserving their own lives was paramount, so they had chosen to remain passive observers. Chen Xia's request left Old Wu in a quandary. Engaging would surely lead to injuries, while not intervening could offend Chen Xia. "That if you want fuel and food, do as I say." Chen Xia did not waste words and hung up immediately. He then leisurely opened the group chat on his phone, ready to enjoy the spectacle that he knew that Old Wu, driven by the need for supplies, would inevitably confront Wang Hu. Chapter 21. The insatiable beast having survived a year in the apocalypse. Chen Xia had long since seen through human nature. The current situation was not yet dire. Everyone was still testing the waters, in a fortnight, when food became scarce and the cold set in. These people might even resort to cannibalism. What to do? Ding Li was the first young man to stand up in support of Old Wu, visibly anxious. Old Wu spoke in a deep voice. "Chen Xia has fuel, food, and water. That if we want to trade with him, we must show sincerity. Fight against Wang Hu and his crew." Wang Hu was a man who had attempted murder, and his gang was filled with desperate criminals. Although the number of people present was considerable, it did not guarantee victory if a conflict arose. There was no time to hesitate. If they did not act now, they would either freeze to death or starve. Old Wu had also recognized the situation's reality. The authorities would likely not respond immediately, and they had to rely on self-rescue. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that they must fight, and do so spectacularly. Upon hearing his words, the crowd had no choice but to steel themselves for action. "All right, I'll follow Wu Ge." Ding Li reiterated his support for Old Wu. "Let's go." Old Wu led the hastily assembled neighbors towards Xia home. Wang had already thrown Xia onto the bed and was beginning to unbuckle his pants. "Das for He Xiao." She had been tossed to his thugs for their amusement. "Wang Hu, you bastard! If Yi Xiao were here, would you dare to act this way? Yi Xiao. If you want to see him, I wouldn't mind sending you down after I'm done. You? Wang Hu lunged forward. Stop! Old Wu and his men arrived, confronting Wang Hu's lackeys. The good fortune was interrupted, and Wang Hu grew impatient. Old Wu, are you going to oppose me? Release her, and I will let you leave. Old Wu dared not make his ultimatum too rigid. As long as he could save someone, he would fulfill Chun Xia's request. Who the hell are you? Are you giving me orders? We're all neighbors. We should unite to weather this crisis together. There is no need for this. Old Wu forced himself to remain calm. Unite? Are you joking? Hundreds of people in this building. Are we supposed to band together and starve to death? Wang Hu scoffed. Wu, I advise you not to meddle. Otherwise, I'll take you down with me. That is so there's nothing to discuss. Old Wu took a deep breath, signaling to the sides. Today's battle must occur without retreat. Old Wu, why do you insist on saving this wretched woman? What, has she slept with you? Don't concern yourself with that. Just release her. Old Wu raised his riot shield, slowly advancing. Ding Li followed closely behind, excitement and bloodlust gleaming in his eyes. The tension escalated, and a fierce battle was about to erupt. Wang Hu's side had 12 men, while Old Wu's group numbered 16, though Old Wu had the numerical advantage. In a real fight, they were merely a disorganized mob. Wang Hu was fully aware of this and felt no fear that Su Jiang, one of Wang Hu's subordinates, continued, there are still hundreds watching in the shadows. We can't let them take advantage of us. Su Jiang's words sparked a thought in Wang Hu's mind. Risking everything for a woman was truly not worth it. Just as Wang Hu was about to withdraw, an enraged shout erupted from outside. Wang Hu, if you dare touch Lan Yi, I swear I will fight you. Luo Wei charged in, iron rod in hand, his eyes bloodshot. As if mad, he had been hiding at the back for a long time. Knowing that if he did not step up now, he might never have the chance again. Relying on the presence of Old Wu and the others, he decided to take a chance. Bang! Wang Hu never expected to be struck by Luo Wei, the so-called useless one, his head bleeding instantly. You idiot! Kill him! The atmosphere, which had been calming, escalated dramatically with Luo Wei's intervention. That a throng surged forward to beat Luo Wei mercilessly, that he huddled his head down. Retreating, and unwittingly dragged Old Wu and the others into the fray. Once the fight began, there would be no stopping it. The battle raged on. The sounds of shouting and killing echoed in the corridor for quite some time. Chun Xia watched the scene unfold clearly on the monitor, his fingers instinctively pressing lightly in the air, as the sound of a flute played in time with the chaos, like a torrential downpour. Stop! Old Wu suddenly shouted, clutching his split brow, raising his riot shield as he retreated. 7 or 8 men lay sprawled on his side, likely facing grim fates. Wang Hu's side had also suffered 4 or 5 casualties. And the situation was no better for them than as for Luo Wei. He had long fallen in a pool of blood, the first to be taken down. Old Wu, are you really prepared to fight me to the end? Wang Hu roared that if they could seize the opportunity to eliminate Wang Hu, it would indeed resolve many issues. However, after the brutal clash, Old Wu realized that to achieve this goal, he might also perish in the process. Everyone calmed down. Lao Wu took a few deep breaths, the frigid air penetrating his mind, reviving his senses that he released Xia Lanyi and commanded, you all leave, damn it. Although Wang Hu was reluctant, he understood the futility of continuing the fight. Fine, I'll remember this debt, and I'm leaving. Without hesitation, Wang Hu led his group in retreat. Lao Wu's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. The remaining survivors appeared pallid, gasping for breath. Wu Ge. Thank you all, Xia Lanyi exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, bowing repeatedly to everyone. The expressions directed at her were tinged with disdain. If it weren't for her, they wouldn't have suffered such losses. Chun Xia sat languidly on the sofa, casually enjoying some fruit. The silence from downstairs indicated that a resolution had been reached. Lao Wu, what is the situation? Wang Hu has retreated, Lao Wu replied, his voice feeble, though he lost about 7 or 8 people. And Wang Hu's side suffered 4 or 5 casualties. He should be too intimidated to cause trouble for a while. Excellent. Chun Xia's eyes brightened. Wang Hu was the greatest threat in the building. And now, without lifting a finger, he had diminished his power. A promising start. Lao Wu tentatively inquired, what about our fuel and food? Rest assured, come to my door in half an hour to collect it. True to his word, Chun Xia placed a barrel of gasoline and a bag of rice outside the door. What is this? We fought tooth and nail, nearly losing our lives for just a barrel of gasoline and a bag of rice. What does Xia mean by this? Is he playing with us? Make him come out. Dingley tagged Xia in the group chat. Xia, come out? What? What do you mean? Dingley typed quickly. Is a barrel of gasoline and a bag of rice all we get? Xia chuckled. Do you have any idea how precious these supplies are? Dingley could not comprehend the value of such items in a post-apocalyptic world. All he knew was that 7 or 8 of his comrades had perished, and they deserved far more than this. Chapter 22. Greed and insatiability regardless of their worth. Can they possibly outweigh human lives? Do you have any idea how many we've lost? Isn't this going too far? In this world, human life is worth less than a penny. What did you say? Dingley laughed in anger. Why don't you come out and see if I 1T smash your face in? Xia remained expressionless and sent a message, since you refuse to appreciate what you have. I declare, the supplies are gone. You're on your own. Did I scoff? Do you really think we're begging at your doorstep? I don't even want it. Lao Wu felt frustrated. They had risked their lives for a meager amount of supplies. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he couldn't help but send a message to Xia. Xia, you've gone a bit too far. Haven't you? Lao Wu. Have you not grasped the situation? Xia replied bluntly. You came begging for supplies, and I too am in short supply. Under these circumstances, you should understand what is truly valuable. But it's just too little. Isn't it? We're a dozen people relying on this bag of rice. It won't last long that I have no obligation to sustain you, correct? I want to survive as well. 1 bag of rice can sustain me for quite some time. Lao Wu fell silent, unsure how to counter. It wasn't fair to blame Xia for being heartless. He understood better than anyone the principle that possessing wealth can invite calamity, that if others discovered he possessed ample supplies capable of sustaining the entire building for decades, he would likely never find peace. Moreover, human nature is inherently greedy. If he provided 1 bag of rice today and then reduced it by half tomorrow, they would turn around and accuse him of being unreasonable. 2 days later, the temperature outside plummeted to -40 degrees, and fine snowflakes began to drift through the air. Xia stood by the window, his brow furrowed. How strange. Heavy snow is approaching. It's nearly 10 days early. What on earth is happening? Over the past few days, Wang Hu and his crew had indeed behaved, refraining from raiding and instead hiding away to recuperate. But as for Lao Wu, he had reassembled his group, squeezing 17 individuals into the security room. With an electric heater and rice, their spirits were somewhat lifted. However, the previous clash with Wang Hu had left them injured, and without medical supplies, several wounds had become infected. Lao Wu took a drag from a cigarette, glancing at the lifeless young man lying on the bed, knowing there was no hope, yet he couldn't help but ask, Dr. Liu, is he beyond saving? Dr. Liu had recently joined. She was a strikingly beautiful woman with an elegant demeanor, rumored to be a surgical professor at the municipal hospital, if it weren't for Lu Lin's assistance in recent days. The death toll would have risen even higher. There are no antibiotics left, Lu Lin sighed. Everyone must avoid injury at all costs, or else. Lao Wu looked up at the others huddled near the heater. Can you find any medicine? Dingley shook his head. That I've searched the building tirelessly these past few days. To no avail. Food is running low as well, a middle-aged man responsible for cooking approached, holding a small bag of rice. Lao Wu, look, we're almost out. With a splash, Dingley poured the last drops of gasoline into the generator. It would only last until morning. The group's expressions shifted with concern. The temperature had sharply dropped, and the indoor temperature was now hovering around -37 or 8 degrees, reliant solely on the electric heater for warmth. Lao Wu crushed a cigarette, but into the ground. I'm going to find Chun Xia. Do you think he'll agree? Dingley frowned. That we have to in recent days. Xia had frequently posted selfies in the group chat, making it clear to everyone that he was living quite comfortably. Many had privately added him as a friend, hoping to procure some supplies, but all had been met with rejection. At this point, Lao Wu had no choice but to pay him a visit. A knock at the door interrupted Chun Xia's thoughts that he felt that the world post-rebirth was different from the one before. The pace of disasters was much swifter. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the mutated entities appeared. The radiation outside was already thick. Although diluted by seawater, its effects were still insidiously altering biological entities. Moreover, a certain substance in the seawater had chemically reacted with the radiation, becoming the primary cause of biological mutations. Those creatures that had come into contact with the seawater were evolving into an uncontrollable state, to Mr. Chen. Lao Wu stood timidly at the door, forcing a smile that I've come to request some more fuel and food. Chen Xia's expression remained impassive. Baro, just a few days ago, you were quite spirited. What has changed? I admit I was impulsive, and Ding Li said some inappropriate things. I apologize on his behalf. Apologize? Why should his apology come through you? But, what did he say? This is difficult. Lao Wu shook his head. Ding Li, you were indeed too reckless. Why not go apologize yourself? There may still be room for reconciliation. Apologize. Ding Li raised an eyebrow. Clearly, he was in the wrong. Why should I apologize? He is hiding like a turtle, while we risk our lives for such meager supplies that I ask this how he treats us? Lao Wu retorted, Enough. If you want food, you must swallow your pride. Oomph. Ding Li was indignant, but he glanced behind Lao Wu and decisively walked over to shut the door, lowering his voice. That at this point, I think there is no need for pretense that I have a proposal. What do you mean? Let us go all out. We should storm Chen Xia's place and seize his supplies. The group exchanged glances. They had harbored this thought for some time, but had hesitated to voice it. However, as time passed, their perspective shifted. Isn't that a bit unprincipled? Lu Lin interjected. After all, Chen Xia provided us with food and fuel. Doing this, he was the one who acted unkindly first, Ding Li sneered. Then don't blame us for being ruthless. Those willing to join me, raise your hands. We'll split the supplies evenly. Everyone recalled the mouth-watering food Chen Xia had shared in the group. Steaming rice, fragrant stir-fried dishes, greasy pig trotters, not to mention an array of steaks, roast geese, and exotic delicacies. What once seemed trivial was now irresistibly tempting. That I'm in. Someone raised their hand. That me too, damn it, count me in. I am. In the blink of an eye, 14 people raised their hands in agreement to follow Ding Li. Apart from Lao Wu, only Lu Lin abstained. That moment, Ding Li's gaze shifted subtly, a smirk playing on his lips as he asked, Lao Wu, what about you? Chapter 23. A leopard cannot change its spots. Lao Wu grappled with inner turmoil. The temptation to storm Chen Xia's home and seize his supplies was immense. If successful, they could acquire a wealth of provisions, significantly enhancing their chances of survival. Moreover, they were all in the same boat. How would the others view him if he refused? After all, Chen Xia had assisted them, and he hoped to avoid harming him. Fear not. As long as he willingly relinquishes his supplies, I will ensure his life remains intact. Ding Li took the lead, gathering equipment, and stealthily led the group to the 30th floor. Chen Xia had long since observed this scene through the surveillance cameras that he was not surprised. Such occurrences transpire almost incessantly in a world ravaged by calamity that I end the struggle for survival. Humanity is compelled to resort to the most despicable and insidious acts. In a fleeting moment of gratitude, one may swiftly turn to betrayal. Ding Li was entirely unaware that Chen Xia's home was fortified like an impregnable fortress. His first reaction upon ascending the stairs was a startled exclamation. What on earth? Has this place been bombed? What is happening? The scene before him was one of utter devastation, with debris strewn across the floor due to the explosion in the corridor. Ding Li directed one of his companions to investigate. Under the cover of darkness, the individual crept to the door, attempting to insert a sharp knife into the crack. Yet after an extensive search, he could not find even the slightest opening. Just as he cautiously brought his eye to the peephole to gain insight, a deadly arrow suddenly shot forth with a swift whoosh. Thud! A piercing scream escaped his lips as a steel arrow lodged itself in his skull, causing instantaneous death. Whoosh! Before the others could react, 2 more arrows were released, their whistling sound echoing ominously in the silence. Ugh! The first 2 in line collapsed one after the other. Retreat! Ding Li exclaimed in astonishment. Quickly seeking refuge behind the crowd, 2 individuals raised their blast shields in front. Their faces etched with terror as they gazed into the deep, dark recesses of the metallic door, as if it led to the realm of the dead. Although Ding Li and his companions had witnessed bloodshed before, witnessing the brutal demise of their comrade left their hearts profoundly shaken. They had never anticipated that Chen Xia could kill with such indifference, as if he were merely slaughtering chickens or pigs. Has he lost his mind? The group retreated to the staircase, daring only to peer out through the observation windows of the blast shields. Alas! Old Wu exclaimed, I warned you not to provoke him lightly. Now look at the chaos we've stirred up. What shall we do? What's the hurry? It's merely a few arrows. We have shields to protect us. As long as we exercise caution, what can he possibly do? Brotherly, but we cannot charge in. Can we? Did you not see that door? It is made of alloy. Silence. Dingley barked. If we cannot breach the door, surely there must be windows? Brotherly, do you have a plan? Follow me. Dingley devised another scheme. Since the main entrance was impassable, they would breach from the outside. The group followed Dingley to the home of Xia Lanyi on the 29th floor. In recent days, Xia Lanyi had completely severed ties with Great Xia, especially after Great Xia had remained silent when Wang Hu attempted to assault her. Great Xia was under no obligation to inform her that it was he who had sent Old Wu to rescue her. His intention was to break Xia Lanyi, to see her perish in despair without food or supplies. That it appeared that this goal was now perilously close. Wang Hu had seized the majority of the supplies. Leaving Xia Lanyi and He Xiao were to subsist on instant noodles for 2 days, driving them to the brink of madness from hunger. Why not reconcile with Great Xia? Just play a little coy. And surely it would be easy to obtain some food, He Xiao implored in a tone bordering on desperation. Xia Lanyi firmly believed that Great Xia was merely sulking, and she resolved to take a stand, if he does not apologize. I will not acknowledge him. Alas. The two women huddled under a blanket, seeking solace in one another, their hearts steeped in despair. That moment, Ding Li and his group arrived. Upon hearing that Ding Li intended to confront Great Xia, Xia Lanyi was the first to step forward in agreement. That I will collaborate with you. Miss Xia, Ding Li smiled. If we succeed, you may claim 10% of all supplies from Great Xia. Xia Lanyi's eyes gleamed with avarice. Is that true? With so many witnesses here, why would I deceive you? Ding Li surveyed the group. Do we all agree? The others exchanged glances and nodded in unison. See, everyone is in accord. Very well. My plan is as follows. Ding Li took a few minutes to relay the entire plan to Xia Lanyi. She nodded vigorously, exuding confidence as she declared, rest assured, he will surely fall for it. But I remind you, do not forget your promise once the deed is done. Ding Li nodded, affirming that he would not forget. When Great Xia noticed the outside had fallen silent, he assumed these individuals had retreated in defeat. Just then, his phone buzzed with a verification message. Great Xia, this is Lu Lin from the group. Ding Li is collaborating with Xia Lanyi to take you down. Be cautious. Lu Lin. An image of a woman with a constant smile surfaced in Great Xia's mind. Her intelligent and gentle demeanor always brought a sense of comfort. Great Xia had encountered Lu Lin a few times. While they were not particularly familiar, his impression was certainly favorable. Dr. Lu? What is this about? In the group of several hundred members, most had connected with Great Xia, with only a handful remaining silent. Lu Lin being one of them, that it was not that Lu Lin was aloof. Rather, she possessed an inexplicable intuition, likely due to her profession as a doctor, as Great Xia would surely find her useful. Indeed, the medical profession was highly sought after in the apocalypse, especially a skilled surgeon, a resource in high demand. Yet, Great Xia did not anticipate that Lu Lin would choose this moment to relay such crucial information. You must be very careful. They are determined to succeed this time. Great Xia chuckled softly. Do you truly believe they will prevail? Do not underestimate them. I know your home has been fortified, but Lu Lin, aware of Great Xia's pursuit of Xia Lanyi, emphasized, be wary of Xia Lanyi. In times like these, do not let emotions cloud your judgment. Thank you. Although Great Xia's expression remained impassive, his heart stirred slightly. However, your warning must surely have ulterior motives. Lu Lin, caught off guard by his insight, responded candidly, it is clear you are an upright individual. I genuinely wish to exchange this information for a bit of food, agreed. Great Xia nonchalantly acquiesced. I will provide you with food, but you must assist me with one task. What task? Lu Lin, suppressing her excitement, inquired eagerly, for nothing thrilled her more than the prospect of food. Chapter 24. Betrayal. Destroy all of Ding Li's supplies, including the generator and fuel. What? Do not panic. I will prepare your portion. Just follow my instructions. Lu Lin hesitated. Great Xia, perceiving her internal conflict, bluntly stated, do not be tormented by your meager sense of sympathy, that if they discover you have leaked information to me, what do you think the consequences will be? Lu Lin's heart quaked violently, and she suddenly asked, after the deed is done, may I stay with you? Such ambition. Great Xia remarked lightly, it is worth considering. Lu Lin, resolute in her decision, promptly set about her task. She gathered all the food in her home, stashing a portion for herself while discarding the rest out of the window. Though reluctant, she understood that to earn Qin Xia's trust, she had to be thorough. Subsequently, Lu Lin procured tools and dismantled the generator, disposing of every piece. Once she completed her mission, she messaged Qin Xia. What now? Fend for yourself. Lu Lin's breath hitched. She thought to herself, was he truly that callous? Qin Xia, with an air of indifference, approached the grand window. Although Lu Lin had not divulged Ding Li's plans, he could easily surmise what these individuals intended to do next. Qin Xia, help! Suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air. It was Xia Lanyi, braving the biting cold as she leaned out from below, climbing up the decorative staircase. She pounded on the balcony glass. Save me! They want to kill me. The exterior was equipped with sound devices, allowing every utterance to be heard with clarity. Qin Xia's voice could also be transmitted, ensuring no barriers to communication. "Oh, who wishes to kill you?" Ding Li, he intends to assault me. I fought desperately to escape. Xia Lanyi implored. Qin Xia, please save me. Ding Li lay in wait on the 29th floor balcony, clutching a gasoline bottle ready to ignite. The moment Qin Xia opened the door to let Xia Lanyi in, he would toss the flaming bottle inside, seizing the chaos to storm the premises. Quite the performance, Qin Xia mused. Xia Lanyi, do you truly believe me to be so foolish? What do you mean? Xia Lanyi questioned. I understand your feelings for me. Just let me in, and I shall comply with your every desire. She unfastened her outer garment, revealing her alluring form. You may do as you please. Qin Xia scrutinized Xia Lanyi, appreciating her figure. Had this been in the past, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to her charms. Qin Xia, if you allow me entry, you shall have me at once, Xia Lanyi urged fervently. Wish to enter? Qin Xia began to chuckle coldly. Did you consider the consequences when you conspired with Yi Tianming against me? What are you talking about? Xia Lanyi rolled her eyes. Yi Tianming is dead. Qin Xia shook his head. You do not comprehend that he recalled the moment Xia Lanyi had plunged a knife into him, her gaze devoid of compassion and coldness, far more intense than his current demeanor. This woman, fully aware that all Qin Xia had done was for her sake, had allied with Yi Tianming to betray him. Qin Xia could vividly remember the depths of his despair and helplessness. To be betrayed by the woman he loved was a torment beyond imagination. The biting cold outside did not deter Xia Lanyi, who, despite the frigid conditions, could not afford to delay. Let me in, and you may do as you please. I will comply with your wishes. Is that acceptable? I have no interest in you. Qin Xia pressed the switch on the wall without hesitation. With a crackle, the surface of the explosion-proof glass, coated with a conductive film, became energized, reaching a voltage of tens of thousands of volts. Ah! Xia Lanyi trembled involuntarily, her body stiffening as she fell backward, rigid and unyielding. Although the seawater had receded significantly, the extreme cold had already frozen the water, leaving the ground below as hard as ice. Ding Li and the others watched helplessly as the naked Xia Lanyi plummeted, landing heavily on the unforgiving surface. Thud. Until her last breath, Xia Lanyi could not fathom why Qin Xia could be so merciless. Qin Xia gazed at the broken body of Xia Lanyi on the ground, his expression somewhat grotesque, yet he soon found peace in the moment. The wretched woman had received her just deserts. Damn it. Ding Li, seeing the plan exposed, disregarded everything else, brandishing a fire axe as he climbed up the ladder, pointing at Qin Xia. Qin Xia, it's not too late to beg for mercy. Otherwise, once we burst in, your death will be most unpleasant. Qin Xia raised a cup of hot drink and a mock toast to Ding Li, then leisurely took a sip. Ding Li, envious and resentful, thought how fortunate Qin Xia must be to enjoy hot coffee at a time like this. You bastard! Unable to bear the provocation, Ding Li swung the fire axe at the glass. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, no matter how hard Ding Li swung, he could only leave faint white marks on the glass. The domestic multi-layer explosion-proof glass was even tougher than alloys. Not even a missile could breach it, let alone a mere fire axe. How is this possible? Bulletproof glass. Ding Li finally grasped the grim reality. Qin Xia's abode was akin to a fortress, an impregnable stronghold. Are you out of your mind? Ding Li shouted hysterically. Did you foresee this catastrophe? Why install bulletproof glass if you're not deranged? After finishing his coffee, Qin Xia, under Ding Li's watchful gaze, pressed the button with a smile that was neither here nor there. The mechanism activated, enveloping Ding Li in a surge of electricity. Da-da! Ding Li screamed. losing his footing and falling backward. Below him lay a drop of several dozen meters. There was no chance of survival. Chun Xia's sanctuary resembled a hedgehog, not only impervious to damage but also riddled with traps that stingingly met his demise. Those lying in wait were left in stunned silence. What now? No one dared to act recklessly. The others hastily retreated, leaving only He Xiao, who stood dazed, staring at the bodies of the two below, lost in thought that it wasn't he until a gust of cold wind rushed in that she snapped back to reality, hurriedly closing the window and curling up in a corner. How could this be happening? How could this be? He Xiao felt herself teetering on the brink of madness. Chun Xia did not pursue a complete annihilation. It was not out of mercy, but rather a desire to savor the unfolding drama. Some individuals perished too swiftly, destined not to awaken in their next life, still inclined to cause harm. For he knew that in the coming days, those who sought to kill him would endure a torment beyond imagination. What about food? The generator. Upon returning to the security upon his immediate realization, he would undoubtedly descend with lethal intent. I have heard from Old Wu that this fellow possesses a firearm. Naturally, he would surreptitiously obliterate the wall. But what would he use to blow it up? The little white snake, confident and composed, replied that he has a buddy who is involved in mining, and he has a considerable stock of detonators and explosives stored in a warehouse, which he claimed could suffice to demolish for walls. Isn't this simply stating the obvious? Given the current circumstances, venturing outside equates to seeking death. I have studied the layout. Isn't it true that the underground parking garage of our building provides direct access to the subway tunnel? It would be both safe and expedient to traverse underground. That I have already been in contact with him. There are several kilograms of explosives readily available in a warehouse just 2 kilometers away from us. Well done, you clever lad. Wang Hu chuckled, evidently keeping a card up his sleeve. What is your friend's name? His name is Bai Qi. Chapter 26. The intruders. Lu Lin crouched in the corner of the staircase, nearly frozen to death. Yet she dared not venture out, for Wang Hu's men were vigilantly guarding the corridor. This dreadful weather is growing ever colder. One of Wang Hu's subordinates huddled in a corner, clad in a thick cotton coat, shivering as he fumbled for a cigarette to light. His face was reddened and bruised from the cold, and each time he opened his mouth, a dense white mist escaped. Had it not been for the added insulation in the building, these men would have succumbed to the cold long ago. Yet the indoor temperature had plummeted to a frigid -30 or 40 degrees. And it continued its descent. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as the smoking man collapsed to the ground. Lu Lin was taken aback. Just as she contemplated investigating, several shadowy figures stealthily ascended from below. One of them brandished a crossbow, cautiously approaching the corpse, whispering urgently to his companions. He is dead. Quickly check if he has any food. Their tone was frantic, after rummaging for some time without success. The group was left disappointed. Soon, more individuals continued to ascend the staircase, gathering a total of 7. That the second building is filled with nouveau riche. Their homes must surely contain plenty of food. Grab what we can and retreat before they notice us. The leader unsheathed a machete, leading the way toward room 2021. That Lu Lin covered her mouth, stifling any sound. She knew that the residents of 2021 were a retired couple with a good rapport among the neighbors. And even a ruthless figure like Wang Hu had never contemplated harming them. Chun Xia, outsiders have entered. They've gone to Grandpa Qi's place. What should we do? Chun Xia, engrossed in music and sipping on a bottle of wah, furrowed his brow upon receiving the message that don't meddle. You come up first. I prepared food for you in the electrical room next door. Stay there temporarily. You. Lu Lin was both angry and amused. Is this what you meant by considering letting me stay at your place? After all this, you're sending me to the electrical room. Otherwise, Chun Xia replied coolly, I trust no one that you help me. I provide you with food and a safe haven. It's a fair exchange. Fine. Let us set my matters aside for now. What about Grandpa Qi? His family are all good people. Why should I care? There are so many people in the building. Am I to intervene every time someone is in danger? When I was on the brink of death, they showed me no sympathy. You are truly heartless. Lu Lin, incensed, nearly smashed her phone. I misjudged you. Please do not look. Lu Lin realized that Chun Xia would likely not intervene to save anyone, yet she could not bear to watch Grandpa Qi's family suffer. At that moment, the intruders had already reached the door, pulling out their tools to pry it open. The night was dim, and the corridor was eerily silent. No one would dare to venture out at such a time. The intruders were exhilarated and eager. They were survivors from Building 8, having wandered aimlessly for days, starving and desperate. They would do anything for even the slightest opportunity to find food. Their reason for targeting Building 2 was its advantageous layout, allowing them to leap over from the shattered deck of a cruise ship using ropes. Grandpa Qi's home was warm, with a canister of gas left for occasional hot pot meals. Little did they know it would prove useful in this dire moment, as they could use the compact gas stove for warmth. However, after several days of use, the gas was running low and would not last long. Yet, Grandpa Qi remained unfazed, sitting at the bedside conversing with his long-paralyzed wife, seemingly unaffected by the chaos outside. "Hua Hua, if you leave, I shall follow. Otherwise, it would be dreadfully lonely for me. No, I cannot leave yet. Look at me. I'm becoming muddled that I still need to care for our granddaughter. She is only 14, that how will she manage afterward? Grandpa, I want chocolate." At that moment, an irate young girl burst in, demanding, "I want chocolate." Aren't there instant noodles and canned food left? The chocolate is meant to sustain your grandmother." "I don't care. I want chocolate." With great difficulty, Grandpa Qi retrieved a piece of chocolate, meant for his wife's sustenance. "Look at our granddaughter. I've spoiled her terribly. Her parents left early, and no one taught her. So her temperament is somewhat extreme." As soon as they entered, the leader, a man named Zhang Han, was immediately captivated. "Damn it, it's so warm in here. This house is fuel. Quick search." The group, resembling bandits, dispersed to search, while Zhang Han charged directly toward the light emanating from the bedroom. "Old man, you really know how to enjoy life," he sneered, grabbing Grandpa Qi and forcefully throwing him to the ground. Grandpa Qi, over 80 years old, could not withstand such a fall and was rendered immobile. Zhang Han kicked him again before swiftly packing the gas stove and canister into his bag. "Is there a corpse here?" Zhang Han frowned, suddenly yanking Mrs. Qi up, only to discover a thick wool mat beneath her. This item was now worth a pretty penny and provided excellent insulation. Without hesitation, he shoved Mrs. Qi aside and eagerly stuffed the wool mat into his bag. Grandpa Qi's eyes reddened as he desperately crawled to Zhang Han's leg, shouting, "Help! Someone please!" His piercing scream startled Zhang Han, who swiftly plunged his knife into him. Thud! The strike was swift and precise, and Grandpa Qi gasped his last breath. "Damn it! You old fool!" Zhang Han shouted in frustration as he stormed out. "Are you done yet?" His accomplices gathered, one of whom was holding a girl of approximately 13 or 14 years old. The girl's mouth was covered, her eyes filled with terror, and she appeared utterly limp. "Hangge, this little girl looks quite charming. What shall we do?" "Let us go," that old man shouted. "If someone hears us, it could spell trouble. Move." The group cautiously exited the door. Meanwhile, Lu Lin, concealed in the shadows, had already heard Grandpa Qi's anguished cry, yet she felt powerless to intervene. But when she saw the girl being taken away, she could no longer restrain herself. "You scoundrels, stop!" With nearly all her strength, she shouted, startling Zhang Han and his crew, "Did I end the stillness of the building?" Her voice echoed through several floors. After shouting, Lu Lin dashed up the stairs. "Damn it! Quick, chase her down. Don't let her summon help." Zhang Han yelled in a panic. As Lu Lin ran, she called out, "Everyone wake up! Outsiders have sneaked in. They're here to steal our food. Help!" Even as others became aware of the situation, they chose to prioritize their own safety. Zhang Han chased 2 floors up, only to find no one willing to assist, emboldening him. So it turns out this building is filled with cowards. Damn it. That scared the life out of me. Quick, pursue that woman. Don't let her escape. Hangge, I think that girl is quite pretty. Looks like we're in for a treat today. Enough chatter, just chase. Chapter 27. Indifference of humanity. Lu Lin stumbled several times along the way, scraping her knees, yet she persisted in shouting, "They killed Grandpa Qi and are trying to take his granddaughter. If you don't help now, you'll be next." As she ran, she knocked on doors. Knock, knock. "Come out. There are only a few of them. With so many of us, what is there to fear?" The more Lu Lin knocked, the more the residents sought to hide, terrified of attracting danger. By the time she reached the 25th floor, despair washed over her. She suddenly regretted stepping forward. Now, not only had she failed to save anyone, but she had also endangered herself. "You damned woman!" Zhang Han, slightly out of breath, leaned on his knife, looking up at her. "Why aren't you running? Go on." Lu Lin was drenched in sweat, no longer feeling cold or hungry, only fear and despair. After years in medicine, she had witnessed countless farewells, yet never had she felt such helplessness and desolation. She had always prided herself on understanding human nature, but now she realized how grotesque and terrifying it truly was. Damn it! Zhang Han and his men surrounded her, sneering, "You're quite the sprinter, aren't you? Don't come any closer." Lu Lin brandished a screwdriver, aimlessly waving it in the air. Zhang Han, and his gang were originally just petty thieves on the streets. A few days ago, they attempted to rob the 8th building, but unexpectedly encountered an earthquake, which trapped them inside. Now, in this apocalyptic world where rules have collapsed, they believe they have found the opportunity to showcase their true skills. Theft no longer satisfies their filthy hearts. Only robbery and murder can ignite their thrill. Lu Lin pressed a screwdriver against her throat, declaring, "If you come any closer, I will end my life right here." "Go ahead, die then," Zhang Han retorted nonchalantly, stepping closer while mockingly saying, "Even if you're dead, I will still have my way with you. Who knows, it might even be a unique experience. Honestly, I've never had my way with a corpse." Lu Lin, filled with rage, felt utterly powerless. Faced with such scum, even death would not spare her from humiliation. The residents on this floor were all pressed against their doors, listening to the commotion outside. They knew Lu Lin was in grave danger, yet none dared to intervene. At that moment, someone in the group could no longer contain themselves and asked, "Are we really not going to help? Who will go?" "You take the lead," came the response that "Don't act like a good Samaritan." The question instantly drew ire. No one wanted to risk their lives at such a perilous time. Even Wang, who warned everyone, "If anyone dares to go out, don't blame me for settling scores later." "Wang, who aren't you tough? You have the guts to rob people in your own building. Why not confront them yourself?" "Hey, you're Zhou Qiang from room 2708 on the 27th floor." "Right, got it. I'll remember you, Dahu, brother who, I was just making a casual remark. Please don't take it to heart." "Humph, you know nothing." Wang, who adopted a self-important demeanor, his voice dripping with a sense of age-old authority. "What if we offend people from other buildings? What if they band together against us? Let's not forget, there are still over 20 buildings with thousands of people alive. But if they rob us this time, what will happen next time?" Wang, who sent a funny emoji. "Anyway, they wouldn't dare rob me." "Good luck to you all that know, brother who." Zhou Qiang urged, "I have a suggestion that let's gather some food to give to brother who, so he can protect us from invaders from other buildings. What do you say?" The crowd fell silent, watching intently. Zhou Qiang continued, "Everyone, share your thoughts that who's willing to contribute some supplies for brother who's protection? We all know what happened to the cheese. No one wants to be next, right?" His words shifted the atmosphere in the group, that I'm willing to SOMI that many in the group expressed their willingness to accept Wang Hu's protection. Wang Hu sent Zhou Qiang a private message. "Well done. Thank you, brother Hu. Just don't forget my share," Zhou Qiang replied. Wang Hu flashed a dangerous smile. "I won't forget." Zhou Qiang energetically rallied the group that I in the security room. Wang Hu's subordinates looked exhilarated. "Humph. They are far too inexperienced to challenge me." Wang Hu laughed triumphantly. "These guys arrived just in time. I've been looking for an excuse. Truly, heaven is aiding me. Brother who is the best." At that moment, Lu Lin had been cornered. The absence of help from others only emboldened Zhang Han and his gang. "Beautiful lady, why struggle? You'll run out of food soon enough. Why not let us enjoy ourselves? You might even get a few bites to eat and live a little longer, right?" Knowing she had little chance of survival, Lu Lin suddenly turned to the young girl, resolutely stating, "Let the girl go." "And I will go with you, oh." Zhang Han paused, intrigued. "I didn't realize this beautiful lady had such a generous heart." One of his sleazy lackeys chimed in. "Han, her chest is indeed quite ample." "Shut up." Zhang Han shot a glare at him. The little girl, hearing she might have a chance to live, shook her head vigorously. The rag in her mouth finally dislodged, and she exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Let me go, and I'll go with you." Lu Lin was momentarily stunned, incredulously staring at the girl. However, the girl completely avoided her gaze, kneeling before Zhang Han and pleading, "Please let me go. I'm still young. I can please you. I'm of no use to you. How can you do this?" Lu Lin's heart nearly stopped, filled with rage. "Please, I beg you, let me go. Take her instead. I'm just a child." Zhang Han swung his arm toward the little girl, shouting, "Shut the hell up." Slap. The girl was knocked unconscious. "Take her away, let's go." Lu Lin was on the brink of collapse. The events of the past few days had shattered her worldview, leaving her values in ruins. Bastards. You bunch of bastards. Demons, suddenly. Zhang Han heard a heavy thud behind him. Who's there? He growled, hair standing on end. Russell, Russell. Lu Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Xia strolled out from the shadows, wearing thick winter gear and infrared glasses. Without a word, he knocked an arrow and, with a swift release, shot another arrow. Thud. A second man fell to the ground, struck. Zhang Han reacted, shouting, "Damn it! Kill him!" Thwang, thwang, thwang. Chen Xia's archery skills were exceptional. He fired 3 arrows in quick succession, piercing through 3 men. Zhang Han, midway through his charge, suddenly halted, fixing his gaze on the dark figure standing in the corridor like a demon. Chapter 28. Killing without batting an eye. Friend, wait. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhang Han was terrified, realizing he was no match for Chen Xia. Without granting Zhang Han a chance to plead further, Chen Xia pulled back his recurved bow and shot an arrow through his skull. Thud. Zhang Han slowly crumpled to the floor. The remaining 3 men attempted to flee, but the corridor was sealed, leaving them with nowhere to escape. Thwang, thwang, thwang. Chen Xia shot 3 more arrows. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Lu Lin felt a chill run down her spine. That it was truly killing without a moment's hesitation. Chen Xia said little, simply turning to leave. The building was no longer safe, and he did not wish to take greater risks for now. Lu Lin glanced at the unconscious girl, ultimately suppressing her urge to take her along, and stumbled after Chen Xia. Upon returning to the shelter, Chen Xia halted and pointed to the nearby power distribution room. There, Lu Lin was taken aback by this scene. Laughing in frustration, he had just saved her, yet still clung to a defensive posture, denying her entry into the shelter. Lu Lin felt as though she had ascended from hell to paradise, her pent-up resentment dissipating in an instant. After resting for a while, she could not resist sending Chen Xia a message. "Why did you save me?" "Because you are a doctor, and I may need your services in the future." "Is that the only reason?" Lu Lin rolled her eyes. "I thought you had a change of heart." "Change of heart? Don't be ridiculous. What is a change of heart? Does that little girl have a change of heart?" Lu Lin was instantly rendered speechless. Chen Xia continued, "Don't overthink it. My sole purpose in saving you is to collaborate. That I might get injured in the future, but I'm not a doctor. Matters concerning wounds will still fall to you." All right, Lu Lin conceded, "but I still want to thank you for saving me. That if only—" Chen Xia, seeming to read her thoughts, interjected, "Are you about to say that if I had acted sooner, Lao Chi wouldn't have died? Have you heard the saying? In chaotic times, the virtuous must be the first to perish. Most who lament the suffering of others are hypocrites, but you have the ability. What's wrong with saving them?" "I can't argue with you. That's the truth. In this apocalypse, everyone is trying to survive. That I am no exception. I believe, with great power comes great responsibility, that if you have the ability to save everyone, why not do so? First of all, my abilities are not yet sufficient to save everyone. Are you going to ask why I don't deal with Wang Hu and his crew? They rob food left and right, treating lives like dirt. Shouldn't they be punished? Isn't that so? You are incredibly naive. Don't be fooled by Wang Hu's facade. He is cunning that if I intervene, I might very well fall into his trap." Wang Hu was Yi Tianming's right-hand man, and Chen Xia knew all too well that he likely had a gun hidden on him. Yet, this was something Wang Hu had never disclosed to anyone, nor would he allow outsiders to discover it. Without absolute certainty, Chen Xia was unwilling to confront Wang Hu directly, that if he could use someone else's hand to eliminate Wang Hu, it would be a win-win situation. In other words, he was a coward. "I honestly don't know why I'm sharing all this nonsense with you." Lu Lin felt both anger and amusement. "Have you experienced some trauma? Why are you so cynical? Are you psychologically disturbed?" The conversation between the two abruptly ended. Lu Lin could not think of a reason to continue. Meanwhile, Chen Xia picked up a glass of red wine, moved to the window, and gazed at the desolate world outside, sneering, "I once was an innocent, passionate youth." Ding, a message notification sounded. Chen Xia initially thought it was from Lu Lin and casually picked up his phone, that he was unsure why he had engaged in such lengthy conversation with this female doctor. To his surprise, it was an unfamiliar number. "Chen Xia, this is He Qiao. Something strange has happened." Chen Xia curled her lip, dismissing yet another wretch seeking her protection, and without hesitation, added them to her blacklist. After a while, He Qiao called from Xia Lanyi's phone, her voice steeped in terror. "Chen Xia, please don't hang up. Just listen to me. Yi's body is missing." "What did you say?" Chen Xia's pupils constricted sharply. Yi's body was supposed to be downstairs, yet now it had vanished. If you looked, you would see it. Xia seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and hurriedly stepped onto the balcony to peer down. On the dark, slightly reflective ice surface lay only one corpse, that of Ding Li, whose face had been grotesquely disfigured by sulfuric acid. The body of Xia Lanyi, which should have been beside him, was nowhere to be found. There were only two possible explanations for this occurrence. The first was that someone had stolen the body to stockpile food. However, given the current circumstances, they had not yet descended to cannibalism. It was practically impossible. The second reason was corpse mutation. A contaminated body could undergo aberrant transformations, becoming a horrifying disaster entity. But if it truly was a mutation, how could it happen so swiftly? It had barely been a day. Xia retrieved her infrared binoculars to scrutinize the ground, discovering a barely visible hole beneath the ice. Countless corpses were entombed beneath, and the microorganisms and fungi from the depths of the sea had reacted with nuclear radiation, potentially giving rise to an endless array of terrifying disaster entities. At that moment, the group chat erupted in chaos. Some had seen Xia rescue Lu Lin, and calls for help surged in a tide. Xia, I saw it all. You killed the intruder, you can protect us, right? Xia killed the intruder? That's fantastic. You are truly remarkable, Xia. You surpass Wang Hu and his gang by far. Come protect us. In an instant, the chat was filled with flattery. One proclamation silenced all dissent. After all, Xia lacked for nothing and had no need to risk herself. Moreover, these individuals were hardly virtuous. Some among them had been complicit in the harm that befell Xia. Meanwhile, Wang Hu fidgeted restlessly, cursing Xia for meddling in his affairs. What if this group rallied around him? Quick, find out where he is. At this moment, Xiao Baishi was more despondent than anyone else, unable to believe the horror unfolding before his eyes. Chapter 29. Mutual destruction. The underground passage had not been entirely flooded by seawater. Before the water completely engulfed the area, the temperature plummeted, freezing the water into ice and allowing ample space for movement within the passage. What on earth are these things? These figures were unlike normal humans. They were disheveled, their faces contorted, and some even moved despite having broken bodies. Xiao Baishi, having watched zombie films, immediately recognized the origin of these creatures. In a way, zombies? He covered his mouth, retreating step by step, desperate to escape this terrifying place. Crack! A sound of despair echoed as he stepped on shattered glass, producing a piercing noise. A horde of zombies suddenly turned, their eyes devoid of humanity, claws outstretched toward Xiao Baishi. Oh my God! He scrambled backward, now just 200 meters from the exit, yet that distance felt insurmountable. The zombies chased after him, leaping and shrieking in a terrifying cacophony that made Xiao Baishi's skin crawl. It's over. It's really over. 150 meters. 100 meters, 50 meters. Xiao Baishi yanked off his backpack, which contained explosives and detonators. Knowing he could not escape, he resolved not to die in vain and lit the fuse with determination. I'll blow you monsters to pieces. The fuse burned rapidly. Suddenly, two zombie rats lunged from the shadows, biting into Xiao Baishi's legs and tearing back with ferocity. Da-da! He screamed, desperately crawling toward the nearby exit. Boom! A massive wave of zombies surged forward, engulfing Xiao Baishi instantly. The mindless creatures collided with one another, forming a mountain of corpses. Moments later, the zombies parted like a tide, bowing their heads in fear, their bodies still trembling but refusing to advance. From the depths of the darkness, a slender figure emerged from the railway, bellowing at the horde. Ah! The piercing scream echoed, awakening all the zombies in the underground passage. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion scattered the horde, debris raining down and instantly sealing the exit. The group chats and Jinding community erupted in speculation about the blast. What was that sound? An earthquake? What a strong tremor. I'm terrified that something's off. It felt more like an explosion. The building began to shake. Lights flickered in other buildings as people shone flashlights toward the ground. Beneath the ice layer below building number 2, a section had clearly collapsed, causing the already tilted massive ship to sink deeper into the recess. Xia, who had been observing the external dynamics, suddenly noticed a viscous black substance seeping from the ship, flowing along the cracks in the ice into the depths below. That was Xia swiftly adjusted her focus to the dilapidated hull. That it became evident that this was a multinational vessel laden with nuclear waste. Such vessels usually underwent rigorous inspections before docking. Yet here it was, thrust ashore by a tsunami, and no wonder the corpses mutated so rapidly. Wang Hu's expression darkened. Could the recent explosion be linked to Xiao Baishi? It seemed he had indeed faced a mishap. His subordinate Liang Bin had been trying to make calls, but to no avail. Damn it. What is going on? Huge brother, without explosives, we can't deal with Xia. What is there to fear? He wouldn't dare act against us, Wang Hu sneered. Let him live a few more days in his turtle shell. Tomorrow we'll continue raiding for food. Which floor is next? Floors 10 and 11 have been cleaned out. Tomorrow it's the 12th floor. Good. Notify them in the group. As long as they obediently hand over their food, they can count on my protection, or else they should not blame me for being ruthless. Liang Bin promptly sent the message to the group. The recent explosion had left everyone rattled, and Wang Hu's declaration only deepened their despair. Yet faced with Wang Hu's tyranny, all they could do was simmer in silent rage. As frustrations mounted, a nearly silent member of the group finally chimed in. I am Zhang Dongcheng. I have a friend in building number 6 who says they are gathering a force to launch a surprise attack on us tomorrow morning. Zhang Dongcheng's words ignited a firestorm in the chat of building no.2.is. That true, brother Zhang. Is this information reliable? Building number 6 is diagonally across from us, over 100 meters away. Why don't they target buildings no. 3 and 4 and instead choose us? What should we do? Zhang Dongcheng continued, because buildings number 3 and 4 have been completely raided. Gasp. The group collectively inhaled sharply. In just a few days, they had been stripped bare of buildings no. 3 and 4, and so stealthily. Their combat prowess was formidable. Had they really run out of food in such a short time, would they dare to raid again? Even if they had taken from buildings no. 3 and 4, there were still buildings number 5 and number 1 next door. Why target them specifically? Zhang Dongcheng, how would I know? I'm merely warning everyone to be cautious. As for the rest, may fortune favor you. What kind of group are they? Zhang Dongcheng typed a string of exclamation marks, his tone one of resignation. My friend and I came from the same military unit, so he advised me to hide. He said those guys used to be part of the Qianxing Group. Qianxing Group? The revelation shocked everyone. They knew that Qianxing Group was notorious for high-interest loans, comprised of individuals as ruthless as Wang Hu. How many of them are there? At least 30, armed with large sabers and stab-proof vests. Upon hearing this intelligence, despair washed over everyone that if such a formidable force were to invade, who could withstand it? Even Wang Hu fell silent, not daring to utter a word, and began discussing escape plans with his subordinates. Xia, who had been keeping an eye on the group chat, felt a stir in her heart. Wasn't Qianxing Group the very company from which she had taken out a loan? Their sudden decision to attack building number 2, could it be related to her? Xia typed in the chat. Is their leader named Tang Long? Zhang Dongcheng was taken aback. How did you know? Indeed. When Xia had deceived Tang Long into granting her a loan using a false identity, she had never intended to repay it. She had thought she would never cross paths with him again, but it seemed likely that Yi Tianming had met with Tang Long just before his demise. Now, Tang Long was aware of the deception and was coming for retribution, likely with armed men in tow. Chapter 30. A simple woman faced with the threat from building number 6. No one could remain calm. Some were tagging Wang Hu in the chat. Brother Hu, we are submitting food. You must protect us. Indeed, Brother Hu. Only you can safeguard us now. Numerous messages are directed at Wang Hu, which has left him quite vexed. What nonsense is this? If you wish to survive, there is but one solution. Brother Hu, do you have a plan? Speak quickly. We are all on edge. Everyone is eagerly awaiting his response. After a moment of silence, Wang Hu suddenly declared, shouldn't everyone be aware of where the safest place in Building 2 is now? Collectively, they thought of the spacious 30th floor, where Xia resided. They had heard that several groups had attempted to assault Xia's home, but had failed miserably, returning in disarray with significant losses. Surely, his abode must be more fortified than our own. Everyone shared this sentiment, yearning for such a sanctuary, yet it remained merely a fleeting thought. Wang Hu continued, he lives comfortably in a nearly 300-square-meter apartment. Surely, if we squeeze in, we could accommodate 100 or so people. If he is willing to assist, most of us could survive. However, would Xia allow us entry? Xia, please lend us your assistance. This is a time for unity against external threats. You cannot solely think of yourself. Come out and speak. Whatever demands you have, just let me into your refuge, and I shall comply with anything." In an instant, all eyes turned towards Chen Xia. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with these individuals, but Zhang Dongqing discreetly sent him a message. "Chen Xia, I must inform you that the individuals from Building 6 are likely targeting you." Chen Xia had already suspected this, but feigned ignorance. Why? The precise reasons were unclear, but if possible, it would be wise to avoid confrontation. "And where do you suggest I take refuge?" "Flee from Building 2. The further, the better." Absurd. Zhang Dongqing had been silent for days, hiding at his lover's home, well supplied, reveling in intimacy in the warmth of their shared bed. Yet with the encroaching cold, his thoughts began to shift. He desperately needed equipment and tools for warmth. Even snuggling under the covers offered little solace, with temperatures plummeting to -10 degrees. It was unbearable. Just then, a friend from Building 6 messaged him, signaling that an opportunity had arisen, although Zhang Dongqing had remained quiet. As a member of the building security team, he was acutely aware of the entire situation, that he could even access all surveillance footage on his phone. Hence, he was fully cognizant of the events that had transpired recently. Chen Xia harbored a significant secret that if he could unravel this mystery, he believed he could thrive amid this calamity. That dear, do you think Chen Xia will fall for it? His lover, Du Xiaoli, nestled in his embrace, lamented about the bitter cold, wishing to reside in Chen Xia's luxurious apartment. "Fear not. I have a plan. Once we secure a place in the grand residence, I shall indulge in a long-overdue bath. Can you smell me? I'm positively rancid. Patience, darling. Just one more night." Zhang Dongqing pulled out his phone, uncertain of whom to message, his fingers flying across the screen. Chen Xia could not evade this situation, and he had no worries about the trouble that Tang Long and his crew could cause. If they dared to come, they would only bring misfortune upon themselves. However, the uproar in the group could not be ignored. If he did not find a way to quell their unrest soon, the thousands of residents in Jinding community might covet his dwelling, which would be an unbearable predicament. Until he possessed absolute strength, Chen Xia would need to rely on this sanctuary to navigate the initial dangers that in truth, even if the people from Building 6 came, there was no need to fear them. Chen Xia finally spoke in the group. "Chen Xia, you have finally spoken. Chen Xia, please help us." He continued, "My strength alone is limited. It is impossible for me to fend off dozens of armed marauders. What do you propose? We must unite and face them together. That I promise each of you, that if we repel the invaders this time, I will distribute food to those who contribute." Upon hearing about food, many individuals stirred with excitement. "Moreover, I will provide heating equipment to the one who contributes the most." The crowd erupted with renewed vigor, as if they had been invigorated. "Is it true? Are you genuinely willing to share food and resources?" "Chen Xia, tell us what to do." "I will support you, of course. To reap the benefits, one must first exert effort. Each household must contribute manpower and resources. Should anyone dare to engage in underhanded tactics, I shall deal with you before the people from Building 6 even arrive." The atmosphere in the group grew tense upon hearing that every household must contribute. "Wait, are we expected to confront the individuals from Building 6 directly?" "I believe Chen Xia speaks wisely," Lu Lin interjected. "Only through unity can we withstand the invasion. As long as everyone contributes, we shall fear no one." Chen Xia felt a surge of amusement. His original intention was to use these individuals as cannon fodder. Yet Lu Lin's words seemed to ignite a fervor among them. Lu Lin's voice rang out passionately. "Let us remember, should Building 6 truly attack, our inaction will render us vulnerable, even if they spare us. What about the other buildings? Resources are dwindling. Have you all noticed? The snow is becoming heavier, and outside temperatures have plummeted to over -60 degrees. Venturing out would mean certain death that if everyone perceives Building 2 as easy prey. Every building will come to plunder, and we will have no hope of survival." Lu Lin's remarks stirred a commotion. They had not considered the broader implications, merely wishing to preserve their own lives. Yet, with Lu Lin's warning, the gravity of their situation became apparent. "All right, count me in." "Me too. After all, the outcome is either death by freezing or starvation. I might as well take the gamble that if we win, at least we can have a hearty meal." "Count me in. I'm in. I'm joining the fight." Suddenly, households began to rally. Even those reluctant to participate found themselves compelled to join in the fervor. After tallying the responses, Approximately 60 individuals were willing to take up arms against building SIX. More and more people joined Chen Xia's cause. Wang Hu's subordinates grew anxious. Brother Hu, something feels off. These people are fully supporting Chen Xia. How can we survive? If they win, Chen Xia might turn this lot against us. It would spell our doom. Chapter 31. Insidious Intentions. Humph. Wang Hu scoffed. You lot don't understand a thing. This is a fortuitous opportunity. If we feign cooperation, we can eliminate Chen Xia at the opportune moment, and all the credit will be ours. This would not only secure the loyalty of everyone in Building 2, but also allow them to seize Chen Xia's refuge. Achieving two objectives simultaneously. Does Brother Hu have another plan? His subordinates crowded around him, eyes wide with anticipation. Wang Hu joined the group chat that I, Wang Hu, am also willing to lend a hand. Almost everyone was incredulous that these words came from him. Wang Hu's recent actions had been nothing short of a nightmare for them all. In their eyes, he was as fearsome as a demon, were it not for the dire need for survival. No one would willingly associate with someone like Wang Hu. Now, his sudden shift in attitude raised suspicions regarding his ulterior motives. Wang Hu, are you certain? Even Zhang Dongcheng found himself asking in surprise. Of course, I have a few batons and knives available. Those in need may take them. In this critical time, we must set aside past grievances and unite against our common foe. Additionally, I have around 20 men ready to assist. We can coordinate efforts and lay an ambush to catch those from Building 6 off guard. Regardless, Wang Hu's involvement greatly boosted morale. Chen Xia, outline the plan. How shall we proceed? Indeed, with Wang Hu joining, our chances of victory have increased significantly. The chat became increasingly vibrant as other onlookers began to participate. The number of rebels swelled to 80. With Wang Hu's 20 men, they had a force of nearly 100. Sufficient to overpower the invaders from Building 6. Well then, since Wang Hu is so eager, you shall lead this counteroffensive. That acceptable? Wang Hu was taken aback. Chen Xia, when you take action? Chen Xia replied playfully. With Brother Hu leading, why should I intervene? I shall remain at home, preparing food, awaiting your triumphant return. Wang Hu nearly erupted in anger. This despicable individual. Chen Xia timely shared a plethora of food photos, steaks, drumsticks, and an array of hot pot ingredients. Tonight's dinner would be a sumptuous hot pot feast, with Chen Xia indulging in the steaming delicacies. Anyone, even those who had feasted daily in the past, would find it hard to resist the mouth-watering spread in such frigid weather. My goodness. Is your abode a paradise? This is so unfair. Why does he get to enjoy such lavish fare? I crave that meal. A multitude of individuals, ensconced in their blankets, huddled within their homes, their eyes fixated on their smartphones. Yet they were hesitant to gaze too long, hastily shutting off their devices after a fleeting glance, fearful of depleting their precious battery life. In fact, many families shared a single phone, relegating others to a dormant state for emergencies. Chen Xia chuckled softly, continuing to dangle bait before them. If you eliminate the intruder from Building 6, all these delectable treats will be yours. He then unveiled an array of fresh fruits, glistening grapes that appeared freshly plucked from water, luscious, juice-filled watermelons, and an assortment of nuts that, once commonplace, now seemed as rare delicacies. The group erupted into excitement. Even for a mere hot pot meal and these fruits, they were willing to risk everything. After enduring despair for so long, even disappointment could transform into a flicker of hope. Even Wang Hu's gaze was now transfixed, overwhelmed by the tantalizing allure. Damn, this is too tempting, he muttered, patting his stomach. We must take care of that Chen Xia. Everything he has will be ours. His subordinates were on the verge of acting impulsively, unable to resist such temptation. Tiger brother, what is the plan now? Are we really meant to be cannon fodder? What nonsense, Wang Hu snapped. With so many people mobilized, do you think we need to be the pawns? We merely need to emerge at the right moment and shout. Wang Hu, you coordinate the next moves with Zhang Dongcheng, Chen Xia instructed. Whoever contributes will receive food and supplies. Chen Xia reclined comfortably in his chair. The path laid out before him. Even if Wang Hu hesitated to act, the throng would undoubtedly spur him into action. Thank you, Chen Xia, Lu Lin texted. Thank me? I'm perplexed, Chen Xia replied. Without you, they wouldn't have united. You gave them hope. Chen Xia lazily typed. I'm not as grand as you think. I merely view them as fodder. His typing speed quickened. How amusing. Don't invoke the notion of kindness with me. Ah, have I struck a nerve? Chun Xia's fingers flew across the screen. How did you know I was flustered? Don't be so presumptuous. Mind your own affairs. Tang Long from Building 6 is no trifling matter. Thanks for your concern. I will take care of myself. What a mystery. Chun Xia tossed his phone aside, muttering to himself. This woman is so full of herself that on Wang Hu's end, preparations were already underway. With 4 hours until 6 in the morning, they had ample time that he gathered those participating in the operation on the 10th floor, pointing to a gap in the outer window. It's now confirmed that the slain intruder entered through here. I suspect Tang Long from Building 6 will likely breach from the same point. Zhou Qiang tentatively inquired, Tiger Brother, should we lay an ambush here? The space is too confined for them to enter en masse. They will come in waves, possibly through different entrances. I've observed that their most probable points of entry are the 10th floor, 11th floor, and the rooftop. That we need to have people stationed at all 3 locations. Zhou Qiang, take 30 men to ambush on the 10th floor. Though a bit anxious, Zhou Qiang recognized this as an opportunity to shine. He too desired food and supplies, so he spun around, eager to join the ambush on the 10th floor. Soon, they had gathered 30 individuals, armed with an assortment of kitchen knives and sticks. Wang Hu continued to assign tasks. Zhang Dongqing, you take 30 men to the 11th floor, all right? Sure. Zhang Dongqing nodded slowly to be by the way. Wang Hu inquired nonchalantly, is the information from your friend reliable? What, do you doubt me? Haha, in this situation, one must be cautious. What if you're deliberately leading us into a trap? Ridiculous. If I were a traitor, why would I warn you? Who would know if Building 6 launched a surprise attack at dawn? Wang Hu chuckled. Relax. I was merely asking, oh, you're fine going to the 11th floor? Don't worry. Wait a moment. Zhang Dongqing stepped out of the crowd. Chapter 32. Ungratefulness, what do you mean by that? Wang Hu narrowed his eyes. Zhang Dongqing made an insinuation. It's freezing outside. Staying even a second longer poses risks. If it were you, would you choose the most arduous and time-consuming route to climb to the rooftop for an ambush? Wang Hu scoffed. It's always a possibility. I SNT it. What if they plan to attack from above? How would they ascend? Wang Hu frowned. Their ability to ascend is their concern. Our duty is to defend. Then I'll take my men to the rooftop. Zhang Dongqing, are you intentionally opposing me? I'm the head of the security team at Jinding Mansion. I know this building well and am more familiar with the terrain and surroundings than you, making my presence more suitable that I've been with Yi Xiao for 5 years, entering and exiting Jinding community daily. I know every corner. As the 2 men argued, tensions escalated, and it seemed a scuffle was imminent. Suddenly, Zhou Qiang exclaimed, Look, someone is coming. The 2 swiftly turned, their hearts racing as they followed Zhou Qiang's gaze. A group of figures stealthily approached through the thickets and flower beds. They had not anticipated the swift arrival of the forces from Building 6, even before dawn. This group was attempting a nighttime raid. The multitude of shadows below sent shivers down their spines. It was not merely 30 individuals, but possibly 60 or more. They split into 2 factions, one making for the massive ship, likely aiming to breach from the top where it was closest to the gap on the 10th floor, while the other opted not to ascend to the 11th floor as expected, but rather chose to infiltrate from the 5th level platform. Previously, the sea had inundated everything below the 10th floor, and when the tide receded, the frigid weather had frozen the seawater, leaving an ice layer at the 5th level. However, the area between the 5th and 10th floors had been eroded by seawater, making the interior chaotic and inconvenient for action. Yet, Tang Long perceived this as enhancing their stealth, that he had no inkling that their movements were already detected. Zhou Qiang panicked. What do we do? They're coming right at us. Humph. Wang Hu growled. What is there to panic about? Since they've come, let us prepare to fight. Zhou Qiang, you and my men wait for them here. Zhang Dongqing, you take your men below to lay an ambush. Zhang Dongqing said nothing, facing a formidable foe. Subduing the intruders was the priority. Let us go. Tang Long was bundled up tightly, wearing a thick coat over a stab-resistant vest, wielding a machete, his eyes gleaming with menace. Listen up, our objectives are not just food and supplies. We need to find that Great Xia to do, you understand? Understood, Dragon Brother. Tang Long tucked away his walkie-talkie, then shattered the glass obstructing his path with a single swipe, deftly slipping inside. The group filed in behind him. The entire building was eerily silent, the calm before the storm, that in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere outside. Chun Xia sat sipping hot coffee and enjoying fresh fruits, quietly awaiting the onset of battle. Such scenarios would become commonplace in the future. For resources and supplies, no one could remain unscathed. For survival, for life, everyone would have to exert their utmost. A piercing scream shattered the night. Countless pairs of eyes from neighboring buildings were glued to Building 2. The skirmish commenced at the breach on the 10th floor. Tang Long's brother, Tang Hu, had just entered with his men when they were met with a fierce counterattack. He had not anticipated an ambush. "Damn it! Kill them!" Wang Hu commanded, using the chaos to retreat. Zhou Qiang led the charge, driven by the desire for food and supplies. "Brothers, if we drive these bastards away, we'll get food. Follow me." However, the next moment, a sharp blade pierced Zhou Qiang's chest, the enemy grinning maliciously as they withdrew the knife. The spray of blood sent everyone into a frenzy that in an instant. The air was filled with flashing blades and flying flesh. "Charge! Who dares to retreat? Kill them!" Wang Hu urged, brandishing his large knife while hiding behind the crowd. But he noticed that their side clearly lacked fighting strength. 60 men were being thoroughly overwhelmed by 30 opponents. The narrow hallway made retreat difficult for those in front, forcing them to press on despite their trepidation. Thanks to their numerical advantage, both sides momentarily reached a stalemate. Tang Hu was equally astonished by the intensity of the resistance. With heavy casualties among his brothers, he had no choice but to retreat and notify his elder brother Tang Long. "Brother, something's off. They're clearly prepared, and I can't break through." As Tang Long arrived at the 8th floor, he had already heard the sounds of combat. He had initially intended to encircle from below, but suddenly found his path obstructed. The shattered walls blocked the staircase, leaving only a small hole above, perhaps a few meters wide, as a potential route upwards. Regrettably, they had not brought ropes or any tools, leaving them to sigh in despair. Coupled with his brother's plea for help, it dawned on him that there must be an insider who had betrayed them. Just as they were about to turn back, a somber voice echoed from the cave's entrance above. "Who is Tang Long? And who are you?" Tang Long swiftly sought cover. "Do not be alarmed. I can assist you. But I have one condition." Tang Long hesitated, questioning, "How can I be certain of your sincerity? Your target is Great Xia, is it not?" After a moment of silence, Tang Long was profoundly astonished. "You certainly know quite a lot. Speak. What is your price?" "I demand half of Great Xia supplies." Tang Long frowned, taken aback by how well this young man understood his plan. While others were oblivious, Tang Long was acutely aware of his ultimate objective for this operation. Great Xia had mortgaged loans to acquire a significant stockpile of supplies and even established a refuge for unforeseen circumstances. Information Tang Long had thoroughly investigated. He firmly believed that Great Xia's residence was brimming with various foodstuffs and resources, all exceedingly valuable. It was precisely for this reason that he had risked everything to come here, only to unexpectedly encounter an opportunist seeking a share. Should he refuse, the mission could very well fail, and they might inadvertently alert Great Xia, giving him time to prepare. Nevertheless, the demand for half was excessive. Tang Long replied slowly, "Your terms are unacceptable. If you truly mean well, I could concede to a maximum of 30%. "Agreed." Zhang Dongqing achieved his objective, a smile gracing his face. Conversing with intelligent individuals was indeed a simpler affair. "I have faith that General Tang would not deceive me. Would he? I, Tang Long, am a man of my word." With a flourish, Zhang Dongqing lowered the rope. Soon, Tang Long and his companions ascended. The corridor was crowded, both sides tense yet restrained, fearful that an inadvertent move might shatter the delicate equilibrium. Zhang Dongqing stepped forward, extending a hand. "General Tang, our goals align. Let us ascend to the rooftop." Zhang Dongqing had already brokered terms with the group behind him, promising them a 10% cut after dealing with Great Xia. Whether they would ultimately receive it depended on Zhang Dongqing's whim. At least he had seized the initiative and not attempt any tricks. Tang Long, confident in his superior equipment, did not regard Zhang Dongqing as a threat. A group of over 60 quietly followed Zhang Dongqing to the rooftop. Tang Long surveyed the area, questioning, "What do you mean by bringing me to the rooftop?" Chapter 33, One Man Against a Crowd. "You must be aware of how fortified Great Xia's refuge is. I trust General Tang anticipated this beforehand. Attempts have been made to breach the refuge from all sides, and they have proven exceedingly difficult." "Oh, what makes the rooftop any different?" Zhang Dongqing pointed to a coring machine that had somehow been placed on the rooftop, stating, "While Great Xia may have reinforced his entire dwelling, it is not necessarily impenetrable. This coring machine can even penetrate steel plates. Even if his roof is impervious, the rooftop serves as an excellent defensive position. Zhang Dongqing gestured towards the solitary entrance to the rooftop, explaining, firstly, if we station someone at the entrance, we can prevent anyone from disrupting us, thereby buying us time. Secondly, there are no traps set up here, leaving Chen Xia powerless against our actions. Tang Long frowned, but merely possessing a coring machine is of no use without electricity. Do you truly think I would be unprepared? Zhang Dongqing approached a pile of debris, forcefully lifting a tarp to reveal a fully operational industrial generator. What about fuel? Zhang Dongqing moved to a corner, retrieving a barrel of diesel. Now, let us commence. However, when I start the machine, it is highly probable that Chen Xia will come for us, that you'd best be prepared. If he remains cooped up like a turtle, I have no means to deal with him. Should he dare to show himself, I shall see to his demise. Tang Long held Chen Xia in utter disregard. He believed that without the refuge's protection, Chen Xia was utterly inconsequential, a mere nuisance that in fact, he only assigned a single subordinate to watch the entrance, as his focus lay solely on the coring machine, the efficacy of which remained to be seen. Zhang Dongqing cautioned again, do not underestimate Chen Xia. He has eliminated quite a number of people in recent days. With so many of us, should we fear him? Tang Long scoffed that if he dares to come, I shall teach him a lesson. The power of the coring machine was well acknowledged, commonly used for quarrying and demolishing, and it was the most formidable tool Zhang Dongqing could procure. The generator roared to life, its thunderous noise reverberating through the night, while the coring machine's sound was even louder, its vibrations palpable. Suddenly, Chen Xia jolted upright in bed, acutely aware of the tremors above, a sardonic smile creeping across his face as he muttered, these pests truly relentless. He quickly donned his cold-weather gear, tucked a handgun into his waistband, grabbed his recurved bow, and slung a quiver of broadhead arrows over his shoulder, stealthily making his way outside. They had come to his doorstep. If he did not take the initiative, they might mistakenly believe him to be easy prey. Thud, thud, thud. The tremendous force swiftly breached the rooftop flooring, exposing reinforced concrete. However, halfway through, they encountered formidable resistance. Zhang Dongqing had anticipated this. Indeed, it was an alloy. Continue, Zhang Dongqing commanded, operating the machine to drill further. The alloy plate, crafted from a special material designed to withstand explosions, possessed remarkable resilience. The coring machine's drill bit quickly succumbed to damage after mere seconds. Zhang Dongqing promptly replaced it with a new ITS working. Tang Long's eyes brightened as he observed small holes forming in the alloy plate. Though progress was slow, persistence would yield results. Within half an hour, they could breach it. Hasten, we cannot endure much longer in this cursed weather, Tang Long urged. The group was heavily layered in thermal clothing and windproof jackets, yet the temperature plummeted to a chilling 60 degrees below zero. Remaining outside for too long would lead to frostbite. Suddenly, a guard stationed at the entrance clutched his chest, swaying before collapsing to the ground. Due to the thick clothing, the arrow had pierced his chest without spilling blood. And he was dead. Whoosh! Chen Xia continued to draw and shoot, swiftly dispatching several individuals near the entrance that were under attack. The entrance fell silent, devoid of any figures. Damn it, who is it? Tang Long bellowed, demanding the assailant reveal themselves. Chen Xia remained calm. All he needed was to guard the staircase. One intruder would die, and two would meet the same fate, to go investigate. Tang Long signaled for his men to clear the way. Two individuals armed with machetes cautiously entered the door, but before they could react, they felt a sharp pain in their chests. Thud! They tumbled down the staircase. Brother Long, something's amiss. Panic surged among the crowd on the rooftop. It is Chen Xia. This is the best opportunity to deal with him, Zhang Dongqing exclaimed. Tang Long raised his hand, commanding, charge down and eliminate him. His subordinates hesitated, prompting Tang Long to shove a gun against one man's head. Insisting move, reluctantly, three men gritted their teeth and rushed inside, attempting to catch Chen Xia off guard, with Tang Long trailing behind, poised to strike. Just as Chen Xia prepared to fire, Tang Long, quick on the draw. Shot first, bang, so he does have a gun. Chen Xia felt a surge of exhilaration. The sound indicated it was a formidable, large-caliber Desert Eagle, a weapon often seen in the Apocalypse. Chen Xia had once possessed one, but ammunition had been scarce, leaving him with little opportunity to wield it. The gun in Tang Long's hands was far superior to Chen Xia's outdated Type 54 pistol, both in lethality and magazine capacity. "What are you waiting for? Go." Tang Long urged his men to advance while gesturing for the others to follow. Both sides proceeded with caution, but due to the cacophony of the drilling and the sealed nature of their helmets, they could scarcely hear each other's footsteps. Thus, Chen Xia relied on his sharp vision to pinpoint the enemy. Whoosh! Any foe that appeared around the corner would meet an arrow to the heart. Recognizing that acting alone would lead to certain death, 5 or 6 men huddled together, charging forward in a frenzy. Yes, right there. Take him down. In this dire situation, the bow and arrows were rendered nearly useless. Chen Xia swiftly drew his gun, firing without aiming, unleashing a flurry of shots down the hallway. Bang, bang, bang. They had never anticipated that Chen Xia would also be armed. By the time they considered retreating, it was far too late. Tang Long, terrified, dared not step forward. Damn it! Where did this kid get a gun? Brother Long, what should we do? The group huddled together in a corner, too fearful to show themselves. Chen Xia quickly loaded the last few bullets into his magazine, ready to fire at any moment. That I refuse to believe he has an endless supply of ammunition. A few of you charge at him. Brother Long, are you sending us to our deaths? If you one team move, you'll die anyway. Even with numerous men, none were willing to be mere fodder at the forefront. Tang Long, resolute, was willing to risk it all. The opportunity was fleeting, and should Chen Xia escape, their efforts would be in vain. That Dio not forget. Chen Xia's refuge is stocked with vast amounts of food and supplies that if we can capture him, I assure you, you will receive a greater share. Tang Long's reminder invigorated his subordinates. There is still a chance if we charge. If we don't, we'll only wait for death. Damn it, follow me. Chapter 34. No nonsense, just action without a moment's hesitation. A fearless leader charged forward, followed closely by a dozen others. Eliminating Chen Xia meant securing food. Brothers, kill him, Tang Long shouted. With a swift motion, he fired several shots, intending to intimidate Chen Xia and provide cover for his subordinates. What sort of hero hides away? If you have guts, come out. Chen Xia had long been prepared. As the gunfire ceased, he quickly loosed 2 arrows, taking down 2 men, then emptied his magazine into the crowd. After felling 7 or 8 individuals, the remaining fighters, sensing the dire situation, lay flat on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Chen Xia quietly retreated, making not a sound, which only amplified the atmosphere of terror. That moment, Tang Long bellowed in frustration, "I'm out of bullets. You all go." After witnessing Chen Xia eliminate a dozen of their comrades, the desperation of these outlaws surged, leading them into a frenzied charge. Clang. Hidden in the shadows, Chen Xia drew his machete and executed a horizontal slash, decapitating the first man in line. Swish. With 2 more swift strikes, he felled several more before retreating quickly. However, 6 or 7 men seized the opportunity to close in, wildly swinging their swords. Chen Xia dodged left and right, but in the narrow corridor, he was struck on the shoulder by a blade. Thud! He retaliated by kicking one of the attackers with considerable force, sending the man crashing into his pursuers and granting Chen Xia a moment to breathe. Seizing the opportunity as his adversaries hesitated defensively, Chen Xia swiftly drew his bow to the limit and fired 3 arrows in quick succession. Thud! The 3 piercing arrows penetrated the first 2 men in line and simultaneously struck 3 others in the back. Such terrifying strength sent shivers down the spines of all present. Within just a minute, a dozen or so corpses lay scattered in the corridor. Chen Xia showed no sign of hesitation as he dispatched his foes. With this freakish strength, Tang Long could hardly fathom Chen Xia's capabilities, and the courage to retaliate had deserted him. The henchmen retreated in panic, no longer daring to cross the line. The 2 sides remained locked in a standoff for 2 minutes. The longer the standoff dragged on, the more Tang Long began to feel the strain. They lacked the professional-grade cold-weather gear that Chen Xia possessed. Prolonged exposure to the frigid air left their bodies stiff and their movements cumbersome. Tang Long, now desperate, began firing wildly into the darkness. Bang, 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 click. The moment his ammunition ran out, Tang Long's heart sank. Clang! Just then, he spotted a figure at the rooftop entrance, a powerful bow aimed directly at him. The speed was astonishing. Tang Long was momentarily stunned, and in a mere 2 seconds, Chen Xia had leaped up. Stringing his bow, the arrowhead precisely targeting Tang Long's head. "Tang Long, move another inch, and I'll shoot through your skull." Tang Long felt as though he were under the gaze of a demon, an icy chill coursing through him from his toes to his head. Zhang Dongqing halted his movements, eyeing Qin Xia warily. "Zhang Dongqing, I never imagined you had such skills. I underestimated you. We're merely trying to survive. Why not have a chat?" Zhang Dongqing chuckled awkwardly. Qin Xia swiftly shifted direction and released an arrow, showing no intention of conversing. Thud. Zhang Dongqing's smile faded as he looked down at the arrow protruding from his chest, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Why you? What is there to talk about?" Tang Long grew increasingly anxious. "Throw me your gun," Qin Xia commanded. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Long tossed his Desert Eagle at Qin Xia's feet. "The magazines. There are only 2 magazines." Tang Long cautiously retrieved the magazines and threw them over. Qin Xia quickly picked up the Desert Eagle and stowed it away before retreating into the room, swiftly locking the door behind him. Clang. He inserted a metal rod into the doorknob, ensuring the door was securely locked. Tang Long was left aghast, stranded on the rooftop with only death as an option. The temperature of the night would plummet further, and these men could not endure for long. Qin Xia had decisively stripped them of their last chance at survival. "Qin Xia, you country bumpkin, damn it. Open the door." In truth, from the moment Tang Long and his men ventured onto the rooftop, their fate had been sealed. Zhang Dongqing was indeed cunning, but he had not accounted for the temperature on the rooftop. Normal humans, even clad in winter gear and wearing masks, could only endure temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees for a few minutes before succumbing to frostbite. At that moment, Lu Lin's message arrived. "Yuri out." Lu Lin had been closely monitoring the situation outside, but the group had been eerily silent, raising her anxiety that if their defenses faltered and Building 6 stormed in for a massacre. Lu Lin was uncertain of her chances of escape. When Qin Xia had ventured out, Lu Lin had watched through the crack of the door, and at that moment, she felt inexplicably relieved, knowing that the situation must be stable. Otherwise, this cunning individual would never take such a risk. But the wound was near his neck, making it difficult for Qin Xia to treat himself. He thought of Lu Lin and grabbed his phone. "Dr. Lu, as a surgeon, you're skilled at treating wounds and bandaging, right? You're injured." Lu Lin sprang to her feet. "Help me treat the wound, and I can let you stay here." Lu Lin beamed. "Of course." Qin Xia carefully opened the door, and Lu Lin stepped out, shivering, wrapped in a large blanket. "Come inside." Though Lu Lin was nervous, the moment she stepped into the safe haven, an indescribably comforting sensation enveloped her. At that moment, she felt like crying, as though she had just stepped from hell into paradise. Those who had not experienced such a brutal environment could never comprehend Lu Lin's overwhelming emotions at that moment. "What are you dawdling for?" Qin Xia frowned. Only then did Lu Lin notice the injury on Qin Xia's left shoulder. Though not severe, it could become infected if left untreated. Qin Xia had prepared an array of medicines and tools for her use. Once in her element, Lu Lin's demeanor grew exceptionally serious. Her technique and proficiency revealed her high level of expertise. With her head bowed, her chest subtly revealed, it was unclear whether she was being intentional or not. But it allowed Qin Xia to catch glimpses of her curves. "This little girl is intentionally tempting me." In just a few minutes, Qin Xia's wound was sutured, and aside from a faint trace of blood, it was nearly impossible to tell he had been injured. Coupled with Qin Xia's robust physique, signs of healing were already evident. "Excellent technique," Qin Xia praised, his gaze lingering on Lu Lin's graceful form. Chapter 35. Allocation in the Apocalypse. Doctors are treasures, especially experienced surgeons who can save lives in critical moments. Qin Xia had been quietly observing Lu Lin. After all, allowing a stranger to stay could pose significant risks. Yet he discovered that this woman was remarkably innocent, maintaining her integrity even amidst her own hardships. Without Qin Xia, someone like Lu Lin would struggle to survive in such dire times. Of course, the primary reason was Lu Lin's medical skills, exactly what Qin Xia needed to my goodness. Lu Lin suddenly exclaimed, "How is your healing ability so remarkable?" "It's nothing." Qin Xia preferred not to reveal too many of his cards. Swiftly donning his clothes and gesturing toward the opposite room, "You can stay in this bedroom from now on, but you're not allowed to use anything in the room without my permission." "Okay." Lu Lin sighed in relief. She curiously examined the lavish decor of the room, the opulence leaving her astonished. while the array of delectable food and drinks made her stomach growl. After days of surviving on nothing but bread, instant noodles, and biscuits, any single item from the shelter's provisions felt like a feast. The kitchen is available for cooking. I'll provide the ingredients, Great Xia added, but one thing. You're responsible for tidying up and cleaning the room. I am not letting you stay here to enjoy yourself. Understand? I understand. Lu Lin lowered her head shyly. Whatever you require, I will comply. Great Xia was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Lu Lin's alluring figure, his imagination inevitably wandering. After all, he was still a young man brimming with vigor. Encountering a beautiful woman stirred thoughts. Moreover, this was Great Xia's domain, and the thrill of potential realization made his body tremble slightly. However, he managed to suppress this impulse for the time being, as the battles in the building had not yet concluded. May I take a shower? Lu Lin asked timidly. Of course. Great Xia turned and activated the surveillance, beginning to observe the brutal conflict on the 10th floor. Wang Hu and his group of 60 engaged fiercely with an opposing force of 30, initially showing restraint, but eventually, the situation escalated into chaos. Whether for survival or other reasons, the bloodied fighters were wholly engrossed in their fight for life. However, this battle did not last long. It concluded within 5 minutes. Tang Hu fled madly with his remaining men, while Wang Hu's side suffered heavy losses. The onlookers were left in a state of uncertainty, unsure whether to feel grateful or mournful as they gazed upon the corpses strewn about, finding the scene utterly surreal. About a week ago, these individuals had been refined social elites. Now, they had transformed into monstrous killers. Suddenly, someone broke into tears. Why? Why did it come to this? More and more began to sob, despair hanging heavily over everyone's hearts. Witnessing this scene, Great Xia let out a sigh. That a message from Great Xia ignited excitement among those waiting at home. Almost all capable individuals rushed out, erupting into cheers in the hallway. Yet with joy came sorrow. Over 100 had set out, but fewer than 40 remained alive, and the situation was grim. The families who learned of their loved ones' deaths in battle were engulfed in profound panic and despair. These individuals had no connection to Great Xia, who seized the opportunity to return to the rooftop, while Wang Hu's group busied themselves with tidying up the aftermath and counting their spoils. In a span of mere minutes, the rooftop had fallen into an eerie silence. The majority had turned into frozen statues, while Tang Long stood resolutely by the chiseling machine, seemingly unwilling to succumb to a death by freezing. The sight of so many lifeless bodies did not elicit any discomfort in Great Xia. After all, he had endured far more harrowing experiences in the past. The catastrophe had yet to manifest, and true hell had not yet descended upon the world. At that moment, Lu Lin emerged from her shower. She had not dared to linger long, for she considered hot water to be a precious resource. Using as little as possible in the warmth of this haven, Lu Lin finally felt at ease, wearing only a thin shirt without feeling cold. Great Xia cast a glance her way, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Lin possessed a tall and well-proportioned figure, her skin fair and delicate. Her appearance was above average, marked by a refreshing elegance that exuded feminine allure. Shy under Great Xia's gaze, Lu Lin grappled internally with her own discomfort regarding her unintentional seduction of men. Yet one must eventually bow to reality. In such an environment, a man like Great Xia was likely the first choice for all women. Great Xia's throat constricted as he dryly stated, "The reason I allowed you to stay here comes with conditions. Do you understand?" Lu Lin lowered her head. "You can do whatever you wish. You are so obedient." Great Xia suddenly grew wary, sensing a discrepancy between her demeanor and his previous understanding of her. Lu Lin recognized that Great Xia still harbored doubts about her intentions. Slowly, she lifted her gaze and began to remove her shirt, allowing it to cascade to the ground. Her exquisite form, glistening with droplets of water, seemed to radiate an ethereal glow, enticing Great Xia to draw near. At that moment, someone in the group tagged Great Xia, inquiring, "Great Xia, isn't it time to distribute the food? Your promise cannot expire, right?" Lu Lin's cheeks flushed as she paused, a hint of disappointment flickering across her features. "I have a matter to attend to." Lu Lin turned towards the bedroom, then hesitated, feeling a bit bashful as she said, "Actually, I used to be called Lu Liner." "You can call me Liner, all right." Great Xia proceeded to the hall, retrieving half a box of instant noodles and a few subpar sausages from storage. He then stepped into the corridor, placing the food at the foot of the stairs. Subsequently, he sent a message to the group. I have stated before that any contributors may claim food. However, my supplies are limited, and today, I can only distribute 3 portions. What? Only 3 portions? What do you mean by that? Why should we settle for so little? So many of us have perished, and you only offer 3 portions. How is that fair? What about those who have died? They fought desperately for their families. Their loved ones deserve food too. Exactly. I vehemently protest. Xia observed coldly, allowing them to bicker amongst themselves. After a while, noticing his lack of response, a sense of unease began to ripple through the group. Xia understood human nature far more than they did that a one-time distribution would only invite greater trouble and demands. Though he had stockpiled considerable resources, he could not withstand continuous depletion. Moreover, he bore no obligation to support these individuals. It was simply a matter of mutual benefit. Have you all forgotten something? Did you risk your lives for my sake? You fought merely to protect yourselves and secure food. Did I is it not somewhat ridiculous to question my distribution now? If you find it unfair, you are welcome to withdraw that if you need food. Now is the time to demonstrate your contributions. After several minutes of silence in the group, it was Wang who spoke first. Xia, I killed at least 6 or 7 people today. That should count as a significant contribution, right? I killed one, a bespectacled boy sobbed as he typed in the group chat. Opposite him sat a 6 or 7-year-old girl, huddled under the blanket, shivering. Can I receive a portion of food? More individuals began to showcase their contributions. But given the chaos of the situation, discerning truth from lies was challenging. Silence. Wang Hu interjected that I can see clearly who has made a substantial contribution. What are you all arguing about? Xia smiled. When he descended from the rooftop, he had initially intended to eliminate Wang Hu outright. However, upon reflection, he realized that without Wang Hu's presence as a local tyrant, managing the hundreds in the building would be quite unrealistic. That it was not that he cared for the fates of these people, but sometimes, for the sake of interest and survival, he had to collaborate with them. In simpler terms, these individuals still held value. By controlling Wang Hu, he could control everyone in the building. Now, many were aware that a man named Xia resided in Building 2, stockpiling vast resources. And it was uncertain whether others from different buildings might not be tempted to act. With Wang Hu's faction as a buffer, Xia felt more secured as long as he occasionally provided some food and supplies. They would remain loyal. Indeed, Wang Hu's fierce reputation was well known. Just moments ago, when Tang Hu and the others fled, Wang Hu had been the most ferocious, pursuing and slaying 3. Now that Wang Hu had spoken, no one dared to contradict him. Those who had previously cowered in fear at the back of the crowd still sought food. Humph. Not being eliminated by me is already a stroke of luck for you. Now, I will name names. Wang Hu called out 2 individuals, one named Li Dongdong and the other Wang Gang, both his subordinates. These 2 contributed the most today aside from me and rightfully deserve food. The group simmered with suppressed anger. Xia refrained from intervening, patiently awaiting the outcome of their discussions before stating, "You may come up to collect your food now." Wang Hu, accompanied by his 2 subordinates, cautiously ascended to the 30th floor. The sight of the food box at the stairwell made their eyes gleam with hunger. Yet, directly opposite stood the shelter's door, and Wang Hu was uncertain if this was a trap set by Xia. Should he reveal himself, he might be struck down by an arrow, leaving him nowhere to lament. Suddenly, Xia emerged from behind the door, clad in cold weather gear and a respirator, his appearance somewhat bulky, yet exuding an unusual aura of authority. Particularly, he brandished a large-caliber Desert Eagle, held firmly in both hands before him, ready for action. Wang Hu and his companions quickly retreated to a corner, fearful of revealing themselves. Wang Hu had long sought to eliminate Xia, aiming to seize his territory and resources. However, it seemed achieving that goal was now unrealistic. Wang Hu, I have good news for you, Xia said, a smile barely concealing his intent. Zhang Dongqing and Tang Long's group have perished on the rooftop. They were quite unfortunate, frozen solid. Wang Hu's expression shifted dramatically as he stammered, "Why you killed them?" "A portion, yes," Xia replied nonchalantly. "Most were frozen to death. I merely locked the door behind them." Wang Hu felt a chill run down his spine. Those were dozens of lives, yet Xia spoke of them as if they were inconsequential insects. "Shall we go take a look?" "No, it's unnecessary. Their deaths are a relief." An inexplicable fear began to stir within Wang Hu. Casually, Xia inquired, to prevent any disturbances from people in other buildings. How about you take charge of the security for our floor? Wang Hu exchanged glances with his subordinates before quickly agreeing. I will follow your commands. Take the supplies and go downstairs. Though the hall consisted only of a few bags of instant noodles and several sausages, it was a tremendous boon for Wang Hu and his group, who had run out of food supplies. The group continued to clamor for a considerable time, but Great Xia could hardly be bothered, confident that with Wang Hu keeping the peace, they would not dare to voice dissent. Upon entering, Great Xia was greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the room. Cooked dishes. Instinctively, he moved towards the dining area, to his surprise. The table was adorned with several delectable dishes. While they could not compare to the culinary delights of the celestial abode, they were still quite savory. Great Xia's expression darkened instantly. Who permitted you to come out? Lu Lin, who had been cheerfully cooking, froze in place at Great Xia's sudden admonishment, struggling to explain. I am sorry. I thought you must be starving after such a long day, so I wanted to prepare a meal for you. The kitchen was just... I have made it clear, without my permission, you are not to step outside. Do you take my words lightly? Lu Lin's face paled, fear threatening to bring her to tears. Great Xia swiftly shed his gear and strode toward her, grasping her arm and pulling her toward the door. You are not welcome here. Please leave. What are you doing? You are hurting me. Lu Lin's expression of injustice softened Great Xia's heart momentarily. Yet he quickly recalled those who had once betrayed him. Were they not just as innocuous as Lu Lin appeared? Only to raise their blades against him without hesitation. Out, he commanded, forcibly dragging Lu Lin outside and slamming the door shut behind him. Bang! Clad only in a thin shirt, frost quickly formed on Lu Lin's body, leaving her frozen in place. With such temperatures, lacking proper winter clothing, she would become an ice pop in mere seconds. The distinction between the interior and exterior of a house is akin to traversing realms. A journey from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise. Lu Lin's teeth clenched in a fierce battle, her mind rendered a blank. She was acutely aware that she had hovered at the threshold of death. Her psychological defenses utterly shattered. Never again. Lu Lin clasped her chest, curling into herself, remaining in place for what felt like an eternity before regaining her composure. Yes, I apologize. Great Xia cast a glance at the steaming dishes in the dining room. A stirring sensation igniting within him, his tone softening somewhat. Remember, next time, do not venture out of the room without my permission. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Lin suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing, gasping for breath. Blood flecking her lips. I feel so unwell. Lu Lin clutched Great Xia's arm tightly, her nails digging into his flesh from the intensity of her grip. Great Xia fetched a warm towel and hot water for her, wrapping her snugly in a blanket. Yet inexplicably, after the freezing ordeal, Lu Lin continued to cough, and as the night wore on, she developed a fever and began to speak incoherently. How could this be? Great Xia was no stranger to such circumstances, having experienced them himself. Chapter 37. The revelation. Great Xia secured Lu Lin in the bedroom, blocking the door with a table, and then sat across from her, fully armed and silent. The corpse of Xia Lanyi had vanished. Had it already undergone transformation? How had the explosion underground come to pass? What had transpired? In his rebirth, Great Xia noticed that events seemed not to follow their original trajectory, with many pivotal moments occurring significantly earlier than expected. At this juncture, Great Xia could only fixate on the bedroom door, wary of any lapse in vigilance. Observing Lu Lin, it appeared her body was beginning to undergo changes. She was likely among the first to mutate. Why had the transformation occurred so swiftly? It was exceedingly unusual. To be candid, Great Xia felt a surge of anxiety, and he was uncertain whether Lu Lin's fate would be favorable or dire. Should her body undergo a detrimental transformation, she could very well become a terrifying catastrophe, and he would have to extinguish it in its infancy. However, it was also possible that Lu Lin might awaken some beneficial special ability, approximately a year into the apocalypse. Research institutions had begun to conduct detailed studies on mutants and their power levels. From the lowest E-class mutants to the most formidable S-class mutants, there was a qualitative leap in abilities. It was said that a mutant classified as S-class had emerged within military organizations, possessing an extraordinarily fearsome fire ability. Those humans exhibiting beneficial mutations were referred to as superhumans. However, the production of energy crystals was exceedingly rare. Aside from the possibility of accompanying disaster bodies, They might also manifest within superhumans, that I in his previous life. Xia had been betrayed due to the emergence of energy crystals within him, leading to a tragic demise. Had this been 2 days prior, he would have cast Lu Lin aside to fend for herself. Yet, inexplicably, he felt compelled to keep her close, as if anticipating something. As dawn broke, Lu Lin's coughing gradually subsided. But the terrifying events he had envisioned did not materialize. Xia. Lu Lin's faint voice emerged. I wish to drink water. Upon hearing this, Xia exhaled in relief that he brought her a cup of warm water, asking, How do you feel? How long have I been asleep? My head aches terribly. Could it be a cold? Xia scrutinized Lu Lin, noting that externally she appeared unchanged, and cautiously inquired, Do you not sense any unusual changes in your body? After taking a sip of water, Lu Lin felt significantly better, her eyes widening in surprise at his question. Unusual? Yes, take a moment to assess your physical condition that I only feel. Lu Lin rubbed her eyes, which burned painfully, and her throat was dry and scratchy. It must be a severe cold. Do you have any medicine? Unable to articulate further, Lu Lin left Xia with no choice but to acquiesce for the time being. He fetched some pills for her to take, advising her to rest before stepping outside. Upon unlocking his phone, he was taken aback to find dozens of friend requests awaiting him. He casually clicked one open and was immediately confronted with a name that tightened his chest. Gao Chong. I am Gao Chong of the Qianxin Group. I have matters to discuss. I see here to settle a score. Xia scoffed. If I didn't add you, would you assume I fear you? After accepting the friend request, Xia sent a question mark in response. Apologies, but if you seek to demand anything from me, I have nothing to disclose. If you wish to apologize, I may consider offering you an opportunity. Apologize? It seems you have yet to grasp the situation. Gao Chong promptly initiated a video chat request. Xia, unperturbed, accepted immediately. Upon seeing Xia's surroundings on the screen, Gao Chong was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this young man lived in such an extravagant environment. Even beyond the rumors, Xia was also assessing his counterpart, in a room that radiated warmth. Gao Chong lounged in pajamas on a sofa, a cigar clamped between his lips, staring intently at Xia. Behind him stood 2 burly bodyguards clad in black, exuding an air of intimidation. Indeed, the wealthy always manage to maintain their elegance, even in such harsh circumstances. Let us make a deal. Gao Chong inhaled deeply. Releasing a plume of smoke, I can ensure that building number 2 remains unscathed. On what grounds can you guarantee that? Xia's interest was piqued. You may not be aware, but the entire 3rd phase of the Jinding community, comprising 30 buildings, was developed by my Qianxin Group. Furthermore, many residents here are my friends. With a mere word from me, I can plunge building number 2 into dire straits. Do you grasp my meaning? I do not comprehend. Young man, do not be overly arrogant, and no matter how much supplies you hoard, they will eventually run out. Do you truly wish to spend your entire life hiding in that tortoise shell? Indeed, the audacity of youth is commendable. I admire your courage. However, I must advise you not to push matters to the brink. Release Tang Long, and I promise not to trouble you further. Well, Xia shrugged helplessly. Sorry, but Tang Long is already turned into an ice sculpture. If you fancy ice sculptures, I can arrange for one to be delivered to you. What? Gao Chong was momentarily stunned. His subordinates, the brothers Tang Long and Tang Hu, had been with him for years, regarded as family. Although Tang Long's actions last night had been somewhat reckless, it was ultimately due to Xia's prior deception. By the way, Xia interjected, do not attempt to cause me trouble again, or you will bear the consequences. Beep. Xia ended the video call. Gao Chong sat in stunned silence for a long while before suddenly slapping his palm on the table. Bang, seeking death, injured Tang Hu. Upon hearing of his brother's demise, contorted his face in a grotesque manner. I will avenge this. Xiao Hu, I share your pain over Xiaolong's fate, but now is not the time for action. Brother Chong, this brat is far too arrogant. Must we let this grudge go unpunished? We lost dozens of men yesterday, all of whom were your carefully nurtured subordinates. Yet we returned empty-handed, indicating that the opponent is formidable. Yesterday's failure was due to an insider leaking information, which allowed them to ambush us. Otherwise, we would have stormed building number 2, and my brother would not have perished. Gao Chong said grimly. First, we must identify the insider. Then unite with the other buildings. Once we are adequately prepared, We will seize building number 2 in one fell swoop that I will handle it immediately. Tang Hu felt a heavy heart, eager to storm building no. 2 and eliminate Chen Xia to avenge his brother. Yet he understood that acting recklessly without preparation would only lead to another failure. Chen Xia, wait for me. I will ensure you become a corpse. News of the defeat at building number 6 spread rapidly throughout the Jinding community, and in no time, building number 2 became the focal point of everyone's attention. After all, the brothers Tang Long and Tang Hu from building no. 6 had plundered supplies from several buildings, leaving discontent in their wake. They were genuinely ruthless individuals that it was initially expected that building number 2 would follow in the footsteps of those other buildings. Yet it unexpectedly executed a stunning counterattack, leaving many astonished. Speculation ran rampant regarding what further developments might transpire between building number 2 and building number 6 at Chapter 38. Hidden agendas currently, everyone faced the looming threat of food and resource shortages, prompting a cautious atmosphere where no one dared to reveal their stores, regardless of how much they had. Yet, some radicals chose to take risks, not only seizing supplies, but also spreading rumors that a monster had emerged from the underground of building no. 5. The purveyor of these rumors described the creature with vivid detail, claiming it resembled a human and feasted upon human flesh. They asserted that building number 5 remained eerily silent because its residents had been devoured by this monster. Building number 5 was situated diagonally across from building number 2, with less than 50 meters separating the two. Moreover, an influential figure had constructed a rapid transit passage between them for convenience in hosting gatherings. Thus, the gossip spread that the monster had infiltrated from building number 2's passage. The fact that building number 2 had repelled Tang Long's assault further solidified suspicions regarding its strangeness. After all, it was no ordinary individual who could repel the strongest fighter under the Qiangxin group. Consequently, Chen Xia of building number 2 was likely to be that monster. That it was unclear who had disseminated the information, but the entire Jinding community soon learned of a man-eating monster residing in building no. 2, known as Chen Xia. Chen Xia found himself caught between laughter and tears. In just 2 short days, his notoriety had spread throughout the community, leaving him uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Even the residents of building no. 2 have some who believe in this matter. Chen Xia, are you really going to devour us all? He Qiao couldn't help but mention Chen Xia. Perhaps she was the one who believed most fervently that Chen Xia was a monster, for she had witnessed the bizarre event of her close friend Xia Lanyi's corpse vanishing into thin air after death. Moreover, Chen Xia had killed many, and even now, Wang Hu feared him, becoming one of his subordinates. The series of strange occurrences, coupled with prolonged suffering from cold and hunger, had driven He Qiao to the brink of mental collapse, significantly impairing her judgment, starving to the point of dizziness and hallucinations. She clutched her phone and shouted, Xia Lanyi's body has disappeared. Don't you all know? It must have been eaten by a monster. Chen Xia is the monster. He stole Yi's corpse. This madwoman, Chen Xia frowned. Lu Lin cautiously approached Chen Xia, stating that it was imperative to address the rumors about him, that if such news continued to spread, it would be detrimental to his reputation, likely making him a target for everyone. Am I a monster? Are their eyes blind? Chen Xia retorted. But you must allow them to see the truth, Lu Lin gently suggested. Yesterday, the owners of several other buildings sought to negotiate with you. I believe this presents a good opportunity. After a complete fallout with Gao Chong, the residents of buildings number 9 and number 10 contacted Chen Xia, hoping to ally with him against Gao Chong. Having suffered significant losses, Gao Chong urgently needed to replenish his supplies and manpower, thus issuing ultimatums to buildings number 9 and number 10, demanding a substantial amount of food and resources that in such circumstances, who would be foolish enough to relinquish their life-saving provisions. Consequently, negotiations quickly fell through. As the saying goes, the enemy's enemy is a friend. Hence their desire to negotiate with Chen Xia. The plight of building number 9 was similar to that of building no. 2. After several rounds of conflict, a man named Gong Yin became the building's leader. Allegedly a retired Special Forces soldier, he was tactical and ruthless, earning the respect of all. Building number 10 had not experienced violent clashes, maintaining its strength intact, partly due to its convenience store which provided ample supplies. The leader, Jiang Qin, a psychology professor, proposed a bartering system, creating a detailed exchange rate and resource distribution plan, which was relatively fair. This not only avoided bloodshed but also maximized the survival chances of everyone involved. The residents of building number 10 held great faith in Jiang Qin, making it arguably the most harmonious building in the Jin Ding community under her leadership. "What do you think?" Lu Lin inquired. Chen Xia pondered for a moment and replied, "All right, I will see what they wish to discuss." Lu Lin quickly established a small group chat, consisting solely of the four of them. Chen Xia did not object to Lu Lin's unilateral decision to include herself in the group, seemingly acquiescing to her presence. Jiang Qin got straight to the point, outlining the stakes involved. Mr. Chen, I am Jiang Qin. I believe our circumstances need no further elaboration. Gao Chong is uniting buildings number 11, 17, 19, and 20 to form a formidable fighting force that he intends to control the remaining thousands of survivors in the Jin Ding community. "Oh, what relevance does that hold for me?" Chen Xia replied. "The primary target of Gao Chong's aggression is building number 2. And what of it?" Jiang Qin inquired calmly. "That I've heard that Tang Long's group is attacking building no. 2, and it appears to be related to you, Mr. Chen. So what? Can they breach my sanctuary?" Jiang Qin furrowed her brow. "That I in the short term, you may indeed feel secure. However, the current situation is dire, not just for our Jin Ding community, but for the entirety of Jinghai, and even the whole of Daxia and the world. We face impending disaster that we must unite everyone to combat this calamity, mustn't we?" Chen Xia scoffed. "Are you suggesting I join forces with Gao Chong? If it means saving more lives in building number 2, I might consider it." Chen Xia smirked. "I'm not that altruistic. I merely wish to survive. The plight of others is of no concern to me." "Brother, that's quite an excessive statement." Gong Yin interjected that if we can avoid war, why engage in a bloody conflict? Chen Xia coldly laughed. When Tang Long stormed into building number 2 wielding a knife, did he consider avoiding war? Now that you are threatened by Gao Chong, you expect me to bow my head to ensure your safety. Please, have some dignity. Jiang Qin's expression shifted. She had employed psychological suggestion and mental guidance techniques during their conversation. Expecting Chen Xia to be swayed by emotion and choose cooperation to her surprise, Chen Xia not only resisted her line of reasoning, but also turned her tactics against her, branding her as despicable and shameless. This man is no simpleton. He possesses formidable mental fortitude. Gong Yin continued to persuade, "Brother, you cannot contend with Gao Chong. Collaborate with us. The leaders of our 3 buildings can negotiate with him together, thereby exerting pressure and achieving a better outcome than if you were trying to convince me to submit to Gao Chong. I'm afraid I'm not interested. That it's not about submission. It's merely a negotiation with Gao Chong." "And then what?" "Then we can devise a solution, such as offering some supplies to Gao Chong. You know, he originally thrived by collecting protection fees, so he might be more amenable to negotiation. You mean to suggest I grovel and offer supplies, begging him to spare my life? It's merely a pragmatic approach. It's not as humiliating as you make it sound." Chen Xia abruptly exited the voice chat, unwilling to continue the discussion. "2 fools." Chen Xia muttered in frustration. Chapter 39. Rumors. The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Lu Lin forced a smile, acknowledging that the two had indeed gone too far. That Jiang Qin talks of righteousness and morality. But she merely wishes for you to bow to Gao Chong, so she can seamlessly join his ranks and avoid the risk of being robbed. Do they really think I'm a fool? But what now? Jiang Qin and Gong Yin will not back down easily. That if you refuse to cooperate, they will seek out other building leaders and isolate you. Some people think I fear Gao Chong. Let them witness that provoking me, Chen Xia, is far more severe than dealing with Gao Chong. Chen Xia promptly sent several messages to the group of building number 2. What goes around comes around. Wang Hu, gather the personnel. Tonight, let's teach Gao Chong from building number 6 a lesson. Everyone who participates will receive a portion of food. A ripple of excitement surged. After 2 days of hunger, the residents were on the verge of collapse, eager to contribute in exchange for food. Wang Hu sat up abruptly. He had been waiting for 2 days. "Anyone willing to join me, please sign up." Out of the remaining 178 residents of building no. 2, most of the older individuals had not survived, but those who remained, regardless of gender, had proven their resilience. I'm in. The bespectacled man was the first to volunteer. Though he appeared frail, he possessed an unexpectedly strong character. He gently patted his younger sister's head, placing the last piece of candy in her mouth, saying, "Brother will go get food. You must hold on." His little sister struggled to speak, feebly lying on the sofa, wrapped in thick blankets, still shivering from the cold. "Brother, don't worry about me. You must eat first," she managed to say, pushing the candy out with her tongue. "Otherwise, how will I have the strength?" the bespectacled man wiped away his tears, beginning to wrap cloth around himself. This would not only keep him warm, but also provide some protection. To his surprise, over 70 individuals signed up, nearly half the building's population. Some were motivated by family, others by personal survival, but ultimately, they all prepared to risk their lives. They gradually understood that rather than waiting passively for doom, it was better to take the initiative. When Wang Hu reported the participation numbers to Great Xia, he was somewhat taken aback that in his recollections, this group had not displayed such valor. They typically preferred to hide behind others and reap the benefits. Lu Lin's mood was somewhat somber. In truth, everyone has persevered thus far for their families. Right? Families? Great Xia frowned. The term was foreign to him. He had grown up without parents, with only a 6-year-old sister by his side. The two had relied on each other, living a life of begging, until his sister was abducted by traffickers, leaving him without any news to this day. Great Xia took out a photo of his sister, lost in thought. Perhaps these individuals were fighting desperately for their families. But unfortunately, he had none. That night, Wang Hu stealthily led the group toward Building No. 6. N01 would have anticipated that Building No. 2 would dare to take the initiative, catching Gao Chong off guard. However, Gao Chong, being a powerful figure, had a significant number of subordinates, if not 1,000, then certainly 800, that although they had not managed to gather in time on the day of the disaster. Many remained stationed in Building No. 6 that they suffered losses of dozens but still had over 100 capable fighters, all seasoned in combat. Wang Hu's side had only a dozen capable fighters, while the rest were like a disorganized mob, lacking combat effectiveness. Yet, these individuals were prepared to risk everything, and once blood was drawn, their latent potential surged forth. Great Xia honored his promise, preparing several boxes of instant noodles, a substantial amount of ham, and a barrel of hot water. These foods, which might typically be dismissed, now evoke profound gratitude, especially that bucket of drinkable hot water, bringing tears to the eyes of those present as everyone begins to eat. He Xiao suddenly messages Great Xia. Great Xia, could you spare me some food? I can barely hold on. I am a woman. How can I go? So now you acknowledge your womanhood. Don't you women advocate for equality? Contributing to the group for food is that simple. He Xiao exclaimed. Why should Lu Lin be allowed to stay at your home and enjoy all the good things? What has she contributed? I can give you what she can. He Xiao sent a barrage of images, all of her nude, in various poses. Yet, Great Xia felt nothing but disgust. Stop bothering me, or I'll kill you. Great Xia promptly blocked all her contact information. More repugnant than Xia Lanyi. Enraged, He Xiao smashed her phone and buried her face in the blanket, weeping bitterly. After a while, her hunger intensified, compounded by the biting cold, forcing her to rise and pace around. Hoping to generate some warmth that moment, she recalled a phrase she had stumbled upon during a chat in the group. The fifth building remained eerily silent, with rumors of monsters lurking within. No one believed in monsters, but He Xiao held firm in her conviction that if the monster had devoured everyone, surely some food would remain. Driven by the will to survive, He Xiao cast her hesitations aside and stealthily made her way to the 6th floor, navigating the relatively intact passage between the 2nd and 5th buildings. The atmosphere in the group had noticeably lightened. Humanity's greatest strength lies in its ability to adapt swiftly to changing circumstances. The dark times had indeed descended. An acceptance of reality, rather than resistance, seemed to offer a modicum of relief. Great Xia's hot water and instant noodles rekindled the belief in survival among the people. The remaining 100 or so individuals began to organize their plans. Some proposed to share living quarters, allowing for mutual support. Wang Hu suggested that everyone relocate, gathering on the higher floors. Ultimately, it was decided that floors 20 through 29 would serve as the living quarters for all survivors. Wang Hu took the lead in establishing defenses at the stairways and elevator shafts leading to the 20th floor, guarding against potential ambushes. Great Xia was well aware of their actions, but chose not to intervene. However, Wang Hu quickly reported the entire situation to Great Xia as the representative. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Hu had already begun to view Great Xia as the leader. After all, in these dark times, the strong command respect. Chapter 40. The undead horde Lu Lin prepared a sumptuous dinner, this time with Great Xia's permission. Having learned from previous events, Lu Lin was much more cautious, obediently following Great Xia's directives without daring to overstep. Let's eat together. Great Xia beckoned her to sit at the table laden with delicious food. All right, Lu Lin, who had been eagerly anticipating this moment, was thrilled. Even in peaceful times, she had never tasted such delicacies. Chen Xia poured a fine red wine and set a half-table of dishes from Jixin Tower. Care for a drink, MHM. Chen Xia rose to fill Lu Lin's glass, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor. She appeared somewhat flustered. Her cheeks flushed. How is your health? Inform me of any abnormalities at once, though. Lu Lin felt a surge of joy, believing this to be Chen Xia's genuine concern, unaware that he was merely testing her. Should any adverse changes arise, he would act swiftly. Of course, Chen Xia's own emotions were quite complex. Deep down, he did not wish to harm Lu Lin. As they began to eat, the meal was harmonious and delectable. Afterward, Chen Xia moved beside Lu Lin, pulling her into his embrace. Lu Lin stiffened slightly, clearly taken aback by his sudden advance. What is wrong? In nothing. Lu Lin bit her lip. Chen Xia had restrained himself for several days. Some matters cannot be postponed. You look beautiful today. Lu Lin, clad in only a shirt and undergarments, revealed her enticingly long, fair legs. After all, there was no need to dress elaborately in the warmth of such a home. Having chosen to reside in Chen Xia's refuge, she understood the expectations that came with it. Moreover, a man as capable as Chen Xia exuded undeniable charm. She was innocent, but not naive. Aware of the impending developments I'm still a novice at this. Oh. Chen Xia was somewhat surprised but swiftly lifted her into his arms, heading toward the bedroom. Beyond instinct, he sought to expedite their closeness. After all, harboring a stranger posed risks. Lu Lin was initially tense, eyes tightly shut, until Chen Xia's gentle touch and passionate caresses gradually eased her apprehensions. This section omitted thousands of words. Perhaps due to his enhanced physique, Chen Xia proved exceptionally vigorous, engaging for 2 whole hours, leaving Lu Lin utterly spent. As she drifted into a deep slumber, Chen Xia rose, his expression serious that he began donning layers of clothing, starting with his underwear, followed by a stab-resistant vest, cold weather gear, and an outer cloak that he slung an 80-pound recurve bow over his shoulder, attached a quiver of arrows, concealed the desert eagle in his pocket, and donned a breathing mask before quietly exiting. There was something he needed to ascertain, the whereabouts of Xia Lanyi's corpse. Outside, apart from the howling wind and snow, silence reigned. Chen Xia made his way to the spot where Xia Lanyi had fallen. Now blanketed by fresh snow, he laboriously excavated a hole and squeezed through the gap beneath the massive wheel. The underground was significantly warmer than the surface, albeit darker. Chen Xia switched on his flashlight and began to descend. After about 10 minutes, he found himself in the subway station corridor. That moment, he sensed a disturbance, swiftly turning toward the depths of darkness, seemingly hearing something. Rather than merely listening, he felt it. Chen Xia extinguished his flashlight, relying solely on his vision. Although visibility was poor in the darkness, his unique physique allowed him to discern human-like silhouettes gradually becoming clearer. What he saw, the corridor was teeming with swaying zombies. Chen Xia had encountered such scenes before, yet he was still startled. The transformation of corpses had indeed accelerated by a full month. The bodies once swept into the subway tunnel by the sea had revived, becoming terrifying zombies. Suddenly, one zombie appeared to sense something amiss, staggering toward Chen Xia's direction. Experienced in dealing with such creatures, Chen Xia cautiously concealed himself, and as the zombie approached, launched a sudden attack, swiftly snapping its neck. However, he was unprepared for the fact that even this slight noise would attract attention. From the farthest end of the corridor, a chilling wail erupted. The cry momentarily stunned Chen Xia, striking a chord of familiarity that he was certain to belong to an extraordinarily powerful zombie, likely a disaster variant. In simple terms, disaster variants are beings stronger than regular zombies, capable of continuous evolution into more formidable life forms. The haunting familiarity of the sound sparked thoughts of Xia Lanyi. Chen Xia contemplated investigating, but at that moment, a horde of zombies surged toward him, seemingly driven by an unseen force. Roar! The tide of the undead surged forward, leaping and scrambling in an attempt to catch up to Chen Xia. Yet they lacked his agility, flailing on the ground and screeching in vain. Chen Xia knocked an arrow and fired several shots down the corridor. Although he destroyed a few zombie heads, it did nothing to halt the relentless advance of the horde. To his horror, these grotesque creatures began to stack atop one another, swiftly approaching the exit. Damn! Why do these things seem so organized and disciplined? Something's not right. Nonetheless, he understood that no matter how he attempted to block them, these zombies would inevitably find a way to ascend, ushering in a terrifying era. Without hesitation, Xia stripped off his clothes and dove in. After all, living meant enjoying comfort, and with the stunning beauty at his disposal, he couldn't merely keep her as a decorative object. When they awoke, it was already noon. Lu Lin went to freshen up and prepare a meal while Xia sat contemplatively on the bed. For a fleeting moment, he felt disoriented, as if the world still existed unchanged. And he had slipped into a normal, happy life. Meanwhile, a resident, for reasons unknown, had wandered into the hallway and unexpectedly encountered a zombie. Completely unprepared for the encounter, that in the chaos of his escape, he was seized and bitten, collapsing into a pool of blood. Monsters, they truly exist. The rumored creatures had appeared. Panic erupted within the group. Chapter 41. Mutation. I heard a scream. It was horrifying. What on earth is that? I saw it. It was a person. No, it was a zombie, just like in the movies. What? How can this be happening? Xia was assured that the entrance to the underground had been completely sealed the previous day. Yet this zombie had emerged from somewhere. Brother Chen, the quick passage on the 5th floor has been opened. The monster seems to have come from there, Wang Hu called, his voice laced with terror. Even someone as tough as Wang, who was unable to maintain his composure upon encountering a zombie for the first time, immediately seal off the passage. Hurry, what? Right now. But the monster is right outside. If you wish to avoid death, you must act swiftly. Do you intend to wait for more zombies to arrive? Xia reprimanded impatiently. Wang Hu, feeling utterly lost, could only muster the courage to lead his group forward in the face of Xia's formidable presence. The zombies were still frantically gnawing at the corpses, completely oblivious to Wang Hu and his companion's stealthy approach. Be cautious, he urged. Though they wielded clubs and cleavers, a paralyzing fear gripped them as they drew nearer. Suddenly, the zombies detected the commotion and abruptly raised their heads, revealing a grotesque and terrifying visage before them. Among them was the bespectacled man, who, overwhelmed with terror, collapsed onto the ground at that moment. Wang Hu realized that this zombie was none other than He Xiao. Yes, it is He Xiao. Wasn't she residing on the 29th floor? How could this be? Before Wang Hu could finish his thought, He Xiao staggered towards them. Hiss! Her mouth was stained with the blood and flesh of a corpse, and blood dripped from her parched lips, creating a nightmarish scene. Stop her! Wang Hu summoned his courage and shouted, swinging his blade toward He Xiao's head. The others rushed to assist, their clubs and cleavers raining down upon her. Thud, thud. In an instant, He Xiao was reduced to a bloody pulp on the ground. Yet before they could catch their breath, she staggered back to her feet, seemingly enraged, charging at them with even greater ferocity. The bespectacled man, his legs trembling, was soon knocked to the ground. Her gaping maw was poised to bite down upon him. Stunned, he thought, it's over. How can this creature possess such strength? I cannot fight back. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. He Xiao's head exploded, her body collapsing to the side. Upon seeing Xia's arrival, the group felt a surge of relief and hurriedly dragged the corpse towards the corridor of Building 5. The bespectacled man looked at Xia in confusion. What are you dawdling for? Xia pulled him up forcefully. Do not panic. Remember to aim for the head. Thank you. The bespectacled man's voice trembled with emotion. Faintly, they could hear frenzied roars emanating from Building 5, as if a horde of zombies was gathering. This terrified everyone. Quickly, Xia urged, moving heavy objects to barricade the entrance while trying to minimize noise. They scrambled to block the door. At that moment, a throng of zombies surged through the passageway. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of zombies violently battering the door sent chills down their spines. What on earth are those things? The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, his legs quaking with fear, his body shaking uncontrollably. Xia was equally astonished, as the influx of zombies was faster than anticipated. Slowly back away, and do not make a sound. He instructed, retreating while commanding, you all continue to gather materials and seal off this route completely. The passageway connecting Building 5 to Building 2 was suspended in midair on the 7th floor, entirely made of glass. And at that moment, it was packed with frenzied zombies. The chaos unfolding had been witnessed by residents of other buildings, and news spread rapidly. What are those ghastly creatures? Jiangqin. positioned near Building 10, could clearly see the glass passageway, the sight rendering her incredulous. Jiang Qin, did you see that? What are those monsters? Gong Yin inquired over the phone. It seems to be the people from Building 5. They appear to have gone mad. Jiang Qin grabbed a pair of binoculars to observe, recognizing someone among the horde, but that person's eyes were glazed over, their hair sparse, and skin withered to a grayish hue. Mindlessly clawing and flailing, no longer resembling a human. Terrified, Jiang Qin stood frozen for a long moment. Eventually, she regained her composure, realizing one crucial fact. If those monsters infiltrated the crowd, everyone would perish. Immediately inform everyone to lock their doors and barricade all exits. Jiang Qin commanded urgently. The residents of Building 9, where Gong Yin was located, quickly followed suit, sealing off every accessible passage. With this action, the zombies could not enter, nor could they escape, leaving them to await their fate. However, there was no other option. They must not allow those creatures to breach their defenses. The situation in Building 2 was even more chaotic. After all, a monster had appeared within their building. Who knew if there were more lurking in the shadows? It's over. How could monsters appear? Who brought them here? Was that monster Xiao? How did she become a monster? It must be due to radiation and seawater. That moment, Lu Lin spoke up in the group chat, urging everyone to avoid contact with others and to monitor their health closely, reporting any abnormalities in the chat. Lu Lin, what do you mean? Are you suggesting we might also turn into monsters? I am merely speculating. It's better to be cautious. Great Xia was somewhat surprised by Lu Lin's insight, realizing she had deduced the fundamental cause of the disaster. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be long before the majority of humanity transformed into those monsters. In a room on the 24th floor, the bespectacled man sat beside his sister, his expression a tumult of emotions. His sister had ceased to breathe, leaving this world forever, but he couldn't help but weep. Wiping his tears away, only to suddenly notice the veins on the back of his hand bulging, as if insects were writhing within his veins. This horrifying realization caused him to collapse to the ground, frantically pounding his palm against the floor. Bang, bang, bang. Even as his hands became bloodied and mangled, he showed no signs of stopping, his eyes filled with madness. Ugh! A wave of excruciating pain assaulted him, as if needles were piercing his skull. The bespectacled man desperately clawed at his scalp, pulling out clumps of hair, blood oozing from the wounds. The residents of the Jinding community spent the entire day enveloped in a state of dread. Fortunately, the zombies remained silent after failing to find effective targets, continuing to wander within Building 5. Building 5 had become a no-go zone. No one dared approach this critical juncture. Jiang Qin and Gong Yin, for reasons unknown, sought out Great Xia once more. Great Xia, the problem lies with your Building 2. Don't you owe everyone an explanation? Gong Yin confronted him, her tone far less amicable than before. Initially, Great Xia had no intention of engaging with them, but Lu Lin suggested that communication would be beneficial for understanding the outside situation. Reclining in a rocking chair, Great Xia savored fresh fruit while conversing with the two over video. Lu Lin assisted, washing grapes and feeding them to him one by one. Witnessing Great Xia's lavish lifestyle, both women felt a pang of discomfort, tinged with envy and resentment. Great Xia, we're talking to you. Don't you have a clear stance? Great Xia raised an eyebrow. What exactly do you want me to say? No comment, and if it's just about the zombies, there's no need for discussion. Gong Yin scoffed. Some claim that these monsters were created by you. If you fail to provide a reasonable explanation, you might find yourself in serious trouble. Great Xia laughed. Are you threatening me? Jiang Qin forced a smile. This is not a threat. Other building leaders have also contacted us. According to them, if you cannot prove your innocence, you will be ostracized by everyone. Great Xia shrugged indifferently. That works for me. I prefer solitude. On the other hand, Gao Chong was actively organizing combat forces, ready to strike at any moment. Join me, and I will help explain your situation to everyone. How does that sound? Jiang Qin extended a sincere invitation. Great Xia raised an eyebrow. What do I gain by joining you? Gains? Unity is the greatest benefit. This way, future food and supplies will be evenly distributed. Accept your distribution? Great Xia asked with a smirk. How about this? You all join me, and I will handle the distribution instead? Great Xia, be serious. What right do you have to negotiate with us? Are you certain you want to stand against the entirety of the Jinding community? Gong Yin confronted him aggressively. Ding. Chun Xia exited the group chat. See, what else there to discuss with them? Chun Xia scoffed, his words dripping with skepticism. I want to fall for their tricks. Lu Lin expressed concern, but if they truly ally with other buildings, we'll be in trouble. If they dare to act recklessly, I'll unleash the zombies and see who truly fears them. That a flicker of fear crossed Lu Lin's eyes. Chun Xia shot her a glance. Are you afraid? Or do you believe me to be heartless? No. Chun Xia offered no explanation. After all, Lu Lin had not experienced the true horrors of the apocalypse and did not comprehend the treachery of human nature. If Jiang Qin and her group had the opportunity, they would undoubtedly seize Chun Xia's resources, for he possessed what they all yearned for. Just the existence of this sanctuary could drive them to desperate measures. They would inevitably become enemies, and Chun Xia saw no need to be polite to that moment. Jiang Qin and Gong Yin were left seething with rage, their faces pale. This was the second time he had hung up on their video call. This brat was impervious to reason. They longed to give him a good beating. Humph! That old fool refuses to budge, insisting we surrender 50% of our supplies, that we'll have to devise another plan. Jiang Qin said solemnly, 50%. I don't want to give up even half. Gong Yan's mind began to race that I have a plan, but it depends on your willingness to act. What is the situation? What do I have to fear now? If they want to let me live, I want to let them thrive. Very well, send someone to Building 5 and release those creatures that Gong Yan was taken aback. Jiang Qin's eyes also reflected fear. Yet at this juncture, only chaos might ensure their safety. Are you out of your mind? If we unleash the monsters, Gao Chang will have no energy to deal with us. This will provide us an opportunity to take advantage of the turmoil. Gong Yin hesitated. Are you afraid? We know nothing of the origins of these monsters. Could releasing them pose a danger? If there is danger, we shall bear it together. What is there to fear? Even if the sky were to fall, there would be a higher ground to support us, which is far better than shouldering the risk alone. Moreover, these monsters may not be as terrifying as Gao Chang, correct? Gong Yin was swayed and promptly stated, before we proceed, we must bolster our defenses to at least ensure that we are not ambushed by the monsters. Indeed, we shall fortify our defenses as swiftly as possible. Then, tomorrow night, you will undertake this task personally. Gong Yin understood that Jiang Qin's insistence on her personal involvement stemmed from a fear of information leakage. Such matters must be handled personally, for exposure would lead to their destruction at the hands of the furious. That in the current situation, even the fiercest of monsters could not compare to the agony of hunger and cold. The residents of Building 2 had nearly exhausted their stored food, and now faced a dire shortage. Unable to sustain themselves for much longer, Mr. Chun, could you spare me some food? Someone timidly inquired in the group. He could no longer endure the hunger, especially since his father had perished in the last operation, leaving their household devoid of food. Cold and famished, he could only seek assistance from Chun Xia. He had once been under Wang Hu's command, but now lay at home, waiting for death due to his injuries. Yet he was unwilling to resign himself to fate, clinging to a glimmer of hope as he implored Chun Xia. Chun Xia glanced at his WeChat profile picture and recalled the time he was cornered by Yi Tianming, when this very individual had betrayed him by disclosing his escape route. Moreover, this fellow had served as Bai Qi's lackey during the apocalypse. Surely they were acquainted. Bai Qi was one of Chun Xia's adversaries, while Yi Tianming and Xia Laning had received their just deserts. Only this individual remained. You are called, I can provide you food. But you must assist me with a task. Upon hearing about food, the man's eyes glistened with desperation. He would gladly undertake even 10 tasks that I have noted it. I will inform you when I require your services. With one person taking the lead, others mustered the courage to voice their requests. Chun Xia did not intend to sustain over 100 ungrateful individuals, yet they were not entirely without value. At the very least, they could serve as cannon fodder. Wang Hu also sent a private message to Chun Xia, expressing that many were too weak from hunger to stand, making it difficult to form an effective fighting force. Should invaders arrive, the situation would be grim. Chun Xia understood Wang Hu's implication. This was not a man who acted out of altruism, but rather sought to benefit himself. I am not devoid of compassion. I see everyone's efforts, Chun Xia declared in the group. Yet my supplies are dwindling, and I cannot indefinitely sustain you all. Lu Liner shot Chun Xia a disapproving glance out of course. I will allocate a portion of resources to everyone. Upon hearing that Chun Xia would venture out to gather supplies and share them, Excitement erupted in the group, with expressions of gratitude pouring forth. However, let me make this clear. Should anyone take supplies without contributing, do not blame me for turning against you. The group fell silent. Xia had become their undisputed authority, for only he possessed the means to procure resources. Wang Hu was the first to pledge loyalty, proclaiming, "I will undoubtedly protect Building 2 with my life." As the situation grew increasingly dire, Xia recognized the necessity of expanding their defensive perimeter to encompass the entire building, allowing for sufficient buffer time. However, this would require a considerable amount of manpower and resources. Yet, Xia could not forget the betrayals of the past. He harbored no trust for those who had once wronged him. The thrill of vengeance fueled his desire to use these individuals as mere pawns. "I have seen it that moment," Lu Linner abruptly interjected with a seemingly nonsensical remark. Your expression is quite frightening." Lu Linner gently took his hand. "Yet, I saw you rescue Xiao Hua on the surveillance footage." "Who is Xiao Hua?" Xia was bewildered. "Xiao Hua is that bespectacled young man. You lent him a hand, did you not?" Only then did Xia recall that when he shot the zombie-turned Xiao, the young man named Xiao Hua had nearly been devoured. Seemingly terrified to the point of wetting himself, "That I in truth, you are not as cold-hearted as you believe yourself to be," Lu Linner observed. Her perceptiveness surprising. "You need not have saved them, yet you still chose to intervene." Xia shrugged off her hand. "I acted solely for my own sake. Should the zombies breach our defenses, I would be at risk as well." Lu Linner smiled knowingly, perceiving that he had undoubtedly endured harrowing experiences, which had led him to distrust others. "However, not everyone is as you imagine them to be. Do not presume to know me so well." Xia glared fiercely at Lu Linner. "Mind your own business. Do not forget, you are merely my servant. I could cast you out to fend for yourself at any moment. Do you understand? You would not dare." Lu Linner replied sweetly, suddenly reaching to touch Xia's shoulder. The peculiar warmth surged from her touch, enveloping him in an almost intoxicating comfort, nearly eliciting a groan from Xia. Xia was taken aback. "Just a few days prior, I mentioned my discomfort in my eyes, did I not? This morning, I discovered a strange phenomenon. I could see your internal organs and every injury upon your body, as if I possess X-ray vision. Moreover, I sense a power coursing through me that enables me to heal your wounds." To Xia's astonishment, the scar on his shoulder vanished completely within mere seconds, along with any residual discomfort. "Supernatural ability. A superpowered individual?" Xia exclaimed. "Doubling?" Lu Linner was momentarily stunned. Xia struggled to articulate his thoughts, yet the evidence lay before him. Lu Linner had undergone a positive mutation, awakening her healing powers, a highly valuable ability in the apocalypse. Even as Lu Linner awakened her powers, Xia remained perplexed about his own abilities. Was it merely enhanced strength and the existence of an alternate space? He recalled the gray energy reservoir within his space and the black progress bar, sensing that perhaps the progress bar would only increase upon acquiring more energy crystals, indicating the potential to gain new abilities. In this world, none understood the significance of energy crystals better than Xia. "Rest now." Xia suddenly lifted Lu Linner into his arms and carried her toward the bedroom. That a flush crept onto Lu Linner's cheeks. Night fell. Occasional terrifying cries emanating from Building 5 rendered all who heard them unable to sleep. Meanwhile, a live figure stealthily emerged from the 9th floor. It was Gong Yin, though his gear was rudimentary. It sufficed for warmth. He held iron pincers and an axe, quietly approaching the front of Building 5. That under normal circumstances, each building had its own security measures, rendering the doors inoperable once closed. This was a primary reason why. After the incident at Building 5, the zombies had not wandered out. As he neared the building's entrance, Gong Yin could already hear the deep, labored breaths and subtle movements from within. The zombies roamed aimlessly, drawn to any sound. What in the world are these creatures? Peering through a crack, Gong Yin glimpsed the grotesque faces of the undead, his heart racing with fear. If they were all released, would I even have a chance to escape? Yet when faced with the threat of Gao Chong, Gong Yin gritted his teeth and began to dismantle the door. Within mere minutes, he managed to pry it open and began to retreat slowly. However, just a few steps back, his foot slipped into the soft, slippery snow, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. Gong Yin let out an involuntary "see," RY.IT was this cry that caused the previously motionless horde to collectively turn, pausing for a few seconds before erupting into a frenzied pursuit. The distance from Building 9 to Building 5 was over 200 meters, and Gong Yan's speed was no match for that of the zombies. An ever-growing mass of the undead surged forth. Some became trapped in the snow, serving as stepping stones for others, rolling toward him like snowballs. Gong Yan was terrified, running for his life. The residents of nearby buildings were awakened, rushing to their windows to witness this horrific scene. All were left aghast, unable to fathom the sheer number of monsters rampaging like wild stallions. "Hurry, save me." With only 50 meters to Building 9 remaining, Gong Yin stumbled, pouring every ounce of strength into his flight. Ropes were lowered from above, yet Gong Yin ultimately fell short, engulfed by the horde. Roars and screams echoed in succession. Then, unexpectedly, a massive shadow emerged from Building 5. It delivered a ferocious kick, shattering the doorframe. The horde's commotion awakened the colossal zombie that had long slumbered. Xia's pupils constricted in terror. It was the Zombie King, the leader among the undead. A calamity bearer, was the greatest adversary of superpowered individuals. The fearsome Zombie King wielded a fireman's axe, howling in rage toward the heavens, resembling a furious green giant. Following their intimate moment, Xia and Lu Liner sat by the window, savoring a drink as they observed the unfolding chaos below, their eyes gradually igniting with excitement. But he was somewhat exhilarated. Within the Corpse King, there was a strong possibility of energy crystals that if he were to find even one, perhaps he could evolve once more. However, he could also discern that this Corpse King was a formidable opponent, and coupled with the hundreds of zombies, obtaining what he desired would not be an easy feat. Towering at an impressive height of 2.5 meters, the Corpse King's robust and bulging muscles made his entire physique resemble a grotesque balloon. Jiang Qin, who had been observing intently, slowly lowered her binoculars, her gaze revealing a complex mixture of emotions that IT was the fitness instructor from Building 5. She never anticipated he would become a zombie. Beside Jiang Qin stood a middle-aged man, formerly the security manager of Building 10, named Yang Zhengwo, who now followed her closely. "Madam, with Gong Yan's death, Building 9 has become a disorganized mass. We can assimilate them." That reckless Gong Yan was bound to cause trouble eventually. Now that he has helped us ascertain the strength of the zombies, his demise has not been in vain. What shall we do next? Yang Zhengwo's eyes were filled with admiration and affection as he looked at Jiang Qin. "Contact the leaders of each building and bring them into my group. I have matters to discuss with them." Understood. The Corpse King had already charged towards Building 9 that the horde of zombies congregated around it, wandering aimlessly as they lost the scent of the living. Yet the Corpse King remained relentless, swinging his massive axe and violently smashing into the walls. The residents of Building 9 were paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Desperate individuals had begun to pray for a savior to rescue them, kneeling in sincere supplication, murmuring their pleas. Chapter 44. The Exchange Channel roar, boom, boom. For a solid half hour, the sounds of the Corpse King demolishing the walls echoed throughout. Fortunately, the Corpse King seemed to tire, perhaps having realized there were no living beings to be found, and began to meander around the courtyard instead. Xia, who had initially planned to venture out for supplies, was temporarily delayed due to the appearance of the horde. Gao Chong had intended to gather a group of people to take down Building 2, but now dared not make a move. For a time, the entire Jinding community fell back into a state of desolation, with only zombies wandering in the courtyard, showing no signs of leaving. When Xia awoke in the morning, he found himself pulled into a larger chat group. This group boasted at least 1,000 members, and from the conversation, it was evident that the participants were residents from other buildings that if this continues, we are all doomed. How many people are left in your building? In Building 24, over half have frozen or starved to death. We can't go out, and in a few days, everyone will perish, that we don't have many either. After counting today, there are at most 50 of us. Who has instant noodles? Bread will do. I'll trade for it. I can hardly eat anymore. Someone displayed a bowl of white rice. The gas is out, and there's no electricity. The rice must be eaten raw. I can trade with you, but how will we do it? Going out would be tantamount to signing our death warrants. Which building are you in? I'm in Building 15. Perfect. I'm in 16. Our buildings are close together. I believe we can use a rope to pass food back and forth. Let's give it a try. The group was filled with exchanges about supplies. Chen Xia noticed that the group leader was Jiang Qin, and this woman seemed to have larger ambitions. However, conspicuously absent from the group were Gao Chong and his supporters. This indicated that Jiang Qin sought to engage in some covert maneuvers without Gao Chong's knowledge. At least for now, the plan appeared to be successful. With over 1,000 people in the group, conflicts diminished as everyone hoped to acquire necessary supplies through trade. Some households had stockpiled considerable amounts of food, yet they sought warm clothing or equipment. Others needed medicine, while some required self-defense weapons that in short. The demands varied widely, and the increasing numbers provided a potential platform for exchange. Chen Xia remained silent, observing the unfolding events. Eager to see what Jiang Qin would concoct, as anticipated, after a while, Jiang Qin spoke up. Friends, in these perilous times, we must unite to overcome the challenges that I am Jiang Qin from Building 10, and I can provide some food and supplies to everyone. Sister Jiang, is that true? You are truly a bodhisattva. That's wonderful, Sister Jiang. But how will we transport the supplies? The courtyard is swarming with zombies. Going out will surely get us eaten. That I believe the brother mentioned using ropes for transportation. Which seems feasible. That I agree. It's worth a try. Sister Jiang, do you need anything? With supplies so scarce, we can't just take your offerings without giving something in return. Yes, indeed, Sister Jiang. Jiang Qin replied, the immediate priority is to establish a transport network, connecting the buildings with ropes. That I hope everyone can mobilize and complete this task swiftly. The group resounded with supportive voices. Furthermore, the gentlemen from the 15th and 16th floors had already begun to implement their plan, procuring a sufficiently long rope to reach the rooftop, tying heavy stones to it, and tossing them across. They then secured the rope and utilized another to pull the items over. Once this method of transfer proved effective, residents from over a dozen buildings began to emulate the technique. Indeed, human potential is boundless. That in just half an hour, everyone braved the risk of freezing into ice sculptures, creating a web-like exchange channel in the air. With the transportation route established, hope reignited among the group, and a wave of cheers erupted. Just then, Jiang Qin suddenly inquired in the chat, Chen Xia, are you in Building 2 and not planning to join us? We have no need. Chen Xia, uncertain of Jiang Qin's intentions, was reluctant to engage, especially since he had no requirement for exchange goods. Building 2? That is a perilous place. I hear the first zombie was discovered there. If they wish to join us, we would not welcome them. Indeed, let Building 2 fend for itself. If it weren't for that bunch from Building 2, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Right. The chat was filled with condemnation directed at Building 2. Many residents from Building 2 grew anxious. This was the best opportunity to join the exchange network, and they desired to trade for survival supplies. Particularly Jiang Qin's charity. This has nothing to do with me. It's all Chen Xia's doing. Exactly, you cannot condemn an entire group for the actions of one. At least 20 or 30 residents from Building 2 openly joined the outcry against Chen Xia, eager to receive Jiang Qin's food supplies, even wishing to pin more severe accusations on Chen Xia. Jiang Qin timely interjected, I can understand the sentiments of the friends from Building 2. I, Jiang Qin, assure you that I can allocate some food for your needs. However, there is one condition. Maintain your distance from selfish individuals like Chen Xia. Professor Jiang, can you truly provide us with food? I've long held disdain for Chen Xia, forcing us to become cannon fodder, offering only a few bags of instant noodles. Who can live on that? As the group grew larger, those speaking grew bolder. Wang, who erupted in the Building 2 group chat, what nonsense are you all spouting? Are you trying to kick someone while they're down? Wang, who, what time is it? Everyone simply wants a bite to eat. If Jiang Qin can provide it, why should we refuse, you bastard? Do you believe I want to come over and chop you down? You're tough. I can't provoke you, but can I not avoid you? The individual fell silent, quietly exiting the group. Others soon followed suit, leaving the Building 2 chat. Wang, who shouted, who else dares to leave the group? Do you believe I won't kill you? Chen Xia had witnessed such scenes numerous times before and was unfazed. He addressed the group, Wang Hu, let them go. Those currently in the group are also free to leave. You have 1 minute to decide. But remember, those who exit will never receive any supplies or protection from me. Everyone privately deliberated, weighing their options that I've inquired from friends. Jiang Qin's supplies and food are abundant. Building 10 used to house a convenience store overflowing with supplies. How much can Chen Xia possibly have? At most, he has hoarded a roomful. He himself doesn't have enough, So why would he share with us? Dream on. What now? To leave the group or not? Are you foolish? Jiang Qin is clearly aiming to isolate Chen Xia. Chen Xia cannot compete with her. If we leave the group and distance ourselves from him, perhaps we can secure more food from Jiang Qin. That's right. Soon, another dozen individuals exited the group. The remaining residents of Building 2, already few in number, now saw at least a third abandon the chat. Chapter 45, live streaming a feast at this moment. Chen Xia spoke in a large group. Those who just exited the chat. I give you 5 minutes to leave Building 2. Who do you think you are? Just because you say so, we will leave. This is our home. We aren't going anywhere. Chen Xia, you truly are tyrannical. Why not learn a thing or two from Professor Jiang and use your brain? Chen Xia, do not overstep your bounds. Bolstered by Jiang Qin's support, these individuals grew bolder, openly challenging Chen Xia that moment. Jiang Qin aptly reminded him, Chen Xia, are you not pushing them towards their demise? You should be well aware of the situation outside. Where have you sent them? I apologize, but I have always maintained a zero-tolerance policy towards traitors. And now only 4 minutes remain. Chen Xia's actions were once again met with harsh criticism from the group members. Lu Liner appeared, quite worried. Brother Xia, doesn't this seem a bit cruel? It's incredibly difficult for them to survive out there. Survival of the fittest. It's a natural process. Chen Xia replied calmly that I cannot keep a bunch of ticking time bombs around me. You understand, don't you? This is merely their own choice. Sighing, Lu Liner, though aware that Chen Xia was correct, found it hard to accept. Very well. Moreover, Chen Xia paused. Don't you think these fellows changed their loyalties far too quickly? Just yesterday, they were pleading with me for food, and today they are turning against me. Someone must be stirring the pot. Lu Liner raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that Jiang Qin is doing this intentionally? I have rejected Jiang Qin's proposals multiple times. This woman is likely harboring resentment, and she seems intent on plotting against me. Now, Jiang Qin has gathered a large group and promised to distribute food to everyone. It's clearly an attempt to win their hearts. What if they unite against us in Building No. 2? Chen Xia's gaze turned icy. As long as they don't provoke me, it's fine. But if they dare to entertain any treacherous thoughts, their fate will be no different from Tang Long's. However, I believe Jiang Qin won't act recklessly for now. Those who rely on interests to gather followers must also maintain those interests. She doesn't possess enough supplies to sway thousands. Therefore, she will have to wait. Lu Liner seemed somewhat perplexed. Chen Xia chuckled. With the current reserves Jiang Qin has, how much food can she distribute? Without a continuous supply of support, she wouldn't dare to be so generous. Brother Xia, are you implying that this woman certainly has someone backing her? Perhaps not even within the Jinding community, she's waiting for support. Lu Liner nodded thoughtfully. Given the current situation, it would be quite difficult to connect with other districts, and the circumstances outside are equally grim. However, if Jiang Qin dares to act this way, she might indeed have connections. This works in my favor. I can avoid the risk of venturing out. Once her support arrives, I can seize it effortlessly, achieving 2 objectives with 1 action. Chen Xia leaned against the window, observing the zombie king pacing in the courtyard, and remarked meaningfully, thus, our greatest threat at present is not Jiang Qin, but rather Gao Chang. I heard from a friend in Building Number 17 that Gao Chang has already subdued several buildings and established a fighting force of several hundred men. However, with all the zombies in the courtyard, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly, would he? Gao Chang lacks patience that I sent someone to launch a surprise attack on him. If he can endure this, he wouldn't be a true leader of the underworld. Even when faced with the threat of zombies, he would still turn his blade against me. Moreover, those who are desperate are merely cannon fodder. He wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice them, as long as he can eliminate me. He not only gains my shelter but also establishes his authority. Lu Liner unconsciously moved closer to Chen Xia, clearly frightened. Therefore, before Gao Chang comes after us, I need to find some allies. Lu Liner followed Chen Xia's gaze towards the zombie king and gasped in surprise. Brother Xia, you don't intend to target it, do you? That's far too risky. That if Gao Chang's men were to arrive only to be unexpectedly obstructed by such a creature, it would certainly be quite amusing. Lu Liner was unsure of Chen Xia's intentions but felt a chill run down her spine. Right now, we must first deal with the traitors. Chen Xia turned and sent a message to Wang Hu. Wang Hu, 5 minutes are up. Take action. Chen Xia's command Chaos erupted in building number 2. Those ungrateful scoundrels were forcefully driven from their rooms by Wang Hu. Under Wang Hu's threat, they had no choice but to leave resentfully, risking discovery by the zombies as they made their way to building number 10. Yet, no matter how cautious they were still detected by the zombies. The surging horde of undead charged towards the crowd as if drawn by the scent of blood, moving with astonishing speed and knocking the stragglers to the ground. Those in the upper floors witnessed the horrifying scene of the living being torn apart and devoured by the zombies. Many could not bear the sight and ended up retching in despair. In less than a minute, over half of the 30-odd individuals were either dead or injured, with only a few fortunate souls managing to escape thanks to the intervention of Building No. 10's residents. This incident left everyone with a stark understanding of the zombies' destructive power. Without suitable weaponry, encountering them meant certain death. Gao Chang in building number 6 also witnessed the entire ordeal, astonished by the emergence of such creatures. Brother Chang, the men are all ready. Just give the word, and we will rush to building number 2 to avenge my brother. What's the hurry? Gao Chang frowned. We need to stay calm. That if we intend to attack building No. 2, these zombies pose a significant obstacle. We must devise a plan to avoid them first. Brother Chang, we have hundreds of brothers. Surely we can handle these monsters. Are you foolish? Use your brain for once. Are we here to be cannon fodder for others? Tang Hu chuckled awkwardly. I was just eager to avenge my brother. What is Jiang Qin's stance? Is she willing to surrender half of her supplies in exchange for my protection? Jiang Qin stated that if we eliminate Great Xia, she will offer all the supplies from building number 9.0. Gao Chang was somewhat taken aback. The supplies from building number 9 are concentrated in Gong Yan's hands. Now that Gong Yan is dead, everything is essentially ownerless. Would those original inhabitants agree? Her ploy of borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha is rather clever. She assured me she would handle building No. 9 and would personally send someone to deliver the supplies. Gao Chang's lips curled into a smile. It seemed everyone wished for Great Xia's demise, that if that's the case, let him meet his end. At this moment, Jiang Qin was quite pleased with the unfolding situation. Madam, splendid. With this, Great Xia will be completely isolated. Even the residents of building number 2 will not follow him. What's the rush? The best part is yet to come. Jiang Qin replied coolly. The method of passing items through ropes in the group was dubbed the lifeline. With the lifeline in place, Jiang Qin indeed kept her promise, dispatching a large quantity of food. While it was termed a large quantity, it primarily consisted of instant noodles and expired bread. However, these supplies did not include any for building number 2, but the few dozen residents left in building number 2 felt somewhat disheartened, thinking that had they merely spoken a kind word about Jiang Qin in the group, perhaps food would have been delivered to them. At that moment, Great Xia aptly declared, since you have chosen to trust me, I am not heartless. Thus, tonight, I will set up 2 tables for everyone to enjoy a feast. Brother Chun, are you serious? Setting up 2 tables? Wang Hu sat up with a jolt. They hadn't had hot meals in a long time. Even a single dish and a bottle of wine would be enough to fill everyone with joy. Come to the rooftop in an hour. After sending the message, Great Xia proceeded to the rooftop, where he hastily erected a windproof and warm tent and set up a generator for heating. A small gathering tent rose amidst the biting cold of the world. Furthermore, Great Xia initiated a live broadcast in the large group. 2 tables laden with steaming delicacies and fine red wine. Everything inside the tent stood in stark contrast to the despairing world outside. When everyone arrived at the rooftop and entered the tent, they were left speechless, believing they were dreaming. They had never dared to imagine they would enjoy such a lavish dinner in their lifetimes. There were chickens, ducks, fish, and meat in abundance. Exquisite steaks, fresh foie gras, and delicious fruits. Is all this really for us? Great Xia replied nonchalantly, you may eat, but here, no matter what you do, you must contribute in return. At that moment, they would have willingly accepted any task, even if it meant facing death after finishing their meal. Chapter 46. Eating until one's mouth is greasy. Wang Hu immediately expressed on behalf of everyone. Brother Chun, whatever you ask us to do, we shall do it. It's quite simple. In a while, insult Jiang Qin in the group with the most vulgar words you can muster. Understood. Hearing that it was merely a matter of cursing, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were not only willing to insult Jiang Qin, but would welcome an opportunity to eliminate her. Great Xia smiled knowingly, placing the phone used for the live broadcast on the table and fixing the angle before stating, everyone, Eat freely. Today, I treat you." The over 1,000 members of the large group fell silent, perhaps out of mutual understanding. They had no time to type or voice messages. All eyes were glued to the feast being broadcasted live. If the broadcast could reach a wider audience, perhaps Xia could become the first apocalyptic live streamer with 1 million followers. Jiang Qin's face darkened. "This brat. Madam, do we have any meat available?" "I want to eat meat too." Yang Jingwo swallowed hard, a look of anticipation on his face. "Scram. Go eat your instant noodles." Jiang Qin, unable to bear the provocation, abruptly shut off the live broadcast. The few residents of Building No. 2 who had defected to Jiang Qin now regretted their decisions, realizing that if they had not taken that wrong step, they would be feasting at the table now. Only with substantial strength does your charity hold value. Otherwise, you are merely seen as a dish, a gift in the eyes of others, fully armed, carrying a gun. Xia sat not far away, quietly watching them eat, though they desperately longed to claim all the delicious food for themselves. They dared not entertain any improper thoughts in the face of Xia's ominous weapon. Halfway through the meal, Xia scanned the surroundings and suddenly inquired of Wang Hu, "Where has that bespectacled Xiahua gone?" I don't know," Wang Hu replied, his mouth stuffed. Upon hearing Xia's question, he hastily stood up, clumsily setting down his bowl and chopsticks. "Shall I go take a look?" "Go," Xia urged, lifting the muzzle of his gun slightly. "Cough, Chingu. Your gun is rather intimidating. Please don't point it at me, that I'll go right away, right away." Wang Hu chuckled nervously as he dashed out of the tent. Bang, bang, bang. "Zhanghua, open the door." "What are you doing in there?" "Chingu wants you on the rooftop. There's a grand feast today." Inside, there was no response for quite a while. Wang Hu pressed his ear against the door and murmured, "This kid wouldn't he have frozen to death? Would he?" Just as he was about to kick the door, it swung open unexpectedly. Zhanghua stood at the threshold, his expression as blank as a zombie. Asking, "What's the matter?" Wang Hu jumped in surprise. "What are you doing? Aren't you going to eat the feast? Didn't you see the messages in the group? My phone's out of battery." "Then hurry up. If you're late, there might not be any left for you." Zhanghua stepped back. "Never mind, I'm not hungry. I just had instant noodles." "Hey, are you out of your mind? It's a feast, chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Who knows when we'll get to eat like this again? Are you really sure you don't want to go? You should thank me." And Chindiga, bang. Zhanghua turned and shut the door. That kid. Once the door closed, Zhanghua's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath as a cloud of black smoke billowed from his mouth. Hiss! Amidst the black smoke, sparks erupted sporadically. Zhanghua was terrified. His body had undergone some unimaginable transformation. Whenever he became emotional, flames could erupt from his mouth. Just moments ago, he had lost control and inadvertently burned his sister's corpse to a crisp. Driven by extreme hunger, he had pounced on the already roasted body of his sister and devoured it entirely. How could he still have an appetite for a feast? His stomach was filled with writhing human flesh. "Woo-woo, sister, I'm so sorry." Zhanghua wept, clutching his head. Ditto. Chen Xia was astonished to learn that Zhanghua was indifferent to delicacies that in the current situation, even a bag of instant noodles could incite a violent conflict. Yet, Zhang Gaochang drew on his cigar, silently gazing towards the flickering flames. This Chen Xia, if not dealt with soon, would inevitably become a calamity. "Brother Chang, shall we take action tonight?" The brothers are already prepared and can mobilize at any moment. Let us catch Chen Xia off guard while he is at his most complacent. It would be ideal to seize the sanctuary in one fell swoop. Understood. As night fell, Tang, who personally led the team, all donned in white cloaks, wielding machetes and clubs, stealthily emerging into the snowy night, that to their astonishment. Tang, who possessed a shotgun, commonly referred to as a spitter, a weapon that promised equality among the living. With this armament, Tang, who brimmed with confidence, certain he could penetrate building number 2 to everyone, be cautious not to attract the attention of those zombies. Gather promptly at the foot of building number 2 that hundreds had rehearsed numerous times for coordinated maneuvers. Dispersing into small teams, gradually approaching their target according to a prearranged route. The zombies remained oblivious, standing idly in the snow, completely unaware of the encroaching figures. Meanwhile, the zombie king lounged motionless in the garden's pavilion. Resembling a snow sculpture, Jiang Qin, binoculars in hand, closely monitored the dynamics below. Gao Chang is indeed about to make his move. This time, Chen Xia is surely doomed, Yang Jingwo sneered. Eliminating Chen Xia will leave no one to impede our plans. Just watch. Tonight will be a grand spectacle. Let Gao Chong and Chen Xia engage in a life-and-death struggle. Building number 2 was eerily quiet, as nearly everyone had taken cover. Wang Hu and his trusted aides, armed with crossbows, peered from the windows, aiming at the approaching adversaries. Chen Ge truly has an abundance of fine equipment. With these crossbow bolts, we could easily pierce through our foes, Wang Hu's subordinate De Wei exclaimed. Excitement evident on his face. Be mindful of your own life. Only by living can you continue to kill. Wang Hu shot him a glare, cautioning him not to recklessly charge ahead, but rather let the expendables lead. Rest assured, Brother Hu, this is my forte. The enemy drew nearer, as Wang Hu awaited Chen Xia's signal at a T that moment. Chen Xia stood at the rooftop's edge, wielding a formidable recurve bow, the string taut, and aimed directly at the motionless zombie king. Meanwhile, Tang Hu's team arrived beneath building number 2, preparing to ascend through the shattered windows. Just then, Chen Xia suddenly released his grip. The arrow whistled through the air, hurtling towards the zombie king. Thud! The arrow, propelled with remarkable speed from above, pierced through the zombie king's arm. With a furious roar, the wounded zombie king sprang to life, brandishing a fire axe as it searched for a target, its rage palpable. Before Tang Hu and his men could react, a fiery rocket descended from above, erupting in a massive explosion upon impact with the snow. What in the world? Tang Hu was taken aback. Simultaneously, the horde of zombies was roused, charging after Tang Hu's team. Led by the zombie king, that now's our chance. Wang Hu bellowed, shoot them down, swoosh. A dozen crossbows were readied at the window, and with a single command, bolts rained down upon the crowd, embedding themselves in the throng. Chapter 48. You have brothers, I have underlings. Tang Hu and his men were utterly bewildered. With the horde pursuing from behind and the ambush at building number 2, they found themselves besieged in the icy wilderness. Their formation collapsing in an instant. Hundreds scattered in disarray, their ranks disintegrating. Confident Gao Chong, witnessing the scene, felt his heart leap to his throat. What is happening? The battle in the courtyard raged fiercely, drawing the attention of the entire community. Chen Xia, atop the rooftop, was relentlessly firing rockets, targeting densely populated areas. His goal was not to kill, but to mark the zombies' focus. The sight was somewhat comical, especially for those in building number 10, who could clearly see that wherever Chen Xia's arrows landed, the zombies would swarm. This created an illusion as though the horde was being directed by Chen Xia. Moving in perfect synchronization, that N01 understood the zombies' behavior better than Chen Xia. These creatures were not only drawn to sound, but also to flames. Although zombies feared fire, they were irresistibly compelled to chase it, charging recklessly towards any blaze. The zombie king, unrestricted, swung its fire axe with wild abandon. Any unfortunate soul to come too close would meet a gruesome fate. In a flash, half of Tang Hu's forces had perished, never even touching the threshold of building number 2 before being routed. Damn it, brothers, stop running. If you flee any further, we'll all perish, Tang Hu roared. Regroup and fight these monsters. Tang Hu's shout had some effect. The remaining 100 or so men realized that fleeing would only hasten their demise. They decisively gathered, preparing to confront the horde head-on, despite the formidable nature of the zombies. When humans fought for their lives, their potential surged, momentarily staving off the tide of undead. Yet, as Tang Hu ordered his men to push forward, he discreetly retreated. He had long discerned that, in this situation, their annihilation was imminent. Thinking of escape, Chen Xia, surveying the treacherous Tang Hu, readied 2 arrows specifically for him and shot them toward his retreat. Whoosh! The arrows whizzed past Tang Hu's head, striking the ground at his feet. A horde of zombies swiftly turned, madly charging towards him. What the hell? Tang Hu gasped in shock. Damn it, bang. Tang Hu brandished a shotgun. Its power was undeniable, sending a zombie flying with each shot. However, even when half a zombie's body was blown apart, it would still stagger to its feet, relentlessly pursuing him. How is this possible? Can't they be killed? Tang Hu was completely unaware that to defeat a zombie, one must aim for the head. Otherwise, it was a futile endeavor. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Hu fired frantically until his ammunition was exhausted. Yet the zombies surged forth, their numbers undiminished, a relentless tide to help, help. Tang Hu could only wield the guns but in a desperate defense, but it was merely a last-ditch effort. Even if he shattered the gun, it would not prevent the zombies from tearing him apart. From building number 10, Jiang Qin and others watched with bated breath, horrified by the terrifying creatures. "Madam, it is Chun Xia causing trouble." "Look!" Yang Zhangwo gritted his teeth, pointing towards a figure atop the distant building. "This brat had plotted all along that I never expected Chun Xia to possess such archery skills. He seems to have many secrets." Jiang Qin replied. "And did you notice? These monsters seem to attack in the direction he shoots. It's utterly uncanny that I also find it quite abnormal. Consider this. Before the disaster even struck, Chun Xia had already established a sanctuary. Reportedly stockpiling vast amounts of supplies and equipment, he was clearly well prepared." Jiang Qin nodded slowly. "This fellow is indeed peculiar. We must remain cautious in the future. Today, Gao Chang is likely to be defeated. If Gao Chang falls, it would benefit us, but this Chun Xia poses a challenge. Fear not. With Gao Chang's temperament, he cannot suffer such a significant loss, and with 4 or 5 buildings at his disposal, he will undoubtedly return. Then we shall reap the benefits as fishermen," Yang Zhangwo remarked. "Once the supplies arrive, we shall see what Chun Xia has to contend with." Bang! Suddenly, a dull gunshot shattered the night. Chun Xia dropped to the ground, cold sweat breaking out across his brow at a sniper rifle. How could that be? Somewhere atop a building, likely at the southwestern corner of building number 2, a shadow withdrew the weapon, spitting out a curse. "Damn it, the light is too poor. I missed." He knew that his shot had not claimed Chun Xia's life, and with that he ceased to linger, turning to leave. That shot was far too close. The bullet had grazed his cheek, and had the shooter been even slightly more accurate, he might have suffered a fatal blow. Who was this marksman? Chun Xia recognized the weapon as the commonly seen 98K sniper rifle in the Apocalypse. A standard choice for lone wolves that he had not anticipated such a figure lurking within the Jinding community. Chun Xia, now disinterested in the battle below, was alarmed at the appearance of a sniper. Given his current physical condition, he feared he could not withstand a single shot. His desire to confront the zombie king grew ever more pressing. If he could find an energy crystal, he would undoubtedly evolve once more. He felt a strong intuition that after such an evolution, his physical strength would reach an astonishing level. That on Wang Hu's side, victory was apparent. Estimates suggested they had killed at least 20 or 30 foes. "They retreating. Those scoundrels are retreating." Dewey cheered. "Gao Chang has lost hundreds of men. Let us see if he dares to cause trouble again." What was expected to be a fierce battle had surprisingly concluded with a retreat, utterly beyond everyone's expectations. "Brother Hu, have we not achieved a significant feat?" Dewey called out. "Chenggu will surely reward us." "Significant feat? Did you accomplish it?" Wang Hu scolded. "If not for those zombies aiding us, could we have held our ground?" Dewey chuckled awkwardly. "Even if I didn't achieve much, I still endured some hardship." "Enough. Don't rush to take credit. What is due to us, Chenggu will surely provide." Wang Hu was utterly in awe of Chun Xia. He could hardly fathom that even the zombies could serve as allies. The Corpse King, for reasons unknown, suddenly changed direction and charged wildly towards building No. 2. Tiger Go. "Do you see that the Corpse King is coming for us?" Everyone leaned out to gaze downwards, and upon seeing the scene, they were nearly frightened out of their wits. The Corpse King was riddled with arrows, its expression grotesque, and it leaped ferociously through the window. Boom! The unfortunate Dewey was struck down to the ground by a single swipe from the Corpse King, followed by a brutal stomp that extinguished his life in an instant. "Damn it! Run!" Wang Hu was terrified, scrambling upwards in a panic. The corridor erupted into chaos, as those who were caught off guard were felled by the Corpse King wielding its axe, leaving no remains. The Corpse King was furious, seemingly in search of the archer who had shot at it. The entire building seemed to tremble. "What? The Corpse King has broken in." Upon hearing this news, Chun Xia immediately understood that his opportunity had arrived. "Keep an eye on that direction for me." He handed his binoculars to Lu Linner, instructing her to scan the rooftops for any signs of life. "What are you planning to do?" Chun Xia smiled. Engaging the Corpse King in conversation. Chapter 49. Engaging the Corpse King in conversation. Chun Xia was well prepared, darting out like a specter, but he had gained insights on how to deal with the Corpse King. After all, he had endured a year of trials in the Apocalypse and knew that the greatest weakness of such ordinary Corpse Kings was their sluggish reactions. Though immensely powerful, they would be unable to catch him given his speed. The only sound in the corridor was the roar of the Corpse King. Wang Hu and his group hid in fear, not daring to breathe, lest the Corpse King discover their location. This time, Chen Xia opted for piercing arrows and incendiary arrows. The spiral-tipped piercing arrows possessed exceptional penetrating power, ideal for dealing with the Corpse King's tough hide. The incendiary arrows were homemade fire arrows, each equipped with a small canister of oil that would explode upon impact, igniting a large area in flames. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the Corpse King's footsteps echoed like thunder, causing the entire building to tremble. Chen Xia stealthily approached the Corpse King's back. Chen Ge, we're here. The group, upon seeing Chen Xia, looked more relieved than if they had reunited with their own parents. Chen Ge, this monster is terrifying. Many of our brothers have been killed by it. What do we do? In the corner, Wang Hu whispered urgently to Chen Xia, waving his hands. Chen Xia gestured for silence and pointed behind him, signaling them to move up first. Are you sure? Chen Xia's eyes brightened. Wang Hu nodded emphatically. The Corpse King seems to be blind. It can only discern direction through sound, and IT has been wandering nearby for quite a while without noticing us. Understood. You take your group to guard the defensive passage at the stairwell. The zombies may also come in. Use these incendiary arrows to block their path. Chen Xia tossed a bag of incendiary oil to Wang Hu. Got it. Chen Xia continued to track the Corpse King, seeking the right moment to strike. Meanwhile, news of the Corpse King's intrusion into Building Number 2 had spread through various groups in the Jinning community. Many began to gloat over the impending disaster. The folks in Building Number 2 are definitely done for. Look at them, thinking they're having a grand feast. They're about to become the Corpse King's banquet. Their envy and jealousy towards those in Building Number 2 had escalated into outright hatred. They yearned for calamity to befall Building Number 2, hoping that all its occupants would be wiped out by the zombies. Everyone believed that Chen Xia and the residents of Building Number 2 were doomed, crowding the windows to watch the spectacle. The Corpse King's strength had been vividly demonstrated in the recent battle, proving to be a creature beyond human capability to combat. Madam, what do you think is happening in Building Number 2? Yang Jingwo stood beside Jiang Qin, anxiously watching the direction of Building Number 2. Even the elite team has been annihilated. Surely, Chen Xia cannot escape unscathed. Let us wait and see. Chen Xia has a safe haven. The Corpse King may not be able to deal with him, but the others are in peril. Once everyone in Building No. 2 is dead, Chen Xia will be left with no allies, and we will have countless ways to force his hand that I refuse to believe that Chen Xia can hide in that safe haven forever. Suddenly, before the onlookers could react, a dark figure soared out from Building Number 2, its massive form crashing heavily into the snow below. Countless gazes converged upon it. The figure struggled in the snow for a moment, then rose abruptly. Did I ask that? The Corpse King? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Roar boom! Flames engulfed the Corpse King, igniting it into what appeared to be a massive fireball. Whoosh, 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 more and more fire arrows shot from the building, quickly transforming the Corpse King into a sieve. Yet its vitality was astonishing. Even after such an onslaught, it did not fall, its anguished roars echoing in waves that it nearly over. Chen Xia peered down from the window. Having used 2 entire barrels of oil to ignite this inferno, yet the Corpse King remained unvanquished, a testament to its formidable constitution. After a few more arrows, the Corpse King finally ceased its movements. Reduced to a mere blaze in the snow. Was that Chen Xia? Did he just incinerate the Corpse King? This man was even more terrifying than the Corpse King. Those who had spoken ill of Chen Xia in the groups were now ghostly pale, fearing retribution in the future. Jiang Qin and the others were left speechless. She had imagined countless endings for the Corpse King, but never had she envisioned it being reduced to ashes by Chen Xia. Chen Xia extinguished the flames and began inspecting the Corpse King's mangled body, that he wondered if there were any energy crystals within. In just a few days, could energy crystals even form? Just as he was about to dissect the Corpse King for examination, its remaining eye suddenly flared with a fiery glow. With a deafening roar, the Corpse King sprang upright and charged ferociously at Chen Xia. Not good. Chen Xia leaned back to retreat, raising his hand to fire. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets from his Desert Eagle struck the Corpse King. Bu Lu Liner appeared somewhat frail, her complexion as pale as parchment, yet she managed to muster a faint smile. You mustn't exert yourself so much. What would happen if you were to fall ill? Chen Xia chuckled lightly. I know my limits. By the way, is there anything to eat? I'm quite famished. I prepared a meal long in advance. Awaiting your arrival, Lu Liner replied. Leading Chen Xia to the dining area, As Chen Xia beheld the table laden with exquisite dishes. His appetite was instantly piqued, but he hurriedly grabbed a bowl and chopsticks. Indulging heartily. Meanwhile, in his alternate dimension, the energy crystal hung, suspended in the void, radiating blue light in all directions, while the black energy gauge within the space visibly filled at a rapid pace. He believed that in a few hours, once the energy crystal was depleted, the black progress bar would reach completion. After satisfying his hunger, Chen Xia observed Lu Liner busily washing the dishes in the kitchen and suddenly realized that he had no recollection of her at all. Before his rebirth, he had survived for a year in the Jinding community, where Yi Tianming had established a stronghold, commanding hundreds of followers, most of whom were former residents of Building 2, yet, curiously, there was no mention of Lu Lin. In fact, among the thousands in the Jinding community, Chen Xia had no memory of her whatsoever, that he felt that after his rebirth, the timeline and the events that transpired had diverged significantly, as if history itself were undergoing an extraordinary transformation. Particularly, the emergence of zombies and the worsening weather had accelerated dramatically. "Xiago, Wang Hu is looking for you," Lu Liner interjected, handing him her phone and interrupting his thoughts. "What is the matter, Chen Ge? We've suffered considerable casualties today, and our food supplies are dwindling. What do you propose? I've mentioned before, distribute food based on contributions. How many zombies and empowered individuals did you eliminate today? Report back," he instructed. "Understood." Wang Hu had been eagerly awaiting Chen Xia's response. Without sustenance, it would be impossible for Wang Hu and his men to fight with such fervor. Within 10 minutes, Wang Hu sent over a detailed list. Currently, 37 individuals survived in Building 2, 30 men and 7 women. Each of these survivors possessed their own capabilities, excelling in physical prowess, reflexes, and intellect. That in this world, it was indeed survival of the fittest. And they understood that to thrive, they must rely on Chen Xia. Today, they had witnessed 2 remarkable feats. The first was Chen Xia's extraordinary use of rockets to direct zombies against the hundreds under the command of Gao Chong. The second was his singular defeat of the Zombie King. Each of these accomplishments was awe-inspiring, leading them to behave more obediently than before, even daring not to entertain thoughts of defiance against Chen Xia. After a series of battles, Wang Hu understood that they had to depend on this small group of 30 to create contributions. Therefore, he meticulously compiled the data, ensuring all were accounted for, burying any past duplicity. The majority of the contributions came from Wang Hu and his 7 or 8 crossbowmen, who collectively dispatched 34 foes, including 8 zombies. Although the others had not engaged, Wang Hu divided the credit equally among all, ensuring that every individual received their due recognition. Upon reviewing the data on the list, Chen Xia smiled, realizing Wang Hu had matured considerably, understanding that one could not thrive alone. Lu Liner leaned against Chen Xia. "But don't you think our numbers are rather insufficient? What use is it to maintain so many idle mouths?" Chen Xia dismissed her concerns. "Quality trumps quantity in warfare. That I heard from a friend that Jiang Qin's core group has grown to 1,500 members." Lu Liner continued. "Aside from the buildings controlled by Gao Chong, Buildings 11, 17, 19, and 20, along with the collapsed Building 7 and the wrecked Building 8, excluding our Building 2 and the vacant Building 1. All remaining buildings have fallen under Jiang Qin's jurisdiction." Chen Xia did not betray any surprise that he had known prior to his rebirth that Jiang Qin was no ordinary woman, as she had long been Yi Tianming's most formidable adversary. However, due to Chen Xia's influence in this life, Yi Tianming met his demise, allowing Gao Chong to rise to prominence that on the surface, Chen Xia now appeared to be the weakest party. Though Gao Chong had lost several hundred followers, he retained the foundation of 4 buildings and a band of desperate men to assist him, and it would not be long before he regained his strength. The Jinding community comprised 30 buildings in total, which meant that Jiang Qin currently controlled 21 buildings, excluding Building 1. Indeed, Lu Liner affirmed. Each building houses several hundred households, nearly 1,000 individuals. This implies Jiang Qin has amassed a contingent of at least 10,000 people. Lu Liner nodded, if not more. Yet, not all of them are genuinely loyal. Most likely, many are merely seeking personal gain. Moreover, the number of those capable of engaging in combat is likely minimal, perhaps not even 1 in 10. The sustenance for such a large group poses a significant issue. It seems Jiang Qin supplies must be arriving soon. Chen Xia remarked with a wry smile that I must devise a plan to intercept her supplies. If successful, she will surely falter. Will there really be supplies? Lu Liner inquired. There will be, Chen Xia retorted coldly. Jiangqin has a benefactor who is a commander in the military. When the catastrophe unfolded, chaos enveloped the world, prompting the military to restore order. Of course, at that time, the military operated independently, and due to extensive equipment damage, their combat capabilities were severely lacking, ultimately being supplanted by the superhuman organizations. However, Jiangqin was emboldened to recruit soldiers in the Jinding community because of her support from a commanding officer. Turn on the radio. Chen Xia suddenly instructed that a radio sat beside the television. And although Lu Liner had never understood its presence, she approached and powered it on. Static crackled through the speaker, offering no useful information. What is wrong? Lu Liner asked, perplexed. Just relay any news to me. Chen Xia replied. Understood. He turned and made his way to the bathroom. That I'm going to take a shower. Would you like to join me? Lu Liner's face flushed slightly as she obediently followed him inside. Soon, soft moans echoed from the bathroom. Meanwhile, Wang Hu and the others eagerly awaited Chen Xia to distribute food. The 30-plus individuals had opened up 4 rooms on the 20th floor, transforming them into a more spacious living area. They had brought numerous items to seal the doors and windows tightly, ensuring warmth and safety. They even smashed through the floor to create a downward escape route. The excited Mad Donkey exclaimed. Tiger Go, should we request a generator from Chun Go? It's getting colder, and the food we have lacks sufficient calories. How can we muster the strength to endure? Do you think I don't want one? That depends on Chun Go's decision. Wang Hu rubbed his hands together. Who knows when this snow will cease? If only we had an electric heater. Tiger Ge, I have an idea, another of Wang Hu's subordinates. Lu Yun chimed in. What if we take down Gao Chong? Wouldn't that be a significant accomplishment? Have you lost your mind? Wang Hu shot back, eyes wide. Do you not realize who Gao Chong is? He dared to go head-to-head with old Master Yi Wei, and he commands a legion of loyal followers that don't be fooled by the fact that he has lost a few hundred men. His resources run deep. The others nodded in agreement that I think Lu Yun's suggestion has merit. Tiger Ge, look. This is Zhang Dongqing's phone, Lu Yun said, producing the device from seemingly nowhere that he opened the chat history. He has an informant in Building 6. We can leverage that. Wang Hu snatched the phone, examining the chat records of the contact known as Northeast Silver from Building 6. Will he assist us? If I message him in Zhang Dongqing's tone, he will undoubtedly help. Wang Hu felt a twinge of interest. Fortune favors the bold. But what about the zombies outside? Lu Yun replied, Today I discovered a crucial point. These zombies respond only to sound. They cannot see us. That if we move stealthily and employ diversion tactics, we can launch a surprise attack on Building 6, using the zombies to our advantage. All right, Lu Yun. How come I never noticed your cleverness before? Wang Hu patted Lu Yun's shoulder. Hey, it's just a matter of necessity that we've all witnessed Chen Guo's extraordinary abilities. He is incredibly formidable, that if we wish to reap greater benefits from him, we must not act recklessly. Exactly. I believe Lu Yun is onto something. It's worth a shot, the Mad Donkey chimed in again. Yes, Tiger Go, we currently have 7 crossbows, over 100 bolts, more than 20 machetes. And the anti-stab vest we stripped from those guys that we can rush in, eliminate him, and escape without issue. And the oil Chen Ge just provided will undoubtedly come in handy. They all grew increasingly enthusiastic. Their excitement palpable. Damn it. Wang Hu paced back and forth. Since you're all so eager, it seems I truly must give it a try. That I also want a power bank. My phone is nearly dead. I heard Chen Ge's everything, that I want hot water, that I want a warm chicken leg, that I want Peking duck, and lamb chops. As they discussed, hunger overtook them. Hold on. Wang Hu laughed in exasperation. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Since you're all willing to take risks, I suppose it's not out of the question that that moment a hoarse voice unexpectedly echoed from outside the door. Count me in, Gao Chong. Huazai, why are you out? Not hiding like a coward anymore. Wang Hu frowned, mocking. I thought you had perished in your room. Zhang Hua raised his gaze slightly and asked, enunciating each word. When are we going? Are you even capable? Lu Yun sneered. Let me tell you, Huazai, if you don't contribute today, there will be no share of food for you. So don't even think about coming over to divide the spoils. That I don't want anything. I only seek Gao Chong, and no worries. I merely wish to inquire when you plan to take action. Huazai gradually shifted his body, stepping out from the shadowy doorway. That moment, everyone suddenly beheld Huazai's current appearance. And they were instantly taken aback to Huazai's once thick black hair had become sparse and pallid, and his face was riddled with wrinkles, resembling a cancer patient just emerging from chemotherapy, which naturally lent a fierce glint to his eyes. "What has happened to you? Huazai, what is this?" Everyone felt a wave of anxiety, instinctively glancing towards the various weapons standing by. After all, Huazai at this moment bore an uncanny resemblance to a zombie, sending a chill down their spines. "It's nothing." Huazai smiled, though the smile was more ghastly than a cry, tightening everyone's nerves further. "You haven't been infected, have you?" Lu Yun frowned. "I've seen it in movies. Being bitten by a zombie can turn you into one of them." "How could that be?" Huazai feigned nonchalance, shrugging his shoulders. "Rest assured, I'm fine. Right now, I only wish to eliminate Gao Chong. He's the one who harmed my sister." Upon hearing this revelation, the eyes of the others dimmed slightly. After all, each had lost loved ones and family members, and the atmosphere grew inexplicably heavy. If it weren't for Gao Chong sending people to ambush Building 2, Huazai would not have had to risk his life and would not have missed the chance to care for his sister. Thus, he sought vengeance. Wang Hu surveyed the surroundings. Time was of the essence, and if everyone agreed, they could act at any moment. "That I will contact Dongbei Yin," Lu Yun stated. Wang Hu nodded. "In that case, we must seize this opportunity. We shall strike again." "Excellent." Wang Hu exclaimed excitedly. "Brothers, what are you waiting for? Prepare yourselves. We shall depart at once." "Yes." Everyone was exceptionally exhilarated. In Building 6, Gao Chong stood over a bloodied individual, snatching the phone from his grasp, and sneered, "Yin, you are the traitor. After all these years of driving for me, how have I wronged you?" Gao Chong arranged personnel, setting up a trap on the 17th floor, preparing for Wang Hu and his group's arrival. Chapter 52. Indestructible Qin Xia emerged from the bathroom after playing with Lin Air for quite some time, his legs feeling slightly weakened. The black energy bar in the space had fully grown, suddenly condensing into a black sphere like a dark mist. The white fog that pervaded the space quickly retreated in all directions, expanding the area significantly. Simultaneously, Qin Xia's body underwent an astonishing transformation. A thin, nearly transparent black shield enveloped his skin. Qin Xia felt a tremendous enhancement in his physical strength. A sensation akin to wanting to howl at the sky. Had he evolved? Qin Xia realized he had acquired a powerful strength-based superpower. During the apocalypse, research institutions had studied various types of superpowers, including those based on strength and those of a psychic nature. Each superhuman, upon evolution, would develop one of these two categories. For instance, a person of immense strength could lift a car with bare hands, belonging to the strength category, while others could spew fire, ice, or even summon thunder from the heavens, categorizing them as psychic superhumans. Qin Xia had initially believed that his evolution into a spatial anomaly should align him with psychic powers. Yet it appeared he now possessed strength abilities as well, that he had never heard of anyone wielding two distinctly different superpowers. Qin Xia attempted to throw a few punches in the air, the sound of his strikes resonating like metal cutting through the air, signifying immense power. At this moment, he noticed the black sphere suspended in space had come to a halt, containing a substantial amount of black mist within, resembling a health bar in a video game. Qin Xia had a revelation and suddenly tensed all his muscles, delivering a powerful punch toward the ground. Boom! He distinctly felt a slight reduction in the mist within the black sphere. Simultaneously, he was stunned. The floor shattered completely, with even the alloy layer exhibiting barely perceptible indentations. Incredible! This punch, were it to strike a person, would surely obliterate them, even if it were the resurrected Corpse King. Lu Lin Air was startled awake by the tremor and hurriedly rushed out. "What happened?" "Nothing." Qin Xia waved at her. "You should go back to sleep." Lu Lin Air gasped upon seeing the damaged floor beneath Qin Xia. "Did you do this?" "Yes. Just testing my new abilities." Lu Lin Air was astounded, her admiration for Qin Xia growing even stronger. Qin Xia, feeling unsatisfied, suddenly had a whimsical idea. He took out a Desert Eagle, loaded a bullet, and shot himself in the leg. Bang! Lu Lin Air was horrified. "What are you doing?" A barely noticeable black mist swirled, leaving his leg unscathed, though the energy within the sphere diminished slightly. How formidable! Qin Xia's eyes sparkled as he raised the gun again, this time aiming for his head. "Are you insane?" Lu Lin Air rushed forward, attempting to snatch the gun from him. "You're going to throw your life away." "It's fine." Chen Xia gently pushed Lu Lin Air aside. "I want to test just how strong this body is." That he then horizontally positioned the gun, aiming at his temple. To be honest, while he felt confident, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Should anything go awry, his life would be forfeit. Yet, to ascertain the limits of his superpower, Chen Xia took a deep breath and resolutely pulled the trigger. Bang! The intense impact reverberated in his head, yet it merely caused him to tilt his head slightly. Although his head buzzed, he remained entirely unharmed, albeit the energy within the sphere decreased further. It seemed that such a close-range lethal weapon still suddenly. At this critical moment, the ceiling above the window collapsed, claiming the lives of several individuals. Lu Yin glanced up and noticed the numerous cracks on the wall spreading alarmingly, prompting him to exclaim, "Hurry, let's go!" The fissures deepened, and it became evident that if they did not leave soon, they would all meet their demise here. Chapter 53. The birth of the fireman. Panic ensued among the crowd. Some even abandoned their supplies, desperately fleeing for their lives. That a rumble echoed through the building. The floor, already compromised by the tremors, could not withstand the tumult of so many fleeing bodies, becoming the proverbial last straw. With a thunderous crash, the entire 17th floor collapsed. The entire structure of Building 6 tilted precariously. Dozens of people fell in disarray to the floor below, with several dying on impact. Gao Chang's formidable subordinates were taken aback by the chaos. Witnessing the disorder among their foes, they disregarded everything else and charged forward, intent on slaughter. "Kill them! How dare they attempt to seize our strong Yez possessions, unaware of the meaning of death?" A dozen men brandished their blades, rushing forward like madmen, swinging at those trapped beneath the rubble. Thud, thud, thud. Some were pinned under the debris, powerless to resist, merely awaiting their fate. Just as it seemed the entire group would be annihilated, a sudden surge of flames erupted from the ground. Hua Zai's eyelids twitched violently, truly believing I would not dare to kill you. Chen Xia clasped his hands behind his back, granting you an opportunity, that he was eager to test the limits of his physical strength. "Oomph." Hua Zai opened his mouth, ferociously spitting flames forward. Whoosh! The flames instantaneously engulfed Chen Xia. Everyone was under the illusion that within that inferno, Chen Xia had been reduced to nothing but ashes. However, when the flames dissipated, the scene before them was utterly astonishing. There stood Chen Xia, his garments entirely incinerated, yet his perfectly sculpted physique remained intact. Even his hair and body hair were untouched, flawlessly preserved. Chen Xia stretched his body, feeling quite comfortable in the warmth. Perhaps another round wouldn't hurt. The temperature seemed insufficient, that if Hua Zai is a D-level superhuman, then Chen Xia is at least a C-level or higher. Nevertheless, the measuring device has yet to be developed, leaving Chen Xia uncertain of his true classification. The sight before him nearly caused Hua Zai's eyes to pop out. This was simply unfathomable. Are you human or ghost? Just like you, a superhuman. Chen Xia replied slowly, "Serve me, and I may spare your life." Hua Zai turned to flee. Whoosh! Chen Xia moved with astonishing speed, quickly blocking Hua Zai's path, gripping his neck and forcefully pinning him against the wall. Wang Hu and the others scattered in panic. The emergence of a superhuman is no trivial matter. "Honestly, I do not wish to kill you." Chen Xia articulated each word deliberately, stating that as long as you work for me, I shall spare your life. Hua Zai was not a cruel individual. He had merely become arrogant after suddenly acquiring power. Faced with Chen Xia's seasoned intimidation, he was already half subdued. Moreover, since Chen Xia had saved him, Hua Zai bore no true animosity towards him. Ultimately, he feared for his life, fully aware of Chen Xia's merciless reputation. "That I was wrong." Hua Zai sobbed in fright. "You may leave." Chen Xia released Zhang Hua, allowing him to flee in a panic. Why is Chen Xia so formidable? He fears not even my flames. What else could frighten him? Perhaps only he can assist me in eliminating Gao Chang. Hua Zai's obsession was to eliminate Gao Chang, blaming him entirely for his sister's death. Yet, the flickering flame of confidence he had just ignited was ruthlessly extinguished by Chen Xia. This moment, in the depths of Zhang Hua's mind, two shadowy figures clashed. The dark figure incessantly urged Hua Zai to become stronger, to eliminate Chen Xia and seize his sanctuary and all his secrets. Meanwhile, The white figure advised Hua Zai to remember who had saved his life and to practice gratitude. The internal conflict drove Zhang Hua to the brink of madness. Rumbling. At that moment, Building 6 finally succumbed to the strain and collapsed with a thunderous roar. Gao Chang had already relocated his group to another building, momentarily evading danger. Outside, people speculated whether the sudden collapse of Building 6 was again related to Great Xia. Many began to waver in their allegiance. Initially, in pursuit of food and resources, numerous individuals had secretly allied with Jiang Qin, indeed reaping some benefits. However, the recent events had caused many to shift their focus to Great Xia. The key was that in these tumultuous times, possessing resources without the strength to safeguard them was futile. The sentiment within the group began to shift oddly after the collapse of Building 6 that individuals began inquiring about Great Xia's situation, including how many survived in Building 2, whether there was food and supplies. And even their tone had become more courteous. Jiang Qin and Yang Jingwo had been closely monitoring the group chat, and seeing this shift inevitably made them somewhat anxious that it appeared these individuals were beginning to waver. Jiang Qin's expression turned cold. "Madam, ever since Gong Yan's death, those in Building 9 have become quite unruly. It is an opportune moment to set an example. What do you propose?" Jiang Qin inquired. Regarding him intently, Yang Jingwo whispered, "The mercenary saved by Captain Wang has been working as security at your company. Hasn't he? This fellow is a true ruthless character. I've chatted with him recently. And he is a professional killer abroad, having eliminated numerous individuals." Jiang Qin recalled the taciturn security guard Guo Xiao. "Are you suggesting we send him to teach a lesson to those in Building 9? "Precisely. Select a few troublemakers to handle. Then warn everyone that anyone who dares to act out will meet their demise." Deep down, Jiang Qin was reluctant to resort to indiscriminate killings that as a psychology professor. She had always believed that words were the most potent weapon. By mastering human psychology, one could control others. She had employed this method with great success, having persuaded thousands within the community to trust her leadership for survival. Yet now, she realized that mere soft tactics were insufficient. Others would not fear her, and only a combination of soft and hard measures would yield the best results. Clarifying these matters, Jiang Qin resolved not to dwell on her misgivings. She needed to stabilize the situation before old Yang arrived, proceeding as you suggested. "Understood." Yang Jingwo promptly accepted the order and exited the room that on the 20th floor of Building 10. There lay a room that no one dared approach. Everyone knew it was home to a ruthless individual named Guo Xiao. Guo Xiao was typically taciturn, rarely leaving his abode, and when he did, it was usually due to disputes with neighbors. There were rumors that a former neighbor had inexplicably jumped to their death, with suspicions cast upon him, yet no evidence existed. After the calamity struck, Guo Xiao's life seemingly remained unchanged. His room had a fire burning in the stove, and the kitchen was stocked with ample frozen meat and grain sufficient for several months. Given his abilities, he could have left, thriving anywhere he chose. Yet he chose to remain and protect Jiang Qin, due to the life debt owed to him by Wang Shoucha. It was this act of salvation that prompted Guo Xiao to retreat into the shadows, becoming Jiang Qin's covert protector. Yang Jingwo, who often brought supplies to Jiang Qin, had become somewhat familiar with Guo Xiao. Nonetheless, each time he approached that door, an eerie sensation enveloped him that he had investigated the phenomenon, discovering that the aura of death clung to those who had killed many, making it difficult for ordinary people to endure. "Guo Xiao, Madam has asked me to deliver some power banks to you." Yang Jingwo knocked cautiously at the door. After a moment, Guo Xiao cracked the door open, peering out with squinted eyes, causing Yang Jingwo to shudder. "It is a pleasure to have Manager Yang personally deliver these." "Thank you, no problem at all." Yang Jingwo seized the opportunity to step inside. The warmth enveloped him that a fire burned in the center of the living room, with piles of charcoal stacked in the corner. Enough to last for months. Should you require anything, just let me know, and I will fetch it from the madam. "Indeed, does the madam have a task for me?" Guo Xiao inquired, maintaining his composure. There is indeed a matter." Chapter 55, I just want to flee to Great Xia. Yang Jingwo quickly closed the door, lowering his voice. Building 9 has been the site of the most conflicts recently. Had it not been for the forceful intervention of the retired soldier Gong Yan, it would not have been so swiftly organized. However, with Gong Yan's demise, The stubborn and aggressive individuals refused to submit to one another, and over 100 people had once again fragmented into two factions. Although the two groups bore mutual disdain, neither wished to accept Jiang Qin as subjugation, nor did they want to share the hard-won supplies. After the collapse of Building 6, Jiang Qin had sent people to urge the submission of resources, which alerted both factions to the impending crisis that, as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. These individuals contemplated secretly allying with Great Xia, thus testing the waters in the group chat to see who else shared their sentiments. Indeed, over 100 individuals joined their small group to discuss seeking refuge with Great Xia Noon. The leaders of the two factions, one named Zhang Ren and the other Li Cheng, convened with a few trusted confidants. Jiang Qin is making our lives miserable. We cannot allow that wretched woman to have it easy. Zhang Ren slammed the table. Li Cheng, more composed yet cunning, replied, I have already sent a friend request to Great Xia, mentioning that I would bring over 200 people to seek refuge with him. Did he agree? With so many of us seeking his aid, what more is there to consider? Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Zhang Ren replied irritably, our supplies are dwindling, and we can't last much longer, that if Jiang Qin isolates us completely, we will have to venture outside the community for food. Yet I've heard that there are even more zombies outside. Going out is a death sentence. Thus, I advise you to be patient. Imagine this. In such a dire situation with resources scarce and people anxious, if someone were to arrive with over 200 followers seeking your protection, what would you think? Seeking refuge with me. Zhang Ren's eyes widened, exclaiming, I can barely feed myself, let alone 100 people. Precisely. Everyone would think the same, Li Cheng shrugged, disdainfully smiling. Therefore, we must have a plan. To make Great Xia believe we are worthy. What do you propose? Li Cheng produced a blueprint and placed it on the table. This is the layout of the supermarket in Building 10 and the location of the warehouse. All of Jiang Qin's supplies are stored there, including security measures and access codes. This should serve as our token of loyalty, right? Where did you obtain this? Zhang Ren exclaimed in shock. Why didn't you bring this up sooner? That is none of your concern. What I need now is someone to deliver this blueprint. Are you willing? Are we truly giving him such a grand gift? With the blueprint in hand, why do we not take matters into our own hands and seize it? Do you truly believe that with our limited numbers, we can storm in and snatch the items? Jiang Qin commands an armed force of several hundred, and currently, her influence reigns supreme within the entirety of the Jinding community. Zhang Ren furrowed his brow and remarked, sooner or later, Jiang Qin will turn her attention towards us. However, with this blueprint now at our disposal, I believe Great Xia will be inclined to accept our surrender. Very well. I shall deliver it at once. There is no time to waste. I shall go immediately. Li Cheng promptly tore the blueprint in half, stowing one piece into a glass jar before tossing it to Zhang Ren, while he kept the other half for himself, intending to reveal the complete document after their success. Zhang Ren secured his satchel, signaling to his two companions, and the trio briskly proceeded outward, armed and ready. Meanwhile, Great Xia was meticulously sifting through a plethora of messages, inundated with friend requests. Typically, he would pay little attention, yet one particular application caught his interest. This individual named Li Cheng possessed the map to Jiang Qin's supply depot. Liner, do you think this is genuine? As Liner assisted Great Xia in peeling grapes, she analyzed the situation, noting that during such tumultuous times, information is rarely fabricated. It often stems from a desperate bid for survival. The disturbances at Building 9 have been quite severe lately, and Jiang Qin would undoubtedly retaliate. Seeking an ally at this juncture seems entirely reasonable. However, we must see the map with our own eyes to ascertain its authenticity. Furthermore, Lu Liner chuckled. You mentioned that Jiang Qin is cunning. Perhaps there are ulterior motives at play here. Great Xia let out a light laugh, readily accepting Li Cheng's friend request. Ding. Li Cheng promptly sent a voice message. Hello, Great Xia. Regarding the collaboration I proposed. Great Xia interrupted. This is not a collaboration. It is you seeking my protection. Understand? Li Cheng paused, quickly adjusting his tone. Very well. Whether it is collaboration or protection, you shall soon witness my sincerity. I have dispatched someone to deliver the map to you. Why not send it as an image? Li Cheng hesitated for a few seconds. I need to ask you for a favor in return. Eliminate the individual delivering the map. Kid, you are quite ruthless. This place is ill-suited for a large number of personnel. A select few elite individuals will suffice. The others can use ropes to infiltrate from the 10th floor balcony, coordinating our efforts from within and without. With a thud, Wang Hu slammed his palm on the table, obscuring the map with his hand. There's no need for such complexity. Bring along 2 agile individuals to accompany us in a frontal assault. The rest can provide support from the periphery, ready to enter and transport supplies at any moment. What did you just say? Li Cheng, incredulous, chuckled in disbelief that in the event of resistance, the enemy will have at least several hundred prepared. Are we merely to march to our deaths with just a handful of us? With my brother here, a frontal assault is more than sufficient. We need no other encumbrances, Wang Hu declared, pointing at Huazai. Cloaked in a long black coat, Huazai indeed exuded an air of mystery, but could one truly expect to face down hundreds of advancing foes with a single individual? It was utterly fanciful. Are you certain? Li Cheng mused, thinking that it was Wang Hu who would bear the brunt of the danger, while he himself merely sought to secure the supplies and make his escape. Of course, Wang Hu affirmed. All right, let me outline the precise route for you. Since you wish to launch a frontal assault, I shall grant you that opportunity to AT the right moment. You will distract the main force while we slip through the side entrance directly to the supply depot. Li Cheng dispatched 2 trusted confidants to accompany Wang Hu and the others, and the 4 of them stealthily approached Building 10 along the way. Huazai inquired of Wang Hu, why not have Li Cheng send a few more people? Are you afraid of something with me around? Wang Hu replied with pride, isn't it just that I cannot abide Li Cheng's demeanor? This way, we appear far more impressive. Are you unwell? Do you think my firepower is limitless? Oh, is it not? Huazai's expression darkened. Did you bring a crossbow? With you here, why would I need a crossbow to escape with? As the 4 reached the 9th floor of Building 10, they encountered a substantial number of henchmen clad in winter gear guarding the stairway, an estimated 30 or more. These 2 cowards, Wang Hu gasped in astonishment. Before he could finish, a burst of flames flickered nearby, followed by a cacophony of firecrackers erupting in a frenzy. Wang Hu and his companion jumped back in shock, realizing that the 2 had tossed a string of firecrackers before fleeing. The explosive sound immediately captured the guards' attention, causing them to rush towards the source. Wang Hu intended for a stealthy ambush. But now all were aware of their presence. Damn it. He realized they had been outmaneuvered by Li Cheng. Chapter 57. A bloodbath. As the firecrackers went off, Li Cheng, hidden near another entrance, led a group of 60 to 70 men as they leapt through windows, charging towards the floor housing the supplies. Damn. Wang Hu instantly comprehended that Li Cheng had intended to use them as mere cannon fodder. In the next moment, Huazai stepped forward, dramatically removing his leather cap, and unleashed a torrent of searing flames that engulfed the entire stairwell. Boom! A fire dragon incinerated the foremost group of henchmen, turning them to charred remains. Those following were left in stunned disbelief. What is happening? A monster. Someone screamed, prompting a panicked retreat that threw the ranks into disarray. As Huazai prepared to unleash another burst of fire, he found the path before him deserted. What the? Wang Hu cautiously peeked out, utterly impressed. The corridor was suffused with a scorching heat, and Wang Hu loosened his collar, urgently saying, "Let us go." Li Cheng's group had yet to reach the side entrance, originally planning to use Wang Hu and his companion as expendable pawns while executing a surprise attack. However, after a prolonged wait without any sounds of conflict, it seemed as if everyone had vanished into thin air. How peculiar. Regardless, onward, the group advanced in a single file, gradually approaching the storage area, when suddenly, Li Cheng's expression shifted to one of horror upon spotting Wang Hu waiting at the door. "Wang Hu, you all." Wang Hu rushed to him, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap. "Damn it, you thought to use me as cannon fodder, didn't you? Are you seeking death? What are you doing?" Li Cheng fumed. "We'll settle this after we finish." Wang Hu pushed Li Cheng aside, demanding, "By the time Jiang Qin's people react, we'll have nothing left to salvage. Open the door." The group that had just fled had already spread word of the monstrous happenings inside, causing a stir throughout the entire building. Li Cheng, lacking the inclination to argue further, recognized the absence of guards as the perfect moment to act. "You, open the door. Team 2, guard outside. The rest follow me to gather supplies." With the main force mobilizing, Li Cheng, somehow in possession of a security card, unlocked the door and urged everyone inside. "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry inside and grab the supplies." Upon entering the warehouse, They were greeted by a sight of abundant rice and flour strewn across the floor, alongside various instant foods in abundance. This was merely the first warehouse, my goodness. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing the sheer quantity could sustain them for several days. With hunger overwhelming them, some individuals immediately began devouring meat products on the spot, tears streaming down their faces in sheer bliss, exclaiming how delicious it was. At this moment, while everyone was engrossed in the supplies, Li Cheng stealthily stepped back and swiftly locked the door again. Wang Hu was the first to react, rushing to the door and kicking it violently. Li Cheng, what in the world are you doing? At that moment, a gaunt, grim-faced man approached Li Cheng from behind. Xiao Ge, everything has been done as per your instructions. I Cheng immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor. Yes, Guo Xiao responded, well done. Now go spread the word in the group that Great Xia is sending people to raid our grain depot. Cutting off our food supply is tantamount to cutting off our lives. I want to see their reactions. I Cheng's smile faded, his eyes gleaming with understanding. Go on. Yes, Li Cheng rubbed his hands together. As for the promise you made me, rest assured, food will be plentiful from now on. Thank you. Thank you. Li Cheng signaled to several of his trusted henchmen, and a group of 5 or 6 departed with excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Hu continued to kick the door, his furious shouts echoing harshly. Damn it, open the door. Li Cheng, you bastard, what kind of trickery is this? Guo Xiao approached the door and, feeling along the wall, retrieved a rope, pulling it down without hesitation. With a crash, a mechanism was triggered, causing gasoline to flow down the walls, quickly igniting into a roaring flame. The sudden conflagration left everyone stunned. Wang Hu understood that Guo Xiao was ruthless, but he had not anticipated such severity. Over 100 people inside, and he would burn them without a second thought? Li Cheng dared not linger, fleeing the scene in a panic. We're in trouble. Wang Hu gasped in shock. Only Hua Zai remained expressionless. While fire was a deadly disaster for others, to him it was a source of vitality. Seeing the flames, Hua Zai felt invigorated. Had he not been clad in his favored leather attire, he would have dashed into the flames for a bath. Hua Zai, Hua Ge, what do we do now? Li Cheng intends to burn us alive. Hua Zai brushed past Wang Hu, striding into the smoke, gathering food, and stuffing it into his bag. What's the hurry? So much food wasted in flames. What time is it to worry about food? Let's secure our lives first. Hua Zai's pace quickened, ignoring Wang Hu's frantic shouts. The temperature inside soared, and the stifling air caused many to struggle to breathe, with fits of coughing and cries of despair echoing throughout. Meanwhile, chaos erupted outside. Great Xia sent people to burn our supply depot. Has he lost his mind? Does he wish to starve us all? Such cruelty. What are you all thinking? Quickly, go extinguish the flames. We must act before it's too late. The residents of Building 10 rushed frantically towards the supply depot, and soon hundreds gathered outside, seeing the flickering flames through the cracks in the door. Their collective fury ignited. Great Xia aims to cut off our means of survival. We shall retaliate. Yes. Let us fight back. This bastard is beyond cruel. To destroy so much food without a second thought is utterly inhumane. The crowd pounded their chests in despair, powerless to do anything but watch the inferno grow. Guo Xiao observed from a distance, his expression unchanged. To him, taking a few lives was merely routine. During his time on the foreign battlefield, Guo Xiao had taken far more lives than this, and killing was merely part of the job. Moreover, serving Jiang Qin carried no psychological burden for him. At that moment, Jiang Qin rushed in, feigning urgency. Madam, what are we to do? Everyone remain calm. Jiang Qin replied in a steady tone. I installed a partition in the warehouse precisely to prevent such mishaps. It should only be a portion that burns. I believe the majority of the supplies remain safe. Upon hearing this, relief washed over the crowd, their hearts settling somewhat. Thank goodness for the madam's foresight. Otherwise, we would truly be finished with the madam here. I feel much more at ease. Feigning anger, Jiang Qin remarked. So it was Great Xia's doing. This scoundrel is far too reckless. He is truly cutting off our means of survival. Madam, we must not let him go unpunished. This scoundrel is a menace. Indeed. The residents of Building 10 are at odds with him. I suggest we promptly reach out to the people from the other buildings to collectively confront Great Xia. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Jiang Qin's eyes. She had achieved her objective. Not only had she eliminated the troublemakers from Building 9, but she had also framed Xia for it. Consequently, everyone would rally around her, and ultimately, all would be compelled to heed her commands. Just then, a sudden and violent crashing sound erupted from within the door. Chapter 58. Silencing witnesses. Boom, boom, boom. Huazai hurled fireballs, relentlessly striking the iron door, which soon began to warp under the immense force before collapsing with a resounding crash. The crowd outside, clamoring to enter and extinguish the flames yet hesitating, stood dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Huazai emerged leisurely from the smoke, followed closely by the disheveled Wang Hu. Damn it. Wang Hu shouted in exasperation, "Where's that scoundrel Li Cheng? How dare he scheme against me? Hu Yi, he's asking for death." The onlookers instinctively recoiled, as if witnessing a ghost. Huh. Guo Xiao was taken aback, incredulously staring at Huazai, who was engulfed in flames, his eyes wide with astonishment. He involuntarily rolled up his sleeve, revealing a multitude of scars on his forearm, writhing like worms, slowly inching up towards his upper arm. "Where's Li Cheng?" Wang Hu bellowed. "That you're Wang Hu, the henchman of Xia. Has he sent you to burn our granary?" "To hell with you." Wang Hu's forehead bulged with veins as he retorted, "Watch your words. I came to seize food, not to incinerate it. Was that bastard Li Cheng who intended to roast us alive." Huazai's expression darkened further. "What is the difference between seizing and burning? Both deny others their livelihoods." "Li Cheng?" "Yes, that bastard Li Cheng." A number of survivors surged forth. They had once been Li Cheng's subordinates, trusting him implicitly, only to find themselves betrayed and caught between life and death. The sudden turn of events left Jiang Qin's mind reeling, as she recognized a figure too formidable to ignore. Likely the type of mutant Wang Wei had mentioned, that Li Cheng. "Get out here!" Wang Hu continued to shout, unperturbed by the hundreds around him, bolstered by Huazai's presence. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered by Wang Hu's theatrics. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed, as Zhang Ren and a group intercepted Li Cheng, binding him amidst a palpable aura of menace. Bang! Zhang Ren kicked Li Cheng to the ground, pointing at him as he proclaimed, "I bear witness. It was this scoundrel, Li Cheng, who colluded with Jiang Qin to incinerate the granary and frame Xia." "What?" The crowd erupted in astonishment. That Li Cheng, battered and trembling with fear, stammered Li Cheng, still not willing to confess. Zhang Ren stepped on him, inquiring, "What did you just say to me?" "Brother Ren, don't kill me. I'll talk." Jiang Qin sent Guo Xiao to find me, instructing me to stage this act. She promised that if I burned them alive, I would receive daily provisions. "Damn you, scoundrel, betraying your own brothers." Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Ren pummeled Li Cheng mercilessly, causing him to scream in agony. The survivors who had once served under Li Cheng joined the fray, beating him until he was left gasping for breath. "Stop." Jiang Qin's eyelids twitched violently as she rushed over, reprimanding, "Li Cheng, why are you framing me? What are your true intentions in such a critical moment?" Jiang Qin had to maintain an air of ignorance. Otherwise, accusations and suspicions would greatly tarnish her reputation. That Li Cheng, mouth bloodied, was about to explain when a flying knife pierced his forehead. Thud! The blade had struck with precision from at least 20 meters away. Guo Xiao stepped forward leisurely, declaring, "This scoundrel deserves to die. He undoubtedly orchestrated this charade to sever everyone's escape routes." Oomph. He got what he deserved. The crowd murmured in confusion, the situation too intricate to discern truth from deception. Yet, many began to quietly withdraw, unwilling to wade through this murky water for fear of attracting trouble. That it was evident to the discerning that without Jiang Qin's covert directives, how could Li Cheng have acquired the access card? "Zhang Ren, are you allied with Xia now?" Guo Xiao inquired pointedly. With no outsiders present, Zhang Ren visibly relaxed, explaining, "Jiang Qin aimed to target Building 9, and I had no choice but to comply. Now, what do you propose? Do we escalate this matter or discuss it calmly? What do you want?" Jiang Qin regarded Zhang Ren deeply. Zhang Ren smiled. "Brother Chen has declared that I shall henceforth be the master of Building 9, with all resources under my purview. Would Madame Jiang object?" "Not at all," Jiang Qin responded without hesitation. "Additionally, Brother Chen instructed me to convey a message. Cease secretly sending aid to Gao Chang. Gao Chang must die." Jiang Qin frowned. Gao Chang was her pawn in the game against Xia. With Gao Chang eliminated, she would directly confront Xia. However, with the stakes laid bare, Refusal would likely incite Qin Xia's wrath against her. Very well, but I have one condition. Jiang Qin stated that a truce for 3 days. I hope no conflicts arise during this period. Well, I need to consult with Brother Qin. Zhang Ren pulled out his phone, stepping towards the fire scene where the rising temperature could activate the frozen device. Jiang Qin's eyelids twitched in agitation, that he also added, if you disagree, then the 3-day truce is nullified, and he may send people to seize supplies at any moment. At that moment, Guo quietly approached Jiang Qin, whispering a few words. Jiang Qin's expression shifted dramatically. Incredulity etched across her face as she glanced at Huazai. Whatever realization struck her, she promptly declared, agreed. I will personally message Gao Chong to sever ties that I will not interfere with your affairs. Let us depart. Guo shielded Jiang Qin as they swiftly retreated. What a pity, Wang Hu lamented, casting a glance at the still-burning inferno. His heart aching. Zhang Ren then pointed at the surviving subordinates of Li Cheng. What will you say moving forward? Brother Ren, we will follow you from now on. Yes, Brother Ren, we were foolish to trust that scoundrel Li Cheng. From now on, we will heed your commands. Indeed, we will follow you. Zhang Ren's eyes brightened. Excellent. I have pledged my allegiance to Brother Qin. Henceforth, Building 9 will be our stronghold. Brother Qin will allocate food and resources based on contributions. Do you all understand? The crowd appeared bewildered. Contributions? Zhang Ren was equally perplexed. Given the current situation, having more people was advantageous. Yet Qin Xia seemed to disdain excess numbers, insisting on contributions for retention, as for contributions. It presently meant eliminating Gao Chong. Wang Hu stepped forward, declaring, the greatest contribution now is to eliminate Gao Chong. You all witnessed the delectable feast from yesterday's live stream, didn't you? If we succeed, everyone will partake. Their eyes widened in anticipation, salivating at the mere thought of such delicacies. Huazai, meanwhile, had gathered a substantial amount of food and was making his way out. Wang Hu hurriedly caught up. Hey, Huage, what did you grab? Let me see. Were there any sausages? None. Impossible. Let me take a peek. This is my haul. It has nothing to do with you. Huage, I know you're kind-hearted that I haven't seen sausages in ages. Please. The two soon vanished around the corner of the stairs. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin had already sent a message in the group, formally severing ties with Gao Chong and ceasing to provide resources or personnel assistance. Upon learning this, Gao Chong was furious. Chapter 59. The marksman, just as Gao Chong had settled into Building 17, he found himself isolated by Jiang Qin. His strength had been severely diminished, and seeking retribution against Jiang Qin was now out of the question. Her influence was steadily expanding, far beyond Gao Chong's control. Uncle, most of our supplies are located in Building 6, now buried beneath the rubble. Our brother's provisions, Gao Chong's nephew, Gao Shanhe, had been overseeing logistics. However, since the deaths of the Tang brothers, he had also taken on security duties that in total. Gao Chong's manpower numbered just over 500, and not all were capable fighters. Over half were the elderly, women, and children, whom he could not abandon, as they were the families of the young men. These young men were, in fact, societal elites, accustomed to a life of luxury, yet the current circumstances forced them to live perilously. However, this group was not to be underestimated. Each was astute in their own right. If supplies were cut off now, a revolt would likely ensue, and most would probably gravitate towards Jiang Qin. How much longer can we hold out? At most 3 days, and that is under the condition of reducing supplies. We can't wait any longer. Gao Chong took a deep breath. Until we eliminate Qin Xia, we shall know no peace. We will inevitably fall to him. Gao Shanhe frowned, but Qin Xia's strength is evident. And even if he encounters danger, he can retreat to hiding places, though we have no means to contend with him. That I've heard there is a peculiar individual in Building 1. Gao Chong pondered. A sniper? Indeed. He is quite the oddity, a lone wolf who refrains from interacting with anyone. The last time I sent a few brothers to scout, they were all killed. Could we possibly enlist his assistance to deal with Qin Xia? I can give it a try. Offering some supplies should suffice. Hurry, we cannot afford any further delays. That I will attend to it immediately. The sound of a bullet pierced the air, striking a wandering zombie with precision. Though it did not result in a fatal blow, merely hitting its left arm. The zombie, in an unconscious frenzy, flailed its arm, its hollow eyes filled with confusion as it stumbled away, mouth agape. Another shot rang out, grazing its neck, causing the zombie to right itself once more. Then came the third shot. This one found its mark with a satisfying explosion of the zombie's head that in recent days, the frequency of the silenced 98K's activity had increased markedly. Within the shelter, Lou Liner sat restlessly by the window, gazing out at the swirling snow, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, she noticed a fleeting shadow atop a building in the southwestern direction. Lou Liner jolted to attention, rubbed her eyes to confirm her sight, and then hurried to the bedroom. "Xia, I just saw someone on the rooftop of Building 1. She pulled Xia to the window, pointing towards the solitary structure in the southwest. "You instructed me to keep an eye on that direction. I believe I saw a person, ditto." Xia focused his gaze, but amidst the blinding white, he discerned no silhouette. His vision cut through the storm, revealing the desolate, isolated administrative building. Building 1 that after the incident, everyone had fled, leaving only an empty shell behind. Could it be that sniper? Xia furrowed his brow, contemplating the young man's intentions. Another gunshot echoed. Xia glanced below, observing yet another zombie brought down with precision. This was no ordinary 98K. It was equipped with a silencer, indicating that the shooter possessed commendable gear. Just days ago, when the shooter targeted Xia, there had been no silencer, leading him to speculate whether there might be an armory within Building 1 to Xia. He fired again. He must be concealed in a shadowed spot. Xia continued his watch. Within 10 minutes, the marksman unleashed dozens of shots, each signifying a zombie's demise. The young man's aim had become increasingly accurate. Xia stumbled upon a shocking revelation. Initially, it took 2 or 3 shots to accurately dispatch a single zombie. Now, every shot was a headshot. A remarkable improvement in skill. While the untrained eye might overlook the intricacies involved, Xia surmised a possibility. The shooter might have awakened a latent ability, such as psychic power. Enhancing shooting accuracy was a terrifying prospect, often possessed by military sharpshooters. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Xia licked his lips, a glint of excitement in his eyes. While the aberrant entities might not possess energy crystals, the superhumans undoubtedly did that. If a superhuman stood against him, it would be entirely reasonable to seize their energy crystal for his own use. "Xia, why is that sniper targeting you?" "How would I know?" Xia scoffed. "But mark my words, he will eventually belong to me." Lou Liner, perplexed by Xia's musings, suddenly recalled something. Right. While you were resting, the radio picked up a signal that I couldn't understand what was being said. So, I recorded it on my phone. Xia's eyes brightened. Is the supply finally on the way? Lou Liner played the recording, which contained only a few disjointed phrases, likely military jargon. After analysis, Xia deciphered the message. Supplies would arrive in Jinghai in 3 days, with the first stop being the Jinding community. 3 days. Xia chuckled coldly. "And no wonder Jiang Qin wanted me to cease hostilities for 3 days. It seems her associates are about to arrive." "Xia, does that mean Commander Wang is coming?" Xia inhaled deeply. This Commander Wang was no ordinary figure. A seasoned warrior from the battlefield, he likely commanded a cadre of elite troops amidst the current chaos. Seizing this batch of supplies would not be an easy task. "Xia, you aren't seriously considering going after the military, are you? A regiment comprises at least 1,000 men. Not necessarily that many, but certainly no fewer than 500. However, this Commander Wang is not exactly a military man. He is, in fact, a traitor. A glint of resolve flashed in Xia's eyes. He recalled that Yi Tianming had once clashed with Commander Wang. With the backing of his father, Yi Xiong, he had hired numerous mercenaries, leading to a 3-day standoff in the Jinding community, only reaching a tenuous truce when ammunition ran low. Xia was unaware of the subsequent events, as he had been betrayed and killed by Yi Tianming and by Qi. If memory served, Commander Wang commanded a small arsenal, dozens of semi-automatic rifles, over 100 handguns, and several grenades. The chaos of the disaster had left most equipment buried underground, and Wang's ability to procure such arms was commendable. With such combat prowess, they could easily seize control of the Jinding community. However, the arrival in 3 days would likely only be Wang's advance party, tasked with delivering supplies to Jiang Qin. Wang's main force would head to the municipal government, as his sights were set on the entirety of Jinghai. Chapter 60. The Trap Armed with Intelligence. The next step was preparation for battle. To face hundreds of well-equipped soldiers, not only would a substantial force be needed, but corresponding equipment was essential as well. Chen Xia inquired in the group. Wang Hu, how many men do we currently have? Counting Zhang Ren's group, there are approximately 120. However, I've heard that many from Jiang Qin's side wish to defect. I turned them away directly. No matter how many, we must accept them. Huh. Wang Hu was taken aback. Just yesterday, he had asserted that quality mattered over quantity, yet now the stance had shifted. But we lack sufficient supplies to distribute. These individuals are merely seeking benefits. We cannot afford to harbor idle hands. Enough with the chatter. I see you are quite idle yourself. Come to my place shortly to collect supplies. Distribute them among everyone first. Then go to Jiang Qin's side and bring back as many as you can. Wang Hu wore a troubled expression. All right, you're the boss. It's your call. Lu Liner expressed concern. Xiago, if a battle breaks out, will many people die? What? Is your compassion flaring up again? Chen Xia teased that I'm not being sympathetic. Lu Liner sighed that I just feel that the world has become so dire that if we possess the ability to make it less grim, wouldn't that be more meaningful? Humph. Chen Xia scoffed that you've never experienced such cruelty, which is why you can speak so lightly. When you are betrayed by those you trust most, mocked and ridiculed by all, and ultimately meet a tragic end, you will understand that everything is a facade. Only power is real. Lu Liner grasped Chen Xia's hand tenderly, and no matter what cruel events you faced, they will never happen again. Do not harbor too many illusions about me, Chen Xia replied coldly. Perhaps one day, should you obstruct me, I might very well take your life. Lu Liner sensed the insurmountable barrier within Chen Xia's heart. To date, no one had breached it, herself included. She forced a self-deprecating smile, realizing that she was merely a plaything to Chen Xia, of little use beyond the present moment. Chen Xia, perceiving her despondence, reassured her. Do not belittle yourself. As long as you obey, I will not treat you poorly, Dun. I will go prepare dinner to be. By the way, we've run out of ingredients for the sour fish you wanted. I'll fetch them for you shortly. Lu Liner nodded, but as she turned to leave, something seemed to dawn on her. Tentatively, she asked, I'm not sure if I should inquire, but your ingredients seem remarkably fresh. Akin to having just been harvested. That I checked the fridge, and there was nothing in it. Where do you keep them? Do not ask what you should not. Chen Xia frowned. Oh, wait, Chen Xia suddenly called out to Lu Liner. I am curious. When you use your abilities, do you feel anything unusual? Feelings? Lu Liner pondered for a moment. That I directly sense the energy surging within me. After each use, I feel incredibly weak and need to eat or rest to recover. Oh, is there nothing in your mind? Like illusions? Chen Xia hesitated. What are you talking about? Lu Liner, sensing Chen Xia's mood lightening, playfully approached and ruffled his hair. There are no illusions. That's just dreaming, right? Have you never seen a black orb? Did you just wake from a nightmare? Lu Liner looked worried. Never mind. Go about your business. Okay. Chen Xia's mind raced. Could it be that only he possessed the spatial anomaly and the black orb containing energy? He would seek out Huazai to confirm when the opportunity arose. Chen Gu, I've arrived. Wang Hu knocked on the door. Chen Xia stepped out, carrying several boxes of food and fresh vegetables. Instructing today, let the brothers have a good feast. By tomorrow at the latest, I want Gao Chong to vanish completely. Wang Hu gazed excitedly at the vegetables on the ground, seemingly oblivious to Chen Xia's words. Chen Gu, where did you get these vegetables? They look freshly picked. This is simply wonderful. Did you hear what I said? Wang Hu finally came to his senses and spoke solemnly. Understood. That old rascal Gao Chong must be eliminated. Otherwise, he will become a nuisance. Moreover, Huazai has harbored resentment towards Gao Chong for quite some time, and I believe the moment to take action has arrived. Indeed. Let us proceed. This time I shall personally intervene to eradicate Gao Chong completely. Yes, a day passed in an atmosphere of tranquility. The zombies wandering about the courtyard had become a mere commonplace sight for everyone, no longer instilling fear. After all, as long as one did not venture outside, the zombies would not pose a threat. However, in recent days, many had faintly heard ominous sounds coming from within the colossal ship, as if something dreadful were chipping away at the ice day and night, causing unease among the populace. Gao Chong organized another group, approximately 200 strong. This was the largest number he could muster, and it was still contingent upon the promise of abundant supplies and benefits. According to Gao Chong himself, he had distributed nearly all remaining food before the operation commenced. Rest assured, Gao Chong is personally here to address you all that I have dispatched someone to retrieve supplies, which should arrive in a few days. However, as you are aware, the external situation is precarious, and ensuring their safe arrival will not be easy. Nevertheless, there is something that must be accomplished first. Having received benefits from Gao Chong, they would need to rely on him for survival in the future, and everyone voiced their support. Gao Chong, rest assured, we brothers will stand by you. What would you have us do? Gao Chong, at this juncture. Gao Shanha produced a hand-drawn sketch and placed it on the table, addressing the leaders of several squads. You will follow the designated routes on this map, each leading 50 men from the lower levels of Building No. 2 in the glass corridor of Building Number 5 to simultaneously launch an assault on Building Number 2. That remember, it is imperative to create a significant commotion. The two captains nodded slowly, that I will take 100 men through the ruins of Building No. 6, stealthily jumping onto the colossal ship. Using ropes to ascend to the front platform of Building Number 2. That area is a visual blind spot, and with the cover of wind and snow, as long as your distraction is sufficiently loud, we can infiltrate quietly to that time. Our three forces will converge and capture all of Chun Xia's subordinates in one fell swoop. Then we shall proceed directly to the 30th floor, that I've heard that Chun Xia's refuge is quite fortified. Can we breach it? There is no need to storm it. We merely need to encircle it. Once Gao Chong's operation is successful, we can stroll in confidently. Gao Chong? Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes fixated on Gao Chong. Gao Shan had continued. The remaining 50 or so will stay behind to protect Gao Chong at this location. He pointed to a specially marked red dot on the map located atop Building No. 17. Brother Shanha, that place is an external viewing platform. If someone attacks from inside the building, 3 sides will be exposed. There will be nowhere to escape. Is it safe for Gao Chong to hide there? Gao Shanha chuckled. We have precise intelligence. Once the operation commences, Chun Xia will likely initiate a counterattack, and he will most probably come straight for my uncle. And this viewing platform will serve as Chun Xia's grave. It was evident to all that Gao Chong and his nephew had devised a foolproof plan to eliminate Chun Xia. Given that the plan was set, they had no choice but to comply. Focus on your tasks. I shall handle the rest. Prepare yourselves. We shall commence action in 15 minutes. Understood. Chapter 61. What if certainty Gao Chong and Gao Shana arrived at the observation platform? The space, enveloped in transparent glass, spanned over 200 square meters, adorned in a decor that was serious and dignified, typically reserved for meetings. Yet, unbeknownst to outsiders, it was a clandestine rendezvous point for Gao Chong and his lover. To satisfy Gao Chong's peculiar desires, he could enjoy the exterior scenery during their encounters, which proved to be quite exhilarating. From this vantage, one could clearly observe Building Number 1, the view being exceptionally expansive. Uncle, is it not too perilous to use yourself as bait? Gao Shanha furrowed his brow. Chun Xia has survived to this day due to his formidable skills. I fear unforeseen mishaps. Have you finalized arrangements with that sniper? Yes. He demands half our supplies as an advance payment. How does this scoundrel know the total of our supplies? It wouldn't be that Inzi leaked the information, would it? Inzi said nothing before he died. Damn it. I raised a treacherous wretch. Gao Chong's face twitched. Half his supplies included over 100 boxes of instant noodles, thousands of pounds of rice and flour, and hundreds of cans of various goods, enough to sustain them for half a month. Relinquishing such provisions to another was a bitter pill for Gao Chong to swallow. Yet, in order to deal with Chun Xia, he had no choice but to endure the pain of parting. Rest assured, once we resolve our issues with Chun Xia, that scoundrel will not escape. Gao Chong was a man of considerable experience, having thrived in Jinghai. He was no mere name. Understood. Gao Shana stepped back and gestured to the surroundings. Over 50 men, armed and ready, surged in to secure the entrance, ensuring it was tightly guarded. Such a display would deter any ordinary person. Only those with heavy firepower could hope to breach it. Gao Chong was confident that Chun Xia possessed only a handful of handguns, and it remained uncertain whether he had sufficient ammunition. Breaking in would not be an easy feat even if they did manage to enter. Gao Chong harbored no concerns, for it was a trap meticulously laid for Chun Xia. 10 minutes later, Gao Shana quietly led his men outside. The night was as dark as coal, and with the wind and snow raging, even passing by the zombies would render one nearly invisible. The 3 teams quickly reached their respective positions. Chun Xia was enjoying a sumptuous dinner with Lu Liner, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger. At that moment, a phone buzzed. "Brother Chun, they have commenced the operation." With excitement etched on his face, Wang, who stationed on the 8th floor platform, observed the figures cautiously traversing from the colossal ship. "Remember, leave no one behind." Lu Liner's expression shifted slightly, fear flickering in her eyes. Chen Xia glanced at her, chuckling. "Continue eating. I will be right back." "All right." Chen Xia donned his gear and ascended directly to the rooftop. The lifeline between the buildings served as a conduit for his passage. As no one would suspect anyone daring enough to traverse along the ropes between floors. Having evolved, Chen Xia no longer required winter attire to withstand the cold. He merely wore a fitted outer garment, equipped with a knife and a bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a phantom, Chen Xia leaped between the buildings, his target not Gao Chang, but rather building number 1. With a soft landing on the rooftop of building no. 1, Chen Xia surveyed his surroundings meticulously. While it was improbable for anyone to be hiding on the rooftop at all times, caution is the mother of safety. Approaching the rooftop door, just as Chen Xia was about to push it open, he suddenly halted. Instinctively, he slowly retreated and then lunged sideways. Bang! A gunshot rang out as a bullet burst through the door, narrowly grazing Chen Xia's scalp. The sniper concealed within the room was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Chen Xia's reflexes to be so extraordinary. How could he have dodged my bullet? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the sniper turned and bolted down the stairs. Humph! Chen Xia sprang up and kicked open the door. The sniper was quick, already disappearing into the stairwell in mere seconds, evading detection. Quite cunning, Chen Xia mused as he descended nonchalantly that he had not expected the sniper to hide within the compartment beneath the staircase, where any noise from the rooftop would be easily discernible. "Come out," Chen Xia's hollow voice echoed through the stairwell, laced with mockery. "Hiding is futile. It would be better to come out for a chat." Unhurried, Chen Xia advanced, entering a large conference room, where several vacant rooms offered no concealment. Pushing open the conference room door, a chill enveloped him. "That I know you are hiding inside. Come out now, and you may still have a chance to live. Once I discover your presence, it will be your end." Chen Xia continued to apply pressure, unwilling to eliminate the sniper immediately, as the latter's motives remained unclear, but he needed to ascertain why the sniper had chosen to act. Chen Xia's gaze briefly shifted upward to the ceiling. Suddenly, he reached for his hard bow and swiftly nocked an arrow. Twang! The arrow sliced through the air. Thud! The ceiling was instantly pierced. Indeed, the sniper was concealed within the ceiling's compartment. Whoosh, 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 Chen Xia unleashed a flurry of arrows, not allowing the sniper a moment to fire back. Boom! Finally, the sniper lost his footing and fell from the partition. The instant he hit the ground, Chen Xia sensed a prickling sensation in his forehead. An icy chill washing over him. Bang! The sniper fired, his shot wild and reliant on luck, lacking precision. Yet, the bullet seemed to possess a will of its own, hurtling directly towards Chen Xia's forehead in a straight line. At such a close range, there was no way Chen Xia could evade. The sniper sprang to his feet, confidently stowing his weapon that he believed his shot to be infallible, trusting in his abilities bolstered by the power of his physical mutation. He had tested this on numerous zombies in recent days, achieving flawless results every time. After a few seconds, the sniper executed a self-satisfied turn, ready to claim his victory. After lurking for so long, he had finally succeeded that if blame were to be placed, it would fall on the misfortune of his opponent for crossing paths with him. What the hell? Chen Xia gazed at him with an enigmatic smile. Completely unscathed, his fingers pinching a deformed bullet, which he waved slightly, suggesting, "It seems you too are an extraordinary being." Extraordinary being? The sniper instantly grasped the implication. This Chen Xia possessed abilities akin to his own, which had evidently thwarted the bullet he had fired. The term extraordinary being would soon become a global sensation. Chen Xia discarded the misshapen bullet and calmly inquired, "Now, tell me, why do you wish to kill me?" The sniper, undeterred by superstition, reloaded his weapon and aimed without hesitation, firing at Chen Xia's forehead. There was no need for precision. The shot was instinctive. Such marksmanship was unattainable for an average individual. Yet for this sniper, it was mere rudimentary skill. Chapter 62. A broken spear and sinking sand. Chen Xia had no need to evade. His prior retreat on the rooftop was due to his inability to pinpoint the sniper's location and uncertainty regarding the sniper rifle's lethal potential at close range. However, he had just tested the waters. Even a bullet from a 98K could not breach his defenses. Bang. This time, the sniper witnessed the bullet halted mere millimeters from Chen Xia's brow by an inexplicable force. The tremendous impact causing it to crumple instantly. Clatter. The bullet fell to the ground as Chen Xia, unfazed, approached him, demanding, "Why do you wish to kill me?" The sniper, the streets are now teeming with zombies. And I've heard that there are terrifying monsters lurking about. Venturing outside is tantamount to courting death. That is my concern. You merely need to provide the location. Gao Chang forcibly steadies himself, as he is taken aback by Chen Xia's formidable presence. He must devise a strategy to turn the situation around. After all, Gao Chang is no ordinary person. He has navigated the treacherous waters of the martial world for decades, living a life steeped in bloodshed. Adept at both yielding and enduring, that he understands that to survive at this moment, he must humble himself. Chen Xia, let us sit down and converse. There are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Would you not agree? Your sole value to me lies in that shipment of supplies. My patience is dwindling. So speak quickly I can divulge that information. Gao Chang gritted his teeth. But is that all you desire, merely this scant supply? My assets are beyond your imagination. Given time, I could offer you tenfold, even 100-fold. Chen Xia raised an eyebrow. Gao Chang's wealth was indeed substantial. Were it not for the impending catastrophe, Chen Xia would scarcely be comparable to an ant beside him. Even now, the meager supplies in Chen Xia's possession were but a drop in the ocean. The days ahead are long, fraught with innumerable dangers and hardships. Relying solely on his own strength, the path forward would be arduous. Chen Xia pondered for a moment, slowly retreating and taking a seat opposite Gao Chang. You are correct. I have reconsidered. Chen Xia crossed his legs nonchalantly and stated, before my arrival, I was resolute in my intent to eliminate you. For I am one who believes in eradicating threats at their roots. However, I now sense there may be room for detente. Gao Chang felt a surge of joy. Brother, you speak wisely. Our grievances are not insurmountable. Though recent events have been unpleasant, they are but history now, are they not? I could spare your life, but what can you offer me in return? Brother, Gao Chang sat upright. What do you believe holds the utmost importance in this world today? Naturally, it is food, essential supplies, and weaponry. Gao Chang nodded. Indeed. I possess both food and supplies that to be candid, I was once a fishmonger, engaging daily with the sea, that I later expanded into freight trade, managing dozens of storage facilities at the port. Brimming with all manner of seafood, frozen meats, and fresh vegetables that I have heard of it. Moreover, Gao Chang's expression grew somber. You should also know that I currently engage in high-interest lending and financial transactions, commonly referred to as money laundering. Such enterprises are perilous, which is why individuals like us must procure arms for self-defense, correct? Oh, you possess firearms? Chen Xia's eyes brightened, that he was troubled about how to confront Wang Feng's regular army in 2 days. And Gao Chang's words filled him with excitement. Indeed, not only do I have them, but I possess a considerable arsenal. Gao Chang lowered his voice and sighed. However, those weapons are concealed aboard a ship. And given the present circumstances, retrieving them is impossible. I can retrieve them. Chen Xia interjected suddenly. Furthermore, I have heard from a friend that due to proximity to the sea, many monsters have manifested at the port, seizing entire blocks. How do you intend to retrieve them? I have my methods. Chen Xia chuckled softly that a thought struck him. Was the official government truly so complacent as to allow us to act with impunity? Oh dear. Gao Chang revealed that he possessed even broader channels of information. What you may not know is that chaos reigns outside. Nations are engulfed in warfare. Reports indicate that a nuclear explosion has decimated 90% of the West. And our eastern lands have suffered at least 60% casualties. The toll continues to rise. Observe my daily attire of radiation-resistant clothing and masks. Who knows when I might fall victim to the radiation? Gao Chang gestured toward his subordinates, excitement evident in his voice. Their bodies are exhibiting various degrees of mutation, enduring daily torment. That I in such dire circumstances, why concern ourselves with trivial matters? I believe that as long as I draw breath, I must act. A man must strive to dominate the realm, to be deemed a hero, as for the officials. Those individuals likely harbor ambitions even greater than our own. The future world will undoubtedly be an era of warlords and rising heroes. Brother, I perceive you are no ordinary man. You cannot possibly confine yourself to a mere small enclave like Jinding Community or even Jinghai. Can you? You possess remarkable insight. Chen Xia chuckled softly. Gao Chang gradually relaxed. So, it seems we have reached a mutual understanding. First, reveal to me the locations of the supplies and weapons. Once I am assured of that, we can discuss subsequent matters. Agreed. Gao Chang was decisive, understanding the necessity of adapting to the situation. He felt it unwise to engage in a life-and-death struggle with someone as ruthless as Chen Xia. There are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Chapter 64. Winning hearts and minds. Gao Shana burst in, accompanied by a few scattered mercenaries, breathless with frustration. Uncle, we have failed. That bastard Chen Xia laid a trap, and we were all. His voice abruptly cut off. Upon seeing Chen Xia, he recoiled as if confronted by a ghost, exclaiming, Chen Xia, you. He retreated as if facing a formidable enemy, shouting at his subordinates, what are you standing around for? Quickly eliminate him. Enough, Gao Chang quickly intervened. How can you speak to Brother Chen like that? Come here, allow me to introduce you. This is the illustrious Brother Chen Xia. Gao Shana felt as though he were in a dream. Gao Chang insisted that Gao Shanha refer to Chen Xia as uncle. A formidable foe had suddenly transformed into his uncle. He did not wish to discomfort Chen Xia due to the implications of seniority. Call him Uncle Chen. Gao Shan's face darkened. He was clearly several years older than Chen Xia. How could he possibly bring himself to utter such a title? Chen Xia, however, did not refute him, looking at Gao Shanha with a faint smile, teasingly remarking, my dear nephew is truly a fine specimen. You. Gao Shan's face flushed with indignation. From now on, we are all allies. Gao Chang pulled Gao Shana closer. I have already come to an understanding with Brother Chen. We will collaborate for mutual development. No. Chen Xia interjected. I never agreed to collaborate on development. I merely promised to spare your life in exchange for supplies and weapons that Yes. Gao Chang's face was a mask of embarrassment, no matter how reluctant he felt inside. He could only accept the situation. Thank you, brother, for your mercy. Chen Xia chose not to linger, turning to leave. Remember to send me the locations. I need the exact sites of all the storage and cargo vessels. Understood. What if he is unreliable? Gao Chang was still shaken, having nearly lost his life moments ago, that he had roamed the martial world for decades, but had never felt such fear as today. Just a single misstep could have cost him his life. Was Chen Xia truly that formidable? What of the sniper? Why did he not take action? That scoundrel took so much from us. I must seek retribution. Oof. The sniper is dead, slain by Chen Xia. Gao Chang spoke solemnly. It is unwise to confront Chen Xia at this juncture. This lad is no simpleton. Uncle, we cannot remain cooped up in this dilapidated community. Waiting for death, can we? We must find a suitable location to establish a safe zone. Without personnel and equipment, how can we fight our way out? Gao Shana nodded helplessly, since his uncle had made a decision. What could he do? He could only hope that the future would unfold as they desired. By the way, Uncle, Gao Shanha expressed concern, our manpower has been decimated. We are left with only the few individuals in this room. Do you think Jiang Qin will take this opportunity to strike against us? All usable individuals are in this room, roughly 50 of them. Not to mention Jiang Qin, even Zhang Ren from Building 9 could easily overpower them. She will not, Gao Chang replied confidently. She is not like Chen Xia. Chen Xia operates independently, guided by his own whims. However, Jiang Qin is a woman who values her reputation. She would not resort to opportunistic tactics that might invite public scorn. Oof. That wretched woman is always scheming behind the scenes. Today, she publicly distanced herself from us. One day, I shall make her pay. The Dio not speak out of spite. Let us first consider the resupply situation. Gao Chang was feeling increasingly overwhelmed. Without personnel, without supplies, and with no means to bring in resources from outside, he had begun to worry about his future. The recent repulsion of Gao Chang's latest offensive could be termed a grand victory, and everyone awaited Chen Xia's commendation. Yet, Chen Xia lambasted Wang Hu mercilessly. You still have the audacity to seek credit. What did I instruct you? Not a single one left. How could 3 slip through our fingers? Wang Hu's face twitched violently. The opposing force numbered over 100. All perished in the tempest, and although most fell to the zombies, they had nonetheless contributed significantly. Silence fell over the room. Everyone knew Qin Xia was ruthless. But to such an extent was rare, and the atmosphere was tense. What a farce, Qin Xia scolded. I have already negotiated an alliance with Gao Chang. We now need to venture out in search of a cache of supplies and weaponry. While I am away, you would do well to exercise caution. I cannot guarantee they will not turn against you, Dada. Brother Chen, you are leaving? Wang Hu felt a chill run through him. Their entire reliance rested upon Qin Xia. If he were to depart, given the deeds they had committed over the past few days, would they not be torn to shreds by Gao Chang and Jiang Qin's men? In 2 days at most. Or perhaps even half a day. Wang Hu and the others were engulfed by a sense of panic. They had no refuge to retreat to. If Qin Xia left and news of it leaked, they would be in grave peril. What if, Wang Hu lamented, should we accompany you? Qin Xia retorted sharply. What purpose would your burdensome presence serve? Are you merely a weight to drag me down? Wang Hu was rendered speechless by the rebuke. At that moment, Hua Zai suddenly emerged. Qin Gu, Gao Chang is not dead. Do you wish for Gao Chang to perish? Hua Zai's gaze burned fiercely, his fists clenched tightly. Indeed that he must die. Hua Zai's visage twisted into a snarl. It was evident that the desire for Gao Chang's demise had become an obsession for Hua Zai, a fixation that could not be unraveled. Perhaps this was also a decisive factor that enabled him to undergo a positive mutation amidst the radiation's influence. Such transformations necessitate a certain degree of obsession or intention to manifest, akin to a chemical catalyst. Qin Xia understood all too well that once such an obsession takes root, any obstruction would be perceived as an enemy. He remains useful to me for now. Hua Zai's body trembled violently, clearly struggling to contain his emotions. Qin Xia continued, of course, once I ascertain the authenticity and security of the storage locations for supplies and weapons. You may deal with Gao Chang as you see fit. Compared to a superpowered individual, Gao Chang's existence holds little significance. Qin Xia was more than willing to grant a favor that in contrast to his former self. Qin Xia had now acquired an understanding of winning hearts and minds. Really? Hua Zai's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 65. Exiting the refuge out there? It's perilous. What if I accompany you? Even Lu Liner, fearful that Qin Xia might not return, urged him. Despite having this refuge, Lu Liner was acutely aware that she could not remain there indefinitely. She too needed to venture forth in search of supplies. Even with her healing abilities, she possessed little means of self-defense and would merely become a vassal to other stronger individuals. Perhaps in such a case, her fate would be far more miserable than it was now. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Liner had already come to regard Qin Xia as her sole pillar of support. You have always been significant. Qin Xia scoffed, unwilling to elaborate, yet he resolved further in his mind that in this world, power is paramount. Without strength, one is but an ant at the mercy of others. While formidable power is the prerequisite for earning respect, as consciousness traversed the alternate dimension, the energy crystal was on the verge of complete fusion. Within the black orb, the energy swirled like a cloud of mist. Moments later, the orb shattered explosively, transforming into a cloud of black mist, as if a dark dragon danced and writhed in the air. Roar! One could even faintly hear the echoes of dragon roars and tiger howls, the aura intensely formidable. Before long, the mist reformed into a black orb, though its surface appeared to be coated with a layer of luminescent film. Appearing far more vibrant, that moment, Qin Xia sensed an extraordinary power. What abilities will this evolution bestow upon me? Upon exiting the alternate dimension, Qin Xia was suddenly inundated by a cacophony of unfamiliar sounds. The sound of snowflakes colliding, the wails of mindless zombies, and countless groans of agony filled the air. The multitude of sounds overwhelmed his thoughts, creating vivid black and white images in his mind. This is... Qin Xia clutched his head, shaking it vigorously, and after a prolonged moment, he noticed the images before him becoming clearer. He gradually opened his eyes. Everything around him appeared as if revealed under an X-ray, the movements of objects. The actions of humans and the lifeless bodies of zombies were all vividly displayed. In an instant, all of this vanished. Qin Xia attempted to harness this newfound ability once more, and the previous images re-emerged. At that moment, he overheard whispers from Wang Hu and the others. The temperature is dropping steadily. This cannot continue. Why don't you ask Qin Gu for help? Wang Hu suggested to Hua Zai, who was seated by the fire. Hua Zai possessed fire manipulation abilities, enabling him to burn wood for warmth. However, it was unreasonable to expect Hua Zai to bear this burden alone. Wang Hu felt a twinge of guilt. I'm not cold. Why should I ask? Hua Zai replied calmly, seemingly pondering a matter. Ahem. We are not merely comrades. No, companions. You should request a generator from Chengge. I may not concern myself with others, but I must look after these 30-plus brothers and sisters who have followed me. Right. I didn't realize you had such loyalty. Hua Zai was momentarily taken aback. Wang Hu managed a wry smile. No one has it easy. If I do not consider them, will they fight for me? Hua Zai recalled that his sister had perished from the cold. Very well, I shall give it a try. Upon hearing this, Great Xia felt an unusual stir within him. It seemed Wang Hu possessed a sense of loyalty. But alas, that was only because he lacked anything of value for others to covet. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. However, Great Xia, unbeknownst to himself, indeed produced a generator and a few barrels of fuel, placing them outside the door. The following morning, under the cover of the wind and snow, Great Xia stealthily descended from the rooftop of the Jinding residential complex, after days of not stepping onto the streets. The outside world had become a scene of utter devastation, far exceeding Great Xia's imagination. The heavy snowfall had persisted for a week and seemed to be abating. Yet even so, the blinding whiteness made it difficult to discern direction. According to the coordinates provided by Gao Chang, there were 3 locations that needed to be investigated. Point 1 was in the urban area, while the other 2 were at the port. The urban site was an enormous warehouse, rumored to contain a vast quantity of daily necessities. Great Xia retrieved the pre-drawn map and, having oriented himself, made his way to a sheltered corner, conjuring an off-road vehicle from his spatial realm. The Mustang off-road vehicle he had purchased was now put to use. The ground was icy and covered in snow, yet the terrain was not excessively slippery. With snow chains attached, the Mustang's performance could easily handle the conditions. After swiftly fitting the snow chains, Great Xia entered the vehicle and started it. The engine purred smoothly, that he activated the heater, and soon the interior warmed up. The road had been eerily silent for a long time. The sudden roar of the engine instantly drew the attention of numerous zombies lurking in the shadows. The stiff-bodied zombies were roused en masse. They began to shuffle forward slowly, and once accustomed to movement, they surged toward the source of the noise. Great Xia, well-versed in such situations, knew he had to break free before they encircled him. The vehicle surged forward, accelerating to 60 kilometers per hour as it barreled toward the street. With a crash, he toppled several stray zombies, steering onto the main road, weaving unsteadily into the distance. Countless pairs of eyes from the buildings lining the street watched in terror, bewildered as to why a vehicle would traverse the streets at such a perilous time. Were they not afraid for their lives? Suddenly, a colossal aberrant flying creature swooped over the vehicle, crashing into a nearby abandoned building. To their shock, there were still people inside. After a few piercing screams, silence fell. The flying creature appeared to be a mutated bald eagle. Its skeletal frame exposed, grotesque flesh clinging to its surface. Its claws looked razor-sharp and menacing, and with a flap of its bony wings, it snatched a person away. In the sky, the occasional flying beast would dart into buildings, the sounds of anguish intermittently echoing. Great Xia, expressionless, drove onward, colliding with the zombies along his path, navigating through the once bustling, now desolate Riverside Avenue. The high rises stood in rows, the thoroughfare once vibrant and alive, now devoid of the energy and bustle it once knew, leaving only desolation and silence in its wake. Great Xia's emotions were difficult to articulate. He felt a sense of solitude, yet more so, an anticipation for the future. Life had once been a struggle, but now he was truly a superpowered individual, possessing the ability to alter everything, that he could no longer live in the same suppressed and humiliated manner as before. The first warehouse was approximately 6 blocks away, a distance of 6 kilometers, through the bustling urban area, which was also the most densely populated by zombies. Even the rugged Mustang had sustained some damage after crashing into hundreds of zombies. With just 200 meters to go, Great Xia slammed on the brakes, sending a dozen zombies flying before he leaped from the vehicle, his short knife sweeping through the air as he dispatched several zombie heads to the ground. His movements were swift. After exiting the vehicle, he hastened into the building, racing toward the Walmart supermarket. This supermarket was situated on elevated terrain, part of an expansive commercial district, about 6 or 7 stories high, thus unaffected by the icy layer. Just as Chun Xia's figure passed, a pair of shadowy eyes from a convenience store across the street suddenly focused on him. Chapter 66. Morning Dawn Laboratory, there are indeed living people. The owner of the eyes was a gaunt, middle-aged man, wielding a fire axe he had casually picked up, with a sack taller than himself slung over his back, filled with food and supplies. In time, scattered haphazardly across the ground lay numerous dismembered limbs, gnawed upon by zombies, evoking a profound sense of revulsion. Curiously, there were no zombies in sight, that in Chun Xia's mind, a three-dimensional black-and-white image materialized, akin to deploying an infrared drone for surveillance, allowing him to adeptly grasp the dynamics of his surroundings. Out of boredom, Chun Xia whimsically dubbed this ability Insight Technique, that of course, this was merely his own fanciful notion. In reality, it was rather ordinary. The Insight Technique enabled him to scan the vicinity within several dozen meters, proving more effective than any surveillance camera. After a brief observation, Chun Xia discerned that no zombies lurked nearby, and the storage warehouse for supplies was just next door. Although the supermarket's inventory was dwindling, Chun Xia was not one to waste. He gathered every item encountered along the way, regardless of size, stuffing them all into his spatial storage. Upon reaching the warehouse district, he forcefully pushed open the heavy iron door. Remarkably, it was unlocked, and signs indicated that someone had been there recently, that a few corpses lay nearby, their wounds suggesting they had been slain by another person, their bodies intact, victims of a swift kill. Reflecting on the situation in the supermarket, Chun Xia surmised that a formidable individual had not only cleared the area of zombies, but had also annihilated the guards. At that moment, a foul stench of decay assaulted his senses. Due to radiation, most exposed food was inedible. Thus, Chun Xia could only select vacuum-packed and canned goods. After meticulous sifting, the total haul was not as substantial as he had hoped, approximately tens of thousands of cans, over 1,000 barrels of grains and oils, and several 100,000 bags of assorted snacks. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of items vanished before him. After all, the space had expanded significantly, and he was untroubled by overcrowding. As Chun Xia reveled in the thrill of collecting supplies, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Activating his Insight Technique, he noticed a shadow lurking 30 meters behind him, concealed behind the door, watching him intently. How intriguing. Chun Xia paused, surprised to discover that someone was indeed foraging in this place, that it seemed he had trespassed into another's territory, in this apocalyptic world. Every survivor valued their domain fiercely, akin to animals defending their territory, and any intrusion could lead to a brutal confrontation. Chun Xia remained unperturbed, continuing his collection of supplies. The middle-aged man, however, was left dumbfounded. How could this individual make items vanish into thin air? Was he seeing ghosts? The voice crackled intermittently, but the message was clear. Citizens were urged to maintain rationality, restrain their desires, strive to survive, and find ways to contact the Dawn Laboratory, where help awaited. He had heard similar messages countless times and, upon verification, learned it was a facility researching human genetics. The laboratory was recruiting volunteers, claiming to possess methods for modifying human genes to better adapt to the post-nuclear war world. Could this young man be affiliated with the Dawn Laboratory? Excitement flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. If this person could summon objects from thin air, he must possess some extraordinary high-tech device, which would ensure a bountiful supply of resources if seized. With a smirk, the middle-aged man slowly wiped the blood from his fire axe and stealthily retreated into the shadows, waiting for Chun Xia to emerge for a lethal strike. After ensuring he had collected everything, Chun Xia stepped outside, seemingly oblivious to the presence hiding in the darkness. Upon exiting the door, he casually pulled out a warm piece of beef and began to eat heartily. The hidden middle-aged man's eyes widened in astonishment as he swallowed hard. Chun Xia, still chewing, cheerfully addressed the air. "Aren't you coming out?" "What?" The middle-aged man gasped, instinctively scanning his surroundings. "Stop looking. I'm talking to you," Chun Xia remarked, directing his gaze at the shadow. The middle-aged man hesitantly stepped into the light, incredulous as he asked, "You knew I was hiding here?" Chun Xia finished the last bite of beef, wiped his greasy mouth nonchalantly, and replied, "You're not a superhuman, but managing to survive out there is commendable. Why choose to come out and court death, superhuman?" The middle-aged man bristled at the audacity of the youth. "You must indeed be from the Dawn Laboratory," he said, raising his fire axe cautiously. Chen Xia's heart raced at the mention of the Dawn Laboratory. He had only heard of the Dawn Research Institute, the entity responsible for creating the device that measured superhuman energy levels, and also the official organization overseeing superhuman management. It was said that the Dawn Research Institute could artificially activate superpowers and enhance human capabilities. Just as he suspected, the middle-aged man arrogantly beckoned. I witnessed everything that transpired. Now, reveal your secrets. Do you possess some spatial technology? You seem well-informed, Chen Xia laughed. What do you know about the Dawn Laboratory? Kid, don't play games with me. Killing you would be as easy as slaying a zombie. Besides, your blood is quite enticing to me. The middle-aged man licked his lips, slowly advancing. Those who survived radiation exposure would experience certain mutations, making them exceptionally sensitive to human blood. Even if they hadn't transformed into horrific abominations, their physical attributes would have greatly improved, surpassing those of ordinary humans. Moreover, blood could induce euphoria akin to a narcotic, heightening one's senses to a state of bliss. Chen Xia scrutinized him, concluding that while the man was not a superhuman, he was undoubtedly a formidable adversary, daring to forage for supplies in such a perilous situation. Suggesting he had his own skills. Realizing that Chen Xia was unafraid, the middle-aged man brandished his weapon, performing a flourish with his knife. Speak quickly. How did those supplies vanish in a thin air? Since you've discovered my secret, you are destined to die. However, if you divulge what you know about the Dawn Laboratory, I might grant you a swift death. What an amusing little fellow, the middle-aged man scoffed, dropping his backpack before abruptly leaping forward. His swift form exuded an air of intimidation. He was undoubtedly a martial arts expert. In this apocalyptic era, a plethora of hidden masters had emerged. Clang. Chen Xia felt the rush of wind above him, but remained motionless, allowing the axe to descend. Bang. The dull thud of impact left the middle-aged man frozen in shock. The axe struck his head, akin to a piece of paper colliding with a stone, yielding no effect whatsoever. Whoosh! Chen Xia casually swatted at the axe. Clang! The fire axe splintered into two halves, spinning away. What? The middle-aged man momentarily faltered, instinctively retreating. Whoosh! Although Chen Xia lacked combat experience, his physical prowess and reflexes were exceptional. Yet his attempt to punch was deftly evaded by the opponent. Indeed, he was a skilled fighter. Swish, swish, swish. The middle-aged man retreated swiftly, his movements fluid and precise, clearly indicative of extensive training in combat. That you're impervious to blades. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. He realized he had encountered a challenging opponent. I wish to know more about the Dawn Laboratory. Please share. Chen Xia's lips curled into a slight smile. Otherwise, you will meet a gruesome end. Umph. The middle-aged man, clearly reluctant, reached behind him, producing a dagger. Want to know? First, get past me. Swish. The opponent's movements were enigmatic, gliding effortlessly closer, the dagger flashing with lethal intent, swift as a viper. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Xia relied on his remarkable physical attributes to dodge continuously. But his attempts to strike were thwarted by the opponent's keen combat awareness. I must say, should you become a zombie, you'd undoubtedly be a formidable mini-boss. Chen Xia teased. Are you certain you want to continue opposing me? I've encountered many arrogant fools. Show me your true skills. The middle-aged man accelerated his strikes, combining deceptive techniques that left Chen Xia scrambling, if he were not intent on honing his combat skills, he could easily stand there, allowing the man to stab him at this moment. Chen Xia felt a twinge of caution. What if he were facing a superhuman with formidable combat skills today? Despite possessing an almost immortal body, feeling so constrained in battle was disheartening. Ryup! Chen Xia's clothing was pierced, revealing his unblemished skin. Though unharmed, it was a blow to his pride that it seemed he needed to dedicate time to learning combat techniques. This kid, the middle-aged man, retreated several meters, his eyelids twitching, astonished that he truly couldn't inflict harm. How was he to fight now? At this juncture, Chen Xia couldn't help but express admiration. Your combat skills are remarkable. What did you do before this? Humph. The middle-aged man understood that persisting would yield no results. He could not injure Chen Xia and risk being countered. The risk was too great, and the potential rewards too meager. This man was exceedingly cautious. Recognizing the futility of the situation, he turned and sprinted for the exit. Chen Xia chuckled softly, not in a hurry to pursue. The frigid environment outside would limit his escape, and he would surely seek nearby concealment. His insight technique would reveal his location instantly. Chen Xia strolled leisurely outside, and indeed, he could no longer see the man. However, upon activating his insight technique, he quickly located the fellow hiding beneath a dilapidated car. An ordinary person would never think to look there, leaving a high chance of oversight. Approaching the vehicle, Chen Xia smiled and said, "Come out. No need to hide." The middle-aged man gasped in shock, scrambling out like he had seen a ghost. He wandered through the nearby streets for over 10 days, having dispatched hundreds of zombies and a dozen humans, yet he had never encountered anyone as extraordinary as Chen Xia. "Tell me about the Dawn Laboratory. What exactly do you intend to do?" "I am equally unaware of what the Dawn Laboratory is all about. Today I have offended, and it would be best for us to remain strangers henceforth." The middle-aged man was clearly familiar with his surroundings, searching for cover as he spoke, always positioning himself in the most advantageous spot for an escape. Chen Xia noticed that more and more zombies were converging towards them, likely drawn by the sound. "The zombies are about to swarm us, that if you don't speak, I won't let you go. By then, you won't have a chance to escape." The middle-aged man also heard the terrifying roars and grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, he threw a radio at Chen Xia, exclaiming, "All the information you seek is here. Farewell, perhaps indefinitely." Taking advantage of the moment Chen Xia was distracted, the middle-aged man attempted to flee. Chen Xia smiled slightly and suddenly charged forward with the ferocity of a T-Rex. Boom! The abandoned vehicles blocking his path were sent flying with a single punch, instantly clearing a straight path ahead. The middle-aged man was taken aback. "That I won't play with you anymore, whoosh." Chen Xia leaped forward and delivered a punch straight to his chest. Boom! The blow landed squarely on the heart, sending the skin possesses remarkable elasticity. Chen Xia was momentarily taken aback, but quickly utilized his agile movements to draw forth a dagger and thrust it fiercely. Whoosh! Chen Xia executed several rolls to dissipate the rebound force, his eyes widening in astonishment that it appeared that with his current strength, he was unable to contend with this colossal creature. Whoosh! Chen Xia, unwilling to linger in battle, turned and swam upstream, fully aware that he could not currently confront this disaster whale. Initially, he had hoped that such a large aberrant beast would surely possess energy crystals. However, it seemed he would have to bide his time for a more opportune moment. Meanwhile, the giant whale's tail swept towards him once more. Typically, the whale would not launch such an aggressive assault on someone of Chen Xia's stature. Yet, sensing a threat in Chen Xia, as well as the formidable power of his flesh and blood, the whale was roused. Particularly, the essence of human flesh held a lethal allure for a disaster beast. Thus, while the whale could ignore ordinary marine creatures during its slumber, encountering someone as potent as Chen Xia transformed the encounter from mere sustenance to a tantalizing temptation. Chapter 69. Behemoth Boom. Underwater, Chen Xia's speed was considerably hindered, and the whale's tail, with its vast span, easily sent him hurtling away with a casual flick. However, this time, Chen Xia was prepared, capitalizing on the inertia from the whale's massive tail. He propelled himself furiously towards the ocean's surface. Upon reaching the ice layer, he flipped his body and kicked upwards with all his might. Crack! The ice shattered, and Chen Xia soared into the sky. Splash! A torrent of seawater erupted, lifting Chen Xia several dozen meters high. Whoosh! He leaped down and sprinted towards the shore. Crunch, crunch, crunch! The ice beneath his feet fractured continuously as the massive whale pursued him swiftly beneath the waves. Its immense shadow darted like an arrow, keeping pace with him to a startling degree, exuding overwhelming pressure. Whoosh! At last, Chen Xia managed to reach the shore, leaping onto a half-submerged cargo container. Boom! The whale's body slammed against the ocean floor, creating a seismic disturbance that was truly terrifying. Even the zombies scattered in fear, leaving a vast area deserted in an instant. This creature was indeed ferocious. Chen Xia felt a lingering dread. Had he not fled swiftly, he might have been devoured in one gulp. Roar! The giant whale breached the surface, its enormous and elongated form once again causing Chen Xia's eyelids to twitch. How could it grow so colossal? It was truly monstrous. Chen Xia swallowed hard. The whale, evidently unwilling to concede, thrashed about by the shore for an extended period, shattering large sections of ice and allowing seawater to surge forth, reclaiming what was once a vestige of civilization. Nevertheless, the whale could not ascend to the land. It could only glare at Chen Xia in frustration before gradually sinking beneath the waves. After the whale's tumultuous display, the nearby ice shattered entirely, and the sea began to creep towards the shore, quickly submerging beneath Chen Xia's feet. Initially, he was reluctant to abandon his exploration of another warehouse, but upon reaching the vicinity, he discovered that the entire structure had been completely encased in ice. To break through would require specialized tools, a laborious endeavor that yielded little reward that moment. Chen Xia realized that the 2 strikes from the whale had depleted a significant portion of his energy stored within the black orb, leaving it nearly empty. This predicament was perilous. Should he encounter a formidable foe again, he might lack the energy to defend himself. Goodness, this whale was excessively fierce. Just 2 strikes had drained my energy. Chen Xia felt a twinge of anxiety. The energy within the black orb was crucial for activating his indestructible technique and insight. If it were to be depleted, the outcome was easy to predict. Only energy crystals could replenish his energy, but such items were exceedingly rare. Where could he possibly procure them? Ka! At that moment, a shrill bird call echoed from above. Chen Xia craned his neck to look, spotting a disaster white-headed eagle clutching a human, soaring towards a nearby high-rise. Clearly, the eagle had returned to its nest. Chen Xia resolved to take a chance. Such a high-ranking disaster beast might possess energy crystals. Much like the Corpse King, the distance to the building was approximately a kilometer. Chen Xia drove forward at full speed, unknowingly colliding with countless zombies along the way, leaving the front of his vehicle mangled. Now he realized that even 10 Mustangs seemed insufficient for this endeavor. Chen Xia parked his car at the base of the building and, with a swift motion, ascended the staircase. Inside the building, the number of wandering zombies was minimal. Occasionally, he could hear the frenzied gnawing of flesh and the eerie cries reminiscent of a cat in heat. The white-headed eagle's nest was perched atop the rooftop, a massive mound constructed from blood and debris. Several mangled corpses lay strewn about the nest, their entrails devoured, leaving behind nothing but desiccated remains. The eagle dropped the freshly captured human, then stood at the edge of the rooftop, grooming its withered feathers. Help! Help! The man, still clinging to life, was paralyzed with fear, curling into a ball and emitting incoherent cries. The white-headed eagle, however, showed no urgency to consume him, treating him instead as a trophy. Even letting out a triumphant screech to the sky. That moment, 3 cautious figures stealthily approached from below. Each of the 3 wielded suitable weapons and wore thick, low-quality winter gear, inching closer to the rooftop. A man and a woman followed closely behind a burly figure, nodding rapidly as they drew nearer to him. "Brother, is this creature truly worth such a fortune?" The young man whispered. "Is it worth the risk?" "Absolutely," the burly man replied in a low tone. "There are collectors who buy parts from these mutated eagles. The flesh and those claws could trade for a box of supplies." The box of supplies mentioned by the burly man would contain at least 100 pounds of food and clean water, perhaps even scarce resources like fuel. Everyone was on the brink of starvation, hoping that this venture would procure some much-needed sustenance. The young man tightened his grip on his longsword, determination gleaming in his eyes. The young woman remained silent, but she had never questioned or opposed her brother's decisions. She clutched a thick fiber rope, specifically designed for capturing white-headed eagles. "Let us continue." The 3 pressed onward, nearing the door to the rooftop. Suddenly, they heard footsteps behind them, instantly alerting them to the presence of an intruder. Chen Xia had already noticed them and was somewhat surprised that anyone would dare to challenge the white-headed eagle. "Who goes there?" The burly man charged forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his younger siblings, warily scrutinizing Chen Xia. Chen Xia had no intention of creating trouble for these ordinary individuals. "The eagle is mine." "You should leave." "Are you jesting?" The burly man furrowed his brow. "That we have guarded this eagle for several days to earn the chance. And you think you can just take it from us?" "Not a chance. Quiet down. The eagle will hear us." The young man urged anxiously. "If it flies away, we will have lost our chance. This creature is highly alert." Chen Xia, in a kind-hearted attempt to dissuade them, warned, "You are no match for it. You will only endanger your lives, and I implore you, leave now." "What nonsense," the burly man scoffed. "The 3 of us have prepared for several days and thoroughly understand the eagle-less behavior. You think we are unprepared? Do you believe you can take it on alone?" "Believe it or not," Chen Xia retorted, "I see you merely wish to claim our spoils. Let me give you some advice. Given the current situation, it would be wise to maintain your distance. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Xia chuckled lightly and stepped forward, determined to ascend further. The white-headed eagle seemed to sense something. Letting out a call and beginning to flap its wings, the burly man quickly quieted down, listening intently, fearful of losing everything they had worked for. Xia also paused momentarily. Forget it. Xia frowned slightly. If you wish to court disaster, I shall not stop you to be my guest. Chapter 70. To save or not to save, Xia was unaware of the white-headed eagle's habits or its abilities post-mutation, and thus decided to let these individuals test the waters, to ascertain just how powerful this aberrant avian truly was. Humph. Don't think for a moment I am oblivious to your intentions. You wish to profit from our efforts? The burly man shot a warning glare at Xia. Turn around and leave now, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Xia shrugged nonchalantly and began to descend. Fear not. I shall collect your corpses. What an insufferable scoundrel. His words were too cutting. The young man was infuriated. The three reached the door and cautiously pushed it open. The white-headed eagle stood at the edge of the rooftop, its keen eyes scanning the surroundings, completely unaware of the three intruders creeping closer, if there's actually a living person. The burly man gasped, terrified that his voice might ruin their plan, and quickly gestured for silence. The trio complied, desperately scrambling towards the pit. Ka! The white-headed eagle, incensed, reacted. Now! The burly man raised his axe and charged forward. The young girl swiftly swung the rope, spinning it 3 times before hurling it at the eagle. Splash! The rope, weighted with metal, ensnared the eagle's talons, tying several knots in the process. Flap, flap! The white-headed eagle flapped its wings vigorously, attempting to ascend. The quick-thinking girl deftly secured the rope's end to the base of the signal tower on the rooftop. In that moment, the eagle was ensnared, its fury intensifying as it plunged downward, targeting the burly man. Watch out! He raised his hand, swinging the axe down with all his might. However, he had clearly underestimated the eagle's strength. As soon as the axe made contact with the eagle's claws, his body was sent crashing backward like a broken kite. Brother! The young man's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed his brother collapse to the ground like a rag doll. The eagle turned its gaze, glaring fiercely at the young man, and charged towards him. Snap! Midway through its flight, the rope hindered the eagle's momentum, causing it to falter. Otherwise, its talons would have obliterated the young man. Yet, he was still knocked down by the gale-force winds, landing in a heap, his mask shattered, and his expression one of sheer terror. Ka! The eagle struggled fiercely, tugging at the rope, causing the base of the tower to sway perilously. Boom! The young man, utterly terrified, lost control and fell to the ground, dropping the knife he held. His legs buckled, and he crawled backward frantically, using both hands and feet. The girl, sensing the urgency, swiftly produced a slingshot, drawing back the elastic and launching a steel ball in an attempt to divert the attention of the bald eagle. Thwack! The shot was precise, striking the eagle on its small head, though it caused no significant harm. It certainly stung. The bald eagle, perched at the apex of the food chain, had experienced an exponential increase in combat prowess after its mutation. It was not accustomed to being bested by humans. Boom! The entire signal tower began to tremble, likely unable to withstand the violent tugging of the eagle before toppling over. Run, little sister. The young man regretted his decision immensely. Such resources were not easily obtained. He had initially thought it would merely entail the slaying of a mutated bird, but it now seemed he had encountered a foe akin to death itself, one he could not possibly confront. With a thunderous crash, the enraged bald eagle uprooted the signal tower, sending it teetering to one side. The girl rolled away, just in time to evade the tower's catastrophic descent. As she regained her footing, she was horrified to see the eagle's talon pierce the young man's chest, lifting him into the air. The young man struggled desperately, but his futile attempts only exhilarated the eagle, which soared and twisted in the air, seemingly toying with its prey. I will fight you. The young man drew a dagger and thrust it fiercely into the eagle's abdomen. Ka! The eagle screeched in pain, finally unleashing its full fury, its claws tearing downwards with devastating force. With a sickening sound, the young man fainted from fright. The girl's face turned ashen, her heart heavy with despair. Yet in this dire situation, she felt utterly powerless and turned to flee. Just then, she spotted a figure standing at the rooftop entrance. It was Chun Xia, the very person they had encountered moments ago. As she ran, she shouted desperately, "Run! Hurry!" This was clearly an attempt to draw the eagle's attention away and save Chun Xia's life. Chun Xia had been merely spectating. Having witnessed such events countless times, he had no desire to intervene. However, the girl's reaction surprised him. Even at such a perilous moment, there existed such a fool, willing to sacrifice herself for a stranger? Was this not akin to selflessly aiding an elderly woman who had fallen? Chun Xia had seen nothing but deception and self-interest in his past. It wasn't that he was cold-hearted. Rather, he had learned the harshness of survival. After all, one cannot advocate for kindness without having endured suffering themselves. Once, he too had possessed that innocent and kind nature, only to be betrayed by those he trusted most. In that moment, a pang of pain struck his heart, and his expression twisted into one of grim determination. The girl, mocked by the eagle, stumbled to the ground but quickly regained her balance, displaying remarkable agility. She evaded the eagle's fierce strikes, but the creature, now filled with rage, dove downward with a powerful flap of its wings. Bang! The girl rolled away, seeking refuge behind an obstacle. The hard concrete, along with the ice and snow, shattered beneath the eagle's strike. The girl's situation grew increasingly perilous. Yet upon glancing at Chun Xia, she found he had not fled, prompting her to exclaim, "What are you waiting for? Go!" With a swift motion, the eagle tore her clothing, exposing her fair skin, its claw narrowly missing her flesh. Chun Xia scowled, suddenly springing into action. That moment, the eagle, fully enraged by the girl's provocations, showed no mercy, its talons aimed directly at her skull. Whoosh! Crash! The eagle was struck as if by lightning, its body careening through the air, letting out a mournful cry before plummeting to the ground. Chun Xia dashed forward, gripping the eagle's wings and yanking them apart with brutal force. With a sickening crunch, the mutated bald eagle, towering at over half a man's height, was effortlessly torn asunder. Putrid blood sprayed over Chun Xia, who inspected the remains only to find no energy crystals, leaving him somewhat disappointed. The girl stood in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Such strength and speed. Was this truly human? Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, indignantly demanding, "You clearly possess the power. Why didn't you save them earlier?" Chapter 71. The underground city. Had anyone else posed such a question, Chun Xia would have dismissed it with disdain. Yet the girl's inquiry struck a chord within him, eliciting a hint of shame. Nevertheless, he felt no guilt for his actions and replied coolly, "Do not forget, I saved you." The girl fell silent. "What is your name?" Chun Xia couldn't help but ask. The girl hesitated for a moment before stepping toward her deceased brother. Quietly wiping away her tears, she attempted to lift him, but his weight was beyond her capacity. Chun Xia frowned. His body would soon freeze solid. "I believe this is the most suitable resting place for him." The girl trembled slightly, aware of the grim truth. He was gone, and in such conditions, a proper burial was merely a distant hope. After a moment's contemplation, she gathered the two halves of the young man's corpse, laboriously moving them beside her brother, stacking stones to form two makeshift graves. "Rest in peace, brother. Second brother, I will take care of the younger siblings." Just as Chun Xia was about to inquire further, the girl said softly, "I am Nanling." Chun Xia quickly replied, whatever he understood the value of these corpses, yet to him, they were insignificant, entirely inconsequential. "Thank you. I will return this to you." Nanling fought back tears, knowing that any drops would freeze upon contact, hindering her vision and movement. She swiftly packed the remains in a pair of claws, straining to hoist them onto her shoulder. Approaching Chun Xia, she bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. The continuous thanks made Chun Xia feel somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps feeling a tinge of remorse, he added, "I can accompany you to know. Thank you." From the very beginning, Nanling maintained a guarded stance toward Chun Xia, as evident by her unwavering grip on her dagger. Saving lives was instinctive for her, yet her wariness was a necessary precaution. The three siblings had emerged from an orphanage. After the catastrophe, they relied on one another, navigating the treacherous path to the underground city, where a dozen younger siblings awaited food and supplies. Regrettably, the three had painstakingly discerned the bald eagle's behavior. preparing for everything, only for their plans to be ruthlessly shattered. They had never anticipated that a mere mutated bald eagle could be so formidable. Nan Ling sprinted onward, familiar with the terrain, deftly evading the encroaching zombies as she arrived at a building. Laboring to climb through a window, Chen Xia stood atop the rooftop, surveying the surroundings. He had initially sought energy crystals, but had not expected to encounter such chaos. Furthermore, this girl, Nan Ling, had genuinely surprised him. What set her apart from the other women he had encountered? Chen Xia furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Whether it was Lu Linner or Nan Ling, while neither was exceptionally beautiful, they possessed a genuine nature and kindness that far outweighed that of others, eclipsing even the likes of Xia Lanyi. All his life, Chen Xia had been consumed by a fire of distrust, placing faith solely in strength, convinced that self-interest governed all, that I will not be mistaken. Chen Xia scoffed, resolving not to betray or harm, merely lacking sufficient leverage. Chen Xia departed swiftly, intent on locating the leader of the mutated creatures, as it was highly probable that only energy crystals could replenish the energy of the Black Sphere. As he descended, he noticed a well-equipped group racing along the roadside. Chen Xia instinctively observed, overhearing their conversation, that we've pinpointed its likely location. It should be the tiger that escaped from the zoo, and we'll first inquire in the underground city about the value of its flesh and bones. Then gather a team to take it down. This time, we're in for a windfall. If we can obtain its flesh, it's worth at least 5 crates of supplies. That don't get too ahead of yourself. That tiger is no ordinary beast. Rumor has it, it has transformed into a zombie and has devoured many people. Regardless of what it is, we brothers must make a profit this time, aiming to secure several permits to reside in the underground city. Hurry up! Don't let others get there first. Chen Xia's eyes lit up. Mutated tiger? It might possess energy crystals. He stealthily followed the group to an inconspicuous building, where he discovered an entrance to the underground. A massive iron door barred the way, with only a small side door for entry. 2 individuals clad in cold weather gear, wielding large blades, stood guard, interrogating the recent arrivals. Management appeared lax, as a few cigarettes and lighters quickly gained them entry. Once they passed through, Chen Xia emerged from the shadows. Halt! The guard scrutinized him with sharp gazes. Chen Xia was puzzled. He had never heard of such an underground city. That I wish to enter. Do you have a residency permit? No. The guards exchanged glances, clearly annoyed. 1 barked. What about a pass? None. Then what right do you have to enter? Get lost. Growing impatient, they raised their blades, threatening Chen Xia to leave. Though the guards were bundled up against the cold, they were freezing and starving, yet they had to endure for survival. The value of just 2 Snickers bars was more than what they could earn in 3 days of standing guard. This is the reality of food's worth in this era, especially high-calorie sustenance, which had become a form of hard currency. Before his rebirth, Chen Xia was already aware that high-calorie items such as chocolate and Snickers bars were always in high demand, nearly impossible to obtain. Indeed, the eyes of the 2 individuals widened in astonishment. Starving and cold, they eagerly reached out to accept the treats, unhesitatingly stowing them away in their pockets, their eyes sparkling with excitement. A brother with good supplies, their gazes turned a touch greedy. However, they could also discern that Chen Xia's gear was not something an ordinary person could possess, and the very fact that he dared to venture alone outside the safety zone indicated his prowess. Quite impressive. Yes, with a brother of such capability, acquiring a pass or residency permit would not be a daunting task, and they would certainly need to look out for him in the future. Their demeanor underwent a complete transformation, and they warmly ushered Chen Xia inside. Is this your first time in the underground city, brother? Yes, I stumbled upon this place by chance and was curious to explore. Upon entering the gate, Chen Xia began to survey his surroundings, discovering that this area appeared to be a repurposed underground parking garage. The facilities were relatively adequate, albeit somewhat rudimentary, with numerous makeshift tents housing many men, women, and children. You may not be aware, but this place is not accessible to everyone. One of them lowered his voice and said, Have you heard of Lord Huangxi? Know him. Lord Huangxi is the master of this underground city, controlling everything that happens here. Chapter 72. Nan Ling. Chen Xia pondered thoughtfully, casually inquiring, How many people reside here? Over 20,000, I believe. Initially, there were more than 70,000, but many perished, their bodies piling up like mountains. and countless became zombies. It was Lord Huang Si who led a team to clean the area, providing everyone with a safe refuge. Chun Xia mused internally, truly, in the apocalypse, exceptional individuals emerged. To establish such a vast underground city requires not only financial resources, but also immense influence and personal strength. He felt a sense of melancholy. Without the fortuitous opportunities granted to him after his rebirth, as an ordinary individual, he would merely be at the bottom of the hierarchy in this world, perhaps even inferior to the two gatekeepers. This made him reflect on the former underworld Lord Yi Wei, who was also Yi Tianming's father. What formidable power might such a person develop? If Yi Wei were to discover that Chun Xia had survived, given his temperament, he would undoubtedly go to any lengths to avenge his son. Chun Xia contemplated that seeking energy crystals must be his foremost priority. Only by continuously enhancing his strength could he secure his position. Suddenly, he felt a sense of urgency, his gaze falling upon the small team that had just entered. "Thank you both. I will take a look around and bring you something good next time." "Oh, thank you, brother." The two were utterly grateful. These 2 Snickers bars would sustain them for several days, at least preventing starvation. In this time of extreme scarcity, individuals like them found it challenging to secure adequate food. Chun Xia hurried a few steps to catch up with the small team, which consisted of 6 members, likely a temporary group formed for an adventure, their bags bulging with provisions that they passed by the simple tents. Numerous greedy eyes scrutinized them, yet out of safety concerns, no one dared to make a move. Perhaps they mistook Chun Xia for a member of the small team, although many watched with predatory intent. None approached to cause trouble. Thanks to Lord Huang Si, who had cleared the underground parking garages of nearby buildings, the underground city was vast, capable of accommodating tens of thousands. Moreover, it was divided into several zones. Chun Xia had entered the commoners' area, inhabited by the expendable .At that moment. The small team arrived at a sturdy iron door, clearly of higher specifications, guarded by a dozen individuals, one of whom wielded a firearm. The team members exchanged words with the leader before being allowed entry. While waiting, Chun Xia employed his insight ability to further observe the underground city. Just then, he spotted the young girl Nan Ling, who had fled earlier. She was embroiled in a dispute with a group of individuals. Inside a rudimentary iron sheet structure approximately 50 meters long, a group lounged about, some sitting, others standing. One appeared to be the leader. Dressed in black leather, casually holding a hand warmer while lounging with a smug expression as he regarded Nan Ling, though somewhat anxious, was not afraid. "Brother Hui, my brother has already negotiated the deal." "How can it be changed? Let your brother come to negotiate. What business do you have as a young girl?" Zhang Hui smirked. "You brought these broken items. How much could they possibly be worth? Accepting a box of instant noodles would be a generous offer. Do you understand? Where could Nan Ling find her brother now? She could only rely on herself." "Brother Hui, you are big players. I am just a girl who has painstakingly gathered these items. Isn't it reasonable to exchange them for a box of supplies?" "Nan Ling." Zhang Hui licked his lips and suddenly asked, "Where's your brother?" "Really?" Zhang Hui snickered. "The white-headed eagle is an E-class mutated beast. Do you truly think your small group can defeat it? Even if you were lucky enough to kill it, I doubt you could escape unscathed." Nan Ling frowned. "What do you mean?" "I mean nothing. I guess both your brothers are dead, right? Otherwise, why would you be here exposing yourself? This isn't a style of Zhuangshan. Are you going to make the exchange or not? If not, I am leaving." Nan Ling sensed the situation turning dire and lifted her bag to exit. Immediately, several individuals closed in, grinning mockingly as they blocked her path. "Trying to leave?" Zhang Hui grinned. "Do you not know where you are? You and those little brats are hiding here, eating and drinking. Everything relies on me. Previously, I could make concessions for Zhuangshan's sake, but now that he is dead—" "Shut up! My brother is not dead," Nan Ling exclaimed angrily. "Then let him come out, that if he does, I will trade immediately." Zhuangshan still holds some influence. That is the key to the existence of their orphan siblings here. But now that the elder brother is dead, Nan Ling was at a loss, seeing her silence. Zhang Hui signaled his subordinates. One of them brazenly stepped forward and snatched the bag from Nan Ling's hands. "What are you doing?" "What do you think? I'm just checking what's inside." The man laughed as he tugged at Nan Ling's arm. Smirking, "What? Do you have a problem with that? Get away." Nan Ling decisively stepped back, drawing a dagger for self-defense. "My brother will be here soon. Do you believe he will kill you?" Zhang Hui's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, mockingly saying, "It seems Zhuangshan is truly dead." You. Nanling could not contend with Zhang Hui, the seasoned schemer. She could not even muster a lie, her sorrow evident in her eyes. "Seize her." Zhang Hui ordered lazily. Two of his lackeys rushed forward to subdue her. To their surprise, Nanling proved surprisingly agile. Realizing there was no way to negotiate, she struck first, plunging the dagger into one of them. He was caught off guard, sustaining a cut on his hand, and immediately became furious, calling her a filthy bitch for being ungrateful. "Let us go all out." The two charged at her like feral dogs. In the cramped space, with two large men attacking mercilessly, even with some skill, Nanling could hardly hold her ground and was quickly subdued. "That I wouldn't have any psychological pressure dealing with a girl like you." Even a month ago, Zhang Hui scoffed. "Just in time, Lord C is in need of a warm bed companion. I think you would be quite suitable." Shameless, Nanling continued to struggle, but she was tightly bound, leaving her no room to resist. "Take her away." Zhang Hui examined the bag with satisfaction. This would suffice for a substantial exchange of supplies. Just as they were about to leave, Great Xia strolled in leisurely, casually shutting the iron door behind him. Chapter 73. Lord Huangum? Everyone froze, including Nanling. She had not expected Great Xia to appear at this moment. "What are you doing?" Two of the thugs approached, sizing Great Xia up. "Who let you in?" Zhang Hui waved his hand, smiling as he asked, "Don't scare our guest. May I ask if you are here to exchange supplies? As long as you have something good. I have ample food and supplies here." Great Xia got straight to the point. "Leave the girl and the items, and you may depart." The group exchanged glances. Zhang Hui raised an eyebrow. "What did you say?" Great Xia turned to Nanling. "I will take you away. Is that all right?" Going with a swift motion, Great Xia leaped outside the circle, instantly appearing before Zhang Hui. He seized him by the collar and forced him beneath his arm, commanding them to cease their actions, or he would sever their necks. Creak. Zhang Hui could hardly withstand Great Xia's immense strength and let out a pained scream. "Kid, I am one of Lord Huang's men. You better understand your situation. Who holds sway in this underground city? I care not who you are. I merely wish to take what belongs to me, and whoever stands in my way shall die." Great Xia's frigid words sent chills down the spines of all present. They had never encountered anyone as formidable as Great Xia in the underground city that I in this world. Taking a life was as trivial as a game. No one wished to risk further peril at such a time. All right, let him go. Quickly, let him go." Zhang Hui exclaimed, panic-stricken. His subordinates hastily untied Nanling and tossed the bag at Great Xia's feet. "Quickly, free Brother Hui." Great Xia gestured for Nanling to take the items and stand behind him. Nanling swiftly retrieved the bag and positioned herself behind Great Xia. Great Xia delivered a kick that sent Zhang Hui sprawling to the ground. "Now you may leave." Zhang Hui rolled several times before rising, covered in dirt, glaring fiercely at Great Xia. "Dare you leave your name? Do you seek revenge against me?" Great Xia asked, with a smile that barely concealed his amusement. "Cough." Zhang Hui chuckled dryly. "In this world we shall meet again. There will always be another opportunity, that if we cannot be friends, perhaps we could collaborate, that I see you possess considerable skill. Would you care to join Lord Huang's ranks? I assure you, I can secure you a VIP status in the underground city." "It seems your underground city is stratified," Great Xia remarked. "Naturally, those with strength and capability are entitled to superior resources. Other cannon fodder are only worthy of residing in the outermost layers." Zhang Hui's gaze subtly drifted towards Nanling, clearly implying she and the other underage children belonged to the latter category. When Zhuangshan was alive, he could still strive to seek supplies and negotiate exchanges with the underground city. Now, only Nanling remained, and her future appeared grim. Great Xia furrowed his brow that he had initially wished to remain uninvolved. But upon seeing Nanling's clear and resolute eyes, he was reminded of his sister, that if she were still alive, she would likely be of similar age to Nanling. "What do you say, brother? Consider it." Zhang Hui, adept at both gaining and relinquishing, recognized Great Xia's prowess. "Given the current circumstances, a few soft words would not hurt. That I have no interest. You may leave." Zhang Hui's expression turned somewhat awkward. "Very well. Until we meet again." The group departed reluctantly. Great Xia turned to Nanling, frowning as he inquired, "Do you reside here?" "Thank you." Nanling bowed to Great Xia, offering no further words. hurriedly grasping the bag and leaving. Xia followed closely behind her, observing as she arrived at a dilapidated tent. After adjusting her emotions for a while outside, she finally entered. "Sister Ling, I've missed you so much, Sister Ling. Where are Brother Zhuangshan and Brother Jair?" Nan Ling forced a smile. "Everyone must be hungry. Come and have some bread." She produced some bread, as hard as stone, that she had found along the way, distributing it to the children carefully. She also retrieved a few precious candies. "Look, what is this? Fruit candies. It's candy. It truly is candy." These children, having lived an ordinary life at the orphanage, faced dire circumstances after the disaster, having gone over half a month without proper food or warmth. Upon seeing the candy, they were more joyous than at any festival. Little Dingzi, share it with everyone. Little Dingzi, the tallest boy at around 1.70 meters, though slender and seemingly fragile, grabbed the bread and candies, running off with the other children to share the treats. Even though the bread was as hard as stone, they found a way to divide it. Perhaps, after the calamity, only these children remained innocent. Often displaying smiles at this moment, Nan Ling felt troubled. With her brothers gone, it was nearly impossible for a weak woman to provide for so many children in this apocalyptic world in that instant. Despair washed over her. Just then, Xia entered. Nan Ling was surprised that he had followed her. "You may call me Xia," he introduced himself. The children jumped in fright, huddling together, looking warily at the stranger. "Do not be afraid," Nan Ling reassured them. "He is a friend. Are you all from the orphanage?" Xia casually inquired. "Yes, that I have some food." Xia intended to offer Nan Ling some food before taking his leave. "What do you want?" Nan Ling suddenly turned to Xia. "We can give you nothing. There is no need for you to waste time on us. Do you think I approached you for personal gain?" Xia chuckled softly. "Isn't that the case?" Nan Ling still harbored resentment towards Xia for not rescuing her two brothers. Xia understood her thoughts, but offered no explanation. "In exchange, I would like to gather some information from you. Who is collecting these mutated beast corpses?" "That would be Zhang Hui from earlier. He works for Lord Huang. It should be Lord Huang collecting them. Do you know why they are collecting these?" Chapter 74. Hunting the Tiger I Heard. Nan Ling pondered as she spoke. Lord Huang has a friend in a research institution specializing in the study of mutated genes. They require a large quantity of mutated beast corpses for research purposes. "I see." Xia recalled Zhang Hui mentioning semi-class mutated beast and speculated that the Qinxi laboratory had likely developed equipment to assess the energy levels of mutated beings. Furthermore, this Lord Huang might have some connection to the Qinxi laboratory. "What else would you like to know? This information is quite valuable to me. So in addition to the food, I will offer some other form of compensation that I only heard this through the grapevine. It may not even be true. It's not worth much. You need not take it to heart." Xia nodded slightly. "I will assist you in obtaining VIP residency permits in the underground city as compensation." "What do you mean?" Nan Ling was taken aback, as though she had heard the most unbelievable thing in the world. Not only was a VIP permit unimaginable, but even the most ordinary residency permit was beyond the reach of Zhuangshan and the others, requiring a significant amount of resources for exchange. Nan Ling found it hard to believe Xia's words. It was not merely a matter of trust, but an impossibility. She had heard that among tens of thousands, only over 100 possessed VIP residency permits, and those individuals were either family or close friends of Lord Huang or professionals of various fields. As an outsider, she and her companions were seen as burdens, forever barred from entering the innermost core of the underground city. Xia said nothing further and turned to leave. After he departed, Nan Ling hesitated for a few seconds before approaching the bag. Upon opening it, she was immediately stunned. The hundreds of protein bars within were worth far more than the white-headed eagle corpse in her bag. If others discovered this, it could spell disaster for her. Where on earth did this person emerge from? Nan Ling was utterly astonished. Not far from the tent, Xia found himself surrounded by a throng of people. Zhang Hui led a group of approximately 30 to 40 individuals, encircling him in layers. "Just the person I was looking for." Xia was not at all surprised. "Take me to meet Lord Huang." "Have you come to your senses?" Zhang Hui asked, a smirk on his face. "Indeed, those who recognize the times are wise. In that case, let us proceed." Zhang Hui raised an eyebrow, sneering. "Do you think this is a convenience store? You can come and go as you please?" The earlier team had just exited. Now joined by two additional members, totaling 8 individuals who hurriedly left the underground city. Chen Xia said nothing further, simply pushing past Zhang Hui while stating, "Inform Lord Huang to prepare 14 VIP residency permits for the underground city. I will offer him a satisfactory exchange." Laughter erupted from the crowd. "This fool has no idea what he's gotten himself into. Restrain him." Zhang Hui was completely enraged. Dozens of individuals quickly drew their weapons, viciously directing them towards Chen Xia. Bang! Chen Xia delivered a front kick that tore through their ranks, sending several crashing into one another, rolling dozens of meters away, motionless on the ground. The others could hardly approach. As they blinked and lost sight of Chen Xia in an instant, the scene fell into an eerie silence that what just happened. The next moment, when they laid eyes on him again, Chen Xia had already reached the iron gate and swiftly vanished outside. This is too formidable. Zhang Hui's eyelids twitched. He had imagined Chen Xia to be quite powerful, yet now he realized that the opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. "Brother Hui, are we seeing ghosts? Who on earth is that kid? This is not looking good." Zhang Hui murmured, "I must go see Lord Huang immediately. You all bring Nan Ling and those children along." Yes, Chen Xia exited the underground city, witnessing a fully armed squad of 8, that they were all dressed in thick cotton clothing, donned leather hats, and wielded long knives and short clubs. One even carried a hunting rifle. Such a team could handle any situation unless faced with a horde of zombies. They appeared confident, their faces radiating excitement, that I have already negotiated with Lord Huang. As long as we eliminate that mutated tiger and obtain its claws and internal organs, we can exchange for 10 boxes of supplies. 10 boxes? The other 7 displayed expressions of greed and shock that a box of supplies contains at least 100 pounds of rice, flour, cooking oil, as well as various canned goods and instant foods. This measurement unit was temporarily agreed upon by everyone for the sake of convenience in exchange and conversion. How delightful it is! Every face beams with joy, for such opportunities are rare. However, caution prevails among the group. For this tiger is no ordinary beast. One must be wary of becoming prey rather than the hunter, which would be a grave miscalculation. It is merely a brute. After all, are we, a band of 8, to fear it? Each of us could slay it with a knife in hand. Yet, we must not let our guard down. The leader, armed with a hunting rifle, is the only one who appears serious, while the others exhibit a relaxed and dismissive demeanor. The group proceeds cautiously through the snow-covered landscape towards the south, where a zoo once thrived, but has since succumbed to the inundation caused by the disaster, leading to the demise of both animals and humans alike. Yet some fortunate survivors, for reasons unknown, have undergone astonishing transformations and joined the ranks of the undead. It is said that the mutated Siberian tiger is exceptionally fierce, engaging in relentless slaughter day and night. Along their journey, the team encounters sporadic zombies, all of which they dispatch with ease, revealing their combat training and the experience gained over the past 10 days in this post-apocalyptic world. Their confidence in hunting the mutated tiger is palpable. The wildlife park has been submerged, with nearly all its inhabitants perished, and those few survivors have become fodder for the zombies. However, the apex predator, the Siberian tiger, has miraculously endured, despite its battered form, exuding an aura of regality. Its mutated body has more than doubled in size, its powerful frame reminiscent of an elephant, with protruding bones lining its back and a spiked tail capable of devastating destruction. Roaring, the Siberian tiger stands atop an icy wall, surrounded by the ruins of frozen structures, casting a somber atmosphere. Its cold, piercing gaze seems imbued with wisdom as it gazes at the distant, indifferent sun. Not far away lies a heap of still warm human corpses, about 20 in total, each meeting a horrific fate, be it disembowelment or the loss of limbs. This marks the 3rd wave of visitors the Siberian tiger has encountered in the past 2 days. Since rumors began circulating about individuals trading vast supplies for the bones and flesh of mutated beasts, the city has seemingly come back to life. Many are stirred to action, choosing to take risks for the sake of survival. The Siberian tiger is undoubtedly the most sought-after mutated creature in the vicinity, with the bounty on its head driving people to madness. Alas, none have yet escaped its lethal claws, let alone succeeded in hunting it. Surrounding zombies sway unsteadily, akin to the tiger's own undead legion, silently claiming this once vibrant wildlife park as their territory. Chapter 75, Confrontation. The tiger's roar resonates through the mountains, causing the entire area to tremble. Those who have managed to survive in nearby high-rises are paralyzed with fear at the sound, having witnessed the tiger once leave its territory and obliterate a 5-story building, resulting in the demise of over 100 souls. Since the appearance of this beast, many have refrained from venturing out for food, as its keen sense of smell allows it to detect human scent from hundreds of meters away, pursuing relentlessly until its prey is vanquished. The occupants of the high-rises gaze upon the formidable Siberian tiger with a mix of admiration and dread. They revere its ability to procure abundant supplies, yet resent its overwhelming power. Another group of would-be hunters approaches, their eyes peering down from above at the street below. The 8-member team has reached the outskirts of the zoo, cautiously dispersing to take their positions. Everyone remains vigilant. The Siberian tiger lurks nearby, its acute sense of smell honed. Have you all sprayed the soap water? Yes, but who knows if it will be effective? Excitement builds among the group. The leader begins assigning tasks. 2 will draw the tiger's attention, while the remaining 6 split into 2 teams for a flanking maneuver. The one wielding the rifle checks the gunpowder and, finding no issues, gives the order to proceed. The Siberian tiger remains poised atop the icy wall, surveying its domain. Perhaps the soap water has indeed proven effective. As the team approaches within 30 meters without detection, Xia observes from a distance, noting the imposing figure of the Siberian tiger and pondering the likelihood of it possessing energy crystals. He remains uncertain about the conditions under which a mutated beast produces such crystals, relying solely on chance. Suddenly, a gunshot rings out. The 8-member team has begun their engagement with the Siberian tiger. To their astonishment, the bullet strikes true, yet fails to inflict any meaningful damage. The tiger's already fierce flesh undergoes an inexplicable transformation, expelling the iron pellets one by one, roaring in anger. The Siberian tiger leaps into the air. Descending upon its attackers with ferocity, a powerful gust sweeps through, sending 2 abandoned cars careening to the sides. The team leader, overwhelmed by the tiger's force, finds his legs turn to jelly as he watches the tiger's maw descend upon him. With a sickening crunch, the tiger bites off the leader's head, its tail sweeping through the air with devastating force. The cars are sent flying like mere toys, crashing into 3 of the remaining members. A scream pierces the air as 2 are struck down, while 1 narrowly escapes but suffers grievous injuries that in a single encounter, 4 lives are lost, and the remaining 4 are left shaken. This is far too powerful. Panic engulfs them. The 4 scatter in an attempt to evade the beast, each taking a different path to escape. The Siberian tiger, swift and relentless, pursues one of the group, its claws striking down with lethal precision, reducing its victim to a mere puddle of flesh. The onlookers in the high-rises are left breathless. Although they have witnessed such horrors before, the sight remains harrowing. They had warned that this was a death sentence. In the span of just over a minute, the tiger catches up to the remaining 3, tearing them to shreds. From the moment the 8-member team entered the fray to the conclusion of the battle, a mere 3 minutes have elapsed. The brutality of the encounter leaves the spectators speechless, their despair palpable. With the tiger reigning supreme, no one dares venture outside. All are left to await their fate. Xia meticulously observes the tiger's prowess and realizes that it surpasses even the formidable zombie king and the white-headed eagle he has encountered. According to Zhang Hui, the white-headed eagle is classified as an E-rank mutated beast, and the zombie king as a D rank. This Siberian tiger likely ranks at Xia. What then could be the classification of the killer whale? Xia suddenly feels a chill that he steps forward calmly, nocking an arrow and aiming for the tiger's head. The onlookers above notice the sudden appearance of a figure and erupt in gasps. Another one. Is he from the previous team? Is he mad to come out alone? Fearful eyes peer through the windows. Fixated on the oblivious Xia, expressionless, Xia releases the arrow with mechanical precision. The arrow cuts through the air, alerting the tiger, which swiftly lowers its head and charges forward. The arrow shatters upon impact, and the tiger's front claws lower as it roars menacingly at Xia. Sensing the threat, it refrains from lunging immediately. Xia continues to draw and release arrows in rapid succession, each one effectively blocking the tiger's escape routes, forcing it to confront the onslaught. Despite the tiger's formidable defenses, several arrows penetrate its flesh, Enraged, the tiger stretches its limbs and leaps into the air, its hind legs crashing down upon a car roof. The roof crumples under the weight, propelling the tiger over 20 meters towards Great Xia. With a swift motion, Great Xia discards his recurved bow and draws a dagger, aiming for the tiger's underarm. The blade slices through, leaving a gaping wound from which dark green blood pours forth. This marks the first time the tiger has been injured. It rolls on the ground in agitation, baring its teeth in a display of defiance. Great Xia turns to face the tiger, preparing for its inevitable retaliation. The onlookers are spellbound. This is the first time anyone has managed to confront the tiger head-on. The speed and reflexes displayed are beyond human comprehension. Is he truly capable of defeating this beast? It is hard to say. How can someone be so formidable? Look! The tiger is counterattacking. The tiger's claws, razor-sharp, slice through a car, splitting it in half. Great Xia can only evade. Aware that his energy reserves are running low, and any excessive expenditure could prove disastrous. Utilizing his speed and reflexes, he continues to inflict wounds upon the tiger. As the injuries accumulate, the tiger recognizes its predicament, and, in a moment of cunning, feigns an attack with its tail before turning to flee. With a powerful leap, the tiger bounds several meters away, retreating in a disheveled manner. It is unfathomable to the beast why it would flee from a mere man. The spectators above cannot help but cheer in excitement. Bravo! Incredible! Great Xia bends his legs slightly, propelling himself forward in pursuit. That a solitary individual and a beast ventured into the desolate hinterlands of the wildlife park. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a tiger reverberated from the mountains. This perspective had become invisible to the onlookers, each feeling a wave of trepidation. Why had the noise ceased? Who emerged victorious? The uncertainty loomed large. Chapter 76. Who is the fraud? Before long, the sounds of battle faded entirely, and even the zombies ceased their movements, seemingly in anticipation of something. Hearts raced, perched precariously in throats that in such moments, anxiety deepens, intertwining complex emotions. On one hand, there was hope for humanity's triumph, yet the thought of such formidable beings encroaching upon their territory raised fears of them storming their building for food. After all, tigers, mere beasts, would not possess the cunning to ascend a building for sustenance. Yet if the tiger triumphed, they would be trapped within their confines, too fearful to step outside. What a conundrum! It must be said, these individuals were quite absurd. In such dire times, their thoughts gravitated towards such trivial matters. Moments later, the horde of zombies began to scatter and run in small groups, followed by a frenzied rush toward the mountains. The sight of the densely packed horde sent shivers down spines. As fear spread like wildfire through the crowd, that it was over. That individual was doomed. These zombies were likely rushing to aid the tiger, and no matter how strong one might be, they could not withstand such overwhelming numbers. No one knew what transpired in the mountains. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone gazed intently at the blind spot of their vision, uncertain whether they felt hope or regret. Just as they believed the tiger-slaying hero had been torn apart by the horde, a shadow appeared, carrying the slain tiger's body as it leaped down the mountainside. The earlier commotion had merely been a ruse orchestrated by Great Xia, who had deliberately thrown out several hundred pounds of fresh pork to divert the zombies, allowing him to depart with the tiger's carcass unscathed. With a light step, Great Xia made his way down the street toward the main road. Aware of unseen eyes watching from above, he refrained from summoning a vehicle from his spatial pocket, relying solely on his legs to sprint down the road, soon vanishing from sight. The onlookers stood in disbelief, unable to fathom that a single human could so effortlessly dispatch a creature that dominated the region. Arriving at a concealed location, Great Xia retrieved a vehicle and secured the tiger's body atop it before hastily driving toward the underground city. Inside the vehicle, he opened his palm to reveal a radiant energy crystal. Indeed, the tiger possessed an energy crystal. This journey had not been in vain. He swiftly integrated the crystal into his spatial realm. That very moment, in the underground city, Zhang Hui stood before Lord Huangxi, cautiously reporting the recent events. Lord Huang, draped in a mink coat with a religious talisman around his neck, exuded an air of authority, listening silently. Beside him sat a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, his demeanor refined and seemingly harmless. Upon hearing Zhang Hui recount how Great Xia had kicked several individuals dozens of meters away, the man's eyebrows raised in disbelief. "Are you certain? One kick of such magnitude? Mr. Dong, I saw it quite clearly. How could I be mistaken? Dongwen glanced at Lord Huang, who furrowed his brow, pondering whether he was an extraordinary individual. It can't be wrong. Dongwen leaped to his feet, exhilarated at the prospect of encountering a wild superhuman. Ordinary individuals could not possess such power. But could such a person pose a danger? Surely, they are far safer than beasts and those mindless aberrations. Given their rationality, even an E-level superhuman could provide unimaginable benefits to our experiments at E-level. Indeed, our research indicates that wild superhumans are predominantly E-level, never exceeding D-level. Lord Huang nodded slightly. What do you propose, Mr. Huang? We shall extend courtesy before force. If he proves uncooperative, I would require your assistance in subduing him. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Say that again. The guard stammered, the tiger is dead, killed by a person. That person, he is right outside. Are you certain it was a lone individual? Just he alone, but whether he has companions, I cannot say. Shock was evident on both Lord Huang and Dongwen's faces. They exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, "Let us investigate at that moment." Great Xia stood in the ordinary district of the underground city. The slain tiger slung over his shoulder, surrounded by hundreds of onlookers, their gasps of astonishment filling the air. Brother, did you slay this tiger? I heard this beast has claimed numerous lives. Many who sought trouble have perished. You single-handedly brought it down. Awe filled the eyes of the crowd that I in this era, reverence for the strong was magnified infinitely. Even though Great Xia stood there alone, no one dared to challenge him. With a thud, Great Xia dropped the tiger's carcass to the ground, producing a dull sound. Utilizing his insight technique, he realized that Nan Ling and a group of children were nowhere to be found. His expression darkened. Clear the way. Everyone, Lord Huang has arrived. The crowd quickly parted, shrinking back in trepidation. Lord Huang, accompanied by his entourage, approached with great pomp. Upon seeing the lifeless tiger, his pupils constricted in disbelief as he asked, "Is it true that someone truly killed this tiger? Lord, I sense something amiss here." Zhang Hui interjected solemnly that in recent days, at least 3 or 4 teams have attempted to hunt this tiger, all meeting with failure. Even if this young man is an E-level superhuman, how could he surpass so many combined? This is no ordinary tiger. Let me take a look. Dongwen strode up to the tiger, scrutinizing it closely before turning to Great Xia. Did you truly slay it? What weapon did you use? My fists. Dongwen frowned. If I am not mistaken, this tiger is at least a D5 level aberrant beast. Even bullets cannot harm it. You claim to have killed it with your bare hands? D5 level? What does that mean? Great Xia was momentarily taken aback. That is not your concern. Where did you acquire this carcass? Great Xia chuckled, that if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Should I demonstrate again? I believe he is a fraud. Zhang Hui, still harboring resentment over Great Xia's earlier actions, embellished the narrative. Perhaps he merely benefited while others were engaged in battle that I've seen many like him. Initially, the crowd regarded Great Xia with awe and disbelief. But Zhang Hui's words cast doubt upon him that it's true. A single human could not easily vanquish such a formidable beast, someone echoed. Indeed, I thought he was a genuine tiger slayer, but it appears he is an imposter. The crowd erupted into murmurs, the clamor growing louder, that if he were indeed a hero, it would be acceptable. But for someone to impersonate a hero, that would make them appear utterly inept. Such individuals deserved scorn. Chapter 77. I say you are a fool, Great Xia, however, remained unfazed. He had encountered such situations far too often. There was no need for rationale. For now, he merely needed to ascertain whether Lord Huang would acquiesce to his terms. Dongwen continued, You, a mere E-level superhuman, think you can single-handedly take down a D5 level aberrant beast? Are you jesting? How can you be sure I am an E-level superhuman? Dongwen wore a haughty expression. Some matters are beyond your comprehension. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dongwen, a researcher at the Dawn Laboratory. Are you familiar with the Dawn Research Group? Great Xia replied nonchalantly, I have not heard of it. Dongwen frowned. The Dawn Laboratory is a cutting-edge research facility established by a coalition of nations dedicated to studying zombies and superhumans. What does that have to do with me? I am informing you that I possess the qualifications and experience to ascertain that you are indeed an E-level superhuman. Far from a match for this tiger, I am proving that you are lying. Your words are utterly nonsensical. I don't comprehend your alphabet soup of labels that I could just as easily call you a fool. Does that make you one? What are you saying? Dongwon's expression shifted. Mind your manners. Nearby onlookers scoffed. I see him as nothing but a fraud, attempting to barter a stolen tiger carcass for resources. What a shameless act. Lord Huang then quietly remarked, Mr. Dong, wasn't your machine just updated? Why not test him? Dongwon's eyes lit up. You have reminded me. Chen Xia stepped forward. You're Lord Huang? I wish to exchange this tiger for 14 VIP residence permits in the lower city. This, Lord Huang frowned at in terms of value. Exchanging the tiger for 14 VIP permits seemed insufficient. Yet if Chen Xia could be of use as a superhuman, that would change matters entirely. What? Brother Huang Si, relish forming alliances with great talents. If you are willing to work for me, such a request is hardly a burden. I'm afraid I only require the exchange for 14 VIP residence permits. Huang Si chuckled. Unfortunately, that won't suffice. Unless what? Unless you are willing to publicly undergo the instrument's testing, as long as you can demonstrate through the test that your prowess is sufficient to slay the great tiger, I shall grant your request. Chen Xia also harbored this intention. He had long heard tales regarding the Dawn Laboratory, for only they possessed such testing instruments capable of accurately assessing the strength of superpowered individuals. This presented a splendid opportunity. Indeed, Dongwon had already dispatched subordinates to move the apparatus. Curiosity permeated the air as everyone had been buzzing about that machine. And today, they would finally witness at firsthand that a few individuals transported a massive metallic machine, as wide as a double-door refrigerator, and placed it before the crowd. Due to the limitations of the power cables, the machine could not be moved far, as it required substantial electricity to operate. The underground city boasted a formidable power generation system, not only supplying electricity for the entire city, but also feeding this electricity-guzzling beast. The daily energy consumption for testing was equivalent to that of half a basement. What is your surname, esteemed brother? Inquired Lord Huang Si. Chen Xia, came the reply. Come here. Dongwon gestured for his subordinate to summon Chen Xia. Unfazed, Chen Xia approached and seated himself in the testing chair. The machine's various data panels sprang to life, and a researcher lifted a device reminiscent of an electrocardiogram, signaling Chen Xia to cooperate. Soon, Chen Xia found himself ensconced in a myriad of metallic wires, resembling a colossal metal zongzi. Being a prototype, its operation was rather cumbersome. Nevertheless, Dongwon was exhilarated. This was the first experiment conducted on a wild, superpowered individual, and he eagerly anticipated the outcome. How is this level determined? Chen Xia inquired with curiosity. This machine can currently measure superpowered individuals from D1 to D9, that we classify them based on energy intensity, ranging from the lowest E level to the highest S level. Since you are the first superpowered individual I have discovered, I wish to be more precise. The process may be somewhat intricate, but fear not. It is entirely safe. Chen Xia silently nodded. Such a complex machine could hardly be transported for external use. How do you determine the levels of the mutated beasts outside? A researcher produced a device akin to a thermometer, explaining that a simple scan of the mutated entity would yield preliminary data, which could then be analyzed for assessment. Anticipating Chen Xia's potential doubts, Dongwon patiently elaborated. The reason for this complexity is that our laboratory requires detailed data for research purposes. You do not mind, do you? Very well. The crowd held their breath, watching as the machine began to operate. The sound of electricity intensified. Streams of data surged wildly. Chen Xia felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, as if he had been electrocuted. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the machine emitted a buzzing sound. Dongwon swiftly approached, typing a series of commands on the keyboard, staring in astonishment at the data screen. So soon. It has reached E6 level? E6, E7, E8, beep, beep, beep. In no time, the indicator representing the level broke through the white zone of E level, entering the green zone of D level, and continued to rise. The instrument's light beam ascended like mercury in a thermometer, climbing higher. D1, D2, D3. Upon reaching D9, the machine emitted a cacophony of beeping sounds. Those in the know were left utterly dumbfounded. Beep, following a prolonged tone. The machine's internals crackled and then erupted with a cloud of smoke. At this critical moment, it malfunctioned. Dongwon stood in shock. How is this possible? Could he be a C-level superpowered individual? The instrument could only measure up to D9 level, and no subject exceeding that range had been recorded thus far. Among the laboratory's records, the highest was merely the subject one currently undergoing training, which was only at D8 level. Chen Xia freed himself from the wires. Puzzled, is that all? This Dongwun, taken aback, could not help but ask, Sir, would you be willing to assist us in refining our experimental data? Not interested. Chen Xia frowned. I've complied with all that was required of me. Now, is it time to fulfill the promise made to me? A superpowered individual beyond D level could effortlessly vanquish a D6 level mutated tiger, and one doubted Chen Xia's authenticity any longer. Lord Huangxi, emerging from his stupor, recognized Chen Xia's significance and hastily declared, no problem. I can provide not just 14 VIP residences, but even 100 or 1,000 if needed that I shan't take advantage of you. I only require 14, that these 14 are for Nan Ling and her siblings. Nan Ling? Lord Huangxi paused, slowly turning to Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui, now pale with fright, exclaimed, I'll go fetch them. Chen Xia felt a twinge of anxiety and barked. What have you done to Nan Ling? Chapter 78. Evolution. Once more Nan Ling and a group of children were brought to the frigid isolation zone by Zhang Hui. This was a place designated for the handling of suspected mutated entities. Devoid of any heating or living facilities, the children huddled together for warmth, their breaths forming thick white mist. Had it not been for the underground city's inherent insulation, they would have long since succumbed to the cold. Nan Ling clutched two children, shivering uncontrollably. Fear not, we will be all right. Even as they approached the brink of unconsciousness from the cold, Nan Ling continued to reassure the children. She knew that if things persisted, they would all perish. That I'm sorry, it's my fault. I have put you all in danger. Nan Ling's voice trembled, on the verge of tears yet unable to cry. Sister, how can you blame yourself? Sister, we are not afraid. Let us all huddle together. The group squeezed tighter, but their body heat continued to dissipate rapidly. That I in her dazed state. Nan Ling seemed to lose the sensation of cold, as if a sun had appeared, casting warm rays upon them, presenting visions of steaming milk and fluffy white buns. Was this paradise? An involuntary smile spread across Nan Ling's face. Suddenly, an intense light blinded her. Nan Ling jolted awake, sitting upright. She found herself in a warm, brightly lit room, surrounded by bunk beds where the children slept soundly. Did I this dream too vivid? Nan Ling murmured, have I truly arrived in paradise? At that moment, she caught a whiff of milk's fragrance. Instinctively turning her head, she saw a glass of milk and 2 buns on the bedside table. Without a second thought, she devoured them ravenously, forgetting whether she was dreaming or not. After a while, Nan Ling's emotions finally stabilized. She pinched herself hard, realizing that this was no dream. She could still feel pain. Where am I? Nan Ling was astonished. Just then, the door to the room opened, and Chen Xia walked in. You? Nan Ling gasped in surprise. Chen Xia smiled. Are you all right? Rest assured, the children are all fine. This place is safe. It is the VIP residence area of the underground city, and you will live here from now on. Once she confirmed the safety of the children, her anxieties eased. Just stay here calmly. Did I told you this is your reward? How did you manage this? Nan Ling could scarcely believe her eyes. You need not concern yourself with that. I am here to inform you that you should not venture out of the underground city lightly. The outside world is perilous. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. Chen Xia did not linger in the underground city. In truth, there were matters beyond his control in this world, where many things rendered one powerless. Assisting Nan Ling merely reminded him of his long-lost sister. He had reached an agreement with Lord Huangxi to occasionally assist in refining testing data, contingent upon Lord Huang helping him with a request to deal with Wang Feng's men. Lord Huang's ability to establish an underground city spoke volumes of his strength, and he was determined to assist Chen Xia, his superpowered friend. Not long ago, Chen Xia received news from Wang Hu. Wang Feng's advance team had arrived, comprising approximately 100 armed personnel who had taken control of Building Number 10, urging other buildings to report personnel and supply data. It seemed they intended to take over the entire Jinding community as a base for Wang Feng's upcoming developments. Regardless of the circumstances, Jinding community was Chen Xia's home, and his hideout remained there. He could not allow others to seize it. Chen Xia remained unperturbed. No matter what transpired, his refuge was still impregnable. Moreover, he had acquired a substantial cache of military supplies sufficient to contend with Wang Feng's advance team. On the way, Chen Xia sensed that the energy crystal had been fully absorbed, and he felt an indescribable change within him. The black sphere was filled to the brim with energy, almost to the point of overflowing. Furthermore, the spatial dimensions had increased several-fold, rendering the vast array of supplies minuscule in comparison. The black sphere in particular had grown by 20%, with the overflowing energy gradually emanating an enigmatic aura. Chen Xia felt his physical prowess steadily enhance. His sensory abilities grew increasingly acute, and the range of his insight had expanded significantly. Now he could observe dynamic occurrences within a 100-meter radius. No whisper of wind, rustle of grass, or chirp of insects could escape his notice. With a suitable testing device, Chen Xia could ascertain that his level had indeed risen. However, as the instrument could only measure energy intensity up to D9 level, he remained uncertain of his actual standing. He could only await the development of more advanced testing equipment by the Dawn Laboratory to uncover his true metrics. Chen Xia's consciousness detached from the alternate dimension, and he sensed an extraordinary transformation within his own body. He slightly bent his knees and suddenly exerted force beneath his feet. Boom! The ground fractured instantaneously, and Chen Xia's body soared over 20 meters into the air, tracing a graceful arc before landing several dozen meters away. Indeed, his physique had once again evolved. Chen Xia, filled with excitement, clenched his fists and joyfully leaped skyward once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Xia reveled in the exhilarating sensation of flight, each leap propelling him dozens of meters away. Akin to a monkey dashing through the forest, that if this trend of evolution continued, would he not be able to soar through the skies like a bird? Chen Xia could hardly contain his eagerness to acquire more energy crystals for further evolution. However, he understood that locating disaster beasts would not be a simple task, and he must exercise patience. He sprinted towards the Jinding community. Upon his arrival, the atmosphere within the community was indeed transformed. The zombies had almost entirely vanished, having been eradicated by Wang Feng's men. Outside the buildings, defensive perimeters had been established, with heaps of debris piled high to thwart zombie incursions. The Jinding community had begun to take shape as a secure zone. As Chen Xia opened the door to his hiding place, Lu Liner rushed out from her room. Upon seeing Chen Xia safe and sound, Lu Liner said nothing and dashed into his embrace. Why is she crying? Chen Xia was taken aback. Had he really been gone for just a day, he maintained a calm expression, his emotions undisturbed. Although he shared a deep bond with Lu Liner, it was primarily physical and cooperative in nature. That it's fine. Lu Liner, sensing Chen Xia's cool demeanor, quickly reported with a serious expression, "A lot has happened in the day you were gone. Wang Feng's men have arrived." And, Chapter 79, Ambush. Chen Xia was not in a hurry to learn the news. Instead, he smiled and said, "No need to rush, I'll take a shower first. Could you prepare something to eat for me?" "All right." Chen Xia luxuriated in a warm bath, then donned his pajamas and collapsed onto the soft bed, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him from head to toe. Of such a haven amidst the apocalypse was undoubtedly the ultimate dream for everyone. At this moment, Chen Xia was grateful for his preparations. Otherwise, even with his formidable strength, he would still be struggling in harsh conditions. Even the underground city of Master Huang could hardly match this level of comfort. After all, constructing such a refuge now was no simple feat. Knock, knock, knock. "May I come in?" "Come in." Chen Xia lay sprawled on the bed, speaking lazily. Lu Liner pushed in a food cart, treading carefully. Normally at home, Lu Liner wore only her undergarments, and her voluptuous figure now stirred an involuntary reaction from Chen Xia. With his robust vitality, he was unable to resist the allure of the opposite sex. Lu Liner seemed to sense this, obediently shedding the remaining fabric and approaching the bed with fresh food and fruit. "Shall we eat first? Or?" Chen Xia was quite pleased with Lu Liner's demeanor and reached out. Caressing her, the soft and smooth texture of her skin heightened his impulses, and he swiftly turned, pinning her beneath him. Lu Liner gasped, her face instantly flushed with a deep crimson, after indulging in their desires. Chen Xia hungrily devoured the food before finally inquiring, "What is the situation? What about Wang Hu and the others?" Lu Liner nestled beside him, her voice low. "After you acquired the firearms, Hua Zai and Wang Hu confronted Gao Chong. With Hua Zai's assistance, they swiftly eliminated Gao Chong." Chen Xia was not surprised. He had anticipated that Hua Zai would seize this opportunity. However, just as Wang Hu and the others were celebrating their victory at Gao Chong's stronghold, Lu Liner furrowed her brow. Jiang Qin suddenly sent someone to launch a surprise attack, causing us significant losses that I suspected as much. Chen Xia maintained his impassive expression. Oh, now Wang Hu and the others are trapped with Gao Chong. Yes, Wang Feng has a subordinate named Qi Ming, who is said to be a company commander, but he led a team to secure the community and has cornered Gao Chong and the others in Building 17, preventing their escape, that if not for Hua Zai, they would have been annihilated by now. And Zhang Ren's group. Zhang Ren from Building 9 is still relatively reliable. He did not defect to Jiang Qin and attempted to support Wang Hu, but ultimately failed, losing over a dozen men. They have retreated to a warehouse in Building 9 to hold their ground. Chen Xia nodded, understanding the situation, that I sense a conspiracy. Lu Liner pondered aloud. Logically, with Qi Ming's firepower, it shouldn't be difficult to take out Wang Hu's group at the cost of some personnel, so why have they merely surrounded them without launching an attack? Chen Xia smiled enigmatically, patting Lu Liner's behind to suggest she attend to other matters while he moved to the balcony, gazing towards the 17th floor. Yesterday, Wang Hu and Hua Zai had led over 100 men to ambush Gao Chong, and with Hua Zai's help, they swiftly captured everyone. Hua Zai had successfully eliminated Gao Chong, fulfilling a personal vendetta. But just as they were celebrating, Jiang Qin had sent reinforcements to cut off all escape routes, resulting in Wang Hu losing half of his personnel. Just then, Qi Ming and his men had forcefully entered, taking control of the entire community and, under Jiang Qin's orders, dispatched an elite team to eliminate Wang Hu's forces. Without Hua Zai's deterrent, they would have long been wiped out. At that moment, Wang Hu was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing anxiously within their stronghold. Counting every soul, they had barely a dozen left, with only the mad donkey remaining among his trusted allies. The others were remnants from Building 2, and surviving thus far was no small feat. No one wished to die in vain. Wang Hu, haven't you been able to contact Brother Chen? The mad donkey, restless, was smoking a cigarette, asking every few minutes. Wang Hu, exasperated, replied, haven't I said it countless times? There's no signal on the phone, and it's about to deal, you understand. Even Hua Zai has been injured. Hua Zai's complexion was pale, his shoulder bandaged, and he looked utterly pained that he had been shot twice and was merely holding on. The enemy likely feared his flamethrower abilities. Otherwise, they would have stormed in long ago. Thanks to Hua Zai's presence, they had managed to endure thus far. Wang Hu pressed his phone desperately, but still, no signal came through, and in frustration, he hurled it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Damn it. Just then, a loudspeaker echoed from outside the corridor. Those inside, stop resisting. Surrender with your hands up, and that will be your only way out. Qi Ming personally led 2 squads stationed outside Gao Chong's former stronghold, adopting a posture that suggested they would not relent. Squad leader Qi, that kid inside who can breathe fire, is a threat. We've lost quite a few brothers to him. Should we send in the ambushing brothers to charge? Qi Ming sneered. What do you know? This is called surrounding way to rescue Zhao, that we are waiting for someone. The right moment to strike will come when that person appears. Who is it? The others finally grasped that the reason for their prolonged siege without an assault was due to an alternative mission. Chen Xia, their leader, Qi Ming stated solemnly. The lady said it's pointless to eliminate these minor fish, that we need to lure Chen Xia out to deal with the greatest threat. Who exactly is Chen Xia? Qi Ming shook his head, not entirely sure, but whatever the lady instructs us to do, we shall comply. Don't ask too many questions about other matters. Understood. That a soldier murmured. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for a bunch of civilians? We freezing to death out here. What are you mumbling about? Nothing. Get your act together. This is the lady's command. Don't you understand? We'll hold our ground right here. The Qi Ming was becoming increasingly impatient. Fine. When we catch Chen Xia, I'll make sure to give him a proper lesson for causing my brothers to suffer out here in the cold and hunger. Can he bear the consequences? Just a small fry. I truly don't understand why the lady cares so much. The group huddled together, rubbing their hands for warmth and engaging in idle chatter. They were completely unaware that all their conversations and actions were being observed by Chen Xia. Chapter 80. Banner Chen Xia had also scouted the situation in Building 10 after Wang Feng's men arrived. They mobilized to construct robust defenses. Presently, Jiang Qin resided within a heavily fortified metal structure, making it easy to defend but difficult to assault. Moreover, over 100 fully armed soldiers were stationed there, and even with his formidable strength, Chen Xia would not easily engage in a direct confrontation. After all, Wang Feng's main forces had yet to arrive, and without a clear understanding of the situation, even if he managed to seize the Jinding community, he would ultimately find himself in a passive position. The urgent task was to rescue Wang Hu and the others, coordinating with Zhang Ren and the others to arm their team. Xia swiftly made his way to Building 17, heading towards the stronghold where Wang Hu and his comrades were hiding. Upon sensing an impending ambush, Qi Ming immediately readied his team for combat. Who goes there? Qi Ming aimed his weapon at the likely entry point and barked. Xia walked out slowly, showing no fear in the face of the gun. Suddenly, he accelerated, closing the distance with astonishing speed. Not good. Open fire. Qi Ming could hardly fathom that someone would dare to disregard firearms and brazenly invade their territory to rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down upon Xia. Yet, to the astonishment of all, the newcomer brushed aside the bullets and charged through the hail of gunfire. Boom. Xia forcefully kicked open the defensive formation, sending the 4 team members hiding behind it flying backward in an instant. Is it a human or a ghost? Qi Ming and others were taken aback, completely unprepared for the breach of their defenses, which crumbled as if made of paper. Their positions had been meticulously arranged, designed not only to protect those within, but also to fend off external assaults. Yet, Xia's point of entry was not only their blind spot, but also their most vulnerable flank. Xia advanced with swift strides, his fist descending mercilessly. In mere moments, dozens of soldiers were felled. Qi Ming, in a panic, stumbled over the corpse of one of his subordinates and had no choice but to raise his gun, firing desperately at Xia. Bang! Bang bang! With an impassive expression, Xia extended his hand to deflect the bullets as he slowly approached Qi Ming. Are you a human or a ghost? Qi Ming cried out in sheer terror as he emptied his magazine. Xia placed his foot on Qi Ming's chest, demanding, when will Wang Feng's men arrive? You are Xia. Qi Ming finally grasped the situation, his eyes widening in horror. Crack! Xia crushed Qi Ming's sternum with a single stomp, leaving no room for mercy. Qi Ming, displaying a semblance of resilience, gritted his teeth in silence. Hearing the commotion, Wang Hu and others rushed out, their faces lighting up with joy upon seeing Xia. Xia gestured for them to bind Qi Ming. Wang Hu, harboring deep-seated hatred for Qi Ming, began slapping him mercilessly while binding him, exclaiming, "You trash, weren't you quite arrogant? What is so impressive about having a gun?" Ha! Qi Ming, humiliated and furious, retorted, "If you have the guts, kill me. Rest assured, as long as Brother Qin permits it, I will personally see to your demise." Wang Hu growled ominously. Xia spoke in a low voice. "Send the pictures to the group, tag Jiang Qin. No signal. The signal jammer has been destroyed, and communications are restored now." Wang Hu understood that in the next moment, the group chat erupted with images of Qi Ming bound. The group now consisted of over 3,000 members, the vast majority having pledged allegiance to Jiang Qin. Only a little over 100 loyal to Zhang Ren were still holding out, unwilling to compromise for the time being. "Jiang Qin, you wretched woman, take a look at this." Wang Hu began to flaunt his triumph. The image of Qi Ming being tied up triggered an uproar in the chat. Everyone was aware that Qi Ming had recently become the company commander and commanded over 100 soldiers, with a Colonel Wang Feng above him, who was also Jiang Qin's confidant. Yet within a day, the leading figure, Qi Ming, had been captured. Wang Hu's provocations left Jiang Qin's side in a remarkably passive position. That don't act rashly. Jiang Qin urged, "Your commander Qi is still in the enemy's hands. Let's first hear what they demand." "Xia, what do you want?" Jiang Qin directly tagged Xia in the group and sent a voice message. Since the Fade had been shattered, there was no need for further concealment. Besides, Jiang Qin had Wang Feng backing her, exuding confidence, adopting the tone of someone in power. "You killed my men and stole my possessions. Now you ask me what I want. Do you still have any shame?" Xia retorted with sarcasm. "Your possessions? What possessions do you have? I attacked Gaochang's stronghold, seizing only his belongings. What does it have to do with you?" Xia continued, "You explicitly stated a 3-day ceasefire. Yet now, taking advantage of my absence, your people have launched a sneak attack on me. Doesn't that seem a tad underhanded?" Jiang Qin scoffed. "As of now, the Jinding community is firmly under my control. I guarantee everyone's survival, providing ample food and means to live. What have you offered?" "Is that so?" Xia, reclining in a rocking chair on the balcony, swayed lazily while sipping on a bottle of wa. chuckled. I have heard that someone has struck a deal with Lord Huang, selecting 10 individuals with physical anomalies each month to undergo experiments with him. Jiang Qin's expression shifted, that I have also heard that those subjected to experimentation not only endure immense suffering, but meet dire fates. While I may be cold-hearted, I would never stoop to such despicable acts. How can you, Jiang Qin, claim to provide security for everyone? The group descended into chaos. Questions flooded in. What experiments? Jiang, madam, you never mentioned this to us. Are they voluntary or coerced? Tension gripped the crowd. Although rumors of human experimentation had circulated, few had anticipated a direct impact on their own interests. Qia's words incited a palpable panic, that I don't understand what you're talking about. Jiang Qin replied impassively. You always twist the truth, turning black into white. Which of your subordinates wasn't merely cannon fodder, sacrificed by you? Now, you fabricate absurd claims to entrap me. It's utterly laughable. Xia replied coolly. Indeed, I admit to sending those individuals to their doom. But I also informed them that only those who contribute would receive my resources and protection. Isn't that the reality of this world? Far better than those who present one face while hiding another. While Xia feigned compliance with Jiang Qin, he had already instructed Wang Hu to contact Zhang Run and gather at Building No. 2. Since Zhang Run and his group had not betrayed under pressure, they were deemed useful, leading Xia to integrate his team into Wang Hu's ranks, distributing firearms and ammunition, prepared for battle at any moment. At this moment, Yang Jingwo and the group could no longer contain himself, shouting, Xia, who do you think you are, barking orders from there? I warn you, it's best to surrender to the madam soon and hand over the shelter. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Bolstered by Wang Feng's support, Yang Jingwo shed his usual submissiveness and dared to challenge Xia directly in the group. Chapter 81. Left and right arms. Xia utilized his insight to ascertain that Yang Jingwo and Jiang Qin did not reside on the same floor. This sycophant had long been riding on the coattails of power, and Xia had been eager to eliminate him. Yang Jingwo, are you seeking death? Wang Hu had also grown weary of him. This brat often employed passive-aggressive remarks in the group, grating on everyone's nerves that if you're brave, step out and let us settle this one-on-one. You piece of trash. Wang Hu exclaimed, furious. What are you, just a lapdog of Xia? Why would I lower myself to duel with you? You're not worth dirtying my hands over. You only know how to talk big. Huh. The two began to bicker fiercely in the group. Yang Jingwo, uninterested in squabbling with Wang Hu, turned his attention to Xia, sneering. Xia, keep your dog on a leash. I'm giving you 1 day. If you don't surrender, don't blame my brothers for being ruthless. Throughout, Xia remained unresponsive. The group was flooded with mocking emojis. Clearly ridiculing Xia, he sent a message to Wang Hu. Yang Jingwo is on the 14th floor of building number 10, room 1402, without any guards. Approach from the east stairwell, and after securing him, escape through the west elevator shaft. Boss, you're incredible, even pinpointing his location. Just wait and see. I must take care of that scoundrel Yang Jingwo today. Wang Hu, equipped with several capable subordinates, armed himself with a shotgun and set out, and no one anticipated that Xia would send someone to launch a sneak attack at this moment. Thus, Wang Hu's operation went off without a hitch. After circling around the other building, they arrived at the base of building number 10. Wang Hu and his team of 5 followed Xia's instructions and headed straight for Yang Jingwo's room. At that moment, Yang Jingwo was savoring a steaming bowl of instant noodles, brimming with self-satisfaction as he sent messages in the group, determined to showcase his loyalty to Jiang Qin. However, with the arrival of Qi Ming and others, Yang Jingwo sensed his position becoming precarious. Should someone replace him, his future would undoubtedly be bleak. Thus, he resorted to insulting Xia in the group, hoping to bolster his standing and influence in Jiang Qin's eyes. Just as he reveled in his fantasies, a commotion erupted outside. Wang Hu kicked the door open and stormed in, shotgun in hand, exuding an aura of menace. Yang Jingwo, you scoundrel, look who it is. Wang Hu. Yang Jingwo gasped in shock. He could not fathom how Wang Hu had discovered his whereabouts. Feeling quite pleased with yourself after spouting off in the group. Huh. Wang Hu stepped forward, seizing Yang Jingwo and slamming him against the wall. Delivering a barrage of blows, bang, bang, bang. As a mere scholar, Yang Jingwo was no match for Wang Hu and was left defenseless, his legs trembling in fear. After venting his frustrations, Wang Hu dragged him to the window and dangled him outside. A gust of cold wind jolted Yang Jingwo back to reality, prompting him to scream for help. Help! Help! Next life, keep your mouth clean. Unfortunately, Wang Hu offered him no further chance to scream, loosening his grip and allowing Yang Jingwo to plummet in free fall. The howling wind masked his cries. Bang! Although the ground was covered in thick snow, the height from which he fell left little room for cushioning. That moment, the occupants of the building finally sensed that something was amiss. Several soldiers, hearing the commotion, quickly patrolled over. Wang Hu, hiding in the corner with his shotgun, took advantage of their turned backs and fired. Boom! The shotgun's power was undeniable. At close range, a single shot proved fatal. Nearby, frenzied Donkey and others lay in ambush. As soon as Wang Hu fired, they rushed out to assist. In an instant, the corridor erupted with gunfire. The soldiers had no opportunity to retaliate, swiftly falling victim to the onslaught. Retreat! Wang Hu, unwilling to linger in battle, followed Qin Xia's planned escape route, rapidly sliding down the damaged elevator shaft. By the time the enemy reinforcements arrived, Wang Hu and his team had long since departed. Jiang Qin soon received word of Yang Jingwo's demise, her face darkening with rage. Qin Xia, are you seeking war? Jiang Qin confronted the group, while Qin Xia remained unfazed, casually remarking, if you have confidence, do as you wish. Jiang Qin was truly taken aback by Qin Xia's tenacity. With Qi Ming deceased and Wang Feng's main force yet to arrive, the soldiers clamored for vengeance for their commander, leaving Jiang Qin in a state of utter disarray. No need to rush, Qin Xia stated. Their main force has not yet arrived. For the next couple of days, conserve your strength. A significant battle awaits us. Should we emerge victorious, those who participate will not face shortages of food and supplies in the future. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu and the others felt their spirits lift. After all the struggles they endured, it was all for a morsel to eat, that if they could truly defeat Jiang Qin, they could seize control of the Jin Ding community. Using it as a base for their expansionist ambitions, that moment, the fire of determination ignited in everyone's hearts that if they were destined to die, they preferred to perish fighting rather than in a cowardly manner. Moreover, following Qin Xia, they might not necessarily meet their end. Everything remained uncertain. By the way, boss, Huazai has been shot twice and is in dire straits. Do you have any medicine? Wang Hu glanced at Zhang Hua. Leaning against the wall, contemplating how much higher their chances of victory would be if Huazai could join the fray. Qin Xia pondered for a moment before summoning Lu Liner. Liner, would you be so kind as to assess Huazai's condition? Understood. Lu Liner did not hesitate. She was aware of the dangers outside, yet she could not refuse Qin Xia's request. After donning her gear, she ventured out alone. The cold swiftly heightened her anxiety. It was at that moment she realized how fortunate she was to be sheltered in Qin Xia's haven. Upon seeing Lu Liner, Wang Hu was momentarily taken aback before respectfully bowing and greeting. Sister-in-law. Everyone echoed in unison, sister-in-law. Lu Liner felt somewhat awkward but maintained her composure, inquiring, where is Huazai? This way. Wang Hu replied. His urgency palpable. Huazai's condition was grave. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have succumbed long ago, yet he had held on in silence. Even Wang Hu could not ascertain whether Huazai was alive or dead. However, Wang Hu's concern was not purely out of brotherly loyalty. He had ulterior motives. Chapter 82. Confrontation. Wang Hu regarded Lu Liner with utmost respect, fully aware of the privilege it entailed to reside in Qin Xia's hideout. He certainly did not wish to offend Lu Liner and incur Qin Xia's displeasure. Approaching the corner of the room, he found Huazai slumped against the wall, motionless, his breaths barely perceptible. Lu Liner was momentarily stunned by the severity of Huazai's injuries. Her keen eyes could see through to his very organs, akin to an X-ray, revealing his physical state. 2 bullets had penetrated his chest, narrowly missing the heart by a mere centimeter. A perilous situation. In addition to the gunshot wounds, there were numerous stab wounds, each deep enough to expose bone, strategically placed near vital areas. Huazai's survival thus far was attributed not only to luck, but also to his unique physiology. Wang Hu felt a chill run down his spine, fervently praying, please don't die. I rely on you to shield me in every battle. Without hesitation, Lu Liner activated her healing abilities, rapidly mending Huazai's injuries. Ugh! Huazai suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at Lu Liner in disbelief. You are also... Don't speak, just cooperate with me. Hua Zai's internal fire abilities clashed against Lu Liner's energy flow. Realizing the anomaly, he quickly centered himself, allowing the fire to recede. After several minutes of treatment, Hua Zai's chest wound visibly improved, and his overall demeanor brightened. Everyone was astonished. No wonder the boss allowed her to stay. It turned out she was also a superpowered individual. Wang Hu exchanged glances with the mad donkey, both realizing the implications. Lu Liner felt drained, weakly stating, "Eat something and rest for a bit." "Thank you." Hua Zai sat up and bowed deeply to Lu Liner. "There's no need for thanks. We are all in this together. Rest assured, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will not stand idly by." "Look at our sister-in-law's perspective," Wang Hu chuckled. "She is no ordinary person." Lu Liner glanced at Wang Hu before abruptly asking, "Hua Zai has sustained such severe injuries. How is it that you are unscathed?" Wang Hu was taken aback, awkwardly explaining, "I have considerable experience in combat, so I know how to protect myself." "Have you ever played games?" Lu Liner asked abruptly. What games? In games, Hua Zai would be a ranged attacker, meant to be protected by a frontline defender. You let him charge and to absorb damage while you sit back and reap the rewards. "Don't you feel ashamed?" Wang Hu's face turned red, astounded by Lu Liner's sharp observations. "That you constantly send your brothers into the fray. How will they respect you in the future? Hua Zai can shield you once or twice, but he isn't foolish enough to do so repeatedly that if something were to happen to him, do you think he would be spared?" Wang Hu felt a wave of shame wash over him. Even the mad donkey felt uncomfortable. He understood Wang Hu's character better than anyone. "Did I understand, sister-in-law, that I meant no offense. I merely offered a friendly reminder. After all, life is precious and no rush. Are there any other brothers who are injured? I can take a look." With Lu Liner's arrival, the morale of the group surged once more. The mere thought of having both Hua Zai and Lu Liner, two superpowered individuals, by Great Xia's side, filled everyone with excitement. In such a moment, even facing Jiang Qin's armed forces seemed less daunting. "I end building number 10, madam. Allow me to lead a team to eliminate Great Xia that he killed our commander. How can we endure this?" "Indeed, madam." Several squad leaders could no longer contain their thirst for revenge. If Jiang Qin disagreed, they would act independently. Such an affront could not be tolerated. Jiang Qin frowned. "Wang Feng has yet to arrive. If you act recklessly and something goes awry, what then? I believe it is wiser to wait for his arrival. They are outnumbered and lack weapons. We are all armed. Are we truly afraid of them?" "Indeed, we are the regular army. Dealing with this rabble should be a piece of cake." Jiang Qin cautioned, "Do not forget they have a fire-breathing monster among them. That kid has taken 2 shots from me. He will likely not last much longer and cannot possibly join the fight. Great Xia is no easy opponent either. What if we fail? No matter how formidable he is, can he withstand bullets? We must avenge our commander today." Yes, vengeance is a must. Ultimately, Jiang Qin was not their immediate superior. The soldiers heeded her words only out of respect for Wang Feng. With Wang Feng absent and the commander dead, their sole focus was on revenge. If the commander died and the regiment leader inquired, how would they explain? Would they admit to being killed by a disorganized mob, too cowardly to seek retribution? They knew well the regiment leader's temperament. If they failed to avenge Qi Ming today, the consequences would be dire. "That if the madam has concerns, we will bear all consequences." Jiang Qin sighed in resignation. "Very well, we may proceed." Though she had her reservations. Knowing Great Xia was cunning, she feared for her own safety should Wang Feng's soldiers mobilize en masse. Deputy Commander Su Dong stepped forward, addressing the squad leaders. "Assemble the troops immediately. In 10 minutes. We will storm building number 2. Yes." Jiang Qin also summoned reinforcements to guard her makeshift shelter, implementing extensive security measures to ensure no fly could infiltrate. With this, her mind was finally at ease. News swiftly reached Building No. 2. Jiang Qin's forces were on the way, and they were an entire company, over 100 strong, armed with ample firepower and seasoned in combat. However, Wang Hu and the others remained unfazed. They possessed firearms and held Hua Zai as their trump card. Underestimating their opponents could lead to victory. Wang Hu brandished a shotgun, with a stolen submachine gun slung across his back, addressing everyone, "Brothers, this will be a fierce battle. If we win, Jiang Qin's face will surely reflect her defeat." "Yes, all right, I will assign tasks. The mad donkey and I will lead 2 squads to confront them head-on. The remaining squad will protect Huazai, lying in ambush outside the building. Once they breach the interior, we will strike from behind. Everyone felt a mix of fear and exhilaration. They were apprehensive about facing the regular army, whose military training and coordination far surpassed theirs, despite their confidence in Huazai's assistance. The odds of victory in a direct confrontation were slim. However, today, it was not Wang whose group tasked with intercepting the enemy's main force. Chapter 83. The game. Xia raised his gun and took aim. What appeared in the mirror was not merely a human silhouette, but a complete trajectory of movement that in his mind. Every move of the target unfolded with perfect clarity, as if his insight could seamlessly merge with the precision of firearm targeting. This was yet another ability Xia had discovered following his evolution. Bang! The gun fired, and a splash of crimson erupted in the snow. The lead assault soldier was instantly shot in the head, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The team was thrown into disarray by this shot, and noticing the dire situation, Su Dong immediately ordered a scattered formation. As expected of a regular army, they rapidly disbanded their formation upon encountering an ambush, appearing like a scattered pile of sand from above. However, Xia understood that such a disorganized formation was detrimental to snipers. It would hinder their aim and disrupt their firing speed. Yet for Xia, their chaotic maneuvers had no effect whatsoever. The three-dimensional trajectory map in his mind allowed him to lock onto his target and fire. It was akin to having a cheat code, with auto-aim and X-ray vision. How could an ordinary person possibly defend against such an advantage? Bang! Each bullet claimed a life. Bang, bang. In the brief span of just over 100 meters, dozens of enemies fell. By the time the team reached the base of Building 2, they encountered Wang Hu and others who had poked their heads out of the windows to launch a counter-ambush. Open fire! Wang Hu shouted as he fired first. Rat-a-tat-tat. The already scattered formation was further devastated by the ambush, and the leading assault soldiers were instantly turned into Swiss cheese upon witnessing the front line under attack. The remaining soldiers immediately sought cover, utterly oblivious to the flanking ambushes on either side. Huazai stepped forward, gathering his strength to unleash a torrent of flames towards the enemy's rear. Boom! A dozen soldiers were engulfed in flames in an instant. The screams pierced the night sky as Su Dong was bewildered. How could a ragtag group seem to be engaging with a regular army? Moreover, their firepower was terrifying, even including shotguns and automatic rifles. This moment, Xia had already scaled to the top of a colossal wheel opposite Building 2, affording him a panoramic view of Su Dong's team. Bang, 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 the rhythmic sound of the 98K echoed once more. Su Dong was on the verge of madness, unable to even lift his head from the barrage of bullets. He could only hide by the edge of a flower bed. Damn it, where did this sniper come from? Su Dong bellowed, I don't know. How can their firepower surpass ours? Could it be another unit? Impossible. As the losses mounted, Su Dong realized that if the situation continued to deteriorate, they would all perish here. Second squad, cover our retreat. Everyone else, charge. After a brief moment of chaos, Su Dong's men began to mount an effective counterattack. They sacrificed an entire squad's strength to push the front line into the building. Wang Hu and his group, facing off against the regular army, were nearly shattered upon first contact, instantly scattered. Fall back, Wang Hu exclaimed in shock. Xia observed the valiant soldiers with a slight furrow in his brow. Indeed, regular troops were markedly different. Just a momentary daze was enough for Wang Hu and Zhang Ren's team to be disrupted. The warriors who charged into Building 2 moved like tigers among sheep, ruthlessly trampling everything in their path. Boss, we can't hold on any longer. Wang Hu's cry made Xia's heart sink. These useless fools. Xia discarded the 98K and leaped off the edge of the rooftop. With a whoosh, utilizing the air conditioning units hanging from the outer wall as a cushion, Xia swiftly descended to the ground and rushed into the building, initially intending to conserve energy. He realized Wang Hu's men were utterly unreliable. Over 100 of them were as flimsy as paper, lacking any real combat capability. Xia had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Su Dong had never witnessed such ferocity from Xia, who charged through a hail of bullets, dispatching an entire squad with just a few punches and kicks. Retreat. Fall back. Even the most formidable warriors could not contend with a superpowered being, especially one as monstrous as Xia. In scarcely 2 minutes, Xia had cut through the enemy lines, annihilating the vast majority of their combat strength. However, Su Dong managed to escape under the cover of several soldiers, vanishing without a trace. The interior of the building was strewn with corpses, the brutality of the battle exceeding imagination. Wang Hu and the others finally dared to emerge, huddling together in fear. Hua Zai was also gasping for breath. Had it not been for his presence, Wang Hu's group would likely have been wiped out. Gather all the bodies and burn them to prevent any reanimation. Incinerating the corpses is the most prudent approach. Understood. Also, collect all the weapons and equipment. The N01 had anticipated that Su Dong would suffer such a catastrophic defeat while leading an entire company. Taking advantage of the situation, Chen Xia sent a message to the group. Those who come to my side, Chen Xia, may remain in the Jinding community. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. You have 1 hour to decide. Chen Xia aimed to sow discord among them. The group erupted in commotion. Jiang Qin was truly alarmed this time. She appeared as if she had seen a ghost, dazed and muttering incoherently, and no matter what Jiang Qin asked. He remained in a stupor, useless. Jiang Qin realized she could glean nothing further and quickly attempted to contact Wang Feng. After sending the message, she hurriedly mobilized a large contingent of personnel to protect her position on the 28th floor. Fearing Chen Xia would lead an assault. Not long after, the group began to buzz with activity, with many quietly joining Wang Hu's newly formed group. Wang Hu watched in disbelief as the number of members surged from 1 to over 800. That wretched woman, Jiang Qin, intended to use us as experimental subjects. It's outrageous. I nearly fell for her scheme. We are willing to follow Mr. Chen, but I want to ask how food will be distributed. Yes, after all, we also wish to survive. Does Mr. Chen have any requirements regarding food distribution? The chat in the group exploded with such inquiries. Their primary concern was naturally their own survival, completely oblivious to the fact that Chen Xia's willingness to welcome them was merely to use them as cannon fodder. Chen Xia had no intention of dealing with these fickle-minded individuals and left it to Wang Hu and others to manage. Sitting before the radio, Chen Xia listened to the messages Jiang Qin sent out. Jiang Qin had no idea that the channel she used to contact Wang Feng was being monitored by Chen Xia. This woman is even more sinister than I imagined, from the messages exchanged. It was evident that Jiang Qin was not only providing experimental subjects to Huang Xi, but also to other underground cities and factions. Her intent in rallying so many people was to use them as pitiful backup guinea pigs. Wang Feng appeared to be the mastermind, orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. That it was tragic that those individuals naively believed Jiang Qin would offer them a safe haven, entirely unaware of their precarious situation. That moment, a voice crackled through the channel. A deep, somewhat magnetic voice flowed smoothly. Xiao Qin, I expect to arrive at your location by 6 tomorrow morning. Do not rush. I will handle everything. Chen Xia frowned. Wang Feng's arrival was sooner than anticipated, with less than 12 hours remaining. Presently, Wang Feng, having brought his troops, had arrived in Jinghai. Unlike the outside chaos, the city government maintained a semblance of order. The surroundings having been cleared, and all those responsible for security were police personnel. Wang Feng sat leisurely in the mayor's office, sipping tea. What does Commander Wang mean by this? Wang Wei asked, his expression heavy. As a soldier, shouldn't you be defending the homeland? Why propose such conditions? Wang Feng calmly set down his teacup and replied, Times have changed. My unit number has vanished amid the disaster. So now, my identity is that of an ordinary person. And those soldiers outside are merely brothers willing to follow me. So what? Wang Wei frowned. You want me to hand over the entire Jinghai to you? To be frank, the situation is far more complex than you imagine. Not only I, but even those above cannot control Jinghai, that I know. Wang Feng remained unfazed. That I merely wish to advise you not to interfere with what happens next. Stay within your city government. Otherwise, Wang Wei's expression shifted, a chill running down his spine. After finishing, Wang Feng rose from the office, but instead of leaving the city hall, he proceeded to Wang Wei's bedroom to take a hot shower, ordering a lavish meal to be prepared. As if he were the host. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin was in a frenzy, akin to ants on a hot pan. This moment, Su Dong finally regained his senses, though the terror in his eyes had yet to fade. The devil. He's nothing short of a devil. He had witnessed Chen Xia punch through a comrade's chest and then effortlessly tear him in half. He also saw countless bullets strike Chen Xia, only to bounce off, as if he were unharmed, entirely unfazed. How could they possibly fight with such a being present? Madam, Xia is a demon. He is not an ordinary superpowered individual. He is like the Grim Reaper. Jiangqin furrowed her brow. Stop frightening yourself. Are you imagining things? It's impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. How could I be mistaken? No, I must report to the commander. Su Dong scrambled to the ground, frantically reaching for the radio. Just then, his radio crackled to life. Su Dong, I have dispatched the vanguard to rendezvous with you. You must control the entire Jinding community before dawn. Commander Su Dong grasped the radio and shouted. There's a situation here. Something's amiss. What does it mean? It's a superpower user, undoubtedly one of D class or higher. My brothers stand no chance against them. Wang Feng paused for a moment. Are you saying a D class or higher superpower user has appeared in the Jinding community? Are you certain? Absolutely. Besides that fire breather, there's a more formidable individual. It's highly likely they're D class or above. Interesting. Truly a stroke of luck. Wang Feng's enigmatic words left Su Dong bewildered. Commander, that's a D-class superpower user. They possess the power to easily annihilate an entire regiment. That MY team stands no chance against them. That he single-handedly decimated your entire company. Su Dong felt utterly despondent, and the reality indeed aligned with this grim assessment. At that very moment, Wang Feng stood in the highest room of the municipal government building, his palm extended, with small arcs of lightning continuously swirling between his fingers, emitting a terrifying crackle of electricity. Hold him off. Do not let him escape. Wang Feng commanded coldly. But Su Dong was taken aback, convinced the commander had lost his mind. His entire company had been wiped out. How could a mere 10 or so men possibly hold their ground? If the enemy were to attack now, they would have no means of resistance. Yet the commander's orders could not be ignored. Su Dong gritted his teeth and instructed the soldiers to brace themselves, readying for combat. Meanwhile, Wang Feng swiftly exited the municipal building and made his way to the command center where the troops were stationed, directly entering the central tent. The tent was filled with various instruments, and a specialist in a white lab coat was operating something at a computer. Professor Yang, a D-class superpower user, has emerged in Jinghai, Wang Feng exclaimed with excitement. Professor Yang adjusted his glasses, surprise flickering in his eyes that a wild D-class superpower user has appeared so swiftly. My subordinates wouldn't mistake it. One individual could obliterate an entire company. This power is certainly not that of an ordinary D-class. Are you suggesting they possess combat capabilities exceeding D5? At that moment, even the composed Professor Yang became animated and no doubt about it. Wang Feng's spirit soared as he directly inquired, if I can obtain his energy crystal, can I not break through once more? According to theoretical research, indeed, that is possible. However, your current energy level remains at D4, which presents a significant gap from D5, making it quite challenging to confront him. Wang Feng's expression gradually morphed into a sinister one, that I have hundreds of fully armed soldiers. We can wear him down. At that point, I merely need to wait for the opportune moment to seize victory. Moreover, Wang Feng stepped forward. Professor Yang, do you not have a neutralizing agent on hand? It would come in handy this time. Yang Xiefeng paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. A superpower user of D5 or higher holds immense significance for our organization's research outcomes, that if we could produce a new research report by April 30th, my experiments will receive substantial support. This is a golden opportunity. Commander Wang, this matter is of utmost importance. We must plan meticulously and ensure he does not escape, that a superpower user who has evolved to D5 so quickly must have hormone levels and cellular structures that differ from ordinary individuals, presenting immense scientific value. Zizi, rest assured, I will not allow him to escape. Wang Feng's hands reached out as a tempest of lightning crackled around him, a violent aura stirring a fierce wind that forced Professor Yang to retreat. Professor Yang, many researchers are racing against the clock. Whoever presents a new scheme and plan will secure the organization's full support. This time, it falls to you, Commander Wang, that I am in the same boat as you. Professor Yang, my victory is your victory. Soon, hundreds of elite soldiers under Wang Feng's command received the order and prepared to advance. A battle awaited them. Simultaneously, in the underground city of Huangshan, over 200 mercenaries and thugs readied themselves. In his eyes, Wang Feng's power was overwhelming, capable of effortlessly sweeping through a city. Even though Jinghai harbors hidden talents, Once Wang Feng arrives, the situation will undoubtedly change. That it was precisely because of Wang Feng that Dong Wenkai collaborated with Jiang Qin. Thus, even if discovered, they had the capacity to resolve some troubles. Now, opposing Wang Feng left Dong Wen feeling anxious and somewhat apprehensive. Huang San, however, wore a face full of ambition, declaring that the future belonged to superpower users. As you said, Chun Xia has evolved to D-class so quickly. Theoretically, that should be impossible, yet he has done so. What does that signify? Even so, Dongwen gritted his teeth. Indeed, a choice must be made between Wang Feng and Chun Xia. Since San has chosen Chun Xia, I, too, cannot shy away from my duty. Huang Sanni comfortingly patted his shoulder. As long as this endeavor succeeds, Chun Xia will cooperate with your research. No other researchers will have such a good opportunity. Zizizi. Just then, a call came through on Dongwen's radio. Dongwen, this is Yang Xiefeng. Professor Yang? Dongwen frowned slightly. Yang Xiefeng was a formidable rival. Both were making similar research progress, both stuck at the bottleneck of superpower reagent development. What is it? Dongwen asked cautiously. That I have arrived in Jinghai, that I heard a wild D-class superpower user has emerged. Do you know anything about it? Dongwen glanced at Huang Sanni, pondering how swiftly Yang Xiefeng obtained this information. What do you mean, Professor? An opportunity presents itself. If you become my deputy researcher, once I capture this individual, I will share the findings with you. What do you say? Dongwen scoffed softly. This old fox had calculated everything. If I were to become his deputy, all resources within the organization would revolve around him, rendering me insignificant. That I'm afraid I cannot comply. Professor Yang did. Oh, it seems you possess more information than I initially assumed. You have indeed aligned yourself with that Chun Xia, haven't you? No need for you to concern yourself. I advise you to take heed. Commander Wang Feng has already led his forces to Jin Ding community. Capturing that D-class superpower user will be a walk in the park. By then, if you wish to collaborate, the opportunity will have vanished. The outcome remains uncertain. Arrogance. Yang Xiefeng replied sternly. Do not forget that Wang Feng is a superpower user cultivated by the organization. He cannot possibly fail. Dongwen, unwilling to let Yang's words affect his mood, abruptly turned off the radio. This is not good. Wang Feng has mobilized all his forces, clearly intent on eliminating Chun Xia. Huang San shot him a glare. You scholars are so pedantic. At this juncture, do you believe we can retreat? Since the moment disaster struck, we have had no way back, that we can only forge ahead down this path. Now that a choice has been made, we must execute it resolutely, for no other reason than loyalty. Follow my orders. Huang Sanni's voice resonated through the loudspeakers, reaching the common area of the underground city. Set forth at once. Chapter 85. Confrontation. The inhabitants of the underground city were well aware that Huang Sanni was preparing for battle, and all felt a sense of trepidation. Should anything befall Huang Sanni, the delicate balance of the underground city would be shattered, and the hard-won stability of their lives would be irrevocably destroyed. Nan Ling had also received this news. Although she resided in the comfortable VIP area with her children, should anything happen to Chun Xia, they would inevitably be drawn into the chaos. For the sake of her children, Nan Ling felt compelled to find a way to escape this predicament. Seizing the opportunity, while Huang Sanni and Dongwen departed from the underground city, Nan Ling stealthily made her way to Dongwen's laboratory. Having witnessed the terrifying power of superpower users, she understood they were far from ordinary. The transformative reagent. Nan Ling discovered a specifically labeled blue reagent among the cabinets, but hesitated. Though it was specially formulated with a certain degree of safety, no one could guarantee whether it would lead to a positive or negative mutation. She could end up as a mindless, grotesque aberration or a superpower user. At that moment, the tragic deaths of her elder brother and second brother flashed through her mind. If I possessed power, I would not have allowed them to perish so tragically. Elder brother, second brother, bless me. With a resolute heart, Nan Ling swallowed the reagent without hesitation. Throughout the night, no one in the Jin Ding community slept, besides the incessant scratching beneath the massive wheel that plagued them. More importantly, a great battle was looming. This conflict would determine the fates of all involved. Whether aligned with Jiang Qin or having sided with Chun Xia, everyone hoped their faction would emerge victorious. However, during such tumultuous times, ordinary people could only rely on prayers for solace. In any era, the impoverished masses at the bottom of society remained the most powerless group, forced to watch as the forces of capital ran rampant above them. Little did Great Xia know that one day, he too would become a part of that capital. The number of individuals rallying to Great Xia's side reached 1,500, nearly a third of the total living population in the community. Yet, Great Xia would not allow these individuals to enjoy the spoils of victory without challenge. Thus, he issued a task in the new group. All men must engage in battle to secure the forthcoming food supplies. Should they, unfortunately, perish in combat, the provisions may be transferred to their families or designated individuals. The news of this decree by Great Xia sent shockwaves through the ranks, instilling panic among the men. Wang Hu went door to door, registering the personnel, and with 876 able-bodied men, this assembly was indeed substantial. Many began to murmur in private, expressing their reluctance to fight. They merely wished to live peacefully. Was Great Xia truly so ruthless as to send us out as cannon fodder while he reaps the rewards? Is it worth it for over 800 of us to lay down our lives for him? Such sentiments quickly spread like wildfire, growing increasingly fervid. Wang Hu found himself struggling to contain the swelling tide of dissent and approached Great Xia. If this momentum continued, it was likely that chaos would erupt among their ranks before the fighting even commenced. Unfazed, Great Xia simply inquired whether Wang Hu preferred to live as a hunted dog, fleeing in fear, or to strike a decisive blow now to avoid suffering 100 blows later, thereby securing their position in Jinding community. Wang Hu, perplexed, replied, "Boss, I'm a simple man. Just tell me plainly what you want, and I shall execute it, and I truly do not understand what you have learned from Yi Tianming, aside from indulgence in food and pleasure." Great Xia shot him a glare, asserting that every individual bears the responsibility of protecting their homeland. Only then would they cherish what they possess. Tell them, if they wish to live securely in the future, they must abandon any thoughts of taking shortcuts, that if Wang Feng triumphs, he will ensure none of you survives. Lu Liner, standing beside Great Xia, questioned, "Are you truly willing to send these people to their deaths?" Great Xia glanced at her, stating, "I aim to ignite their fighting spirit. Rather than languishing in wait for death, it is better to take a leap of faith. I am not a caretaker, nor am I obligated to guarantee their safety. All wealth must be fought for with one's own hands." Seeing Lu Liner fall silent, Great Xia smiled. "In truth, I could hide in this shelter and rest easy, for no one could harm me." "Could they?" Lu Liner paused, contemplating, and nodded. "Indeed. With your current strength, you could come and go as you pleased, that I understand now. You still harbor hopes for this broken world, do you not? You cannot bear to see rivers run red with blood." "Here we go again." Great Xia rolled his eyes. "I am, in fact, a selfish person. Do not make wild assumptions." Wang Feng's forces approached in a grand display, and numerous onlookers witnessed the dense array of armed troops outside the community. Armored vehicles paved the way, with several heavy machine guns being brought in, creating an impression of intent to raise the entire complex. Had we known of Jiang Qin's formidable firepower beforehand, we would never have sought refuge with Great Xia. "It's over. This time it's truly over. I see mortars as well. After one shell, will we even survive?" Some had already begun plotting their escape amidst the chaos, causing panic to ripple through the building. Wang Feng disembarked from his armored vehicle, leading an elite squad toward Building 10. Several heavy machine guns were lined up, all aimed at Building 2. Troops were dispersed, swiftly establishing defensive fortifications while setting up a row of mortars. Even Great Xia had not anticipated the ferocity of the opposing firepower. After utilizing his observational skills, Great Xia confirmed that he was encircled on all sides, with no possibility of escape save for the skies above. Should a battle ensue, it was likely that 9 out of 10 would perish, leaving Great Xia's heart heavy. Wang Feng arrived at the 28th floor, where Jiang Qin, unable to contain her excitement, rushed into his embrace. Exclaiming, "Brother Feng, you have finally arrived." Jiang Qin shed her previous hard-nosed demeanor, speaking like a delicate bird, that Great Xia is utterly despicable. He shows no intention of granting us any respite and constantly targets me. Had you not arrived beforehand, I fear I might never have seen you again. That it's all right. I am here now. Wang Feng reassured her, gently guiding her aside as he casually asked, "Where is Su Dong?" "That useless fool," Jiang Qin frowned. "He was greatly frightened and has been rambling nonsensically that I had him confined." Wang Feng's expression darkened. Great Xia had indeed proven formidable. Now that Brother Feng is here, Great Xia is hardly worth mentioning. I suggest we launch an immediate attack and eliminate all those who have betrayed us. Wang Feng chuckled. No rush. Today, they will find it impossible to escape, not a single one rather than hastening into battle. Wang Feng took a loudspeaker to the rooftop, addressing Building 2. Great Xia, I offer you a chance to surrender, that if you obediently submit to me, Wang Feng, I assure you that no harm will come to a single soul in Building 2. His voice resonated throughout the community, reaching every ear. If I surrender, will you truly spare everyone? Great Xia retorted with a sardonic smile, that of course. I, Wang Feng, keep my promises. What will you do with these people? Send them all to the lab to serve as test subjects? Wang Feng frowned, dismissing the notion as pure fabrication. Whether you believe it or not, the truth lies in the hearts of the people. If you genuinely wish to avoid harming innocents, I have a proposal, Ditto. Pray tell. Let us engage in a duel. The victor lives, the vanquished dies. The air suddenly fell silent. Crack. Lightning crackled around Wang Feng, electric arcs dancing across his body, illuminating the dim sky with brilliance. Many witnesses widened their eyes in shock, awestruck by the display that he is an enhancer. Wang Feng is an enhancer. Boom. The thunderclouds above were drawn down, striking the rooftop with tremendous force. Wang Feng's presence was far more imposing than any mere fire-breathing spectacle. Wang Hu and the others stood transfixed. This is bad. Wang Feng is also an enhancer. The boss is in danger. Let me fight him. Huazai clenched his fists. What nonsense. Look at how robust Wang Feng is, and then look at your frail self. Can you withstand a single lightning strike? I'll burn him to death. Huazai grimaced. Before you even get close, he would have struck you down with lightning. Then what shall we do? Are we to simply watch as our leader meets his end? Wang Hu took a deep breath. The boss can withstand bullets. What is there to fear from mere lightning? Being able to withstand bullets does not guarantee survival against lightning. Why would the boss take such a risk to challenge him one-on-one? We have over 1,000 people and more than 200 guns. Surely, even at the cost of lives, we can wear down the enemy. Huazai seemed to see through Great Xia's intentions. The boss fears for our safety. Once the fighting begins, how many of us do you think will survive? Wang Hu was taken aback. In his mind, Great Xia was not known for his mercy. When the disaster first struck, he had treated Wang Hu and the others as expendable, his ruthlessness astonishing. How could he suddenly change his demeanor? At that moment, Wang Feng boomed. Great Xia, are you certain you wish to duel with me? Great Xia's gaze darkened. Huang Sanni had not deceived him. Wang Feng was indeed an enhancer, and it appeared his level was quite high. The ability to manipulate lightning suggested his energy crystals were of superior quality. Great Xia had absorbed several energy crystals, all of the neutral variety, and he was uncertain what effects might arise from absorbing one imbued with electrical properties. This could prove interesting. Great Xia smiled. With so many eyes upon us, we shall not only determine our strengths, but also our fates. That do you dare? Ha! When I, Wang Feng, was leading troops in a battle, you were still in your infancy. Do you truly believe that a modicum of power grants you free reign? Wang Feng bellowed, all units, stand by. No one is to fire without my command. I shall personally eliminate Great Xia. Boom crack. Thunder rumbled continuously around Wang Feng, seemingly amplifying his strength. Victory for the commander! Victory for the commander! The synchronized chants of hundreds surged through the air, bolstering Wang Feng's momentum. Unnoticed by all, Wang Feng secretly gripped a neutralizing agent in his hand. This solution effectively curbed the powers of enhancers, temporarily reducing cellular vitality to weaken their abilities. That IT was akin to kryptonite for superhumans, capable of thoroughly suppressing enhancers. Chapter 86. The outcome is decided. Great Xia ascended to the rooftop platform, standing opposed to Wang Feng. The manipulation of thunder likely belonged to the psychic category of abilities, indicating a vulnerability in close combat. The key was to approach Wang Feng swiftly, should he act. He would undoubtedly face a barrage of lightning strikes, and a passive defense would surely deplete his energy reserves. Great Xia did not wish to exhaust his resources before even closing the distance. Thus, he contemplated how to thwart Wang Feng's relentless assaults while swiftly advancing toward him. They locked eyes, neither willing to strike first, and soon they were both blanketed by a fresh layer of snow, resembling two snowmen. Who do you think will prevail? Outside the community, Huang Sanni and Dongwen had arrived, witnessing the unfolding scene from a distance. Dongwon possesses a profound understanding of the power system of superhumans, as he has dedicated his research to this very subject, that he is aware that Wang Feng is a psychic-type superhuman, adept at long-range attacks, that if Qin Xia is unable to close the distance, he is likely to face defeat. Qin Xia, being a strength-type superhuman, is inherently at a disadvantage against psychic abilities. Furthermore, the heavy snowfall provides Wang Feng with a natural advantage, which complicates matters further. Are you certain that Wang Feng has the upper hand? However, Huang Sai holds a differing opinion. The instruments used for testing yesterday malfunctioned, indicating that Qin Xia's energy level exceeds D rank and may have reached C rank. Wang Feng, a product of a laboratory, should not surpass D5 rank, but ultimately, Qin Xia must engage at close range to unleash his full power. Otherwise, no matter how strong he is, it is futile. Will Wang Feng grant him the opportunity to close in? Just then, Qin Xia suddenly shook off the accumulated snow from his body and produced a 98K rifle, smoothly chambering around and taking aim. Wang Feng was momentarily stunned. This lad Bang, who says one must engage at close range? Qin Xia's inside ability allows for precise targeting. It all comes down to whether the shot will end your life. Even if he was prepared, that shot nearly left Wang Feng dazed. Wiping the blood from his forehead, Wang Feng shouted in exasperation, "Qin Xia, how dare you launch a sneak attack?" When he looked up, he found that Qin Xia's figure had already vanished from the rooftop across from him. Swish, Qin Xia moved with astonishing speed, darting between rooftops, swiftly approaching building number 10. Wang Feng unleashed a bolt of lightning, traversing over 100 meters and crashing down heavily beneath Qin Xia. Boom! A crater instantly formed on the rooftop. The force astonishing. Qin Xia was toppled by the shockwave, experiencing a tingling sensation that slightly hindered his movements. Nevertheless, he quickly steadied himself and continued to advance towards building number 10. Crack, no matter which route Qin Xia took. Wang Feng's lightning would obliterate any obstacles, revealing his position. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Feng unleashed a series of lightning strikes, relentlessly striking at the ground beneath Qin Xia. Although Qin Xia appeared to endure significant impacts, he remained unharmed. His ability, aptly named Indestructible Diamond, truly lived up to its name, allowing him to withstand attribute-based attacks. How is it that he seems unscathed despite being struck by lightning? Wang Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Qin Xia was drawing ever closer to building number 10, and he occasionally fired a shot, causing Wang Feng to evade in a flurry. While the electric force helped Wang Feng mitigate much of the bullet's impact, being hit still hurt. He had sustained several wounds on his head, blood flowing freely. However, Wang Feng's lightning attacks were indeed formidable. Each time he struck Qin Xia, it momentarily slowed him down. That it was this brief hesitation that prevented Qin Xia from firing continuously, granting Wang Feng a moment to breathe. Yet as Qin Xia closed in, Wang Feng began to panic that he clutched an antidote in his left hand, while his right hand continued to gather electric power. Forming a shield before him, crack! The heavy electric shield temporarily blocked Qin Xia's shots. Whoosh! In a final leap, Qin Xia soared over a gap of more than 20 meters, crashing down ferociously. Boom! The rooftop immediately cracked. Utilizing the rebound force, he propelled himself upward again, delivering a punch aimed directly at Wang Feng. Boom! In a flash of light and sound, his punch struck the electric shield with tremendous force. Crash! The lightning shield shattered, and Wang Feng was sent flying backward. Whoosh! Qin Xia, like a hawk diving for its prey, closed the distance with astonishing speed, leaving Wang Feng dazzled. So fast, the spectators could hardly catch sight of Qin Xia's figure. Wang Feng was taken aback. By the time he regained his composure, Qin Xia was less than 3 meters away. Just as Qin Xia prepared to land a decisive blow, Wang Feng swiftly hurled the antidote with all his might. Believing it to be a concealed weapon, Qin Xia casually shattered it. Crack! To his surprise, a green gas erupted explosively. Qin Xia felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body succumbing to a sense of weakness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly shielded his head and retreated. Boom! Wang Feng, who had been gathering power, suddenly pivoted, launching a sphere of lightning toward Qin Xia. Boom! The sphere struck him squarely in the chest. sending his body uncontrollably flying backward, crashing heavily against the rooftop edge. Chen Xia, do you concede? Wang Feng exclaimed joyfully, surprised that the antidote had proven effective and remarkably potent. Whoosh! Wang Feng raised his hands to the sky, summoning thunder to strike downward. Crack! Chen Xia was directly hit, his entire form slammed into the concrete below. The onlookers were left in shock. This is bad. The boss is in trouble. Huazai unexpectedly dashed out at that moment. Wang Hu and the others, in a frenzy, grabbed their guns and followed suit. However, they found the area outside already sealed off by Wang Feng's subordinates, who opened fire without hesitation upon seeing someone emerge. Rat-a-tat-tat, in recent days, Huazai had gained new insights into the use of superpowers. He conjured a powerful flame shield before him to forcibly block the bullets. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere, and Huazai found himself continually retreating. However, his power proved insufficient. After dozens of shots, the flame shield was breached, a critical moment. Wang Hu leaped forward, tackling Huazai to the ground. Damn it, are you trying to get yourself killed? The two looked up towards the rooftop of Building No. 10, where flashes of lightning indicated an exceptionally fierce battle. Upon seeing Wang Hu join the fray, the others hidden within the building realized that a confrontation was inevitable and promptly opened fire. The air was filled with gunfire as the battle erupted. Huang Sai, witnessing the unfolding situation, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Brothers! Charge! Combat was imminent!" Boom! The thunder in the sky intensified, and even the heavy snowfall ceased, leaving only dense clouds and brilliant flashes of lightning. Wang Feng relentlessly summoned lightning to strike at Chen Xia until there was no response from him, before finally relenting. Though slightly out of breath, Wang Feng was exhilarated. Judging by Chen Xia's earlier performance, it was evident that he was undoubtedly a superhuman above D5 rank. Absorbing his energy crystal would undoubtedly lead to further evolution. Wang Feng took measured steps toward him, just as he was about to take action when a sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. Whoosh! Chen Xia leaped into the air, delivering a punch to Wang Feng's chest with a look of incredulity on his face. Boom! Wang Feng was struck with such force that he was sent flying dozens of meters away, rolling and crashing through the rooftop edge, plummeting downwards. In midair, Wang Feng regained his senses. The power of superhumans is unimaginable. Whether strength type or psychic type, both confer a certain degree of enhancement to the body. Although Chen Xia's punch was heavy, Wang Feng was shielded by his lightning and was a D4 rank superhuman. So it would not be fatal that he executed a turn in the air, unleashing a bolt of lightning downward. Boom! The immense counterforce significantly reduced Wang Feng's descent speed. Boom! After a series of lightning strikes, Wang Feng, albeit barely, landed safely on the ground. Just as he stabilized himself, he spotted Chen Xia perched on an air conditioning unit, descending step by step. Thud, thud, thud. Whoosh, boom. Chen Xia's feet smashed heavily into the ground. Sinking deep into the thick snow, the ice shattered, sending debris flying. That he slowly lifted his head, his fierce eyes fixed intently on Wang Feng. In that moment, Wang Feng felt a surge of fear, despite having struck him with lightning dozens of times. Chen Xia remained unscathed, his attire intact, and his demeanor showed no signs of fatigue, as though he had not been affected in the slightest. Wang Feng, will you meet your end on your own, or shall I assist you in your departure? Chen Xia approached Wang Feng with deliberate slowness. Wang Feng continuously retreated, gathering electric power in an instant. You arrogant brat! The massive lightning sphere, almost blinding to the eye, was the culmination of all of Wang Feng's power. Boom! The colossal lightning circle enveloped Chen Xia completely. The spectators inside the building instinctively shut their eyes. In such blinding light, it was nearly impossible to see. When the energy dust settled, Wang Feng was left in shock. Chen Xia stood unscathed, perfectly upright. Surprised, are you a C-rank superhuman? Wang Feng exclaimed in sudden terror. Aren't you? Only a C-rank superhuman could so effortlessly and forcefully overpower him. Their power levels were simply not on the same scale. Unfortunately, realizing this was too late, that I am unsure of my exact rank, but I can assure you that subduing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Through his battle with Wang Feng, Chen Xia had surmised that his energy level likely fell between C2 and C4. Wait. Wang Feng's eyes widened, Unwilling to accept his fate, don't kill me. I can be of help to you. Keeping a treacherous individual alive. Do you think I'm foolish? Wang Feng continued to retreat frantically. I'll share a secret about superhumans with you if you spare me. Oh, I'm listening. Chen Xia approached calmly, genuinely curious about the affairs of superhumans. Wang Feng's connections to the Dawn Experimental Institute might yield some insider knowledge. Wang Feng quickly produced a document. It detailed the results of various experiments. Take a look at this, and you'll understand. Chen Xia glanced at it, his expression shifting as comprehension dawned upon him. So that is how it is. Chapter 87. Cast out whoosh in the next moment. Chen Xia suddenly closed in, looking down at Wang Feng from above, and, under his incredulous gaze, delivered a punch. Wang Feng's eyes widened in rage. Boom. With that punch, only half of Wang Feng's body remained. Chen Xia picked up the energy crystal from the shattered remains, discovering a delicate pattern of lightning etched upon its surface, which he swiftly tossed into his spatial storage. Subsequently, Chen Xia seized Wang Feng's head and leaped upwards, climbing towards the apex of the building. Even with the support of Lord Huang's men, it was exceedingly challenging to alter the course of events. After all, the military's weaponry was overwhelmingly formidable. This was without the participation of the battle vehicles outside. Or else the situation would have been even more dire. Hua Zai was spewing flames, his mouth smoking from exhaustion, forced to take refuge within the building. That moment, a thunderous roar silenced the cacophony of gunfire throughout the area. Wang Feng was dead. Boom. Wang Feng's lifeless body summoned the final bolt of lightning from the sky, illuminating Chen Xia's towering figure. Chen Xia, holding Wang Feng's head aloft, stood atop building number 10 and declared to all present, "Your commander is deceased. Those who surrender will not be harmed." Everyone stood dumbfounded. Wang Feng was not only their captain, but also their spiritual leader. And now, at this moment, their leader had perished. In this instant, the soldiers' faith crumbled. Existing in a world on the brink of collapse, their spirits had long been suppressed. It was Wang Feng who had instilled hope within them. Yet, with this final glimmer extinguished, despair took root. Many soldiers slackened their grip, their weapons clattering to the ground as they gazed vacantly at Wang Feng's cold, lifeless form. They then turned their eyes towards Chen Xia, who loomed above like a war god, his imposing figure emanating an aura of reverence. Gradually, more soldiers discarded their weapons, surrendering their resistance. Even those who wished to fight back were swiftly subdued by Lord Huang's men. The scene was quickly brought under control. Together, Huang and Wang Hu gathered all the soldiers in the courtyard, awaiting Chen Xia's orders. Chen Xia proclaimed loudly, "From this moment, the Jinding community is under my command. Chen Xia, that I can provide food and shelter for those who wish to stay. For those who do not wish to remain, you may leave at your discretion. I will not impose any difficulties." The soldiers exchanged glances, uncertain of their next steps. With Wang Feng's death, they were left without a purpose. At that moment, a soldier tentatively began to walk away. His parents' home was in Jinghai. Though they might no longer be alive, the thought of seeing them again lingered in his mind. Gradually, more soldiers trudged away. Heads hung low. Chen Xia did not prevent them. Those half-hearted individuals were merely ticking time bombs. However, a greater number of soldiers chose to stay, for deep within, they still revered the strong and longed to follow in their footsteps. Moreover, remaining here was far preferable to facing starvation and exposure outside. Ultimately, approximately half of the soldiers opted to stay. Chen Xia was satisfied with this outcome. With these regular troops joining him, he could firmly establish his stronghold in the Jinding community. At this moment, Jiang Qin and her group were in a state of utter panic, having lost all composure. Just when Jiang Qin was at a loss for what to do, Chen Xia and his men stormed into building No. 10, directly approaching her makeshift shelter. "Jiang Qin, after fighting for so long, why not come out and meet me?" Chen Xia said casually from outside. "Chen Xia, I admit you have triumphed." Jiang Qin dared not emerge, trembling within her metal abode. With her reliance on Wang Feng now extinguished, she had no support left. "That I do not require your admission. You have 1 minute to come out. Otherwise, I shall enter," Chen Xia declared. Sitting down boldly outside, unafraid of any tricks Jiang Qin might attempt. After enduring the agonizing wait, Jiang Qin finally opened the door, quaking with trepidation at the 50-second mark. Wang Hu stepped forward, speaking menacingly. "Boss, let me take care of this woman. If it weren't for her constant disruptions, we wouldn't have been forced into this position." Jiang Qin fell to her knees in terror. Chen Xia, it was merely a matter of survival. Since you have won, there is no need to make things difficult for a mere woman, is there? Chen Xia chuckled. I shall not make it hard for you. You may leave with your people. Really? Jiang Qin was taken aback. Are you serious? Of course, Chen Xia replied nonchalantly, leaning back to see if they were willing to follow her. Jiang Qin's spirits lifted. This was indeed what he had said, and she would hold him to it. Chen Xia gestured theatrically, his expression teasing. Without hesitation, Jiang Qin messaged her group, anyone willing to follow me, we can leave immediately, that we can find another suitable place to settle. As long as we unite. Shut up. Someone shouted without hesitation. Jiang Qin, you treacherous woman. Do you still think you can trick us into being your test subjects? What ability do you have left to lead us? You are nothing but a wretched woman, a pathetic creature. Do you still wish to deceive us? We only recognize Chen Xia now, yes. We will only follow Chen Xia. Jiang Qin stood there, dumbstruck. Chen Xia smiled. Have you finally come to your senses? Do you think that without Wang Feng's support, you have any ability to lead them? Just with your words. Even if you combined both your mouths, you couldn't satisfy so many. Could you? Jiang Qin's face flushed with anger. Chen Xia rose, of course. You are free to leave, but you may take nothing with you to do you understand. Chen Xia, Jiang Qin crawled towards him, grasping his legs. Please don't cast me out that I was wrong. I will do whatever you ask from now on. Chen Xia frowned and turned to Wang Hu. Throw her out. She is not to set foot in the Jin Ding community again. Understood, boss. Wang Hu grinned wickedly, yanking Jiang Qin by her hair and roughly dragging her outside. You wretched woman. Look where you have ended up. Did you ever think of this outcome when you were causing us trouble? No, please. Jiang Qin's fate was of no concern to Chen Xia. His thoughts drifted back to the content of the paper Wang Feng had given him before his death. Thus, Chen Xia addressed the over 1,000 former supporters of Jiang Qin in the group. For those of you who chose Jiang Qin, I am offering you a chance to survive. The anxious crowd erupted in excitement. Chen Xia, it was our mistake before. We will not dare again that we will follow you from now on. We are sorry, Mr. Chen. We were blind to follow that wretched woman, that we had no choice. Please give us another chance. Chen Xia recalled the ugly faces of these individuals and scoffed. Now you realize your error? But those who commit wrongs must pay the price, that if you wish to remain in the Jin Ding community, each of you must contribute. Hearing that there was still a chance to stay, someone shouted, we will do anything, just don't cast us out, we can contribute. Yes, I can contribute, that I can wash and cook, that I will accompany you. I could be your woman. Chen Xia asked indifferently, do you not wish to inquire what the contribution entails before agreeing? No one spoke, an ominous feeling settling in. Indeed, the next words from Chen Xia sent shivers through everyone. You have seen the zombies outside, yes? Here is the deal. For every 100 zombie heads, you may exchange them for a place to stay. For every 10 zombie heads, you may exchange them for a meal. What? The paper Wang Feng left for Chen Xia contained an experimental report that detailed the cellular structures preserved within zombie brains, elements that could be extracted for superhuman energy. In simpler terms, it could extract a substance from the zombie brain to replenish the lost energy of superhumans, that if there were a large quantity of zombie brains, it could be processed into a medicinal substance to restore energy, thus alleviating Chen Xia's concerns about energy wastage. The crowd was indeed left speechless. The thought of hunting zombies, which appeared utterly grotesque and terrifying, deterred many from even daring to engage with zombies was akin to courting death. Moreover, the notion that one needed 100 zombie heads merely for a place to reside was impossibly daunting. Understood. Soon, wails and cries echoed through the Jin Ding community. 3 to 4,000 people were expelled from the community. Regardless of their pleas or attempts to resist, the outcome remained the same. They were forced to leave. Thousands gathered on the streets, their numbers still quite imposing. Someone stepped forward, shouting, with so many of us. Do you really think we can starve to death? I refuse to believe that we cannot survive outside the community. Yes, we must unite. These individuals suddenly remembered the importance of unity at this moment. Having previously swayed with the wind for a morsel of food, lacking any principles, Chen Xia was acutely aware that keeping these people around would only hinder everyone else without offering any benefits. As long as we win, everything in the community will belong to us. You wouldn't want to sleep on the streets, would you? You could freeze to death, and where would food come from? You all know how difficult it is to find a hiding place with everything around frozen. Many were swayed by his words, gathering together. Yes, Chapter 88. Colluding in desperation. Little did they know as they reached the community's entrance. They were met with a dozen heavy machine guns stationed behind the defensive fortifications. Damn. Upon seeing the ominous dark muzzles, those at the front panicked and slammed to a halt. The rear, unable to see, surged forward, creating a domino effect that sent layers of people tumbling to the ground. Ouch! In an instant, hundreds were trampled beneath, cries of agony ringing out as the once-formed line disintegrated into chaos. Before they had even begun their offensive, their own had already suffered significant casualties. This absurd scene truly elicits uncontrollable laughter. Should anyone dare to take another step forward, they shall face merciless retribution. At the bellow of Wang Hu, an eerie silence enveloped the area, as those in the front row, reluctant to serve as fodder for the rear, scurried away to the sides, witnessing the grim turn of events. Others swiftly followed suit, and in the blink of an eye, the once formidable crowd disbanded like scattered birds that a motley crew, indeed. Xia had anticipated this scenario long ago. A single show of intimidation was sufficient to subdue these fickle individuals. As the fleeing masses formed various factions, they soon realized that, in addition to the biting cold and desolation, they were surrounded by countless wandering zombies. The commotion had already attracted the undead, and in that moment of confrontation, bloodshed escalated dramatically. Help! Help! Ah! Damn it! I will fight you to the bitter end. The streets overflowed with those fleeing for their lives, yet fear and helplessness had long since taken control of their emotions, leading to their inevitable demise at the jaws of the zombies in mere moments. The throng of thousands was decimated, and even those who managed to survive concealed themselves, too terrified to make a sound. Xia had not anticipated the sheer number of zombies lurking nearby. If they were to surge forth en masse, even the fiercest firepower might prove insufficient. That it appeared that fortifying defenses was paramount, at the very least. A high wall needed to be erected at the entrance. Subsequently, the allocation of camps and distribution of food were carried out, effectively establishing order within the Jinding community. Lord Huang, accompanied by Dongwon, approached Chinex Ia. To be honest, Lord Huang was rather exhilarated. At least this time, his gamble had paid off. With Xia as an ally, his underground empire would grow even more formidable. Lord Huang had heard that numerous underground cities had already been established throughout Jinghai, with dozens boasting considerable scale and substantial backing from powerful figures. Given the scarcity of resources, these underground cities would invariably clash over food and supplies, making Lord Huang's need for a reliable ally all the more pressing. Xia was evidently the ideal candidate. That Mr. Chen indeed exudes authority. In such a short time, he has seized the Jinding community and gathered a formidable armed force. Congratulations. It is said that Lord Huang's support is a crucial prerequisite for success. Oh, I haven't contributed much. If it weren't for your elimination of Wang Feng, this battle would have been far more precarious. Xia designated the temporary conference center within the original stronghold of Gaochang in Building 17. The facility was well equipped, and with a few modifications, it could easily accommodate several hundred individuals. The group convened there, with Xia exchanging pleasantries with Lord Huang before turning his attention to Dongwon. Professor Dong, do you possess the technique for extracting zombie brains? I have acquired this data report from Wang Feng. I believe you are familiar with it. Dongwon glanced at the document and confirmed it was indeed the latest experimental conclusion from Chenxi. However, this technique is restricted to a select few experts at headquarters. Even I have no access to it. How can we obtain it? It's challenging. Dongwon sighed that we, the dispatch research personnel, are essentially exiled outsiders. While we receive some technical support from headquarters, core technologies remain undisclosed. Where is the headquarters of Chenxi? Don't even think about it. Even we are not entirely sure where it is located, rumored to be deep underground. But who knows? However, Dongwon suddenly added, at the end of the month, Chenxi will dispatch an elite team to Jinghai to collect cellular specimens that it is said that a core expert will accompany them. He may possess this technique. Xia recalled intercepted information from the radio, indicating that an experimental group would indeed arrive on the 30th. It seemed that he would have to wait until then to devise a plan. Do you know where they will be stationed? I truly do not know, but the laboratory should contact us dispatched researchers when the time comes. Dongwen cautiously inquired. Mr. Chen, you don't intend to take action against this group, do you? What is the matter? You must think carefully. This Chinsi group represents the entire Chinsi organization, which means it has not only national support but also backing from various factions. Rest assured, I am well aware of the stakes. Securing this formula is imperative. Extracting zombie brains to create energy supplements signifies sustained combat effectiveness. Although I triumphed over Wang Feng with overwhelming advantage, I expended considerable energy, about 1/3 of my reserves. Currently, my only means of replenishing energy relies on energy crystals. However, these crystals are a rare find, and I have discovered that once used for energy replenishment, their evolutionary effects diminish. Each energy crystal is precious, and I do not wish to treat them merely as a means of energy restoration. Yet, with regard to the elite Chinsi group, a direct approach is ill-advised. I must devise a comprehensive strategy. What are your plans next, Mr. Chen? Lord Huang inquired. Chen Xia chuckled lightly, responding, life is but a series of indulgences, is it not? While we strive tirelessly to survive, we must also seize moments of enjoyment. The others exchanged glances. Lord Huang chuckled awkwardly. I've heard that Mr. Chen possesses a perfect hideout, a stark contrast to the outside world. I am truly envious. And I hear it also houses a delicate young lady. Lord Huang added with a lecherous grin. Lord Huang's underground city was no less impressive. Not even close, he shook his head with a wry smile. Chen Xia turned to Dongwen. I must trouble you with one more matter. Professor Dong, I understand that your Chinsi research team also has field personnel tasked with collecting intelligence on disaster beasts, correct? Indeed, we seek to gather specimens for research, but the strength of these disaster beasts is formidable, making them challenging to capture even when located. In that case, Chen Xia proposed, you provide the intelligence, and I will handle the capture of these disaster beasts. How does that sound? Dongwen's eyes lit up. That sounds excellent. With Mr. Chen's assistance, my experimental progress will surely accelerate significantly. The group engaged in lively discussion. Chen Xia finally felt the benefits of wielding power, not merely the respect and fear of others, but the exhilarating sensation of controlling the rules. After Lord Huang departed, both parties agreed to engage in resource exchange and information sharing. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin stumbled into a building, her surroundings filled with the wails of zombies and the screams of fleeing people, paralyzing her with fear as she trembled in a corner. A lone, vulnerable woman. Survival in such circumstances seemed impossible. She felt desperate, even regretful. Given the chance to choose again, she would never oppose Chen Xia. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps approached. Jiang Qin's eyes widened in terror as the owner of the footsteps stood nearby, his elongated shadow exuding an unsettling chill, without allowing her a moment to react. The figure lunged forward, encircling her waist and covering her mouth. Jiang Qin was terrified. The figure's hands roamed over her curvaceous body. Despite the thick winter clothing, it could not suppress the flood of lewd thoughts in his mind. Soon, she was dragged into a hidden room. The space was pitch dark, with all windows boarded up, save for a fireplace that crackled with fire. The figure wasted no time, stripping her of her clothing and pouncing upon her. Perhaps pent up for too long, he soon roared as he reached climax within her. Jiang Qin lay limp on the bed, devoid of shame or pain. Instead, a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. Regaining her composure, she mustered a smile. Please, don't kill me. I will give you whatever you desire. The middle-aged man, taking a drag from his cigarette, asked, Do you know this person? He produced a self-portrait, although poorly drawn. The outline was clear. Upon seeing the image, Jiang Qin paused, surprised. Do you know him? The man's eyes brightened. Where is he? You promise not to kill me, and I will tell you. Jiang Qin understood that to survive, she needed leverage. The middle-aged man slowly rose and approached Jiang Qin. After a moment of relaxation, his arousal returned. If you want me to spare you, it depends on your performance. After all, in this world, finding a woman to relieve oneself is not an easy task. Jiang Qin understood his implication and slowly leaned toward him. The middle-aged man let out a pleased groan, quickly succumbing to temptation once more. After several encounters, Jiang Qin proved quite skilled, ensuring his satisfaction. What is your name? Jiang Qin, N.U. The person you seek, I know him. His name is Chen Xia. To put it simply, if you can deal with Chen Xia, not only will you rid the world of a menace, but you will also gain access to all the resources necessary for survival in this apocalypse. Duan Qianjun was evidently intrigued, following the trail of Chun Xia's vehicle. He knew the latter resided in the Jinding community. What are your plans? Duan Qianjun chuckled coldly, stating that in a week's time, the Qinxi laboratory would dispatch a small team, and he believed he could become their test subject. Once he transformed into a superhuman, he would undoubtedly eliminate Chun Xia and seize everything from him. Jiang Qin, filled with apprehension, questioned the feasibility of such a plan. Duan Qianjun revealed a sinister smile, suddenly straightening up and slowly extending his arm towards Jiang Qin, saying, "Look at this." Chapter 89. Unrivaled. Following his gaze, Jiang Qin was instantly struck with terror, her face paling as her body tensed. You've been infected?" She stammered that "I am uncertain. Generally, being bitten by a zombie leads to becoming one of them. Yet it has been over 10 days and my body has shown no signs of transformation. I believe my constitution is quite unique. Perhaps I can become a superhuman." Jiang Qin let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "You nearly scared me to death." Duan Qianjun then pressed Jiang Qin beneath him, a lecherous grin on his face as he remarked, "It seems we share the same adversary. Are you certain you can rally enough manpower?" "Indeed." Duan Qianjun forcefully penetrated, inquiring, "Where can I find that Meng Hai you mentioned?" He.s. at the Xinhua building. He.s. the head of the Shurdai security group." Jiang Qin's voice trembled as the pleasure surged within her, compelling her to divulge everything. 3 minutes later, Duan Qianjun panted heavily. The mad donkey danced and shouted exuberantly, "Ha ha ha! From now on, whoever dares to provoke us will surely pay the price." At that moment, Bai Qi led a convoy of dozens of police cars racing down the street, toppling zombies as they sped towards the Jinding community. Soon, the police arrived, with hundreds clearing zombies on the periphery, while Bai Qi and his special police team approached the entrance of the community. Upon seeing the heavily fortified defenses, Bai Qi furrowed his brow and called out, "Have your leader come out to speak." The guards at the gate were a squad of soldiers who had once stood by Wang Feng's side, loyal to him then and now to Chun Xia. Faced with Bai Qi's ostentatious demeanor, they were unyielding. "I'm afraid this is private property. No trespassers allowed." "What did you say?" Bai Qi scoffed coldly. "You might want to open your eyes and see. I represent the authorities here to speak with Chun Xia." "Do you wish to obstruct me? Damn it," Bai Qi muttered under his breath, signaling to his special police behind him. With a clatter, dozens of fully armed officers advanced, shouting, "Drop your weapons and cease resistance." The soldiers, undeterred, rolled out heavy machine guns and began to confront the special police. Tension crackled in the air, both sides poised for conflict. Just then, voices rang out from within the compound. "It's us! It's us!" Dante shoot. The mad donkey, accompanied by a few others, sprinted out. Staggering, he pushed past the guards at the gate, exclaiming, "What is going on?" Bai Qi is a leader sent from above. "Do you wish to rebel?" "Hick, mad donkey, where is Chun Xia?" Bai Qi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, Chigo, I came here personally to welcome you. Chun Xia is probably too afraid to come out. You understand." The mad donkey chuckled self-importantly, looking quite pleased with himself. With such a grand display, who would dare to show their face? Bai Qi nodded, surveying the scene, and declared imperiously, "Very well. Where is he? Take me to him." Chapter 90. Despair or I'd follow me, as the mad donkey turned. A streak of flame shot down from the night sky. Whoosh thud! A rocket pierced through his chest and buried itself deep in the snow. Thud! The mad donkey collapsed, eyes wide open in death. Bai Qi was taken aback. Retreating in shock, the special police, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly dispersed, vigilantly watching the inky darkness ahead. At that moment, a voice boomed from within the community. "I'm sorry, but I'm not fond of traitors." The mad donkey brought this upon himself. Bai Qi fumed. "Are you Chun Xia? Do you know what you're doing?" "Of course. I'm dealing with traitors. That he was my man." Chun Xia's voice dripped with sarcasm. "It is precisely because he was yours that I chose to eliminate him. Now, come out and meet me this instant." Bai Qi continued to bluster, shouting, "Otherwise, you will face the consequences," before so many witnesses. With his informant killed, Bai Qi felt that Chun Xia was showing him immense disrespect. "I'm sorry, but I'm quite lazy." "Why don't you? Captain Bai, come in instead." Bai Qi hesitated. Chun Xia's calm voice cut through. "Captain Bai doesn't dare to enter, does he? You have 6,000 officers behind you. Are you truly afraid of a mere ordinary person like me? Where is your usual bravado? Shut your mouth. Dare I not? Do you think I want to bring my men to sweep through your territory right now? That is precisely what I desire. I just fear you lack the courage, Chen Xia taunted. Bai Qi's eyelids twitched. He hadn't anticipated this fellow was so tenacious. Today, I will surely cleanse this place. Bai Qi felt his pride wounded and directly instructed his deputy, gather reinforcements. Summon all available police forces to converge on Jinding Road. His deputy, Zhang Jian, turned pale and hastily protested, speaking softly. Captain Bai, we cannot do that. The situation in other areas is already tense. We simply cannot spare the manpower. What do you mean? Are you opposing me? Did you not hear? This brat is trampling on our authority. Can I let him behave so arrogantly? Zhang Jian sighed. Before we came, Mayor Wang instructed us to resolve this peacefully, that if you initiate a conflict. How will we explain it? What do you mean how to explain? Who calls the shots here? Do you understand what Chen Xia's actions amount to? It's rebellion. But, no buts, go gather the troops. Fine, Zhang Jian relented, knowing he had no choice. Bai Qi retreated with his large contingent, poised to strike as soon as reinforcements arrived. Suddenly, officers tasked with clearing zombies rushed over. Bai Qi, a massive horde of zombies is gathering here. Their numbers are overwhelming. What should we do? What did you say? Bai Qi was momentarily stunned. Boom. The ground began to tremble slightly. Many could feel the vibrations. It was the thunderous sound of countless footsteps approaching from all directions. Initially, there had only been small clusters of zombies, which they had cleared, but now they were surging forth in a frenzy, far too many for them to withstand. The outer police officers screamed in terror. Rat-a-tat-tat, gunfire intensified. Everyone turned to face the horde of zombies. Upon seeing the vast swarm that resembled a swarm of ants, they were all rendered speechless to what caused such a sudden influx. Bai Qi stumbled back. Captain Bai, we must retreat. At this rate, our brothers will perish here. Damn it. Bai Qi glanced toward the Jinding community. Though reluctant, the dire situation forced him to make a decision. Get in the vehicles. Retreat. Quickly. The police swiftly boarded their cars. The leading police vehicle crashed into the horde, plowing through the zombies. Only by breaking through before the swarm closed and could they hope for survival. Otherwise, most would meet their end there. Bai Qi was furious. According to his intelligence, the number of zombies in this area was not substantial. His forces could easily handle it. Yet the reality was starkly different. There were not fewer than 8,000 zombies, an exceedingly formidable force. Chen Xia stood atop a building, watching the chaos in the streets with great amusement, as if he had anticipated this scene all along. The thousands who had been expelled had mostly joined the ranks of the zombie horde. Bai Qi's arrival had inadvertently activated these mindless creatures that as the police fled in panic, they inevitably suffered losses from the oncoming tide of zombies. Ironically, Bai Qi's retreat had drawn away most of the surrounding zombies. This Bai Qi has unwittingly done me a great favor, Chen Xia thought. He immediately instructed Wang, who to lead a team to establish defensive fortifications at the community entrance, seizing the opportunity while many zombies were departing. Wang, who and hundreds of others began to pile up various debris to construct a high wall at the entrance. This guy is too much, Bai Qi lamented bitterly to Wang Wei. Chen Xia is clearly attempting to rebel, that if this trend continues unchecked, others in Jinghai will also break free from our control. Mayor Wang, I request immediate deployment of police forces to encircle and suppress him. Wang Wei pondered. Now is not the time for drastic measures. The situation in other areas is also grim. Several underground cities have already distanced themselves from us, severing our control. Mayor, we cannot indulge them. If we do not act now, will they still heed us once they regain their footing? No need to rush, Wang Wei replied solemnly. The most important task now is to persuade these self-governing factions, making them understand that only by following the city government can they ensure their survival. I have several tasks for you, Wang Wei said, tossing a document onto the table. These factions have amassed a substantial force, gathering no less than 20,000 people. You must go and assess their attitudes. I say we suppress them by force. Those who disobey should taste the sting of a bullet in chaotic times. Harsh measures are necessary. Bai Qi seethed internally, feeling his frustrations unresolved. Given the current strength of the police, they could not afford to stretch themselves further. Stabilizing the surrounding situation had to come first before addressing anything else. As for Chen Xia, Wang Wei seemed indecisive. Let him flaunt his arrogance for a few days. We can deal with him later when we have the capacity. Damn it. Bai Qi was infuriated. Fine, I will heed Mayor Wang's orders and handle these tasks. Meanwhile, Wang Wei stared intently at his phone, lost in thought. Chen Xia had somehow obtained Wang Wei's phone number and sent a message shortly after Bai Qi arrived at the Jinding community. The message indicated that if Wang Wei dismissed Bai Qi from his position and expelled him, Chen Xia would cooperate with the authorities, that N01 understood the complexity of the current situation better than him. The fact that Chen Xia could even withstand Wang Feng's team demonstrated his formidable strength. Now, with Bai Qi suffering a setback, it reaffirmed that Chen Xia was not to be trifled with. Bai Qi was undoubtedly Wang Wei's trusted aide, but compared to Chen Xia, he now seemed less significant. Wang Wei urgently needed a powerful force to stabilize the situation. Should he really consider abandoning Bai Qi? Wang Wei found himself at an impasse. Just then, another message from Chen Xia arrived. Mayor Wang, have you given it any thought? Chen Xia, what exactly transpired between you and Bai Qi that compels you to be at odds with him? That is of no concern to you. Simply do as I say, and I will help you stabilize the Northern District. The significance of the Northern District is self-evident, is it not? Currently, numerous official institutions have been overrun by hordes of the undead. With many officials trapped within, I can assist you in rescuing them. Wang Wei furrowed his brows. Are you certain you can save them? Absolutely. How can I trust you? You may select several locations. I shall rescue the individuals by tomorrow. This should demonstrate my sincerity, would it not? Wang Wei slammed the table and replied solemnly, very well. 1 kilometer south of the Jinding community lies a government affairs hall, where over 20 individuals are trapped, including official civil servants, that if you possess the capability to rescue them, I shall agree to your proposal. Deal. Chen Xia responded without hesitation. But should you fail? Wang Wei was not one to be easily intimidated. The authorities have myriad ways to ensure your demise. Among those over 20 individuals is Wang Wei's nephew, that he had previously dispatched personnel for a rescue, but not only did they suffer significant losses. He nearly faced accusations of corruption, that it is said the local conditions are dire, with formidable zombies lurking about, guarded by a few exceedingly terrifying beasts. The city hall is rife with scrutiny, ever watchful of Wang Wei. Should he make any misstep, he will be swiftly impeached. The situation is already chaotic enough. If these individuals report to the higher-ups that Wang Wei is engaging in self-serving schemes, his position as mayor would undoubtedly be jeopardized. In the Jinding community's shelter, Chen Xia, why did you let Bai Qi go earlier? Lu Liner inquired, puzzled. Was he not your enemy? I would not grant him such an easy demise. That would be utterly dull. Chen Xia chuckled, for he valued his reputation and standing above all else, that in that case, I shall strip him of everything, plunging him into despair, and then I will play with him at my leisure. Of course, Chen Xiao's collaboration with Wang Wei served another crucial purpose. The elite team from Chenxi, due to arrive in Jinghai in a week's time, would likely establish a connection with Wang Wei. At that juncture, he could leverage this matter to gain access to the technology for refining zombie brains. The Government Affairs Hall on Jiafeng Road was relatively fortunate, as it was situated on a plateau that had not yet succumbed to flooding. Initially, the hall was bustling with several hundred individuals, alongside more than 60 staff members. However, during these harrowing days, the numbers dwindled drastically, with less than 1/10 of the original survivors remaining in the makeshift refuge of the Government Affairs Hall. The last bag of instant noodles lay before 20 or so individuals, their eyes reddening with despair. Among them were both employees and patrons, forced together by the sudden calamity. They had endured over half a month within the confines of the hall. Yet it was clear they could no longer sustain themselves. The echoes of zombie howls reverberated through the corridors, sending chills down their spines. They have become monsters. We too shall soon follow. One lamented, repeating a mantra in a frenzied state, that I do not wish to die. Another sobbed, I miss my mother. Why must we be subjected to this? Even with only a single bag of instant noodles remaining, no one dared to seize it, for such actions had led to fatalities in the past. The remaining survivors were astute. They wished to avoid being the first to perish, thus exercising restraint. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from outside, followed by a deep growl seeping through the door's crack. It is a zombie. The pounding at the door intensified, as if the undead had become aware of their presence that a fair-skinned, well-mannered young man clutched a metal rod tightly. Panting, "They are coming! They are coming!" Panic seized everyone, who desperately muffled their cries. Boom! The door was shattered by an overwhelming force. The 5 or 6 individuals bracing against it were flung backward, crashing into the walls. In the next moment, a massive zombie, radiating a murderous aura, forced its way inside. This creature towered over 2.5 meters, its head directly resting on its shoulders, devoid of a neck, with a gaping maw large enough to engulf a human head. "I will fight you," the young man declared, swinging his rod recklessly at the zombie king. With a mere flick of its hand, the zombie king shattered the rod, then retaliated with a crushing blow. The young man fell to the ground, bloodied and groaning in agony. Witnessing this, everyone in the room was rendered speechless. This zombie's stature surpassed theirs by at least half a head, its bulging muscles reminiscent of solid rock. The zombie king charged toward the crowd. The survivors scattered in terror as other zombies crashed in, stumbling and lunging at them. Just as it seemed they would be torn apart one by one. A flash of blue light illuminated the room, and several bolts of lightning surged in like serpents. Crack! The horde of zombies convulsed and trembled, their heads exploding in a cacophony of bursts. The zombie king faltered. Its movements slowed by the electric onslaught, as it furiously clenched its fists and turned to face Xia. "Take cover," Xia commanded as he stepped into the room. The survivors, taken aback by the unexpected arrival, hastily sought refuge behind tables and chairs. This zombie king appeared even stronger than the one encountered in the community. Xia fixed his gaze on the zombie king, who recognized the threat posed by him. Its eyes filled with malice. Zombie kings are creatures born from humanity's adverse mutations, possessing energy levels far exceeding those of typical infected zombies. The more powerful the zombie king, the greater the likelihood it retains fragments of human intelligence and awareness. It was evident that this particular zombie king still possessed a hint of consciousness, as it refrained from immediate attack, instead gauging Xia's strength. With a flick of his wrist, Xia conjured a sphere of electricity and hurled it at the zombie king. The sphere crackled through the air, striking its mark as the impact resonated. Xia quickly drew his hands together, summoning a massive chain of lightning that descended upon the zombie king's head. The creature howled in pain, its colossal form staggering forward. For a moment, the onlookers believed the zombie king had been vanquished, but within seconds, it struggled to rise once more. Xia, astonished, realized the creature's remarkable resilience against electric attacks. Such currents would have turned a typical zombie to ash. Meanwhile, a growing tide of zombies began to swarm into the room, flailing their arms toward Xia. With swift motions, Xia unleashed a series of lightning chains that slithered through the horde, incapacitating zombies in waves. Some crumbled to charred remains, while others exploded into fragments. The sight left the survivors agape. This individual was formidable, more powerful than the monsters themselves. At that moment, the line between Xia and the creatures blurred, as both were equally terrifying. Enraged, the zombie king charged at Xia with astonishing speed, akin to a tempest. Boom! Its massive fist descended, but Xia stood firm, meeting the blow head-on. The impact reverberated, and the zombie king was sent staggering backward. Xia, however, felt a twinge of pain in his fist. This zombie king possessed immense strength. Xia's pupils constricted slightly, realizing the formidable challenge before him. Despite being at a disadvantage, the zombie king showed no signs of yielding. "You find a way out. I will cover you," he instructed. "That if this continues, more zombies will swarm around you, and no matter how strong Xia is, he will eventually exhaust his energy. All right, let's move quickly. These people are like headless flies, frantically searching for an escape route." Finally, someone spots a window with a wall ladder outside, which seems to offer a chance for evacuation. "This way. Let me go first. Don't block me." "Damn it, move aside," a man, sturdier than the average person, rudely shoved aside the car blocking his way, impatiently eager to get out. The people inside were as frantic as ants on a hot pan as the number of zombies increased. Xia began to feel overwhelmed. If they delayed any longer, they would all perish. Damn it, suddenly, an injured young man sprang to his feet, rushing to the window and raising a stone to smash down. Bang, bang, bang. The young man, in a frenzy, mercilessly struck the two individuals trapped in the window until they were bloodied and shrieking in agony. Driven by the instinct for survival, they desperately pushed their way out, finally managing to escape. But one person lost their footing and fell, screaming down to the ground below. There, zombies lurked, instantly tearing the unfortunate victim to shreds. Another, bloodied and battered, clung to the wall ladder, desperately climbing upward. "Hurry, get out." The young man stepped back, urging several girls move quickly. Thanks to the young man's decisive action, the group finally crawled out of the window and climbed up the wall ladder to the rooftop. Chun Xia grappled with the zombie king for a moment, realizing that its flesh was too tough. Defeating it entirely would require significant effort. He decided to rescue the others first before confronting the zombie king. Following the escape route, he reached the rooftop, only to find everyone huddled in a corner, trembling, clearly close to freezing to death. That a few, dressed too lightly, had already succumbed to the cold, soon to become ice sculptures. "Follow me." Chun Xia kicked open the rooftop door, signaling everyone to follow. They hurried after him. That moment, the young man asked, "Brother, are you here to rescue us?" Chun Xia glanced at him and replied casually, "Wang Wei sent me to my uncle. Is he still alive?" The young man exclaimed joyfully, "Wang Wei's your uncle?" It suddenly dawned on Chun Xia why Wang Wei had used this matter as a bargaining chip. It was to rescue his own nephew. Yes, the young man was overwhelmed with excitement, stumbling over his words. You are truly amazing. What is your name?" "My name is Wang Lingwei. Is my uncle all right? Yes, alive." "That is wonderful. Where is he?" "Is he still at the municipal office? Let us get out first." Chun Xia led them carefully down the stairs, avoiding zombies along the way, until they reached a gap. He had brought a military vehicle, which could hold about a dozen people, but now the area outside was filled with swaying zombies, and their numbers were steadily increasing, making it difficult to get everyone into the vehicle. Chun Xia used his insight skill and discovered that the zombie king had somehow made its way to the middle of the road, gesturing to the surrounding zombies like a commander. With the zombie king's direction, more and more zombies seemed to receive some command, spreading like wildfire toward their destination. That it was clear that they could not proceed openly with so many people. If discovered, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the horde. Chun Xia hesitated. Wang Wei's objective was for him to rescue his nephew. Yet this cunning fellow had not explicitly stated his intentions. However, the current situation was such that as long as he rescued Wang Lingwei, he would have fulfilled his part of the agreement. But what about the others? If this were at the onset of the disaster, Chun Xia would have unhesitatingly abandoned everyone, as their lives had no bearing on him. Yet after experiencing so much brutal reality and having gained sufficient strength, he found himself reluctant to abandon them now. "Hurry up. What are you thinking?" A woman in the crowd urged Chun Xia. "Don't dawdle. How do we escape? There are so many zombies outside. Can we really get out? Think of a way." "I am the director. You must prioritize my safety." That is in order that a stout man feigned calmness, trying to assert his authority before Chun Xia. "I heard you were sent by Mayor Wang, right? Then you must save me first. Save me first. That I am a formal employee of the government hall. They are all temporary workers. That I am permanent. Save me first. What does it matter if they're temporary workers? What time is it to still care about that?" "What do you mean? Are you discriminating by job type?" Before long, the group began to quarrel among themselves. "What are you saying? Do you know who I am? You must save me first." Two individuals, in their scramble for survival, began to brawl. Silence. Chun Xia suddenly felt amused. Their antics made him want to slap himself. Just moments ago, he had thought of risking his own injury to save them, but now it was evident that these individuals were nothing but selfish scoundrels. In the next moment, Chun Xia abruptly grabbed Wang Lingwei and leaped through the gap. Chapter 92, Rebellion. Chun Xia's actions caused a wave of anxiety among the others. The gap was at least 10 meters high from the ground. Even with a layer of snow below, not everyone dared to jump down. If Chun Xia abandoned them, they would be left trapped above. With no retreat, waiting for death was their only option. "Hey, where are you going? How do we get down?" The crowd waved frantically at Chun Xia, hoping he would help them descend. At first, they thought Chun Xia would lower them one by one, but soon realized something was amiss. For as soon as Chun Xia landed, he pulled Wang Lingwei into the throng of zombies, showing no intention of aiding them. That he intends to make a run for it with Wang Lingwei? No. He is leaving us behind? What the hell? Damn it, boom. A chain of lightning shot into the horde, instantly creating a vast space. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xia retrieved the vehicle and tossed Wang Linghui inside. Where did this vehicle come from? The onlookers were utterly bewildered, realizing that Chen Xia truly seemed to have abandoned them, and they began to shout in panic, "You bastard, Buzz!" Ignoring their cries, Chen Xia revved the engine and crashed into the zombie horde. Boom! The land vehicle proved its might, its sturdy armor capable of withstanding the dangers of the collision, sending numerous zombies flying. Hold on tight. Chen Xia shifted gears and accelerated, spinning in place, toppling every approaching zombie. Once enough space had been cleared, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. Vroom! The powerful engine lifted the front of the vehicle, charging forward like a massive rhino. Bang, bang, bang. The vehicle plowed through the horde with relentless force, even colliding with the Zombie King without hesitation. Roar! The Zombie King flipped over and let out a furious roar, then took off at full speed in pursuit of the vehicle. The Zombie King ran incredibly fast, covering 20 to 30 meters in a single bound. Following closely behind were hordes of zombies, their expressions twisted and menacing, crawling and scrambling. Chen Xia focused intently on driving. The road was slippery and strewn with obstacles, and a moment's inattention could lead to a crash that if the vehicle overturned, he would surely be surrounded by zombies that he needed to lure the Zombie King away from the horde before confronting it. At this moment, the abandoned individuals were going mad, cursing him harshly. What a heartless bastard. Why didn't he rescue us, that scoundrel? After finally receiving help, they were now left behind, and everyone felt a profound sense of injustice. Chen Xia could clearly hear their insults, but he paid them no mind. He was not a savior. It was impossible for him to save everyone. Friends, where are we going? Chen Xia observed the Zombie King while also searching for a way to deal with it. Boom, boom, boom. The Zombie King wreaked havoc, having overturned countless vehicles encased in ice. The sheer force of its presence left Wang Linghui speechless. While there were some supplies left, they were barely enough to sustain them. The most terrifying aspect was the sudden surge in zombies over the past few days. These creatures had decimated most of the population. Had it not been for Chen Xia's timely rescue, they would likely have become the last batch of victims. Having narrowly escaped with the terrifying Zombie King in pursuit, Wang Linghui felt that living had become exceedingly difficult. Can we really escape? Just then, Chen Xia slammed on the brakes. Wang Linghui hurriedly looked outside. They had reached an intersection leading onto the highway, with a wide view and few tall buildings. Only a gas station sign, peeking out from the snow. Why are we stopping? That monster is catching up, Wang Linghui said nervously. Chen Xia glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Stay in the car. After exiting the vehicle, Chen Xia stretched his limbs, his hands beginning to gather electrical energy. Roar! The Zombie King spotted Chen Xia waiting for it from a distance, its mouth curling into a mocking smirk, as if saying it had found a delicious meal for lunch today. Boom! 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 The Zombie King charged forward, its massive form shattering the icy ground beneath it, leaping dozens of meters in a single bound. Roar! The Zombie King raised its fists high, exuding an overwhelming presence. Splash! Chen Xia hurled a ball of lightning toward it. With a swift crackling sound, the current surged through the Corpse King, generating a tremendous impact. To everyone's astonishment, the Corpse King thrust out its chest, forcefully tearing apart the bindings of lightning, and lunged directly at Chen Xia. With a resounding thud, Chen Xia raised his elbow to block the incoming punch, countering with a precise front kick aimed at the Corpse King's chest. The powerful strike sent the Corpse King staggering backward. Yet a maniacal grin spread across its grotesque face. With a furious roar, the two collided once more. This time Chen Xia abandoned his lightning attacks, opting for a brutal close-quarters confrontation. Inside the vehicle, Wang Linghui watched in horror, utterly unable to fathom that such feats were achievable by a human. Chen Xia was a whirlwind of motion, his speed astonishing and his punches imbued with formidable strength. The Corpse King, with its toughened hide and resilient flesh, was often sent sprawling by Chen Xia's blows, only to quickly regain its footing. As the battle persisted, the Corpse King grew impatient. Its body suddenly began to spin like a whirlwind, a move colloquially known as the Big Windmill. The sound of destruction echoed as street obstacles shattered, and a fierce gust enveloped Chen Xia. With a crack, exposed telephone poles were neatly severed, and streaks of blinding lightning flashed across the street. This creature was extraordinarily formidable. Chen Xia's pupils contracted. Could it be a Class C Corpse King? This being had a muscular physique that hinted at its formidable past, retaining a sliver of human intellect. Making it quite cunning that in light of Qin Xia's current strength, he found himself momentarily unable to subdue the creature entirely to that moment. An idea struck him. With a swift motion, he retreated several dozen meters, creating distance between himself and the Corpse King, that he then drew a recurve bow, knocking an arrow tipped with explosives, and aimed directly for the creature's head. Empowered by his insight skill, the shot flew true. Yet the Corpse King extended a hand and caught the arrowhead, grinning at Qin Xia with an unsettling smile. Qin Xia reciprocated with a grin of his own. Boom! The arrow detonated, engulfing the Corpse King's head in flames. Aware of its own pain, the Corpse King, with its retained intellect, writhed in agony, for flames were the bane of zombies, and this tactic sent it rolling on the ground in torment. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Xia unleashed a barrage of arrows. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, the Corpse King was enveloped in flames, resembling a rolling fireball as it darted across the icy ground. Suddenly, the Corpse King appeared to recognize the significance of the individuals in the vehicle and charged past Qin Xia towards the armored car. Wang Linghui, terrified, shrank deeply into his seat. With a thunderous crash, the Corpse King collided with the armored vehicle, sending it skidding several meters. However, the vehicle remained intact, suffering only a dent in its door. Unwilling to relent, the Corpse King continued its assault on the armored car. Just in time, Qin Xia arrived, producing a chain and locking it tightly around the Corpse King's neck, yanking it forcefully and smashing it against the ice. The ice shattered instantly. With relentless fury, Qin Xia continued to strike until the flames engulfing the Corpse King were extinguished. At last, the creature lay on the ground, breathless and devoid of strength to resist. Qin Xia approached, looking down upon the battered Corpse King, knowing that within such a metamorphosed being lay an energy crystal. Indeed, as he reached into the Corpse King's body, he encountered the familiar smoothness of the crystal. Without hesitation, he yanked it free. The blood-streaked energy crystal was entwined with flesh, continuously siphoning the dwindling vitality from the remains. Qin Xia understood that the growth of the energy crystal depended on the energy derived from the mutated flesh. The deeper hue of this crystal suggested a richer vitality, reminiscent of the depths of the ocean, mesmerizing to behold. Qin Xia returned to the vehicle, effortlessly righting it with a single hand, only to discover that Wang Linghui had been knocked unconscious from the impact. He activated the heater to warm the interior and then recorded a video of Wang Linghui to send to Wang Wei. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was beset with turmoil in the city government office. Despite the outside world descending into chaos, the operations within the government continued apace, with various departments working diligently. However, the scale of the disaster was so vast that even Wang Wei, despite his capabilities, could not manage every detail. Wang Wei, the power system in certain areas can be restored. Shall we proceed with the electricity supply? The supplies for North City have been delivered, but they encountered an ambush from rebel forces, resulting in substantial losses. A barrage of messages left Wang Wei feeling overwhelmed. He wished fervently for a competent individual to help him navigate through the chaos. Just then, his phone rang. Wang Wei, I believe the person you wish to save is your nephew. Wang Linghui, correct? No, I must first see Linghui safe and sound. You, Wang Wei, feeling irate yet powerless, could only respond, fine if anything happens to Linghui, you know the consequences. Qin Xia ended the call, declaring, I shall await good news from Mayor Wang. Wang Wei rubbed his temples in frustration. Just then, Bai Qi stormed into the hall, his expression grim. These bastards, refusing to heed my warnings. Bai Qi roared in anger, startling dozens of staff members in the office, all of whom turned to look at him. What are you staring at? Get back to work. Mayor Wang, the two tasks you assigned me are utterly unmanageable. Do you know whose territory those two underground cities belong to? Wang Wei slowly turned, feigning ignorance as he asked, whose? Chapter 93. The curtain falls when Wang Wei had assigned these two tasks to Bai Qi. He had anticipated the outcome. It was a task that Bai Qi was guaranteed to fail, providing Wang Wei with an excuse to dismiss him. Bai Qi, seething with frustration, replied, It's Yi Wei's territory. That old man has always been a thorn in the side of the police, and now he is even more brazen than before. Wang Wei, usually calm, held everyone in rapt attention. This is not the time for your excuses, Bai Qi. He thundered. You know the gravity of the situation. Shut your mouth. Do you even grasp the current circumstances? And yet you continue to make excuses. If you cannot handle it, find someone who can. W. Bai Qi was taken aback. Zhang Jian. Wang Wei called out. Zhang Jian emerged from the shadows, striding forward. Mayor Wang, how may I assist you? Disarm Bai Qi. You will take his place. What? Zhang Jian's eyes widened in disbelief, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Bai Qi's face paled, his chest heaving in indignation. Wang Wei pressed Zhang Jian. What are you waiting for? Move quickly. Zhang Jian approached Bai Qi, wearing a mischievous smile. Bai Qi, hand over your weapon. You little brat. Bai Qi's eyelids twitched as he realized Zhang Jian was orchestrating this. Gritting his teeth as he demanded, what is the meaning of this? This is an order from Mayor Wang. Do you dare to rebel? Zhang Jian raised an eyebrow, echoing Bai Qi's own words. Since the onset of the disaster, every action Bai Qi took had been labeled a rebellion by others. Now, the tables had turned. Damn it. Bai Qi cursed under his breath as he begrudgingly handed over his sidearm to Zhang Jian. Bai Qi, be careful. Don't let it discharge accidentally. Humph. Zhang Jian tucked away the weapon, standing tall as he addressed Bai Qi. All right, Bai Qi, you may leave now. What? You wish to expel me? Bai Qi asked, feigning innocence. This is also an order. Zhang Jian replied coolly. Bai Qi glanced at Wang Wei, who offered no protest, clearly endorsing Zhang Jian's words. That he then looked at the others, all of whom hastily averted their gazes, avoiding his glare. This was a premeditated plan. Bai Qi kicked over a nearby chair in a fit of frustration. Please go. Zhang Jian showed no signs of anger, gesturing toward the exit. Bai Qi's eyes narrowed. He was not one to sit idly by. No need for your assistance. I still have my belongings to collect. Did I ask that not permissible? Zhang Jian shrugged. Of course. Take your time. Oomph. Bai Qi stalked off toward his office, his expression darkening. Throughout the ordeal, no one came to Bai Qi's defense. For he had never understood the nuances of human relationships. Especially since the onset of the apocalypse, he had become increasingly arrogant, relying on his position to lead the police force, which had bred discontent among many. However, Bai Qi was not one to easily acquiesce or surrender. While pretending to pack his belongings, he discreetly messaged his subordinates. Until an official announcement was made, the police force remained under his control. He had not anticipated Wang Wei's swift actions. After a moment's consideration, he abruptly turned the vehicle around toward the city government. Since Wang Wei had shown him favor, he would also act judiciously. Throughout the journey, Wang Linghui's mood fluctuated, gazing at Great Xia as though he were an extraterrestrial. Although every event since the apocalypse had been surreal, encountering someone like Great Xia felt like a dream. Big brother Qin, where are we headed? Your uncle is quite concerned about you, Great Xia replied, evading the question. Wang Linghui's expression shifted uneasily. Did I see all right? The city government building was ablaze with light, that moment. A substantial police presence surrounded the building, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Bai Qi lounged in Wang Wei's chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, wearing a mocking expression. Mayor Wang, why have we come to this juncture? Zhang Jian lay bloodied on the ground, barely clinging to life. Bai Qi, do you know what you're doing? This is treason. Wang Wei bellowed. Bah! Bai Qi rolled his eyes, flicking the cigarette but at Wang Wei's face. Shut your filthy mouth. I have served you loyally in the past, and now you treat me this way? Huh. Wang Wei's expression was grim as he spoke softly. What do you want? Bai Qi waved his hand dismissively, declaring, the entire city government is under my control. What do you think I want? They won't let you off the hook, Wang Wei retorted. Won't they? Bai Qi laughed heartily. Do you truly believe anyone up there will heed your words? Do they trust me? Or a corpse? Wang Wei's face paled, instinctively retreating, while he called out to the vigilant officers surrounding them. Are you all planning to rebel as well? Don't forget the oaths you took upon joining. Loyalty to the nation, loyalty to the people. Ah, Bai Qi guffawed. What a time we are in, and you still resort to such cliché rhetoric to sway hearts. How tiresome. Wang Wei at a loss. Hastily replied, you can't possibly bribe every public servant. They will surely report you. Indeed, indeed. Bai Qi pulled out a gun and waved it around. If you hadn't reminded me, I might have forgotten about that. Bang! Bai Qi suddenly raised his hand and shot a nearby clerk. The clerk looked down in bewilderment at the wound in his chest, slowly collapsing to the ground. Now, if anyone wishes to report me, you might as well speak up now, lest I have to take matters into my own hands later. The room fell into a deathly silence, an eerie stillness enveloping the atmosphere. Dozens of public servants bowed their heads. Lacking even the courage to meet Bai Qi's gaze at N01, Bai Qi leapt onto the table, shouting arrogantly, "If anyone has the guts, step forward. Is there not a single soul here who wishes to play the hero?" "Damn it," Bai Qi stomped his foot, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You all have truly disappointed me." Wang Wei's face was ashen, his lips turning a shade of blue from anxiety. "Wang, you see it too, don't you?" Bai Qi shrugged casually, speaking in a flat tone. "No one will report me." "You madman," Wang Wei shouted in exasperation. Bang, Bai Qi shot Wang Wei in the thigh. "Da-da." Bai Qi sneered. "And you still expect that bunch outside to heed the official narrative? What nonsense. In these times, your notions of patriotism are utterly laughable." Bai Qi proclaimed, "To deal with those fools, one must eradicate them entirely. Once I have restructured my forces, I will hunt them down one by one, eliminating all who dare oppose me. I shall begin with the Jinding community. That bastard Great Xia, daring to challenge me, a fool who does not know his place." Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in from outside. Mayor Bai, a crowd has come, claiming to see Wang Wei." Bai Qi raised an eyebrow, aiming his gun at a staff member. "Bring up the surveillance. I want to see who it is." The footage revealed Great Xia supporting Wang Linghui, both standing at the foot of the building stairs. The mad donkey had sent Bai Qi Great Xia's photo before his demise, and Bai Qi recognized him instantly. Moreover, it dawned on him that this was the same nouveau riche who had humiliated him at the Zhexin building. It seemed fate had a rather ironic sense of humor, allowing enemies to meet under such circumstances. "This fellow," Bai Qi froze, then incredulously began to laugh. "He has come right to my doorstep. Is this not heaven's assistance? Let them in." Bai Qi was exhilarated. Initially, he thought it would be difficult to confront Great Xia, who was holed up in a heavily fortified Jinding community, that he never anticipated that Great Xia would dare show up unaccompanied. It was said that the King of Hell claims souls at the stroke of 3, who would dare linger until 5. Once Great Xia stepped into the building, he sensed something was amiss. He had already noticed the unusual tension in the office area. With his insight, he could see that everyone was on edge, especially Bai Qi's demeanor, which led him to suspect a possible coup. In this era, coups were not uncommon. The authorities found it challenging to control every emerging power. As communication and transportation were severely hampered, orders could not be issued, and public sentiment could not be transmitted. Even if order were gradually restored post-apocalypse, the inevitable outcome would still be a chaotic warlord era. Great Xia was not one to wish for chaos. He merely sought to live his small life peacefully. If no one provoked him, he would not act, and if it were anyone else, Great Xia would not have cared. Yet it was Bai Qi, and he found it absurdly amusing that fate had orchestrated his revenge so conveniently. Now, Great Xia even felt a twinge of anticipation for how Bai Qi would feel facing defeat after just taking office as mayor. Great Xia urged Wang Linghui to hide, while he strode confidently into the office area. "Oh, isn't that Great Xia?" Bai Qi perched on the table, casually inquiring. "What brings you here?" Surrounding him were dozens of officers, subtly encircling Great Xia. Great Xia regarded him with a smirk. "Captain Bai, congratulations on your promotion." "You know," Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback. Great Xia's expression was mocking. "Such a significant event, the whole city is aware. Everyone knows Captain Bai has staged a coup, holding Mayor Wang hostage, aiming to crown himself." Bai Qi's face darkened, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Shut your mouth. Isn't that right, Mayor Wang?" Great Xia turned to the pained Wang Wei. Wang Wei was too preoccupied with his agony to respond. Gritting his teeth and murmuring, "I'm sorry, Great Xia, you shouldn't have come to." Bai Qi crouched on the table, looking at Wang Wei. "I almost forgot, the one who came with Great Xia is your nephew." "No, your son, Wang Linghui, right?" Wang Wei's expression shifted dramatically. "Shut up. Bring Wang Linghui to me," Bai Qi commanded, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Wei. Yes, several officers began to move, only to be discreetly stopped by Great Xia. "Bai Qi, it's time for this farce to conclude." Chapter 94. Fungi. Bai Qi was momentarily stunned, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "You little brat. How audacious." His subordinates couldn't help but chuckle. "Is this kid out of his mind? Has he been scared stupid?" This is truly amusing. Everyone wore an air of nonchalance, ready to take lethal action. They had done plenty of such deeds under Bai Qi's command. Since the apocalypse began, although they continued their official duties, they had also indulged in numerous and scrupulous activities behind the scenes that in Bai Qi's eyes, the victors were kings, and the vanquished deserved death. Their existence was merely a waste of resources. Thus, in his secret base, he had amassed plenty of supplies and food, all forcibly taken. Today, Wang Wei's lack of mercy played right into Bai Qi's hands that he had long harbored disdain for the old man, who incessantly prattled on about patriotism, all of it nonsense. Now, using Chen Xia's situation, Bai Qi planned to make an example of him. Let us tie this kid up and hang him outside to freeze overnight. If he survives, I'll think of something creative for him tomorrow. Yes. The two exchanged a glance and reached for Chen Xia. Bang! In the next moment, everyone was taken aback as the two were suddenly hanging from the ceiling light. The light swayed precariously, and the two bodies swung along with it. What is happening? Confusion spread among the crowd. Countless bewildered gazes fell upon the bodies suspended from the ceiling, their expressions a mix of peculiarity and astonishment. In contrast, Chen Xia stood as if he had never moved from his place. Drip, drip, blood trickled from the corners of the two men's mouths onto the floor. Bai Qi was taken aback, springing to his feet. Shouting, "Quick, get rid of this trickster!" The officers swiftly drew their guns, unhesitatingly opening fire. Bang, bang, bang. The scene erupted into chaos, office personnel ducking under desks. Amidst the stunned stares of the crowd, Chen Xia advanced towards Bai Qi. Step by step, through the hail of bullets that he recalled the former Bai Qi, who alongside Yi Tianming had put him through torment, forcing him to flee for 3 days, enduring the harsh realities of life. Ultimately, Bai Qi had discovered Chen Xia's hiding place due to the mad donkey's betrayal. Chen Xia vividly remembered the knife Bai Qi had plunged into his side, the despair he had felt at that moment. Today, he would allow Bai Qi to taste the bitterness of despair as well. With a flourish, Chen Xia gathered a sphere of lightning in his palm and hurled it around. Crackle! Ah! Cries of agony erupted simultaneously as several officers fell to the ground, incapacitated by the electric shock. Bai Qi looked as if he had seen a ghost. What the hell? Who? What are you? With a swish, Chen Xia had already positioned himself behind Bai Qi, drawing a dagger and plunging it in. Thud! The blade struck precisely at the same spot where he had once been stabbed, hitting the kidney. Ugh! Bai Qi's body began to convulse, his legs buckling as he knelt, gripping Chen Xia's hand tightly. His eyes filled with terror. You. Chen Xia spoke ominously. Bai Qi, I must thank you. Were it not for you, I would not possess this power today. What are you talking about? Never mind, seeing you in this state. I suddenly lost interest in torturing you. Allow me to grant you a swift end. With that, Chen Xia drove the knife directly into Bai Qi's heart. Thud. He discarded Bai Qi's lifeless body aside, casually wiping the blood from his hands with a piece of paper. The entire scene left the onlookers in stunned silence, their shock palpable. Superhuman. They had gathered some information about superhumans through official channels. Yet they had never anticipated encountering such a formidable force so soon. Finally, Wang Wei broke the silence, cautiously speaking. Chen Xia, I am truly grateful for your intervention. Otherwise, the entire municipal government would have fallen into the hands of treacherous individuals. It is merely a personal grudge, nothing worthy of assistance. Chen Xia replied nonchalantly that I had initially intended to reduce Bai Qi to a stray dog, then torment him thoroughly, that I never anticipated that this fellow would be capable of taking the entire municipal government hostage. He does possess some skill. The implication was clear. The municipal government led by Wang Wei was nothing more than a fade, utterly incapable of withstanding any challenge. Wang Wei's face flushed crimson. Yet he found himself unable to retort. Uncle, Wang Linghui had stealthily emerged at some point, rushing towards Wang Wei with palpable excitement. Linghui, Wang Wei exclaimed, equally thrilled. You are unharmed. That is splendid, truly splendid. Chen Xia, unimpressed by the display of familial affection, interjected, by the way, Mayor Wang, there is something I need to confirm. Next week, will an official research team be stationed in Jinghai? Wang Wei felt a twinge of anxiety. The Chenxi laboratory was affiliated with the highest echelons of the government, reportedly under the direct jurisdiction of the United Government. Wang Wei, at best, was merely a liaison, possessing little authority in the presence of such an organization. Indeed, that is the case, but I have no ulterior motives. If the opportunity arises, could you facilitate an introduction for me? That would be greatly appreciated, Chen Xia remarked. Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "Of course. I will make arrangements." "Excellent." Chen Xia concluded the conversation, having achieved his objective, and turned to depart. Wait a moment. Wang Linghui suddenly navigated through the crowd, approaching Chen Xia. "What is it?" With fervor, Wang Linghui bowed deeply before Chen Xia, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Chen, for your timely rescue. I am eternally grateful that it was but a trifling effort," Chen Xia reassured him, patting his shoulder. "You have the potential I will strive to become a formidable individual like you," Wang Linghui declared, his gaze resolute. Chen Xia chuckled softly, recognizing the youthful fervor in him. "You must have just graduated, am I correct?" "Yes," Wang Linghui affirmed. "Living in such a world can be excessively naive." Chen Xia remarked at Mr. Chen. "Would you consider staying? I can arrange for some fresh food," Wang Wei offered, eager to retain Chen Xia's presence, especially with the looming threat of Bai Qi's remaining followers outside. Chen Xia harbored a deep disdain for traitors. He understood Wang Wei's intentions that I will assist you in dealing with those outside. The rest is for you to manage. Wang Wei was filled with joy, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, once the higher-ups arrive. I will certainly inform you." With that, Chen Xia departed. Following Bai Qi's demise, his subordinates, under Chen Xia's formidable influence, fled in disarray. Naturally, these events bore no relation to Chen Xia, that he took a detour to the seaside, briefly encountering the colossal whale. Noting its continued terrifying strength, which he felt ill-equipped to challenge, that he reminisced about his days in the rental apartment, where he would repeatedly play a particular song after a long day, drawing motivation to continue his struggle. Today I watched the snow drift by in the cold night, with a heart that has cooled, drifting far away, chasing in the wind and rain, lost in the mist. How many times have I faced cold stares and ridicule, yet never relinquished my ideals? Forgive me for a life of unrestrained freedom. Fearing one day I may fall. The world outside appeared increasingly desolate, and the heavy snowfall had completely ceased. The dim sky loomed overhead like the gaping maw of a monstrous entity, exuding a terrifying aura. Boom, boom, boom. The armored vehicle barreled through the sea of corpses, eliciting a sense of exhilarating release in Chen Xia. He deliberately sought out areas dense with zombies, ruthlessly plowing through. Swaying to the rhythm of the music, he reveled in the cacophony of the zombies' anguished cries. At that moment, Chen Xia found himself yearning for the once thriving world he had abandoned. Abandoning ideals is a choice open to all. Who would fear a day when it is just you and me? Even if one rises early and sleeps late, enduring a life of toil, there exists a semblance of meaning in life. Marriage, children, a successful career, and then the cycle of life and death. Suddenly, Chen Xia felt a pang of confusion within him. Bai Qi's death gradually dissipated the last vestiges of resentment in his heart. That in such a decaying world, was there still hope? He gazed out the window, somewhat lost in thought. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Rumble, rumble. Chen Xia gripped the steering wheel tightly, stabilizing the vehicle. Just as he prepared to assess the situation, a tremendous force struck the vehicle, sending it hurtling through the air. Boom. The vehicle lost balance midair, and Chen Xia propelled himself upward, crashing through the roof, landing atop the vehicle and leaping towards a nearby skyscraper. Splash! After landing on the rooftop, Chen Xia turned to survey the scene below, his breath caught in his throat. The pavement was fracturing, enormous fissures spreading like a spider's web in all directions. Then, something resembling plant roots erupted from the ground, multiplying rapidly and soon engulfing the street. Chen Xia scanned the area, realizing the bizarre phenomenon was sweeping across the entire city. This mutated plant was breaking through the ice layer, exposing the remnants of the buried city beneath. What is happening? Chen Xia utilized his insight to analyze the situation, discovering it to be a subterranean vine-like plant typically found deep underground, rarely manifesting in such magnitude. Is it a fungus? Chen Xia observed closely, startled. The spread of this organism was alarmingly potent, and in certain respects, its destructive capability surpassed that of zombies. That he witnessed numerous zombies ensnared by this fungal plant, emitting terrifying howls. Then, the zombies underwent a visible transformation, merging with the fungal plant to form even more horrifying shapes. Rumble, rumble! The building beneath Xia began to collapse due to the devastation wreaked by the fungal plants, teetering precariously toward the ground. Swish! Xia leaped swiftly, seeking a safe location to land. All around him, these fungal plants proliferated at an alarming rate, covering the entire city. Roar! Suddenly, a vine lashed out from behind. Swish! Xia dodged to the side, realizing it was a zombie possessed by the fungal plant. Its arms had transformed into tentacle-like vines, thrashing wildly toward Xia. Boom, boom, boom! The tentacles crashed down at Xia's feet, shattering the pavement. Roar! The zombie opened its cavernous mouth, countless tiny plant roots writhing out, presenting a grotesque sight. This absurdity was unlike anything Xia had ever encountered. Chapter 95. Surrounded. Bang! The zombie fell slowly, unwilling to relent. Xia recognized the escalating danger. He had never encountered anything like this before. Nor had he ever heard of such phenomena, and he sensed that since his rebirth, the rules of this world had shifted. After all, this was the only place he could still call home. Having absorbed the energy crystal from the Corpse King, Xia's physique had grown stronger, significantly enhancing his running and jumping abilities. Yet, regrettably, no new powers had emerged this time. Xia speculated that he had encountered some form of bottleneck, likely requiring a higher-tier energy crystal for further evolution and new abilities. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire erupted from the Jinding community in the distance. In the hushed city, the intense sounds could travel far and wide. Xia was still at least 10 kilometers away from Jinding. A testament to the ferocity of the battle unfolding. That moment, the entire community faced dire peril. The encroaching zombie horde had breached the defenses, driven by the same fungal plant assault. Wang Hu and Huazai, along with the newly recruited regular army, had established a defensive line near the community entrance, desperately resisting the relentless tide of zombies. Huff! Huazai unleashed a torrent of flames, his face flushed red, barely managing to stave off an onslaught from one direction. The pile of zombies that fell before him resembled a small mountain, evoking a chilling spectacle. Many individuals gravitated towards him, seeking the safety his presence provided. Yet he alone could withstand the most perilous corner. Rumble, rumble! Mortars joined the fray, each shell detonating in the heart of the zombie horde, scattering debris in all directions. Among them, several robust zombies had similarly mutated, sprouting tentacle-like vines, and began frantically sweeping towards the soldiers. The screams were unending. Evidently, flesh and blood could not withstand such overwhelming force. Retreat! Fall back! Wang Hu bellowed. He recognized that if this continued, they would inevitably be overwhelmed, potentially leading to total annihilation, but he had no desire to lose his life here. To go. Get everyone inside the building out. They must join the fight, Wang Hu shouted, seizing a nearby subordinate who was paralyzed with fear. Yes, yes. The frontline formation faltered, causing panic to ripple through the ranks, ultimately leading to a chain reaction of collapse, akin to a snowball spiraling downhill. Roar! Countless zombies surged into the crowd, and vibrant lives were instantaneously engulfed by decay. Fear was no longer the sole emotion. Despair had taken root. Rumble! The massive vessel situated at the center of the community began to tilt and collapse under the entanglement of the vines, revealing large amounts of foul black substance. The ice layer was breached by the vines, and numerous zombies clawed their way out, charging in all directions. The battlefield was now a chaotic free-for-all. The community, once cleared of zombies, had abruptly transformed into a realm of monsters. Suddenly, a slender shadow emerged from a breach in the ground, its numerous vine-like arms extending for several dozen meters, resembling an octopus as it ascended the colossal wheel. The figure coiled its tendrils around itself, enveloping into a large dumpling, quietly attaching itself to the severed mast of the giant wheel. It seemed to be gathering energy, radiating a terrifying aura. The community descended into chaos. Where is everyone? Wang Hu bellowed toward the rear. Where are the people in the building? Why haven't they emerged? If we perish, you will not survive either. In such dire circumstances, who would dare to step out and face death? Forcing them in a battle would be more merciful than allowing them to suffer. Aside from the armed warriors, the others wished to shrink into the tiniest of crevices. There is no one left. Someone cried out, "They'll be devoured by the monsters." You look. The team fought and retreated, but it was evidently unsustainable to AT that moment. Someone in terror pointed toward the giant wheel, exclaiming. All who heard instinctively looked. And there they beheld a humanoid monstrosity with numerous arms, standing high in the air with its 2 legs as support, while its other limbs floated ominously by its sides, casting an elongated shadow that emanated a chilling severity. What is that thing? Beneath the bright moonlight, the silhouette appeared profound and enigmatic. No, I don't know. What does it matter? Survival is paramount. Run, we cannot hold on much longer. Wang Hu's subordinates lamented. After all, they were not professional fighters. And simply managing to hold their ground without succumbing to fear was a testament to their courage. At that moment, a horde of zombies breached the firepower blockade, surging into the crowd, in moments of desperation. Humans often unleash formidable potential, displaying unimaginable strength. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, seemingly limitless, with rough estimates suggesting hundreds of thousands. The nearby neighborhood zombies converged, including those that had emerged from the depths, forming an iron tide that relentlessly surged against the community. Although other neighborhoods existed nearby, these monsters inexplicably targeted Jinding community, utilizing the vine's terrifying influence to escalate the threat. The thousands hiding within the buildings had succumbed to despair. The community had just undergone a reshuffling. Those who survived were deemed fortunate, yet an unpredictable crisis struck at this moment of anticipated relief. The slender figure atop the giant will let out a piercing wail. The horde's advance grew increasingly fierce, an unyielding force. Huazi, run. Wang Hu had completely given up, shouting to Zhang Hua, who was still desperately firing. It's too late. The team was on the verge of collapsing, just as the horde was about to engulf the defenders. A dazzling blue light sliced through the air. Boom. A massive blue lightning orb detonated within the sea of zombies. Zizi. Countless tiny arcs of lightning radiated outward in all directions. These bolts not only possessed immense destructive power, but also had a paralyzing effect. In an instant, the entire horde seemed to freeze. Huazi, observing the situation, disregarded his own safety and charged to the front, unleashing a torrent of flames. Boom! A vast inferno instantly engulfed a significant area, igniting hundreds of zombies. The scorching heat was blinding. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the horde was momentarily halted. Simultaneously, several massive lightning orbs crashed into other clusters of zombies. At that moment, the onslaught of the undead army was curtailed. The temporary commander, Yang Dawei, a former squad leader, decisively shouted, "Brothers, raise your weapons and eliminate these beasts. Yes, let us vanquish them." As the horde faltered, the warriors' counterattack commenced, bullets whistling through the air, toppling zombies in droves. In the next moment, Chen Xia arrived swiftly, shouting, "Fall back to Building 1. Building 1, serving as the administrative center, boasted a spacious reception hall on the 6th floor, making it an ideal stronghold against the zombies. Understood. Wang Hu and the others rejoiced. Yang Daowei directed the soldiers to fight and retreat. With Chen Xia's assistance, the survivors were fortunate enough to retreat into the building. At that moment, Chen Xia also noticed the still figure atop the giant wheel. A thought struck him. He felt as though he had seen this shadow before in the depths. Could it be? He was gripped by a dreadful notion. The silhouette howled once more, intensifying the horde's assault, which had now become reckless. Whoosh! Capture the leader first. Chen Xia leaped, lunging toward the figure atop the giant wheel. Swish! The shadow's vine-like appendages sliced through the air like razor-sharp blades. Swish, swish, swish! Chen Xia's leap was thwarted, and the creature's strength was formidable, lending it a significant advantage in its downward assault. Intriguing. Chen Xia flipped his palm, rapidly forming a lightning orb and hurling it upwards. Zzz. The lightning seemed to possess an innate restraining force against the vines, causing those touched by the electricity to wither and harden into stone-like substances. This was true electrocution. The sensation was beyond comprehension. Screech! The creature emitted a piercing cry that resonated deeply, forcing Chen Xia to cover his ears. This monster could even launch sonic attacks. The creature moved with astonishing speed, disappearing from the giant wheel in mere flashes. Chen Xia's perceptive abilities failed to reveal any internal data on the monstrosity, leaving him with only an indistinct sense of its outline. With both tentacles and sonic attacks, Chen Xia dubbed it the tentacle sonic monster. The horde was evidently under its command. Only by eliminating it could the danger be averted. Chen Xia evaded its attack range, preparing to launch a surprise assault from the building's side. But as he circled around, he suddenly found the shadow had vanished. Where did the monster go? Chen Xia was momentarily bewildered. His perceptive abilities could cover a radius of 150 meters. Could it have escaped his observation range so swiftly? Just then, he noticed the densely packed horde began to retreat. Aside from the zombies being continuously dispatched by the soldiers, the remaining creatures seemed to respond to some summons. Hastily withdrawing, in mere minutes, hundreds of thousands of zombies retreated from the community, vanishing into the streets. The entire event was awe-inspiring. To command such a vast army of the undead, it seemed only a true military force could stand in their way. Chen Xia dashed out of the community to observe. Discovering the zombies had formed a circular formation around Jinding community, blocking all exits while severing all entrances. Chen Xia understood that the tentacle sonic monster was concealed within the horde, yet no amount of searching yielded results. In the dark, a pair of eyes watched Chen Xia intently. Chapter 96. Fantasies and the truth of the world. He realized the entire community had been encircled. This orchestrated siege by the zombies was a first for Chen Xia. After waiting in silence for some time, he knew he could not remain idle indefinitely. That if you wish to play, I shall engage you in this game. The flames of battle still raged within the community. The remaining scattered zombies were clearing away, granting the survivors a moment of relief, a sensation akin to having survived a catastrophe. The combatants gathered in the conference hall of Building 1, their numbers a meager 100. Yang Dui aided the soldiers in treating their wounds, as his medic had sustained serious injuries, forcing him to take action himself. Wang Hu lingered beside Huazi, grinning and trying to ingratiate himself. After all, they had survived and their expressions were relatively relaxed. Yet upon Chen Xia's arrival, everyone instinctively rose. Boss. Wang Hu was the first to rush over, grasping his arm. You were incredible earlier. Had it not been for you, my brothers would have perished today. Chen Xia coolly extricated himself, responding curtly, have someone monitor the perimeter of the community around the clock. Report any disturbances immediately. Understood. Wang Hu chuckled awkwardly. Chen Xia bypassed him and approached Yang Dui. Slap. Yang Dui stood at attention, saluting, and the other soldiers followed suit in unison. Their gazes toward Chen Xia were filled with reverence for the strong. Brother Chen, since we've decided to stay with you, we will not leave. Moreover, there are many innocent people here who need protection. Wait a moment. Chen Xia frowned, pointing outside the building. Are you saying you wish to protect those cowards? Protect those good-for-nothings? Yang Dui was taken aback. Not comprehending Chen Xia's meaning. Of course. Chen Xia spread his hands. That is your prerogative. But first, you are currently under my protection, so you must adhere to my directives. Understood? Yes. Yang Dui straightened his chest, as if addressing a military superior. I may not understand your military protocols, but given the current situation, we should inspect our weapons and equipment and begin fortifying our defenses, preparing for the next wave of attacks, correct? Indeed. Yang Dui furrowed his brow. Brother Chen, something feels off. These monsters seem almost trained, which defies logic. You notice that too? Chen Xia seated himself, speaking solemnly. I too cannot discern their intentions, particularly that creature capable of sonic attacks. It unsettles me greatly. Yang Dui quickly replied, at present, the defensive perimeter of the 30 buildings in the community is too expansive that I propose that everyone be gathered in Building 1 for the sake of coordinated arrangements. As this approach offers several advantages. Firstly, Building 1 is situated towards the rear, flanked by structures on all sides that provide ample protection, thus facilitating the establishment of defensive fortifications. Secondly, having everyone together allows for mutual support and simplifies the distribution of supplies. That is your concern, Chen Xia stated coolly. You may arrange it as you see fit. Beside him, Wang Hu and Yang Dui exchanged bewildered glances. What do you mean? Are you not aware that the boss's refuge is in Building 2? By suggesting we all move to Building 1, are you attempting to isolate the boss? Yang Dui, oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, merely followed military logic, aiming for a more manageable defense. Humph. Do not issue commands recklessly. We shall follow the boss's instructions. Right, boss? Wang Hu inquired with a grin. You think you understand? Chen Xia replied with a half-smile. Just a little, If you do not comprehend, then silence yourself. Understood. Wang Hu retreated. Xia addressed Yang Daowei. Let us proceed as you suggested. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, anyone wishing to receive food and supplies from me must exchange them for the heads of zombies. Yang Daowei nodded silently. Wang Hu interjected anxiously, Boss, do I also need to exchange zombie heads? What do you think? Wang Hu nearly burst into tears. However, after a moment of thought, he quickly brightened as if he had devised a solution. Very well. Inform me of any anomalies, Xia said, patting Wang Hu on the shoulder. It was impractical for Xia to constantly employ his insight. Having a subordinate scurrying about was indeed necessary. Boss. At that moment, Huazai cautiously stood up. His tattered clothes bore the marks of zombie attacks. Huazai had matured significantly in recent days, mastering his fire abilities with greater finesse, and his strength was evidently on the rise. Huazai, come here. I have something to inquire of you. Xia stepped forward. The two retreated to a corner, where Xia asked Huazai, aside from your ability to control fire, do you have any other peculiarities in your body? None at all, Huazai replied, perplexed by Xia's inquiry. Are you certain? Absolutely none, that I only sense a turbulent energy within me, and I can unleash fire at will. That is all well, and good by the way, you may stay in the apartment below mine. Huazai beamed with delight. Thank you, boss. Boss, what about me? Wang Hu sprang forth again. Xia stopped, uncertain whether to be amused or exasperated. Do you not understand your own role? Got it, boss. I will head out immediately to collect zombie heads. Wang Hu was indeed clever. As an ordinary person without any notable talents, he realized that to survive alongside Xia, he needed to prove his worth. That it must be said that Wang Hu possessed organizational skills. As he led his subordinates around the courtyard, gathering a substantial number of severed zombie heads. Other superhumans lacked spatial abilities or any evident means of evolution. Lately, Xia had felt a chaotic swirl of thoughts in his mind, with inexplicable information flooding in. Lu Linner had prepared a delicious dinner and was eagerly awaiting his return. After taking a hot shower, he collapsed onto the bed, relishing a moment of tranquility. Was today all right? Lu Linner asked gently, shyly inquiring. Dinner is ready. Will you eat first, or? Xia turned to look at her, devoid of any impulse today, which made Lu Linner somewhat anxious that if Xia lost interest in her, her situation would become dire. Have I done something wrong? Lu Linner knelt on the bed, nervously asking. I will change. Xia chuckled softly. I meant to say. Thank you, Dada. Lu Linner became flustered, nearly in tears. What did I do wrong? I will change. Xia patted her tender behind. All right, get up and let us eat. That I am quite famished today. Yet I am also quite happy. Dado. Lu Linner cautiously followed behind Xia, busily preparing chopsticks and bowls while swiftly contemplating her next move. There was something off about Xia today. Yet, astonishingly, he had expressed gratitude towards her. Strange occurrences surely herald something unusual. This braised fish is a tad salty. You should try it. Xia smiled more than usual today, even offering critiques on Lu Linner's cooking. Lu Linner dared not touch her chopsticks. Xia, what exactly did I do wrong? What is it? Xia asked in confusion. Who said you did anything wrong? Let us eat. But Lu Linner could not pinpoint what was amiss with Xia, so she tentatively asked, shouldn't you be quite strict with me? Why did you say thank you just now? Xia gently set down his chopsticks, resting his hands on the table, and inexplicably remarked, do you not feel that we should all be living quite well, and then suddenly calamity struck, plunging the world into chaos? Does it not feel like a dream? Indeed, Lu Linner replied with a bittersweet smile. I have always felt as though I were dreaming. Everything is too hard to believe. Xia rose and walked to the window. Do you not think that everything we experience is being controlled by someone? Controlled by someone, or perhaps by something, controlling us? Lu Linner grew increasingly anxious, wondering if Xia had encountered some distressing event that had affected his mental state. Xia continued, have you heard the tale of the farmer and the turkey? Xia gazed into the void, the moonlight casting a deep, contemplative shadow over his features. He recounted the story. In a turkey farm, one turkey discovered that every day at 9 a.m., the farmer fed it. It meticulously gathered a wealth of observations regarding this feeding routine and ultimately concluded that the farmer would always feed it at 9 a.m. But however, the reality was far more complex and less optimistic than it imagined. I do not understand. Lu Linner shook her head in confusion. Chen Xia stroked his chin. Do you think we might be like those turkeys while a farmer observes us from some hidden place, thereby rendering this world so absurd and unfathomable? Lu Liner felt that Chen Xia had truly been rattled today. What on earth is wrong with you? I do not know, Chen Xia replied with a wry smile. I just feel a chaotic mess in my head, and when I have idle moments, I find myself lost in thought. Lu Liner spoke softly. Regardless, we must survive, right? Indeed. Then let us not dwell on those unfathomable matters. By the way, there is something strange I must tell you. Chapter 97. A robbery right under my nose. Strange? Lu Liner pointed out the capsized giant ship outside the window. From this direction, I saw the figure of a strange person quite clearly. Thanks to the moonlight, Who was it? Chen Xia's interest was piqued. Lu Liner furrowed her brows in concentration. If I am not mistaken, it should be Xia Lanying, just as expected. Chen Xia, seemingly anticipating this, displayed no excessive surprise. Quipping, fate is indeed amusing. It seems even the dead cannot resist opposing my comfortable existence. I sensed something was amiss when I investigated underground that day, but I could not confirm it until now. Lu Liner asked anxiously, Xia Lanying, has she turned into a zombie? Not just a zombie, but a special mutated entity, and quite powerful. She glanced this way, and her gaze was terrifying. I felt as though I might die at that moment, fearing she would come charging at me. Even now, Lu Liner shuddered at the memory of that fleeting gaze. When Chen Xia had just clashed with her, he sensed a potent surge of energy, convinced that Xia Lanying was still evolving. Perhaps the nuclear waste within the ship had contributed to her unique evolutionary factors, or maybe the underground fungi had provided her with an opportunity for growth. Regardless, she had matured into a formidable adversary. The reason Xia Lanying fled might be that she felt incapable of confronting Chen Xia at present, thus opting to remain hidden. However, where exactly was this woman concealing herself? Chen Xia's gaze pierced through the darkness, scanning the void around him. That moment, several hundred meters away, in a building opposite Jinding Community, Xia Lanying had wrapped herself in vines, cocooning herself like a chrysalis. These vines, representing fungal plants, seemed to disguise Xia Lanying as an object devoid of life signs, allowing her to blend into her surroundings and evade Chen Xia's scrutiny. Beside her stood a man with a grotesque countenance, Guo, the assassin who had been by Jiang Qin's side. After Jiang Qin's incident, Guo had fled. He raised his arm to inspect his increasingly fearsome limb, twisting his neck violently. One could clearly see the grotesque black veins spiraling from his palm to his arm and neck, as if a wild energy were rampantly coursing through his body. Just then, Guo abruptly stood at attention, then knelt on the ground, remaining silent for a moment before responding in a deep voice. Yes, he appeared to have received some form of information transmission through brainwaves, as if Xia Lanying was issuing commands to him. The next moment, Guo quietly slipped outside. Xia Lanying slowly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with a blood-red hatred. Chen Xia is dead. Her features had become contorted. Although the beautiful contours of her face could still be discerned, what was more terrifying were the tiny vine-like structures that were growing increasingly dense upon her visage. Moreover, the vines within her body were establishing connections with their counterparts underground, as more and more of these delicate tendrils began to spread in all directions. These slender vines intertwined with nearby zombies, forming an immense network. Subsequently, Xia Lanying gradually fell into a silence, becoming as cold as stone. The transformation of the subterranean fungal plants rendered the entire urban environment even more horrifying. The survivors were engulfed in panic, uncertain of their future. However, due to alterations in the terrain, the city's surface, now covered by ice, had developed numerous large fissures, revealing remnants of what once existed. Many audacious individuals seized this opportunity to venture out in search of supplies. A few managed to stealthily reach the area outside Jinding Community, but just as they were about to take action, two robust vines ensnared them, dragging them away like dead dogs. They didn't even have the chance to scream, as their mouths were filled with vines. For 2 consecutive days, the atmosphere around them remained tense and peculiar. Boss, the supply team we sent out has yet to report back. Wang Hu hurriedly approached Chen Xia. They had been exchanging supplies with the underground city of Huangxi for the past few days, yet out of 3 supply teams, only 1 had successfully returned. The other 2 seemed to have vanished into thin air. Have you gone out to search? Chen Xia frowned. He too had been monitoring the situation, but had no leads. Due to the drastic changes, all network signals in the region had been interrupted, leaving them reliant on radio communication. However, the radio was susceptible to various factors. Exceeding the range or being affected by magnetic fields could lead to malfunctions. The unknown was the most terrifying aspect. Although no zombies had posed trouble in recent days, the tension in the air was growing increasingly palpable. Yang Dawei and the others had already begun constructing defensive fortifications around Building 1. As the defensive measures became more robust, safety improved, yet anxiety lingered in everyone's hearts. There was an ominous sense that something was about to happen, leaving each person feeling restless. He had also used his insight technique. But all around was an eerie silence. Apart from the gradually ceasing growth of fungal vines, even the zombies seemed to be in slumber. How many zombie heads have we collected? Over 2,000. Wang Hu replied, all stored in the warehouse of Building 1. Many have been trading zombie heads for supplies these days. This tactic has proven quite effective, and everyone is quite proactive. You and Yang Dawei coordinate and expedite the construction of defenses. If there are no building materials, dismantle other buildings. Understood? The brothers are already on it. All right, Chen Xia said, you may go now. Wang Hu turned and descended the stairs. Chen Xia closed the visual communicator and prepared his gear. Noticing Chen Xia dressing as if he were about to leave, Lu Liner picked up the radio from the table and handed it over, keenly inquiring, are you going to find Huang Ziyi? I am going to meet Professor Dong, that if there is any abnormality here, notify me via radio. All right. Chen Xia had, in an intangible way, begun to regard the refuge as home. Although he had yet to acknowledge Lu Liner as his wife, he seemed to have tacitly accepted it in his heart. Lu Liner also fulfilled her duties as a wife, constantly thinking of Chen Xia, managing everything at home, including liaising with Wang Hu and delegating tasks, which had always been her responsibility. Yesterday, Dongwen informed Chen Xia that a D2 level disaster beast was quite active, prompting Chen Xia to decide to investigate. That it had become increasingly evident that only those with D-level or higher superpowers or disaster entities possessed energy crystals. As for E-level, they were merely initial mutants with atypical attributes, seldom yielding energy crystals, and even when they did, it was rare. With the perimeter swarming with zombies, Chen Xia chose not to leave through the surface, but instead delved beneath the ice layer. Once the ice cracked, the city's once vast spaces were finally revealed. With the heavy snowfall ceasing, the ice began to melt, forming a sizable river beneath the AT. This moment, the rescue boat Chen Xia had purchased proved invaluable. Upon entering the icy expanse, he encountered a tumultuous river, approximately 30 meters wide, flowing relentlessly, splitting into various tributaries along the remnants of the city's road, its destination unknown. Essentially, the river could be likened to the city's former highways, as their trajectory was largely consistent. Chen Xia released the rescue boat into the river, steering it towards the underground city where Huang Ziyi resided. The area beneath the ice was significantly safer than above, for there were hardly any zombies, and the human presence here was gradually increasing. Under the scrutiny of Chen Xia's insight technique, he noticed numerous individuals concealed within thawed buildings. After half an hour, his vessel arrived at a river junction. To his surprise, he spotted another boat passing by, and many survivors peered out from their windows, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. How could he have a boat? What a peculiar sight that moment. Two individuals hiding in a second-story building along the riverbank became acutely aware, crouching at the window with bloodied large knives in hand, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Inside the room, a mother and daughter had tragically fallen victim, their clothes disheveled, evidently having endured brutal indignities before death. There must be supplies on that boat, the man in the black mask sneered. It's a slow day, and who would have thought a windfall would drop from the sky? The short, stout man fixed his gaze on the rescue boat. You go inside and bring out the grappling hook in that case. Let us remain together. Suddenly, the stout man raised his knife and struck fiercely. The force behind it was formidable. An average person would likely perish on the spot from such a blow. With a swift motion, Chen Xia raised his hand to block, and the large blade shattered into fragments. The off-balanced stout man staggered, and Chen Xia seized the opportunity to grip his throat, declaring that one person was sufficient to lead the way. With a sharp snap, he severed the man's throat and casually tossed his head at the feet of the masked man, and it rolled ominously. The masked man stood in shock, exclaiming, "You, take me to that filthy rat." With a thud, the masked man dropped to his knees, pleading, "Brother, I was wrong. Spare me." He bowed repeatedly, realizing that Xia was a ruthless individual, one who could kill without a second thought. The Do you not understand human speech? Xia lifted him up. "Where is your boss?" "Well, he will kill me." The man stammered. "The Do you think I won't kill you?" Xia smiled. "You have no idea how ruthless he is. He is not even human." The masked man recalled the terror of Rat Lord and, with tears and snot streaming down his face, cried, "Brother, I will do whatever you ask, but if I take you to him, I will surely meet a gruesome end." Xia dragged him to the stern of the boat and opened the cover over the propeller. "Would you prefer to be minced in a fish food, or will you take me there?" The roar of the propeller sent the masked man into a state of panic. Xia forcefully shoved him towards it, and as he neared the blades, the masked man capitulated, yelling, "I will take you. I swear, just pull me back." Terrified, he nearly wet himself. Xia tossed him onto the deck. "How do we go?" "Turn left here, then up Guoming Road." This direction was in stark contrast to the underground city of Lord Huang. Yet to eliminate the threat, Xia resolved to go himself. The individual known as Rat Lord was a recent addition to the emerging forces, commanding around 100 men engaged in robbery. He was dubbed Rat Lord due to his remarkably rodent-like visage, allegedly mutated from radiation and bitten by a rat, acquiring its genes. Rat Lord had established a base in the underground drainage system, compact yet labyrinthine, making it ideal for escape. Upon arrival, Xia was nearly overwhelmed by the foul stench emanating from the sewers, and no wonder the masked man wore a mask. The odor was unbearable for anyone with a normal sense of smell. Below lay not only various decaying corpses, but also infected humans clinging to life. Clang. The signal was received, allowing further descent. Xia employed his insight, but found no anomalies, indicating that Rat Lord's lair lay deeper still. "Hurry, stop dawdling." Xia kicked him. Yes. The masked man, terrified, cautiously navigated the foul and narrow passage ahead. Inside the rat's den, numerous individuals knelt before Rat Lord, trembling with fear that it's been days, and you've brought back so little food. "You are all a bunch of useless fools." Rat Lord's rodent-like face was comically furious, yet none dared to laugh. Anyone who did would surely meet a grim fate. "Rat Lord, there's truly no supplies left on the surface aside from the living." "No food? Why did Ailang and his companion procure a large stash yesterday? Where did they get it? You all lack brains." "Rat Lord, I have a solution." One man cautiously raised his head and spoke. "I inquired, and the goods robbed by Ailang yesterday came from an underground city. It is filled with food. If we can get in, then we would have as much food as we desire." "Are you out of your mind?" Rat Lord laughed. "The iron doors of the underground city are thicker than city walls, that if I could get in, would I still be messing around out here? Do you think I'm a fool?" "Well, there's another way. The transport team hails from Jinding community. That man said before he died that there's a massive warehouse there filled with supplies." Rat Lord suddenly sprang to his feet. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" However, his expression soured as he continued. "But he also mentioned there's someone in the community who cannot be provoked. Whoever does will die. So I didn't dare to inform you." "Pah!" Rat Lord chuckled, his whiskers trembling. "Someone who cannot be provoked. Is there anyone Rat Lord, cannot provoke?" "Indeed, Rat Lord is the strongest." "Humph." Rat Lord's eyes gleamed with mischief. "Since we have a target, why wait? Gather the men. We are going to snatch that stash." His subordinates eagerly surrounded him, ready for action. Just then, a shadow quietly slipped through the entrance, vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, Rat Lord convulsed as if struck by lightning. "Rat Lord!" Someone sensed something amiss and instinctively pushed him. Thud! To everyone's shock, Rat Lord collapsed forward, revealing a knife embedded in his back. Rat Lord was dead. Gasps erupted around the room. Chaos ensued, with no one noticing the assassin's presence. Yet Rat Lord lay lifeless, a situation that felt surreal. Suddenly, the man who had spoken earlier let out a pained scream. A sharp knife appeared in his back, and he too fell lifeless. Panic spread like wildfire. "Ghost! There's a ghost! Stab, stab, stab!" More and more were slaughtered. The dim environment, coupled with the unseen killer, birthed a chilling atmosphere that in a matter of minutes, dozens lay dead, their eyes wide open in shock. "Humph, a bunch of filthy rats." At that moment, a slender figure materialized like rippling water, bending down to search Rat Lord's body. Extracting a key, confirming its authenticity, she swiftly departed. 10 minutes later, the masked man led Great Xia to the lair of Rat Lord. Upon witnessing the scene before them, he was left utterly stunned. Rat Lord is dead? The masked man could hardly believe his eyes. Great Xia furrowed his brow. This turn of events was unexpected. All the corpses had been dispatched with a single blow, with scarcely any signs of struggle. Judging by the depth of the wounds, the killer possessed little strength but was remarkably precise and ruthless, targeting vital areas. Someone has acted before me. Great Xia scanned the area for clues, but found none. How many of you are there? Oh, then you should join them. You. Great Xia's expression remained impassive as he struck, severing the masked man's throat. The mysterious killer piqued Great Xia's interest, based on the scene's evidence. The assassin had eliminated everyone in mere minutes. Moreover, the wounds were all to the back, indicating a stealthy, lethal strike. The bewildered expressions of the deceased suggested they had likely not even seen their attacker before meeting their end. This indicated that the killer possessed remarkable speed or some unique skill, that he believed the assailant was likely an undiscovered superhuman. The mysterious killer, now with the key, had arrived at a convenience store above ground. No one would have imagined that Rat Lord, hiding underground, had concealed his supplies within this very store. Nearby, a group of about 7 or 8 individuals awaited, swiftly entering the warehouse sealed by iron doors to transport the goods. A makeshift wooden boat was moored nearby, and they began unloading the supplies onto it. Rat Lord had hidden approximately a dozen boxes of supplies, a haul that thrilled the group. Unable to contain their excitement, someone broke the silence and engaged in conversation. This should last us at least half a month. Fantastic. The group beamed with joy, preparing to board the boat when they suddenly noticed an unexpected presence. Who goes there? Crash. Someone drew a gun, pointing it at the shadow as if facing a formidable enemy. The sudden appearance of someone on the boat sent chills through the crowd, their tension palpable as they fixated on the figure. At that moment, Great Xia slowly turned, calmly stating, "You are stealing my goods, friend. Surely you are mistaken. Your goods? We worked hard to take these from Rat's stash." Great Xia patted the box, clearly indicating the mark on it. "This is cargo from Jinding community, merely taken back from Rat." "Humph. We know nothing of your marks. We took it, so it belongs to us. Understand, you are seeking death." The man tightened his grip on the gun. Just then another shadow appeared, rippling like water before all, urgently exclaiming, "Don't shoot. I know him."